Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure is...
The Echo of Death. Or Nick Carter and the Phantom Clue.
No, please, don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Hold him still. They're just like that. This has got to look right.
No, I'll do anything you say. I'll forget everything I know. Only don't...
All right. He's dead. Now, come on.
Hello? Yes, this is Nick Carter speaking. A case? What kind of case? A disappearance. Well, that's hardly in my line. Oh, I see. Yes. Yes, I understand. All right, expect us late this afternoon. Did you get that on the extension, Patsy?
I should say so. Echo Valley Lodge, private amphibian plane waiting for you at the airport. Come at once, never mind the sea. Who is this Howard Manstead who tosses money around like confetti?
A well-known millionaire sportsman, Patsy. But, wouldn't it be more to the point to ask about the man who's disappeared?
Oh, you mean James Thurlo, the columnist. Why, he's... Hey, who is he, anyway?
That's what you get for not reading the financial pages of the paper, Patsy. Well, come along. We've got to find a taxi and get to the airport.
Well, aren't we going to take anything with us?
Oh, yes, of course. I was forgetting.
I thought you were. I'll need my new dress.
We'll want Scubby. Call him and tell him to meet us at the airport. He knows Thurlo. They write for the same paper.
But why aren't we going to...
Oh, and one other thing, Patsy. Bring along Volume 3 of the Encyclopedia, E to H.
Scubby Wilson and Volume 3 of an encyclopedia. That's just what a girl needs for a visit to a millionaire's hunting lodge. Though seldom visited because of its somewhat inaccessible location, Echo Valley is a natural freak of singular interest.
I have friends you could say the same thing about, but the encyclopedia doesn't mention them.
Quiet, Scubby. Let Patsy finish reading.
Echo Valley is of great interest to scientists. Sounds occurring in certain areas of Echo Valley may be repeated as many as 13 times, echoing from cliff to cliff in gradually diminishing volume.
Why do encyclopedias always use so many words to say so little?
That's what I wonder about newspaper reporters sometimes, too.
So we'll change the subject? What else does it say?
That's all.
Well, that's no help. Thurlo certainly wasn't carried off by an echo.
Oh, he's probably just lost in the woods.
In any case, I don't see why Manstead insisted on you coming out to look for him, Nick. You're no Indian guide.
Patsy, if Thurlo isn't found alive, it may cost the public millions.
Millions? Well, he's just a columnist, isn't he?
Just a columnist? He's the smartest financial reporter in New York.
And Thurlo's more than just a reporter, Patsy. In the financial column he writes, he sometimes tips the authorities off to big stock swindles and other kinds of financial skullduggery.
Right. It was Thurlo who broke open the Nemo Bank scandal 3 years ago and sent the whole board of directors to prison.
And for some time, Patsy, Thurlo has been hinting in his column that he was on the verge of revealing some kind of tie-up between certain politicians and one or two big operators that would rob the public of millions.
Oh, then if anything happened to him now, before he's had a chance to tell anybody what he knew, the scheme would go through as scheduled.
Right. That's why he went to Echo Valley Lodge. Manstead, an old friend of his, invited him out so he could work in peace for a few weeks.
Scubby.
Huh?
Is it true that Thurlo was on the verge of a nervous breakdown when he left?
Oh, he was walking around in circles talking to himself, Nick. He had almost all the dope he wanted, but he still hadn't got the name of the guy behind the whole scheme. He took along a whole bunch of records of stock transactions. He said they might give him the clue he needed. And, hey, look, ahead of us.
Echo Valley. It is, isn't it, Nick?
No doubt of it, Patsy.
But look, that isn't any Echo flying toward us.
A plane. Nick, it's a plane flying up out of Echo Valley.
Yes. Yes, it's a private amphibian.
I thought this plane of Manstead's was the only one in these parts.
Now, the pilot's seen us. Huh. He's turning out of our line of flight.
I suppose he wants to avoid us.
I'll bet he doesn't want us to see his markings.
He is trying to avoid us.
Oh, pilot, swing over so we can get a look at that plane down there.
Right, Mr. Carter.
He knows we're trying to get closer to him.
Look at him bank to avoid us.
He's turned back. He's heading away from us now.
Oh, pilot, overtake that plane if you can.
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Say, isn't that the Manstead hunting lodge down there, right on the edge of the lake?
Yes, Cubby, it is. But we're not going to land until we get some idea what that plane's up to.
Look, he's diving straight down now.
He's going to try to get away underneath us.
Oh, he'll never make it. Those private planes aren't built.
His wing, it's breaking off.
Couldn't take the strain.
He's heading straight for the ground if he hasn't got a parachute.
Oh, but he has. Look, he's jumping. The chute's opening.
And there goes his plane into the trees. Well, that was a narrow escape. He didn't have more than 500 feet of altitude.
Oh, he's come down on the top of that tall pine. He's caught there. See, his parachute won't come loose.
Yes. Well, we'll have to land and rescue him. Besides, I want to know why he was so anxious to avoid having his plane identified. Oh, pilot.
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Land in the lake and taxi up as close as possible to the place that fellow came down.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, Patsy. I'll lift this one up for you. There you
Watch
are.
out
Okay.
that branch doesn't
Thanks.
snap back in your face, Betsy.
Well, aren't we almost there?
Yes, there's the clearing. Just ahead. Only a few more steps.
Oh, and they say exercise is good for you.
Oh, there. There's his parachute. I think I can see him hanging among the branches.
He's hurt or he'd call to us. Come on.
His shroud lines are caught among the branches. I can see that much.
Well, he's just dangling there.
Yeah.
Hey, you up there. Can you hear us? You all right?
He doesn't answer. Look, I'll climb up and see if I can...
No. Wait.
What is it, Nick?
Look at those shroud lines.
They're wrapped around his neck.
Yeah. Look at the way his head is twisted to one side.
Yes. His neck's broken. He's dead.
What?
Oh. When he landed in the tree, he got tangled in the lines and...
I wonder.
Nick, what do you mean?
Look down at your feet, Scubby.
Huh? Cigarette butt.
What? Somebody must have been here before us.
Maybe. But its position makes me think the cigarette was smoked by him up there.
Oh, but that's impossible, Nick.
It's been just about an hour, Scubby, since he crashed. He knew we'd come after him. So if he was hurt and couldn't get out of his chute harness, what would be more natural than for him to smoke a cigarette and wait to be rescued?
But he's dead.
Because somebody reached him before we did. And murdered him.
And so that's the story, Mr. Carter. As much as we know, anyway. Thurlo just wandered away yesterday morning and never returned.
I see, Mr. Manson. And you don't think this mysterious airplane we met just before we reached here has any connection with Thurlo's vanishing?
Well, I don't see how it could. But then, as I said, I haven't the slightest idea where the plane could have come from or who was flying it.
Yeah. Now, let's go over the facts again, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course not.
Thurlo arrived here a week ago.
Yes, with his wife. I had them flown in my plane. They had the lodge to themselves with my permanent housekeeper to look after them.
And you arrived yesterday.
In the middle of the afternoon.
But Thurlo wasn't here when you arrived?
No, he'd already gone out. He told his wife he was taking his revolver along and would take pot shots at the trees and rocks.
So you never actually saw him?
That's right. The woodsman I employ to look after the property asked me to come and examine some trees he wanted to cut down. About sundown, I got back to the lodge, and Thurlo still hadn't returned. Mrs. Thurlo was becoming worried. I ordered the floodlights we use for landing the plane at night, but he didn't show up.
And then in the morning, you called me.
Well, first I phoned the nearest forest ranger station. And after that, Mrs. Thurlo was so agitated, I had promised I'd send for you.
Where is Mrs. Thurlo? I'd like to ask her a few questions.
Well, she's sleeping now. She was up all night, and this morning the housekeeper gave her a sleeping tablet. Shall we wake her?
No, not just now. There's still an hour of daylight left. I'd like to take a look around outside. Perhaps
I'll open it.
Mr. Manstead,
Johnny, what is it?
his hat. We found it
Thurlo's hat? Where?
near the waterfall.
Why, that's not far. It's only a mile from here. There's still light. Do you want to come with us and look for him, Mr. Carter?
Yes, I think I do.
Oh, gosh, my ankle. Oh, boy.
There's the hat, Mr. Manstead. In that bush.
But what in the world could Thurlo have been doing in here? This isn't the trail to the waterfall.
It isn't a trail at all as far as I'm concerned. It's a jungle.
It used to be a trail to an old one-room cabin, but there's no reason Thurlo would go there.
Well, maybe if we yell, he'll hear us. He might be in there with a busted ankle or something.
Go ahead and try, Scubby.
Thurlo! Thurlo! Good gosh, will you listen to that?
Well, that's one reason this is called Echo Valley. The cliffs around the waterfall down the trail make a perfect sounding board.
Well, if he didn't hear that, he must be dead.
If there's a cabin in there, we better take a look at it.
Right. I don't see what in the world Thurlo could have come this way for, but maybe he did. Let's find out. There it is.
Where, Manstead?
Oh, there, between those two trees. See it?
Oh, yes.
It's only another 40 yards.
Well, come on, then.
Oh, Scubby. Wait.
Well, sure, Nick, what is it?
That bare patch of ground there. Those footprints.
Thurlo's footprints.
You sure, Scubby?
Sure. I've seen those pointed shoes of his too often not to recognize the footprints anyplace. Come on, Nick.
Yes. I'm coming. Thurlo's a tall man, isn't he, Scubby?
He's a tall man like I'm Henry Ford. He's about 5'5". Why?
I thought that... Well, never mind. There's the cabin.
Gosh, it doesn't look as if it had been opened in years.
Well, it hasn't that I know of.
But there are Thurlo's footprints going right up to the door.
And somebody's opened the door recently. Look at these broken spider webs around the door jamb. And it won't open now.
Oh, here, let me try. It ought to open without any trouble.
Yeah, but it doesn't budge.
That's strange. Let's take a look through the window.
The window's boarded over. The boards haven't been touched.
I nailed the window up myself 3 years ago. Nobody came here since.
And someone has come here. Thurlo. And he must be inside now.
But the window hasn't been touched, and the door is barred on the inside.
It looks bad. We'd better break the door down.
Suppose we have old Johnny use his axe on it. That'll be quicker.
Of course. Johnny, smash the door open for us.
Stand back, please.
That door was locked to stay locked.
Starting to go. There.
That does it. It's open.
If you don't mind, I'd like to go in first.
Of course. It's dark inside. Here, take my flashlight.
Thanks.
There he is. Thurlo.
He's dead. He came here, bolted himself in, and shot himself with his own revolver.
Yes, he's dead, all right. And it does look like suicide, doesn't it?
Now, Mrs. Thurlo.
Jim couldn't have killed himself, Mr. Carter. He couldn't have.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Thurlo. I wouldn't intrude on your grief if it wasn't necessary. Now, first of all, what kind of mood was your husband in yesterday morning just before he disappeared?
He was very agitated.
Agitated? Well, do you know any reason why he should have been?
I think he just found a clue to the identity of the man he was seeking. The one behind this plot to upset the stock market.
Did he say who it was?
No, he just said he'd stumbled on a clue. And he was so shocked he could hardly believe the evidence. That was why he went out into the woods. He wanted to be alone to think the matter through.
Perhaps his notes will tell us what he found.
Yeah, I thought of that, Nick. After Mrs. Thurlow woke up and I talked to her while you and Scubby were out with Mr. Manstead, we tried to read his notes. But they're in some kind of a shorthand that nobody can read but himself.
I can make out a few words here and there, but not enough to help.
Well, we'll have another try at it later. Please go on, Mrs. Thurlow.
Well, that's almost all, Mr. Carter. Jim went out about 10 in the morning. I stayed here in my room reading. About half an hour later, I thought I heard a shot. All of a sudden, I was terribly frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I don't know. It was just a feeling. Then I heard the far-off echo of somebody hammering. It was... Oh, it sounded like somebody hammering down the lid of a coffin. And I'm positive it meant that Jim was dead.
It's probably someone chopping down a tree, she heard, Nick. Anyway, she went back to her reading and forgot about it. Then around 1, Manstead phoned from the village, that's a little town about 10 miles from the hills, for Johnny to come for him in the station wagon.
Manstead phoned. But didn't he fly in by plane yesterday?
Seems not. The plane was in New York getting a new propeller, so he took the night train.
Is that so?
Anyway, Johnny went to meet him. He got here about 2:30. The rest of the story is just the way he told it to us. Nick, Thurlo must have killed himself. There just isn't any other answer.
I wonder, Patsy. I wonder. Hello? Yes, speaking. Did you get the dope I wanted? He was? And the plane? Then check every airfield within 50 miles of the city. Yes, I know it's a big order, but somebody's playing this game for big stakes. No, that's all. Call me back when you've learned something.
Hello, Carter. I didn't know anybody was here in the library.
I took the liberty of phoning New York. I was trying to check on that mysterious plane that we saw crash yesterday afternoon.
I see. Did you learn anything?
Nothing yet.
You know, I have a theory about that plane, Carter.
I'd be interested to hear it, Mr. Manstead.
Well, we're only 100 miles from the border, and in the past, planes engaged in smuggling aliens into this country have landed in this region. Now, I'm willing to wager this chap, who was so anxious to avoid being seen, was engaged in doing something like that.
Certainly sounds plausible.
Nick! Oh, Nick!
Oh, yes, Cubby.
Oh, there you are. Oh, top of the morning to you, Mr. Manstead.
Good morning.
Say, I was looking for the two of you. Forest Ranger Thompson and 2 of his men are down at the landing waiting in your launch, Mr. Manstead. They want to get started down the lake to bring in the body of that flyer who was so unlucky when he bailed out of his plane yesterday.
Of course. You're coming with us, aren't you, Carter?
Yes, indeed. I'm just as interested as you are to see if your theory turns out to be right.
Oh, what about Patsy? Shall I go find her?
Oh, no, Scubby. She's staying here in the lodge with Mrs. Thurlo. They're going to spend the morning going over Thurlo's notes, trying to decipher them.
Well, let's get going. I want to get back in time to phone a story to my paper.
I'm afraid it's no use, Miss.
Please, just call me Patsy.
It's just impossible to read these notes of Jim's, Patsy. They're not only in his own shorthand, but most of them are in code, too.
Here's something that seems as if it might mean something. See, it says, I can HB it.
H.B. Hardly believe. I can hardly believe it.
Yes.
Of course, that's what it means.
And here's some more. It's clearer. Shall I tell Manstead what I know?
The next line. Better not.
Instead, must get back to New York. Well, that's clear enough.
But the next line. My life, M.B. N.D. That doesn't mean anything to me.
My life, M.B. N.D. My life may be in danger.
Oh.
And then there's just one last sentence that he never finished. To think that the one man in the world. And that's all there is.
Oh, if it only finished.
To think that the one man in the world. Who do you suppose he could have meant?
I can't even make a guess.
The one man. Mrs. Thurlo.
What's that?
Mrs. Thurlo, we're going to go and take a look at that cabin now while all the others are away. I have a theory, and we're going to find some evidence to prove it. It has to be there. It just has to be.
Hello, Nick, my friend. Hey, what's troubling you? You've been sitting out here on this rock for an hour ever since we got back, looking mean enough to bite your grandmother.
Scubby, that poor devil of an aviator whose body we brought in was murdered. And Thurlo was murdered. And I can't prove it.
But, Nick, couldn't you be wrong? The aviator certainly looked like a natural accident. And Thurlo, if I ever saw a case that looked more like suicide, well, I don't know where it was.
Well, that's just it. The aviator I can explain. Someone slipped through the woods, reached him before we did, climbed the tree he was caught in, and strangled him with the shroud lines in his parachute while pretending to help free him.
But, Thurlo, his own footprints leading into the cabin. The window boarded over and the door bolted on the inside. If somebody killed him, well, how did they get out?
I don't know, Scubby. It isn't possible. Yet it was done. I'm going to break the... Hey, Scubby, what's that in your hand?
Oh, just a shiny new nail I picked up somewhere. Somebody must have been fixing something.
A nail. And Mrs. Thurlo said she heard the echo of hammer blows the morning her husband died.
Yeah, said they sounded like somebody hammering down the lid of a coffin. They sure have imaginations.
But that's just what she did hear.
Huh?
She heard the echoes of somebody nailing down the lid of a coffin.
There must be a clue. There must be.
But we've been all over the cabin inside and out a dozen times now, Patsy. If there was anything here, we'd have found it.
Mrs. Thurlo, somehow your husband was murdered here, and his body left inside this cabin so it would look like suicide. I'm going to find out how the murderer got out, leaving the door and window bolted, or die.
I'm afraid you're much more likely to die, Patsy.
Oh, Mr. Manstead.
Yes, Mr. Manstead. After we returned to the lodge and I learned the two of you had disappeared in this direction, I thought I'd better find out what you were up to.
You killed my husband.
Of course he did. Who else could your husband have meant by the one man in the world he'd never have believed guilty?
But he was Jim's friend.
That's what he wanted you to think. He pretended to be a friend so he could always keep checking what your husband learned. And he invited you both here so he could commit murder if he decided it was necessary.
A very interesting theory. But I'm afraid I can't give you a chance to tell it to anyone else. Johnny.
Right here, Mr. Manstead.
Come inside and close the door.
What are you going to do to us?
He thinks he's going to kill us. He hasn't got that gun in his hand for fun.
Johnny, the old mine shaft is close by. Now, if these two ladies out walking had the misfortune to stumble into it, it would be very tragic, wouldn't it?
Lots of people fall down old mine shafts.
So they do. And I'm afraid another such accident is about to happen.
You can't get away with it, Mr. Manstead. Nick Carter won't let you.
Oh, well, perhaps even clever Mr. Carter may have to have an accident. Help me silence him, Johnny. Quickly.
No, Nick!
Quiet!
No!
Quiet, I say! All right, now, Johnny, knock them both on the head and keep them quiet.
All right, Manstead. Let go of her.
You, Carter.
Nick, look out, his gun.
Drop it, Manstead.
Johnny, kill him! Kill him!
Johnny, put down that axe or I'll shoot.
Yes, sir.
He's dead.
I'm afraid so. Patsy, either of you hurt?
No, Nick, you came just in time. But how?
How did I know Manstead was a murderer? I knew that from the time we found this cabin. But it took an echo to prove it. The echo, Mrs. Thurlo, that you said sounded like someone hammering.
But I don't understand.
Scubby's bringing Ranger Thompson. Soon as they get here, I think I'll be able to clear up a lot of mysteries. So Manstead was behind the plot that Thurlo uncovered. He invited Thurlo here in order to find out what he knew. He discovered Thurlo had evidence which would tell him the truth, and therefore decided to eliminate Thurlo.
But, Mr. Carter, Manstead didn't get here until after Thurlo was dead. He came by train. And...
Oh, Ranger Thompson's right, Nick.
He appeared to come by train. Actually, he flew in the night before, in a plane whose pilot was used to taking big fees for keeping his mouth shut. That was the plane that we saw crash. Something delayed it from leaving in time to avoid us, and in the pilot's effort to keep away from us, well, we all know what happened.
But, Nick, why was the pilot murdered?
That was Johnny's work. As soon as Thurlo saw the crash, he sent Johnny by a secret trail through the woods to make sure the pilot didn't live to talk. Otherwise, his murder scheme would have collapsed. Isn't that right, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
So Manstead flew here the night before he murdered Thurlo. In the morning, when Thurlo left the house, he and Johnny waylaid him. Is that it, Nick?
That's it, Patsy. They brought him to the cabin here. Manstead put on his victim's shoes They made a trail of footprints.
I see.
Then they killed Thurlo, put his shoes back on him, and left him in the locked cabin. A clear case of suicide. But Manstead made a mistake there. His footprints were too far apart. They were the steps of a tall man. When Scubby said Thurlo was a short man, I began to suspect.
Well, it certainly does sound plausible, Mr. Carter. But you've still got to convince me Manstead could get out of that cabin and leave the door barred from the inside.
Make it good, Nick.
Johnny knows the answer. You all remember that Mrs. Thurlo said she heard the echo of hammer blows.
You mean she really did hear someone hammering?
Exactly. This is a small cabin with a roof lightly nailed in place. Now look up there. What's that flashing in the sun?
Looks like nail heads.
Somebody's hammered new nails into that roof all along this side.
Nick, is that the clue I was looking for?
That's the clue you were looking for. Scubby and I saw it yesterday, but we weren't smart enough to know what it meant. Here, I'll take Johnny's axe and push the blade in under the eaves and pry upward like that.
What the whole roof's lifting up.
Well, blow me down.
Manstead and Johnny pried up the flimsy roof before they killed Thurlo. Then, leaving the door barred, they climbed out. And Johnny nailed the roof back into place.
Right. So they were hammering the lid on the coffin, so to speak. Thurlo's coffin. And due to the curious echoing qualities of the rocks, the sound carried to the lodge, and Mrs. Thurlo heard it. I didn't think it meant anything until I noticed the nail Scubby picked up someplace. The nail Johnny must have dropped. And then I remembered the hammering sound Mr. Thurlo spoke of. And suddenly the whole thing was clear.
Well, it sure wouldn't have been clear to me if you hadn't explained it, Mr. Carter. I certainly wouldn't ever have worked it out with just an echo for a clue.
Oh, but that was an unusual echo. Remember how cleverly it answered?
And when it comes to answers, Scubby, Nick Carter is the man who gets them.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter called The Echo of Death, or Nick Carter and the Phantom Clue. The curious adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, are brought to you every Monday night at 9:30 Eastern Wartime. We'll let Nick himself tell you about next week's story. What'll it be about, Nick?
I call it Death Across the Tracks. It began with the murder of a detective.
A railroad detective who lived in the station alongside the tracks. He was working on a case, but he had it only partly solved when he was murdered.
And I picked it up from there.
I'll say you did, Nick. You almost picked up a few bullets into the bargain, the way the victim did. When you called it Death Across the Tracks, you were right in more ways than one.
This sounds more and more intriguing. And how did it wind up, Nick?
Well, we'll tell you that next week. But I can say this much. I had a stroke of luck.
Nick always calls it luck when he uses foresight. Good night, folks.
Yes, good night, folks.
And good night, Patsy and Nick. In tonight's strange adventure, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark. Patsy was impersonated by Helen Choate. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at 9:30 Eastern Wartime, listen to another curious adventure of Nick Carter entitled
Death Across the Tracks, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Midnight Train.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. And here's a special note. Beginning next week, Nick Carter will be heard over most of these same stations on Mondays at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. The Cisco Kid will be presented on Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Calling Nick Carter. Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. This week's curious adventure is
Murder in the Crypt, or Nick Carter and the Jackal God.
He'll never know that I came here this time any more than he did the other times I was here. Those footsteps. Coming this way. It's Anubis. Anubis. Oh, it can't be.
I am Anubis, guardian of the dead.
No. I must be dreaming.
I am Anubis, the jackal god.
But you're not. No.
Scarabs from Abydos. Condition good. Come in.
You, Dr. Waldemar?
I am.
I'm Lieutenant Riley from headquarters. You called me about a museum guard who disappeared?
Of course. It's about Shelby, the chief attendant here at the Egyptian Museum.
Where and when did this Shelby disappear, Doctor?
He failed to report to me as usual before leaving last night. And the guards on the door say he did not leave the building. We've hunted everywhere for him, but we haven't found him.
Oh, you've hunted everywhere, have you?
Yes, Lieutenant. Everywhere except in the crypt of Snefru.
The what of who?
The crypt of Snefru, an Egyptian king of the 4th dynasty.
And where is this crypt? In the basement?
No, it's on the 2nd floor, directly above this office. It was installed especially for Professor Glidden, the archaeologist. He alone has access to the crypt. It has a special lock on the door.
Oh, you mean he has the only key, huh?
Precisely. I called Professor Glidden's apartment a while ago, but he did not answer. I presume he is on his way down here now. I hope he can shed some light on this mystery.
Nick, isn't this the Egyptian Museum across the road?
Yes, Patsy, it is. Never been in it?
Looks too much like a mausoleum for me. Are we going in to look at the mummies?
That, Patsy, depends entirely upon Professor Glidden.
Who's he?
That bearded man who is beckoning to us from the doorway of the museum.
Oh, I see him. Is he a client of yours?
Yes. He phoned just before you arrived at the office this morning.
What does he want?
That I don't know, Patsy. Suppose we join him and find out. And you say, Professor, that the Archaeological Society gave Dr. Waldemar the money to complete the museum.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Provided that he would install a special crypt where I could place the relics from the tomb of King Snefru for examination and classification.
So the crypt is officially your property.
For the present, yes. When my work is finished, it will be open to the public.
I see. And just where do I come in?
I want you, Mr. Carter, to be present when we search the crypt, so there will be no question that Shelby is not there.
This is Dr. Waldemar's office?
It is.
Oh, good morning, Glidden. This is Lieutenant Riley from headquarters. Hello there, Lieutenant Riley.
Nicholas Carter and Patsy, too.
We haven't seen each other for a long while.
Now, don't tell me that you're looking for this man Shelby, too, Nick.
I am, Riley. At the request of Professor Glidden. Oh. So since Dr. Waldemar has asked you to perform the same service, Riley, why don't we work together?
We're glad to, Nick.
Fine. Oh, you wouldn't object if Lieutenant Riley helped search the crypt, would you, Professor?
Not at all.
Well, Riley, shall we adjourn to the crypt?
Right, Nick. The crypt is on the 2nd floor, right over this office.
Come, Glidden, unlock the door.
This is an intricate lock, Waldemar. It takes careful handling of the key. There.
Where's the light switch, Professor Glidden?
Just inside the door to the right.
Very well, I'll... There.
Well, would you look at that now? I never saw a statue to resemble that beast. The body of a man and the head of a dog it has.
I'd call it the head of a jackal, Riley.
Huh?
Am I right, Professor Glidden?
You are, Mr. Carter. That bronze statue is a life-size figure of Anubis, the jackal god. Anubis was the guardian of the dead. And his statue was set at the entrance of ancient tombs to keep out thieves.
A jackal face is enough to scare anyone away.
Come along, Riley. Let's look around inside the crypt.
Okay.
Well, here's a mummy case, which I suppose contains old King Snefru in person.
Quite right, Mr. Carter.
Yeah, now here's the old boy's throne. It looks like the original Morris chair. Let's see.
There's nobody hiding under it, Riley.
Okay, Nick. Here, now look over there. In the alcove over behind the statue. Now, what is it? An ancient Egyptian bathtub?
That, Riley, is a sarcophagus. A stone coffin. The one that once contained the mummy case we just saw.
Gosh, now, it's a big thing now, ain't it? What's all this crazy writing on the front of it?
Those are hieroglyphics, Riley. Inscriptions about old King Snefru.
Oh. What's inside this thing, Nick?
Oh, probably nothing now, Riley. Just the big old...
What is it, Nick?
This sarcophagus is not empty, Riley.
Huh?
Shelby's in it.
Oh.
And he's dead.
Once again, Lieutenant Riley, I must reply that I know nothing of this matter. As I've told you, I scarcely knew Shelby.
Now, look here, Riley. Your evidence against my client is purely circumstantial.
Nick, it's a disgrace to the memory of old Sim Carter, the way his one and only son tries to misinterpret the bald facts.
The bald facts in this case is this, Riley. You have no proof that Professor Glidden even came to this museum last night.
Look, all I want is one more bit of circumstance, Nick. Dr. Waldemar, can you think of anything else that might be, well, interesting in this case?
Now, let me see.
Look, Nick. A strange woman coming down the corridor toward us.
She looks like something revived from ancient Egypt.
She walks like a cat. You can't hear the slightest footsteps.
Quiet, Patsy. She's stopping close enough to overhear us.
Lieutenant Riley, I have it. Ask the professor just how he knew that Shelby was missing when he telephoned Carter this morning.
I shall answer that question, Dr. Waldemar.
Say, where did you come from? Who is this lady, Dr. Waldemar?
Allow me to introduce Madame Dackler, our librarian.
Oh, you have a library in this museum?
Oh, yes. The library is in the other wing near the elevator.
I was the person who informed Professor Glidden that Shelby was missing. I telephoned him this morning, after the search began.
And Professor Glidden telephoned me, Riley, asking me to come here to protect his interests, which I have so far tried to do.
Madame Dackler comes from Cairo. She's an Egyptian, well-versed in ancient lore and legend.
Madame Dackler, do you really believe those old Egyptian legends?
I must believe them. With my own eyes, I have seen the living Anubis walk through the corridors of this museum.
But that statue couldn't possibly get out of a locked crypt.
To Anubis, anything is possible. It is his duty to guard the treasure in the crypt.
What treasure, Madame Dackler?
Treasure that is found in the tomb of every Egyptian king. Anubis, the avenging jackal god, knew that the museum guard Shelby sought the treasure. So Anubis sought Shelby and killed him and put his body in the crypt as a warning. Anubis is all-powerful.
You mean you've actually seen this jackal god walking around this museum recently?
Anubis, the guardian of the dead, leaves the crypt of King Snefru and prowls these corridors every night. I have seen him do it.
Gosh.
That will be all, Madame Dackler. Thank you very much for coming.
Nick, suppose we go through that crypt again and see what we can learn.
An excellent suggestion, Riley. Patsy, suppose you go around and wait in the library with Madame Dackler. We'll join you there later.
Nick, this crypt is as solid as a rock. We've tested every inch of floor and walls and ceiling here.
Yes, Riley, every spot we've tapped seems to be solid stone or concrete.
Nick, suppose we check those measurements again, eh?
Oh, no use in that, Riley. The room's 30 by 30, with 4 feet out for the door on one side and 8 feet out for the alcove on the other.
How big did you say that sarcophagus was, Nick?
It's 8 feet long and 6 feet wide. Practically the same size as the alcove it's standing in. And it's 4 feet 6 inches high. Why?
And I was just thinking, Nick, that's an awful big chunk of rock there.
Well, Professor Glidden says this one weighs over 1,100 pounds.
It's over half a ton. Just goes to show that the floor in this crypt must be solid to support such a weight day in and day out.
There's an answer to this case somewhere, Riley. Even if I don't know yet where it is. Come on. Let's get back to the office.
Yeah. If I'd followed my better judgment, I'd have locked Professor Glidden in a jail cell first.
It wouldn't be wise just yet, Riley.
You're wrong there, Nick. And I'll tell you why. This door here is the only way in and out of that crypt. And this key, the only key there is now, belonged to Professor Glidden.
Riley, I want to learn the motive behind Shelby's murder. There were some strange things going on around this museum.
Three ancient anklets, one jar of perfume. Come in, come in. Oh, it's you, Mr. Carter. Miss Bowen.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you convinced that only Glidden could have entered that crypt upstairs?
I never like to accept the obvious, Dr. Waldemar.
Oh, there goes the closing bell. I must put these Egyptian relics back in the vault.
Oh, go right ahead.
A large vault, that is, Dr. Waldemar.
Yes. The museum requires a large vault. I had this one built here in the wall especially.
Was it included in the original plans for the museum?
Well, no, not exactly. This wing of the building was still unfinished when the architect died. In completing it, we made some minor changes.
I see. Doctor, do you think Madame Dakla...
You must excuse me for a few minutes, Carter. I must speak to the attendants before they leave. It was one of poor Shelby's duties. It will only take a few minutes.
By the way, Patsy, there's something on Waldemar's desk that should interest you.
You mean that odd-looking jar?
Mm-hmm. It contains some ancient Egyptian perfume, he said.
Smells like roses. Very strong.
You better put it in the vault, Patsy. Waldemar must have overlooked it.
Can you smell it, Nick? Powerful stuff.
Yes, I can smell it, all right. Put it in one of the shelves in the vault.
Oh,
What's the matter, Patsy?
I just tripped on a small step at the front of the vault.
You didn't spill any of that priceless perfume, did you?
Oh, I'm afraid... Yes, I did spill a few drops of it, Nick.
Well, don't tell Waldemar. Oh, I hear him coming. Come out of the vault and look innocent.
Okay.
Well, Carter, another day is done. Oh, if you'll please stand away from the vault, Miss Bowen. I should like to close the door. Thank you.
By the way, Doctor, was there any treasure buried with King Snefru?
Probably. It was the custom. But it is also probable that such treasure was stolen centuries ago.
Well, isn't Glidden interested in the matter of treasure?
Possibly. But he's more interested in translating the hieroglyphics on the sarcophagus.
Well, Patsy, I must be going.
You must be going. You mean you're going to leave me here in the museum?
Only for a little while. I want you to go back to the library and have a talk with Madame Dakla, Patsy.
Talk about what?
I'll tell you that while we're walking to the other wing. Good night, Dr. Waldemar.
Good night, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter isn't interested in ancient manuscripts, Madame Dakla. He wants to see the architect's plans for this museum.
Oh, but he should ask Dr. Waldemar for those.
I don't think Dr. Waldemar has them. Mr. Carter wants the original plans.
I shall be glad to see if I can find them for you. I shall try the file cabinet by the door.
Well, they're not under A for architect.
And they are not under B for building plans either. I shall try under M. Museum plans.
What's that clumping sound out in the corridor?
Yes, here they are. In this folder. Plans for Egyptian Museum to be erected
Look, coming through the door.
Anubis. Welcome, Anubis.
Anubis gives no greeting to those who defy him.
I have never defied you, Anubis.
You have sought the treasure that I guard.
Never, never. I have always...
Let go of her, whoever you are. Let go.
Away, you...
Now, what new mischief is going on here, Nick?
O'Reilly, you're just in time.
Huh?
Patsy was just going to tell me. Who was it took Madame Dakla away, Patsy?
It was somebody who looked like Anubis, the jackal god.
What?
Really, Nick. Madame Dackler had the plans of the museum in her hand. And they're gone, too.
Nick, this time we're going to look in that crypt upstairs first. Come on. All right, find that light switch now, Nick.
Right, Riley.
Yeah, there she is, laying right at the feet of that creature Anubis there.
You mean the statue of Anubis, Riley?
It may be a statue now, Nick, but I am near to believing that the thing comes alive when it chooses.
Madame Dackler alive?
She's still breathing, Patsy. What do you make of it, Nick?
She's been drugged, Riley. Quick, get her over to the door where the air's pressure.
Yeah.
That's right. She's coming around now.
Where am I?
You're all right, Madame Dackler.
Oh, but I am in the crypt now. And the last I knew, I was in the library. I knew it. I knew steel doors are no barrier to Anubis.
Help her outside, Patsy, so I can lock the door here.
You lean on me, Madame Dackler.
But I tell you, it is useless to lock that door. Anubis can pass through all barriers.
Maybe so, but Professor Glidden can't. Come on, Madame Dackler. I'll take you back to the library. Then I'm going to put the professor in jail where I can keep my eye on him. From now on, there'll be no fooling on this here.
Patsy. When Riley opened the crypt just now and found Madame Dackler, did you notice the peculiar fragrance in the place?
I must have been too excited to notice it, Nick. What was it like?
It was the perfume of roses, Patsy. Musty, ancient roses. You should have recognized it.
You mean it was like the perfume from the bottle I spilled in Waldemar's office?
Yes, Patsy. It smelled exactly the same.
I admit nothing, Lieutenant Riley. I can't tell you how either Shelby or Madame Dackler got into the crypt.
It's like I've been trying to tell you, Glidden. It's very simple. You had 2 keys, but you only gave me 1.
And as I've been telling you, Lieutenant Riley, there was no duplicate key.
Stay out. I'm busy here. I said stay.
Hello, Riley.
Hello, Glidden.
So it's you again, Mr. Nicholas Carter. Well, I don't care whether Professor Glidden is your client or not. We're not releasing him.
I don't want him released, Riley. I just want to ask him a few questions. Tell me, Professor Glidden, when you sent those relics of King Snefru to the Egyptian Museum, did Dr. Waldemar have any chance to examine them?
Why, no. They were all heavily boxed and crated. That is, everything except the sarcophagus. That was handled separately. Waldemar installed the sarcophagus in the crypt before I arrived.
I see.
I seem to recall that Shelby helped him set it up. The boxes and crates were all upstairs when I got back. But I opened them alone and set up everything myself, including the statue.
That's all I wanted to know. I'm sorry, Professor, that you'll have to spend the night here. But I hope to arrange your release by morning.
All right, Sergeant. Take the professor to his cell.
Yes, sir. Come along, Professor.
Say, Riley. Will you do something for me?
Why should I?
Why shouldn't you? You'll learn something yourself, and that's always a help in a murder case.
All right, Nick. When can I lose?
Fine. Pick up Patsy. She has all my notes, and you may need them. Then both of you go to the crypt.
Where'll you be, Nick?
I have to attend to another matter first. Now listen carefully, Riley. Here's what I want you to do. When you get to the...
How long have we been in this crypt, Lieutenant Riley?
Oh, it's about 15 minutes, Patsy.
If you didn't have a luminous dial on your watch, I'd say it was hours. Why did Nick say that we should stay here in the dark?
You'll have to ask Nick that when he gets here, Patsy.
Where did Nick say he was going?
Well, no, it might be that he's calling on Madame Dackler.
What?
Oh, it's just a questioner, you understand.
Oh, Riley, of all the ridiculous notions.
Well, Dackler's boyfriend Anubis is right here beside us, Patsy. Do you see it? Yeah, this statue of Anubis must be solid bronze, Patsy.
If nothing happens here, something will happen when I find Mr. Nick Carter.
Only 10 minutes more, Patsy.
I'm getting so used to this darkness, I can see the sarcophagus plainly. Looks so big.
Yeah, it is big. It's almost...
What's that?
I don't know.
Sounds as if something was happening at last. Riley! Riley.
Hey, what is it, Patsy? Now, you're not getting hysterical now, are you?
Riley, I smell something. The perfume of roses. And it's getting stronger.
Now, what has the perfume of roses to do with all this here?
Riley, look. Look at that sarcophagus.
Patsy, what we're looking at can't be happening here.
But it is. That sarcophagus is rising straight up in the air.
I've always said that seeing was believing.
Look. I see what's doing it, Riley.
You can't tell me that anything that will make a stone coffin weighing half a ton go floating up in the air 5 feet on the floor, Patsy.
It's on top of an elevator, Riley.
An elevator?
Sure, that's what's lifting it.
Well, glory be. You're right, Patsy. That's what that rumbling sound was.
Riley. Yeah? There's a man coming out of the elevator with a flashlight.
Wait till I draw my gun, Patsy. I'll fix
You're too late, Riley. I have you covered.
It's Dr. Waldemar.
Why...
Riley, that elevator is the vault from Waldemar's office.
Quite right, Miss Bowen. I have you both covered. Don't try anything, either of you.
Well, what would you be trying, Waldemar?
There will be 2 new victims in this vault, Lieutenant Riley. 2 fools who, like Shelby, found out too much. But I'm sorry it isn't 3. Nick Carter would be a welcome addition.
You really mean that, Waldemar?
Nick, where are you?
Carter, how did you get here?
I've been waiting for you in King Snefru's sarcophagus. And now if you...
I'll kill you first, Carter.
I doubt that. Okay, Patsy.
Look out, Patsy! He's knocking over that statue! It's falling over!
The professor will be along in a minute now, Patsy. He called me at the hospital and asked me to meet him here outside the crypt in 15 minutes. Said he wanted to examine the elevator in the crypt.
Was Waldemar dead, Nick?
No, Patsy. I only wounded him. He knocked himself out when he staggered against the statue of Anubis. Waldemar made a complete confession when he recovered consciousness. He's admitted that he was hunting for the king's treasure and wanted to find it before Professor Glidden finished translating the hieroglyphics.
And he was using the elevator to make secret trips between his office and this crypt.
Exactly, Patsy. When Waldemar completed the new wing of the museum, he modified the original plans and put his office at the end of the first floor corridor. Then he built this crypt on the second floor, right over his office. Evidently, the elevator was already installed, and Waldemar brought the sarcophagus up on top of it.
And there was a sarcophagus standing in an alcove that was really the elevator shaft.
Mm-hmm. The elevator itself became the vault in Waldemar's office. He disguised it with shelves and loaded them with curios. But it was still an elevator.
And you think Shelby found out about it?
Shelby must have helped Waldemar arrange things, since it was more than a one-man job.
Then later, Shelby decided to look for the treasure on his own.
Apparently. Waldemar confessed that he murdered Shelby for those very reasons and left the body in the crypt to blame the crime on Professor Glidden.
And Waldemar put Madame Dackler in the crypt so Glidden would be blamed again.
Exactly. But he didn't have to kill Dackler. She knew nothing, you see. He merely grabbed Dackler in order to get the original plans of the museum.
Here comes the professor now, Nick.
Oh, hello, Professor. Right on time, I see.
I'm so glad to find you here, Carter. I wanted you to be here when I examined the crypt in the elevator. I want no more surprises.
Well, I don't think anything else is going to happen up here, Professor, but I'll be glad of the chance to do a little extra looking around myself.
Oh, there's that Anubis again. He's on his face this time.
It was quite clever of Waldemar to disguise himself as Anubis. He really did resemble the statue.
Well, look, Nick.
Where, Patsy?
There at the statue lying on the floor.
Why, the head is completely turned around.
Yes, the fall must have knocked it loose. Oh, give me a hand with it, Professor. We'll set it up again.
Oh, certainly, Carter. It's pretty heavy, but...
Yes, it is.
What? Gold. Oh, Nick, is it real?
I imagine it is, Miss Bowen.
Why, this must be the treasure of old King Snefru's.
So that's where the royal treasure was hidden. Valdemar must have looked everywhere except in the head of this statue.
So Anubis was really the keeper of the treasure. Well, congratulations, Professor. And I hope this discovery makes up for all your troubles.
It does indeed, Mr. Carter. I shall now be able to visit Egypt again.
Well, Nick, there's just one problem that still bothers me.
And I suppose, as usual, that the problem represents the crux of the whole case.
It does. When I put that jar of perfume on the shelf, did you already know that the vault was an elevator?
I did, Patsy. The elevator floor wasn't quite level. That's why you tripped as you went into the vault.
But of course. But, Nick, what made you think it was an elevator in the first place?
Quite simple, Patsy. There had to be an elevator to take the sarcophagus up to the crypt on the second floor.
But, Nick, there's an elevator in the other wing of the museum. They could have taken the sarcophagus up that way and wheeled it across to the crypt.
Patsy, how large is the sarcophagus?
Why, it's 8 feet long and 6 feet wide and 4.5 feet high, didn't you say?
Mm-hmm. And how wide is the door to the crypt?
4 feet, according to your measurements.
Exactly. Now, Patsy, do you think you could put a sarcophagus 4 feet 6 inches high through a door only 4 feet wide?
Of course not, Nick.
Of course not, Patsy. Not even Dr. Waldemar could do it. Up through the alcove was the only way. Waldemar probably hoped that no one would think to compare the size of the door to the size of the sarcophagus.
And nobody did, except Nick Carter.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, master detective, called Murder in the Crypt, or Nick Carter and the Jackal God. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick and Patsy, what about our story for next week?
Well, next week's story is full of action, isn't it, Patsy?
Action is right. You see, Nick investigated a murder on a lonely place called Skull Island.
Yes, and there were only 4 people on the island who could have committed the crime. But it took a model of a clipper ship and a sea serpent to find out who the murderer was.
It also took Nick Carter and a smart piece of deduction on his part to work out the answer.
But what did a sea serpent have to do with the murder?
Well, we'll tell you all about that next week. In the meantime, I'm glad I don't have to say sarcophagus again. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by John Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Walter Gibson. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Murder on Skull Island, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Sea Serpent.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Monday evening at 9:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, the master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, master detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
The Flying Duck Murders, or Nick Carter and the Gold Thieves.
Carter, unless you think more of a large fat fee than you do of your life, I advise you to throw up the case at once.
Apparently, we don't look at this in the same light, Mr. Dalrymple. I expect danger, and I'm prepared to meet it.
I suppose you know that 2 other detectives have come out to this wild Montana country where the Flying Duck Mine is located trying to find the trouble. But do you know that neither of them lived to tell what they found?
How were they killed, Mr. Dalrymple?
They went crazy, Miss Bowen. Kessler, the San Francisco man, fell over a cliff, while Riley, the man from Chicago, dropped 600 feet down the main shaft of the mine.
Very interesting.
I feel quite sure that Nick won't share their fate.
May I inquire for whom you're acting, Mr. Carter?
You may. For Mr. Cecil Trenwick, an old friend of my father's and a large shareholder in the Flying Duck Mine. He said that you'd cooperate with me in every possible way.
I shall do what I can, certainly.
Good. I should like you to give me a letter to the superintendent of the mine, telling him that I'm a good workman and that you promised me a job. I shall disguise myself as a miner, using the name Dave Jarvis.
Very well. You said your name will be Dave Jarvis?
Right.
Well, that'll do what you want. Give it to Mr. Nate Crosby, the mine super. He happens to be here in town this morning. Unless you change your mind and decide to return to New York.
Thank you, Mr. Dalrymple. But I'm staying here till my work is finished. Good morning.
Goodbye.
Good morning.
Wait a minute, Patsy. I wonder if Mr. Dalrymple is...
431, operator.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello? I want to speak to Nate Crosby. Okay, I'll wait.
Crosby? He's the mine super, Nick.
Yes, things are beginning to move already.
Yes.
If I open this door a crack, we'll hear better.
Nate, this is Dalrymple. Krennic has done what he's been threatening to do for so long. He sent Nick Carter out here to investigate. Yes, Nick Carter. The one man in the world I'm afraid of. Well, you've got to market the stuff right away. You can't wait any longer now. I've given him a note to you. Give him the job he wants and then take care of him. Yes, if you don't, it may mean curtains for all of us. Right, so long. And that will settle your future, Mr. Nick Carter.
I very much doubt that, Mr. Dalrymple.
Thanks for the attention, Mr. Dalrymple. But I intend to take care of my own future.
So, Mr. Dalrymple is in on the deal.
He certainly is, Scubby, up to his neck.
Well, at least we start off with one good hot prospect. What do we do now?
Get into your miner's outfit. Then take this note down to this address and give it to Nate Crosby, the mine super. Now remember, your name's Dave Jarvis, and Crosby's to give you a job in the mill.
Okay, Nick. Then what?
Well, first and foremost, keep your eyes open. Crosby will believe you're Nick Carter, so watch out for him. He'll try to put you out of the way.
And don't forget, Scubby, the detectives from Chicago and Frisco both came to grief.
Well, it's going to be different with the guy from New York.
Now, Patsy, you wait here at the hotel where we can get in touch with you if we need you.
Sure, Nick.
All right, get going, Scubby. I'm going out to the mine right away. You wait, though, and ride out with Crosby. And watch out for him.
Right, Nick. I'll keep one eye on him and one on the mine.
Thanks for the lift, Bud.
That's okay, pal. That's the super's office right there.
Thanks. I'll be seeing you.
You looking for someone?
You the super of the Flying Duck mine?
No, I'm the assistant super. Clem Hendricks is the name.
Well, my name's King. I'm writing up an article about the mines of Montana for the Miners' Times of Kansas City. Any objection to me sticking around a while, looking things over?
None at all, Mr. King. Just so long as you say something good about us in your article. You want me to show you around?
No, thanks. I'll just drift around and see what I can pick up.
If anyone stops here, tell them I said it was okay.
Thanks, I will. Be seeing you. Now, to find the boss of the day shift and get some information on how this place operates.
These are the nerve clamping machines, Mr. King. They crush the ore very fine, and it descends through the battery boxes and carried over to plates.
I see.
The plates are coated with quicksilver or mercury, and the quicksilver picks up most of the gold from the crushed ore. And this combination of quicksilver and gold we call amalgam.
And you scrape this amalgam off the plates and take it to the refinery?
Yes, Mr. King. The refinery separates the gold from the quicksilver and casts it into bars.
Very interesting. Well, thanks very much. I'll roam along and look the rest of the place over. See you later.
That's where you belong, you hag. Down there where you flat your face in the dirt.
You try killing the land.
You old witch, and I'm going to finish the job right
down that knife.
I'll drop it between your ribs.
Never mind, drop that knife, I said.
You're the fool. Knock me down, will you? I'll show you.
Put up that gun.
But Nate, this bullet.
Put up the gun, I said. What are you trying to do?
Well, I was trying to make Zalanda behave. This fellow interfered. It made me mad.
Zalanda, where is she?
She's right. Well, I'll be darned. She must have run away while me and him was arguing.
So you interfered, did you, mister?
Certainly I did.
You're King, the newspaper man, aren't you?
That's right. I'm here to...
I've been looking for you. I'm Crosby, mine superintendent. I'll give you just 15 minutes to get out of this camp.
So you're Nate Crosby.
I am, and I'm the boss here. And I say get out.
All right, Crosby. I'll get out. But I'll be back. I never leave a job unfinished.
up. You can carry them. I know they're heavy, but they have to have a solid lead lining so we can ship bodies in them. Put them in the old powder house and shut the door when you're through. Okay, boss. Come on, fellas. Okay. All right, get it up there. That does it. Now we're going to have to move some of these empty powder kegs to make room for all 3 caskets. Jarvis, you stay here and pile them up out of the way. Rest of you get the other caskets. Okay, boss. All right, hop to it.
Hey, Scubby. Scubby, is that you, Nick? Where are you?
Behind these kegs. Start piling them up. We can talk while you work.
Oh, sure, Nick. What happened, Nick? Why are you hiding in here?
Crosby ordered me to get out of camp immediately, but the assistant super suggested I hide here until he gets me a ride back to town. He doesn't like Crosby any better than I do. What's with you?
Well, I got a job as crusherman on the night shift at the mill.
Hey, what are these boxes you're bringing in here?
Caskets. Crosby told the teamster the bodies of the 2 detectives who got killed were to be taken up and shipped to their friends.
Right. Here come the men with another box. Get it in here. That's all right, fellas. Take it easy. Yeah. Okay,
Nick, there were only 2 detectives who were killed. Who do you suppose the 3rd box is for?
For you, I imagine, Scubby.
What?
Remember, they think you're Nick Carter. I'm only Mr. King, newspaper reporter.
Well, I'll certainly see that casket stays empty.
Scubby, you know where the detectives are buried?
Well, the teamster told me that Crosby knows because he and a couple of the mill hands took the bodies away.
I see. In the other casket. In here again.
Okay, Nick, I'll fix it. Quiet now. All right, that'll do it, I think.
Oh, hey, boss. I must have dropped my knife inside the powder house. You mind if I get it?
Do what you want, so long as you're not late for your shift at the mill.
Okay, boss. I'll be there.
All clear, Nick. They've gone. Now, what's your idea?
First, shut the door, Scubby.
Oh, sure, Nick.
Now, Scubby, I want to see what's in these caskets. Here, I've got a screwdriver in my knife.
Oh, so have I. Look, I'll help you.
Good. Well, I'm glad they only used 4 screws to fasten these covers down. Makes it simpler.
But why do you want to see what's inside, Nick?
Got a hunch, that's all.
Yeah.
There, it's got it. You all ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's get her up. Give me a hand.
Yeah.
Right. There. Uh-huh. My hunch is right, Scubby. The caskets are not lead-lined. The extra weight is due to this scrap iron in the bottom here.
Like Crosby said, they had to have lead lining so they could be shipped to the bodies in them.
These caskets figure in this game more than just as caskets, Scubby.
Well, Crosby told the teamster to have a fresh team hitched to the large wagon for him at midnight tonight.
I thought so. Scubby, he's going to take these caskets somewhere tonight, and I want to know where.
Yeah, but how are you going to find out?
I'm going with him. Hidden in this casket. I'll get in it and you put the lid back on.
Oh, but Nick, you'll smother in there with the lid down.
Scubby, you can put 4 small pieces of wood under the coffin lid before you screw it down.
Oh, but Nick, I wish you would...
Hurry up.
All right.
Pretty good fit. All right. Now hurry up.
Okay, Nick. Keep your head down while I put the lid on.
Okay. There we are. Have you learned anything yet, Scubby?
Well, the only place in the mill where the gold could be stolen is the room where the battery boxes and the plates are.
I see. Well, have you found out how they did it?
No, not yet. I hope to learn tonight when I'm on duty in the mill.
Good, Scubby. You take care of that end, and I'll watch this end.
Yeah.
Well, here's good luck to us both. I suspect we both may need it.
How's the great Nick Carter doing tonight, Ledyard?
You mean Mr. Dave Jarvis?
Yeah.
He's doing swell. Look at him. Taking another drink. He's been hitting the water bucket steady for the last half hour.
Is the loco working?
I'll say. The bees are in his bonnet already.
Good.
A famous Nick Carter will go the way the other 2 did.
Hey, what are you fellas doing dancing around like that? You can't fool me. There are a lot of billy goats. Oh, I'm thirsty. You gotta get me a drink.
Keep your eye on him. If he starts fighting, lay him out with a crowbar. Don't take any chances.
Okay.
Say I like it like that.
Did you see that? He's heading for the cliff, just like the others. The Landers mixture hasn't failed yet.
What's next, Crosby?
Ledyard, get my team from the stable at midnight tonight and meet me at the old powder house. Now we can put Nick Carter's name on the third casket. You sit on the top box.
I know that voice. That's Crosby. I'd like to see his face if he knew I was in this casket.
What did you take such wild broncos for, Super?
They're the only fresh team in the stable. We got a hard run tonight over rough country, where no truck could possibly go. All right, Sam. Let them go and then climb up here with me.
Here they go. Watch them. Okay.
Now that the loco is done for Carter, we can bring this business to a successful finish.
I hope we're not going far at this rate.
You mean we're going to quit?
We sure are. We'll market the stuff and make a clean getaway.
This is the roughest ride I've ever had.
Hey, you're going to market the stuff.
Leave that to me. I'll see that each of you gets...
Stop them, boys! Stop them! Hold them in! They're running away. One of the rings is broken.
Wait. I didn't count on this.
We're going to smash! Jump for your lives!
We got off just in time, boss.
Yeah. Hey, look at that casket, Crosby. The one with the lid torn off.
Huh? Oh, that's the infernal reporter I ordered to get out of camp this afternoon.
What was he doing in that casket?
Never mind that now. Get him while he's only half conscious.
Come on, Sam. Now you...
Good work, boys. That fixes Mr. Reporter. Tie his hands and feet with that rope.
Okay, boy. He won't fight no more for a while now. Hey, look, Super. Here's a pair of handcuffs in his pocket and a couple of guns.
Hey, what kind of reporter are you? Going around with handcuffs and guns in your pocket.
You have to draw your own conclusions, Crosby.
I've drawn them already. You're here to help Nick Carter. But by this time, Carter's where neither you nor anyone else is going to help him. He's loco. Plumb loco.
Well, you never can be sure about Carter, Crosby.
I can this time. And I can be sure of you, too. All right, put him back in the casket, boys. Put the cover on. Nail it down if you can't find the screws. Here's some nails.
Come on, you. In you go.
I got out the last time I was in here, Crosby. But you won't get out this time. Get the lid on, boys. That does it. That's swell. That's enough. He can't do anything with his hands tied. Ledyard, you and Sam get the shovels that were in the wagon and dig a nice, deep hole. We'll bury our reporter friend with our blessing.
Who are you?
You get 'em senses now. You see, you hear, you know what me say.
Yeah, I know.
Good. You eat better now.
Hey, who are you?
Me, Zolander. You save Zolander life. Zolander, your friend. You drink this. You feel eat better. Quick.
Thanks. Now, hey, tell me, how'd I get here?
Just before sun come up, me chase crazy man through woods. Then me hear gun shoot. See you run. You come, fall down by Zolander. Hurt in head. So me bring you here. Zolander hut.
Well, certainly glad you were around, but I passed out.
Crosby, you enemy?
Certainly is now. You say you were chasing a crazy man?
Him drink loco, like two other men come before.
I wonder if that could have been Scubby. Crosby said he was loco. Zolander, what did you want to find him for?
Me want save him life. Give medicine, make him well.
But what did you want to save him?
Crosby give him loco, this man. Zolander hate Crosby. Want save man. Crosby want kill.
Zolander, listen. I think this crazy...
No.
Oh, there. Quick, Zaletta. Get me some rope. I'll tie his hands and feet while he's unconscious. Poor Scubby. Looks as if he'd been through the war.
Oh. The rope, you tied.
Thanks.
Oh.
Now.
Me get medicine. Make 'em all better from local.
There, Scubby. That should hold you now.
Here, medicine. Make 'em well. Give 'em drink.
Thanks. All right, Scubby, old boy. Come on, drink it. Come on, drink it.
No.
Come on.
Devils and blood.
Come on now. Come on. There you are. There. Come on, that's it. There, now. Keep it off.
Now, him sleep little while. Be all right when him wake up.
That poor guy. Well, I'll untie your arms anyway. Take this coat off you, and you'll be more comfortable. Hey, what's this? A long coil of wire with a lot of metal discs attached to it. Why, that's the answer. Of course. The mystery of the Flying Duck Mine is a mystery no longer. Well, Scubby, feeling better now that you've had some sleep?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Why?
You don't remember what happened to you yesterday morning?
Well, the last thing I recall is going to the water bucket and taking a long drink. Seemed as if the more I drank, the more I wanted.
Well, that water bucket was loaded with loco weed juice.
What?
Surprised you didn't notice it.
Oh, I'm surprised at myself now. But both the amalgamators, even Crosby himself, kept drinking. Or pretending to from that same bucket. Well, they certainly had me fooled.
Hey, look, Scubby. Do you remember seeing these discs strung on this coil of wire?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I recall seeing one of the amalgamators have it last night. Why, did I bring it here?
You did. And it breaks the case wide open.
Well, good for me, even if I didn't know it. Hey, tell me, Nick, what are those discs used for?
Here, I'll show you.
Yeah.
Now watch. Now, you see? This stuff I'm scraping off is amalgam. A mixture of quicksilver and gold. The men who worked in the battery boxes in the mill, the amalgamators, hung these discs and a lot more like them in the battery boxes, right where they catch the best of the gold before it flowed over the other plates. They took out over half the gold that flowed into the boxes this way.
So that's where all those thousands of dollars worth of gold disappeared to.
Yes, Scubby. A very clever method of stealing the gold. Now, if we could only find out what Crosby and his gang do with the amalgam after they scrape it off their discs.
You want catch, Crosby?
I'll say we do if we... Hey, Nick, who is she?
Oh, that's Zolanda. She saved my life. Oh, and yours, too, incidentally.
Saved my life? How?
Well, that loco weed juice you drank is fatal. Well, Zolanda gave you an antidote for it.
Well, gosh, thanks, Zolanda. Gee, I'm sure much obliged.
Crosby try kill me. Me fix him. Zolanda know all about Crosby. You come with me.
Well, where are you taking us?
Crosby got cave inside mountain where he hide stuff. Come, me show you.
So this is where Crosby hides out, huh?
Yeah. Too bad there's no one here now.
But they've been here today. Look there, Scubby.
Well, that looks like the scrap iron we took out of the casket in the old powder house before you hid in it.
Right, Scubby. And this scrap iron was in the other two caskets.
So they brought them up here. I wonder why.
There's the answer. Over there in that corner. And the Sayers furnace. And it's still warm, Scubby.
Then we must have scared them off when we came up.
Wait. Let me take the cover off this retort. There.
Nick, is that gold in there?
That's just what it is. Part of the gold stolen from the mine. This is where the gang refined the amalgam they scraped off their discs. It's much easier to handle gold this way because it weighs so much less. Now, since we know from what Dalrymple said that they never disposed of any of the stolen gold, they must have 800 or 900 pounds of it by now.
Hey, maybe they've got it hidden around here somewhere.
They did have, Scubby. But not now.
Well, what makes you think so, Nick?
Here. Take a look outside there. They've been digging there very recently.
Oh, but of course, Nick, they had to dig up the bodies of the two detectives to ship them back home.
No, Scubby. The way it looks to me is this. After I got away from them last night, Crosby and his men took up the casket they tried to bury me in and
tried to bury you in? Hey, you didn't tell me about that.
I'll about it later, Scubby. Right now I'm interested in what happened here. They brought the 3 caskets up here early this morning. Loaded them up.
How could they load 3 of them? They only had 2 bodies.
No, Scubby. 3 caskets were loaded up. Don't you understand yet?
No, Nick, I'm afraid I don't. How could they be loading up?
How good are you at riding a horse?
Riding a horse?
Yeah.
Well, I used to ride years ago. Why?
Good. Zolanda, Can you get us a couple of good fast horses right away?
For you, me, get 2 good horses, quick.
Good. Come on, Scubby. Let's get the horses and ride to the railroad station before the eastbound train gets in.
But, Nick, what's all the hurry?
Well, unless I'm wrong, Scubby. These 3 caskets are going east on the next train. We've got to get there in time to stop them.
Oh, even Crosby himself wouldn't recognize us in these Indian costumes Yolanda led us.
Well, we may need to be disguised before we get through.
Hey, you didn't finish telling me how you got away from Crosby and his gang when they started to bury you alive. What did happen, Nick?
Well, they dug the hole, and they put the casket down in it. I tried to pry the lid loose, but my hands were tied behind me. I worked on them, and just as they started throwing the dirt back on top of the casket, I finally got my hands free and untied my feet. Just then I heard shooting and some female screaming.
A female? Out there in the wild?
Yeah. It was Zolanda, I found out later. Well, I managed to loosen the cover and push it up enough to see that Crosby and the men were watching something across the clearing. So I seized my chance and climbed carefully out of the hole on the opposite side. I started to run, but they saw me and started shooting. Fortunately, though, they were bad shots, and I was almost free when a bullet grazed my head. Must have stunned me, because I remember nothing more till I woke up in Zolanda's hut this morning.
Well, do you know what it was that distracted the men's attention?
Well, Zolanda told me that you were chasing her, trying to shoot her. She was screaming. You chased her around the other side of the clearing, and then went off after something else. It was just about then that she saw me running toward her. When Crosby saw me drop, he gave up the chase. Zolanda waited until they went back and then dragged me to her hut.
Gosh, Nick, we owe a lot to Zolanda.
Right, Scubby. And the best way we can pay that debt is to see that Crosby and his murdering pals end up where they belong, behind bars or in the electric chair.
You understand, Patsy?
Of course, Nick. You want the police chief to meet you at the station in 10 minutes, and you want Mr. Dalrymple and the president and treasurer of the mine to meet you in the chief's office in an hour.
That's right. Now be sure you get them all.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
These are the ones, Nick. These 3 here on the baggage truck.
Did you notice the names on them, Scubby?
Yeah. Joe Briley, Phil Kessler. Oh, and look, Nick Carter.
I'd rather be out here dressed as an Indian than in there dressed as a corpse.
One side now, rain in the face. We got to get these caskets into the baggage car.
Just a minute. You see this badge? Special agent.
So what? What do you want me to do?
Just leave these caskets in the baggage truck for now.
But they're supposed to go on this...
Staying here, quiet.
Hey, look here, baggage master. Get these boxes on the train and be quick about it.
No be in hurry, mister.
Why, you Indian meddler, what the deuce do you...
You look behind you.
What do you mean?
Take your hat off, Scubby.
Sure, Nick. There you are, Mr. Crosby.
Dave Jarvis.
Why, you... Don't try to start anything, Crosby. I've got my gun on you.
where are you getting these boxes off?
Hurry your men, officer. These 3 right here.
Get your hands up, all of you, fast.
Hey, you can't do that. What is it?
Quiet, all of you. You 3 men are under arrest. Charged with robbing the Flying Duck mine and with the murder of Detectives Riley and Kessler.
They're all here, Nick.
Thanks, Patsy. Now, Mr. Dalrymple, I asked you and the officials of the Flying Duck mine to meet me here in the office of the chief of police because I want to show you what's in the casket that Crosby was taking back east with him.
Oh,
Now, the first casket is supposed to contain the body of Phil Kessler. All right, Scubby, open it.
Sure, Nick. Gold. Gold bullion.
Yes, Chief. In these 3 caskets, you'll find the entire amount of gold stolen from the mine. Stolen by Dalrymple, the mine manager, Crosby, the mine super, and 4 of the workmen who worked in the amalgam room of the mill. They stole the amalgam, refined it in their own furnace, and buried it in 2 holes in the ground, which were supposed to be the graves of the 2 dead detectives.
Mr. Carter, that much gold would make the caskets pretty heavy. Wouldn't that extra weight be noticed?
No, Chief. Because when you ship a body by train, the casket has to be lead-lined and hermetically sealed. That means it weighs much more than the usual casket. Crosby, Ledyard, and Perkins were each going to take one of the caskets east with them as a personal baggage, which would prevent anybody from examining them too closely. One of the cleverest schemes I've seen in a long time.
But it wasn't clever enough, not with Nick on the job. You have to get up early in the morning to beat Nick.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Flying Duck Murders or Nick Carter and the Gold Thief. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by W.O.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case with that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
An angle on murder. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the mutilated foot.
Then I grabbed her, and I wound my fingers around her throat. I squeezed her windpipe tight. Tighter and tighter.
What's the matter, Patsy?
Oh, Nick, put the lights on.
All right.
And I said I wanted to hear the recorded confession you made of that mad murderer who killed his wife. I didn't think I'd have to listen to it in the dark.
Well, that's the way we got him to confess in the first place. Oh, I'll take it, Patsy.
Okay, Nick.
Nick Carter's office.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Nicholas Carter.
This is Nick Carter speaking.
Oh, hello, Nick. This is John Hamill, the banker's associates.
Oh, hello, John. How have you been?
Nick, I'm in trouble. I can't discuss it over the phone. How soon can you meet me?
Where?
On West Street, around the corner from the Greystone building where my offices are. Please get there as fast as you can.
All right, John. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Now, Scubby, you understand exactly what you're to do?
Yeah, Nick.
Okay. I'll see you later. I've got a date in this corner.
Okay, Nick. I'll be seeing you.
Hey, look at that car coming up the street, would you?
Hey, Nick, watch out. That car's headed right at you. Jump, Nick. Oh, did he hit you, Nick? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Oh, gee, that was close. It almost seemed like whoever was driving that car did that on purpose.
Wouldn't be at all surprised, Scubby. I think somebody is interested in preventing me from keeping my appointment.
Hey, look, maybe I better stay with you, Nick.
No, I've got something else for you to do, Scubby. I got the number in that car. Hop down to the license bureau and find out who it belongs to. Then wait for me at the office.
Oh, Nick. Sorry I'm so late.
Oh, hello, John. I've been on this corner waiting for you for 20 minutes. Where have you been?
Trying to get here without anyone seeing me.
Well, why all the mystery? What's up?
Wait a minute, Nick. Here, get back in this doorway, quick. Don't let him see us.
Well, who was that? Somebody trailing you?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
Well, then why'd you want to dodge him? You haven't done anything wrong, have you?
No, Nick. Absolutely nothing. Now, listen. I don't want the police in on this just yet, if I can help it. A banking firm like mine can't stand any unnecessary notoriety.
Well, yes, I know, John, but what's this all about?
Well, let me explain. I wanted to tell you out here where I can be sure no one will hear us. You see, Nick, several days ago I discovered there's a serious shortage on our books. Somebody has been taking money from the accounts, and I'm almost sure I know who it is. I've called a meeting of my 4 partners. They're upstairs in my office waiting for me right now to have a showdown before the stockholders find out. That's why I ask you to come over here, Nick. You may have to make an arrest tonight.
Well, you don't want a detective, John. You want a cop.
No, you're wrong, Nick. I want you. Please come along.
Well, perhaps you better wait down the lobby while I go up and see if everything's all right. That is safe for you to come on.
No, Nick. There's no need for that.
All right,
I want to be in on the showdown. Come on.
Anything you say. And if you really feel that something dangerous is in the wind, I think I should go up there first and look around. Then if everything's okay, let you know.
No. I want to go up now and get it over with.
Well, you insist.
I do, Nick. Oh, I know it's pretty late, but I waited purposely till the offices were closed to avoid any publicity. This whole business requires the greatest secrecy.
24th floor.
Oh, this is our floor, Nick.
After you, John.
Oh, thank you.
Kind of dark in this hallway, isn't it?
Yes, the lighting isn't any too good here, but...
John, are you hurt bad?
Nick.
What is it? What's happened? Why is it John?
Quiet, please, quiet. Gentlemen, John Hamill is dead.
John Hamill's dead, but that's terrible, terrible. How did it happen?
That's what I want to know. You seem to know him. Who are you?
I could ask you the same question. Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter, the detective?
Yes.
Oh, well, my name's Tom Burdick. I'm one of Hamill's partners, and these are the others.
Mr. Carter, I'm Emil Garrick, and this is Arthur Nelson and Alan Cornish.
How do you do, Mr. Carter?
You're Cornish, huh?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
What do you know about this?
Nothing. I was in my office all the time. Oh, that's not true, Cornish. I saw you go out in the hall just a few seconds before Hamill was shot.
That right, Cornish?
Yes, I did go out for a moment. But when the shot was fired, I was back in my office. But why question me? Why don't you ask Burdick where he was, or Nelson McGarrick?
Well, I can easily explain where Mr. Nelson and I were. We were both together in my office preparing some papers for tonight's meeting.
That's right, Mr. Carter. I was with Mr. Garrick.
Which of you men belong to which office?
Well, you can see the layout yourself, Mr. Carter. They all open off this L-shaped corridor. First comes Nelson's office, then Burdick's. They're on the long leg of the L. Then on the corner at the end is Cornish's office, directly in line with the corridor to the elevator.
And Garrick's office is around the corner on the short leg of the L.
That's right.
That's out of sight of the elevator completely, isn't it?
Sure, you can't even see the corridor from my office.
So I see. Then, Cornish, your office is the only one which faces the corridor. I'd like to have a look at it.
All right. This way. This is my office, Mr. Carter.
Peculiar order here. Let's see. Well, what have we here in this umbrella stand? A gun.
What?
And it's been fired very recently. I should say, gentlemen, this was the murder weapon.
That's Mr. Cornish's umbrella stand.
What do you know about this, Cornish?
I don't know anything about it.
But that gun belongs to Mr. Cornish.
That's right, Mr. Carter. I've seen it in his desk many times. I recognize that fancy handle. Say, what are you fellows trying to do? Well, sure, it's my gun. But I haven't seen it for 3 days. Someone stole it on my desk, Mr. Carter.
Why didn't you report it to the police?
Because I didn't carry a permit for it. I was afraid of getting in trouble.
Cornish, I regret that appearances are against you. I'm afraid I'll have to turn you over to the police.
You won't turn me over to the police?
Well, what happened to the light? Cornish, let him out.
Turn those lights on, somebody.
Hey, honest, Carter.
There he goes, Carter. It's Cornish. He's escaping down the hall.
Stop, Cornish. Stop or else... 'You see, Patsy, I was right with Hamill when he was murdered. What I can't figure out was how he was shot when there was no one else in the hall with us.
Don't ask me, Nick.
And here's something else. I heard only one shot fired, but Cornish's gun had 3 empty shells. And to top it all off, here's the bullet that killed Hamill. Corner gave it to me. Notice how it's all banged up?
Yes, how did that happen?
I wish I knew. Patsy, if I knew the answer to that, I think I know the answer to this whole case. Until we find Cornish.
Hello, Carter?
Yes, this is Nick Carter.
Oh, this is Alan Cornish. I suppose I'm a fool for calling you up, Carter, but I need help. I'm desperate and I can't go to the police. You've got to help me prove I didn't kill Hamill.
Why'd you run away, Cornish?
Because I was scared. Lucky for me you didn't hit me.
Don't worry, Cornish. If I'd really wanted to hit you, I would have. Where are you now?
I'll tell you, but you've got to promise to come alone. If you don't...
The only thing I'll promise you is that I won't do anything till after I've talked to you. Now, what's the address?
1813 Oak Street. Come right over. I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, sit tight. I'll be there.
You mean we'll be there? I'm sick of sitting around here. I'm going with you. "1813 Oak Street. This is it, Betsy." Gosh, what a creepy-looking place.
Certainly not very attractive. Well, come on, let's go in.
Maybe he's not here.
Said he'd be here. Wonder if... Well, the door's open.
Should we go in?
We can't keep our date with Cornish if we don't.
Gosh, it's dark in here. Nick, do you suppose it could be a trap?
You never can be quite sure, Patsy. Here's the door. Stand behind me.
Can you see anything in there, Nick?
Wait till I get my flashlight. No. Looks deserted. Oh, come on, let's try another room.
Gee, this place gives me the jitters.
practically deserted.
Maybe he's in here. Stand back, Patsy. No, nothing in there.
Maybe he got scared after he called you and slipped away.
We'll soon find out. There's another door. Over there.
Look, Nick. Is that...
Yes. He's hanged himself.
Well, Nick, I don't know why he came back to the office again tonight. Cornish is dead. I guess that closes the case.
Patsy, I'm not satisfied. When I talked to him on the phone, he certainly didn't sound like a man who was going to kill himself. When a man wants to prove himself innocent, he doesn't commit suicide. No, Patsy, there's something about that hanging that's bothering me, and I can't lay my finger on it.
You probably figured that was the best way out. To kick over the chair and end it all.
Patsy, remind me to give you a raise.
And what did I do?
I've got it. Look, Patsy, Cornish was a short man.
Well, so what?
Patsy, Cornish couldn't have hanged himself.
Well, why not?
Don't you remember, Patsy? The only furniture in that room was a bed. And Cornish was so short he never could reach that noose from the bed where it was.
Of course, Nick. The bed was on the other side of the room.
Patsy, Cornish was murdered, which eliminates him as a suspect. Probably he was killed by the same man who killed Hamill.
Oh, but who, Nick? Who?
Wish I knew.
Hiya, Nick. Hiya, Patsy.
Well, it isn't the missing link.
Scubby, did you find out anything about that car that nearly ran me down this afternoon?
Oh, you bet, Nick.
Good.
But what a time I've been having. Wait till you hear what I have to tell you.
Well?
I had to get the license commissioner out of bed to get it, but, oh, boy, it was worth it. Hey, do you know who that car belongs to? Tom Burdick, Hamill's partner.
Good boy, Scubby. Did you get his address, too?
Yeah, some deserted neck of the woods out in Long Island. I've got the address here somewhere.
Fine. Come on, Scubby. You and I are going to pay him a visit. You know, Scubby, the more I think of it, the more it looks as if Tom Burdick might be mixed up in this some way.
Oh, I hope so, Nick. Otherwise, we're using up a lot of gas in this jalopy of mine for nothing. Hey, have you noticed anything funny, Nick?
You mean that car that's been trailing us for the last few minutes?
That's it. What do you make of it, Nick?
I don't know, Scubby. And I think we'll be finding out quickly enough. They're overtaking us. Better step on it.
Okay, Nick. Here we go. How are we doing?
Not so good, Scubby. They're still gaining on us. Can you give her any more gas?
I'll try. There. They still coming up?
Yes, Scubby. And fast. Duck, Scubby, they're shooting at us.
You're telling me?
Watch it. Here they come.
Well, I've done all I can, Nick. This old bus won't go any faster.
Well, let's try no stick, Scubby. When they get close to us, slam on your brakes and pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah?
They won't be expecting that. It may throw them completely off balance and spoil their aim.
Okay, Nick. You say when.
Now, pull over.
Okay. Oh, boy. That was a close one. Are you all right, Nick?
Yeah. Well, we won't see them anymore for a while. Get going, Scubby. We got to make up for lost time.
Well, Nick, I've got to hand it to you. You have the darndest way of getting into a cellar.
Well, we had to get into Burdick's house somehow. This cellar with its trick entrance from the garage looked like the safest way. Especially with those two vicious-looking dogs posted at both the front and back doors to the house.
Well, they sure were big ones, too. I'd hate to meet one of them. Hey, where do you think this is going to lead us to, Nick?
We should find a stairway going upstairs unless I'm very much mistaken.
Yeah?
Yeah. Here's one. All right, let's go up. But careful.
All right, Nick, you lead the way. I'm with you.
Here's the door.
Well, I hope it's open. No, darn it, it's locked.
I'll soon fix that. There. All right, Scubby, come on. Oh, wait. Someone's coming into the room, Scubby. Get back. We can hear it through the crack of the door. I'll leave it open in a little.
Well, Mrs. Burdick, I'm certainly glad you called me up. I'm only too happy to be here at a time like this. After all, we're practically neighbors, aren't we?
Oh, I just had to talk to someone, Mr. Garrick. I'm so worried about Tom and those horrible things that have been happening at the office. What do you make of all this?
Well, I wouldn't worry about it too much, Mrs. Burdick. I'm sure Tom can take care of himself, if he has to.
What do you mean, Mr. Garrick?
Nothing. But he has been acting rather strangely lately.
Well, that's just it. I'm so worried. I haven't seen or heard from him all day. He's never been so late coming home from the office. Why, it's after 11.
Oh, there's really nothing to worry about, Mrs. Burdick, even in a case like this. Of course, it looks very peculiar for Tom to be missing his way, especially at this particular time.
Mr. Garrick, you don't think Tom had anything to do with all this sort of...
Well, Mrs. Burdick, I like Tom very much. I would hate to think that Tom had anything to do with this murder. Of course,
Oh, Scubby, we don't seem to be learning much this way. Might as well go in and let him know we're here.
Sure, Nick.
Good evening, Mr. Garrick.
Why, Mr. Carter, what are you doing here?
I just came along with one of my assistants, Scubby Wilson, to talk to Mr. Burdick. We came in this way because we didn't want to disturb the dogs.
Oh, really? Who are you?
Oh, Mrs. Burdick, this is Mr. Nick Carter. He's in charge of investigating Hamill's death.
Mr. Carter, the detective? Nothing's happened to Tom, has it?
I don't believe so, Mrs. Burdick. I just want to ask him a few questions when he arrives.
Well, maybe that's why Tom hasn't come home. Maybe he's afraid of...
Maybe that's he now.
Wait, I'll go look out the window to see if that's his car.
Carter, I must warn you to be careful. Burdick's a dangerous man.
Tom, Nick Carter's here.
Please, Mrs. Burdick, come away from that window.
Here to see you.
You won't do him any good that way, Mrs. Burdick.
Tom,
stop it, you hear me? Please.
That's his car, Mr. Carter. Look, he's getting away.
Come on, Scubby, let's get after him.
Okay, I'll go with you, Carter.
Hurry up. I want to know why he runs away when he hears my name.
This car of yours stays on the road, Carter.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Garrick.
Carter, I didn't want to say too much in front of Mrs. Burdick, but we've all been afraid of Burdick.
All right. Scubby, just keep your foot on that throttle and keep after him.
Oh, boy, we sure made that one on two wheels. Nick, I'm pushing this crate as fast as she'll go, but we don't seem to be getting any closer. That car of Burdick's can sure step.
As long as we hang on and don't lose him, I'll be satisfied.
Hey, watch it. We're coming to a railroad crossing.
So I see. Well, maybe we can head him off now. If Burdick tries to beat that limiter to the crossing, he's crazy.
Look, Carter, I think he's going to try to make it.
He can't do it. He'll be killed.
Oh, Nick, that nurse that just came out of the operating room is signaling you.
Oh, yes. She wants me to go into Burdick. You wait for me here, Scubby.
Okay, Nick.
Burdick, can you hear me?
Yes, Carter. I can hear you. Carter, I'm a dying man.
Yes, I know.
I swear to you, I didn't kill Hamill or Cornish.
Then why did you try to run me down with your car this afternoon?
Carter, I didn't do that. All I know is that for several hours this afternoon, my car was mysteriously missing. I didn't find it again until I started home this evening.
Burdick, why did you run away from your home tonight when your wife told you we were there? How about the securities we found on you after the wreck?
It wasn't you. It was securities. I took them so that... Oh.
Yes, Burdick? Why did you take them?
I took them so I could keep him from stealing them.
Who? Burdick, who? Burdick, who's he?
Carter. Front office. Bottom drawer of desk. Something will lead you to murder.
Yes, Burdick? Who's the murderer?
He's... Oh.
Burdick. Oh, poor chap. If you'd spoken sooner, you might have lived longer.
Nick! Oh, Nick, I got here as quick as I could. Have you found anything yet?
I think so. Scubby, Burdick wasn't lying to me. I found this in the bottom drawer of the desk in the front office here.
A book. Well, is that what Burdick meant?
Just look at that title.
Studies of various angles of bullets in flight. Oh, so what, Nick?
Scubby, that's the way Hamill was killed. It all adds up perfectly. Now I know why I heard only one shot when I found 3 empty shells in the murder weapon. 3 shots were fired, but 2 of them were fired at a different time from the 3rd.
Well, do you know where the other 2 bullets are, Nick?
I do. Follow me out in the hall and I'll show you.
Yeah?
You see, Scubby, as soon as I found that book in the flight of bullets, I did a bit of looking around, and I finally found them.
Oh, where are they? In the office here?
No, Scubby, in the corridor. Right over there in that dark corner, embedded in the wall beside the elevator shaft, about a half a dozen feet from where Hamill was killed.
Well, what are they doing over there?
Scubby, this was a very ingenious crime. And if you watch carefully, I'll show you just how ingenious it really was. Now, you notice that Cornish's office is the only one facing the corridor leading from the elevator.
Yeah. So what?
Well, in order to shoot someone coming down the hall, the murderer, if he were in any office but Cornish's, would have to step from his office out into this corridor and be seen, right?
Yeah, right.
But our murderer was very clever. I got the answer when I located the book, and when I found these embedded in the wall beside the elevator shaft.
The 2 missing bullets?
Right.
Well, hey, they're all banged up.
Precisely, just like the murder bullet. And that's what gave me the answer. You see, Scubby,
Yeah.
the murderer never left his office. He stood inside the front office, the one around the corner, on the lower leg of the L-shaped corridor, and aimed at that steel pillar built into the wall over there. When the bullet hit the steel face of the pillar, it was deflected into Hamill's lungs. Look here. You see these marks in the face of the pillar here?
Where? Oh, yeah.
Well, those are the bullet marks.
Oh, well, gosh, Nick, that's fantastic. Hey, are you sure you're right?
Positive. Don't you see, Scubby? That explains the other 2 shots that were fired. They weren't fired at Hamill, and they weren't fired at the time the murder was committed. They were practice shots used by the murderer to be sure he had the correct angle from which to shoot Hamill.
Gosh, Nick, I've certainly got to hand it to you.
Yes, but we still have to get the murderer.
But how? And who is it, Nick?
I rather think that if we step back in the office and wait, we'll find out soon enough, Scubby.
Well, what do you mean, Nick?
I mean that whoever it is will be in this office within the next few minutes, because after my discoveries, I made a couple of phone calls, and I invited the 2 remaining partners to meet me here.
Shh. Here comes someone now.
No.
Oh, how do you do, gentlemen?
Oh, hello, Garrick.
I got your phone call, Carter, and I got here as fast as I could.
Garrick, have you seen this book before?
Studies of various angles of bullets in flight. Why, yes, now that I think of it, I think I have.
Does it belong to you?
No, it doesn't. But I remember that one day when I was with Mr. Nelson, he stopped in front of a bookshop and looked at it. Rather closely now that I think of it. Yes, I'm sure it was Nelson.
Very interesting. Now tell me, Mr. Garrick, when the murder was committed, are you positive that you and Mr. Nelson were in this office together?
That's right, Mr. Carter.
Can you show me exactly where each of you stood at the time the shot was fired?
Well, now, let me see. I was here, facing the window, and Nelson was, well, standing right about here by the door.
Mm-hmm. I see. Did you notice in which direction he was facing at the time?
Yes, I remember. This way, facing the corridor.
In other words, the way he was standing, you could see him only in profile.
That's right.
Well, there's no question but that's how it was done, Scubby. The murderer planted himself in this office so that he could establish a strong alibi. He then took the gun from his pocket, unseen by the other person in the room, who could see him only in profile, and then fired it at that steel pillar. Then as he ran into the corridor with the rest, after Hamill was dead, he dropped the gun into the umbrella stand in front of Cornish's office.
Well, Carter, do you mean that Nelson is the one
How do you do, gentlemen? Did I hear my name mentioned?
Yes, Nelson, you did. Why did you kill Hamill and Cornish?
Please, Garrick, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, Nelson, does this book look familiar to you?
This book? No, I can't say that it does.
You sure you've never seen this book before?
Now that you mention it, I may have glanced at it in a bookshop at one time or another, but then I look over a lot of books. I like to browse.
I see. Nelson, see how you approve of this story of Hamill's murder.
Yes?
The killer knew of Cornish's criminal record, and he figured he could embezzle some of the firm's money and pin it on an innocent man. Then when he found out that Hamill was becoming suspicious and was having the accounts checked, he became panicky and afraid that it might not work out the way he had planned. So he decided to kill Hamill. Then when he happened to overhear Hamill's conversation with me over the telephone, he hurriedly borrowed Burdick's car without Burdick's knowledge and tried to get rid of me.
That's an interesting way out, Mr. Carter. Have you also a theory as to who the killer is?
I have. By the process of elimination, it has to be either you or Mr. Garrick or an unknown.
And I've already proved that I didn't do it.
It must have been an unknown then, Mr. Carter. I certainly didn't kill Hamill. I had nothing to do with the murder.
When the shot was fired, I was right here in this room with Mr. Garrick. He can testify to that.
He has already, Mr. Nelson.
In fact, Mr. Carter, I was standing right here facing the window when the shot was fired.
Oh, no. That's where I was, Mr. Carter. Standing here at the window.
Now, please, Garrick.
Please,
now,
gentlemen, please. You don't have to argue about it. I know who was at the window, and I know who fired the fatal shot. Scubby, take a look at the flyleaf of this book.
Well, what are they, Nick? They look like the scribbles that some guys draw when they have nothing else to do. Oh, doodles, they call them.
Exactly. While I was looking through the various offices, I found some papers with these same doodling marks on them in one of the desks. And these marks were made by the murderer. Garrick, I arrest you for the murder.
Nick, he's got a gun!
Now, Scubby, pick up the pieces.
Oh, boy.
There's the murderer, Garrick. He's also the man who tried to murder you and me last night on the road to Burdick's home.
Well, I'll be.
You see, Scubby, Burdick has his suspicions about Garrick. That's why we found those securities on him. He took them so that they wouldn't fall into Garrick's hands. He'd suddenly found out that Garrick was an unscrupulous crook. And that was the reason he ran when Mrs. Burdick called him. He saw Garrick at the window and was afraid of him.
Well, Nick, I must say he had me fooled when he said that Nelson was standing at the door of the office here when he was really there himself.
Yes, in telling us who was in this office, our clever murderer just reversed the positions in which he and Mr. Nelson were standing when the murder was committed. But once I saw the marks on that flyleaf, I knew who stood where. And that's why I had Nelson come up here, to force Garrick's hand.
Well, Nick, one way's as good as another as long as you get results. And you always seem to do that.
So you finally decided to come back, did you?
Yes, Patsy, it's all over. Well, I think you can go home now.
Why, Mr. Carter, are you sure you can spare me?
Why not?
You've been so busy on this case all night, Mr. Carter, you may not have noticed that it is now a new day. And a good secretary is always on the job the first thing in the morning. Shall I take a letter, Mr. Carter?
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called An Angle on Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mutilated Bullet. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what's next week's story all about?
Well, when this case was first brought to me, it seemed so routine and uninteresting that I practically turned it down.
But it was far from routine once you got into it, wasn't it, Nick?
Yes, indeed. So far from it that I almost got myself bumped off investigating it.
It's really the story of a man who thought he was so much cleverer than Nick that he could outwit him every time.
Don't suppose he got away with it?
No. He found he wasn't really so clever after all. Like practically every criminal I ever met, he gave himself away by being too clever.
Well, sounds like an interesting tale, Nick.
Not only interesting, but downright exciting. But more of that next week. So long, folks.
So long.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, and Scubby by John Kane. The story was written for Nick Carter by George Gordon. Original music was played by Lew White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Body on the Slab, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Husband.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Beginning Wednesday, November 3rd, The Return of Nick Carter, which is produced in the studios of WOR, will be broadcast over most of these stations on Wednesday evenings at 8:30 Eastern Wartime. Remember the new time, Wednesdays at 8:30 Eastern Wartime, beginning Wednesday, November 3rd. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes,
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The body on the slab. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing husband.
But, Mrs. Wallace, people disappear every day in a big city like this. Such things are really no concern of mine. They're a matter for the police.
But, Mr. Carter, it isn't just anybody who's disappeared. It's my husband. I'll pay you anything to find him.
Well, I suppose it can do no harm to listen to the story. All right, Mr. Burnett. Where was the last place you saw him?
In a sort of saloon gambling house on West Street, down by the waterfront. A two-story house, very run down.
Wait a minute, Burnett. That wouldn't be the place that's run by a one-legged soldier they call Bill.
Oh, so you know it, do you?
Certainly do. By reputation, at least. Here. I want you to look at this picture. You recognize it?
Yes, that's the place I'm talking about.
I thought so. Mrs. Wallace, I'll take the case.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I knew you would.
Yes, I have a score to settle with that old rat with a wooden leg, and this may be my chance to do it. All right, Mr. Bennett. Let me have all the details.
Well, Vernon, that's Vernon Wallace, my friend, Vernon and I had been making a night of it, and we ended up at this Bill's place.
How did you happen to go there?
Well, Vernon had heard that it was a great place for a fast poker game, and he was determined to try it. I'd heard it was a pretty tough place, and I attempted to talk him out of it, but I couldn't do it. So about 1:30 or 2 o'clock this morning, we went down there. We were the only ones there. To make a long story short, Vernon and that old guy who owns the place got into a game, and no matter what the old guy did, Vernon won. I was afraid for him in a dive like that, and I tried to get him to quit and go home with me. But he refused. He told me to get out and leave him alone.
And Vernon hasn't been home since then.
And he hasn't been seen anywhere since then. I'm afraid that he never left that place alive.
Well, I see. The place to start looking for clues is certainly the Old Soldier's Tavern. I'm going down there tonight. I know enough tricks with cards so that I can be sure of winning. And maybe old Pegleg will try to treat me as he treated Vernon Wallace.
Well, stranger, I gotta admit I'm licked. You broke the bank.
Yes, luck's been with me ever since I sat down here. Well, it's getting late. I've got to be getting home.
How about a drink before you go, stranger? You'll not refuse me that.
Why, no. I'll have a drink with you. But only one.
Sure. One will be okay. Hey, Mike, 2 beers and make it snappy.
Yeah, coming up.
You won all my money tonight, stranger, but I don't harbor no ill feelings.
Nice of you.
You won fair and square, and that's all there is to it.
Here's your beers.
Here you are, stranger. Drink hearty.
Bill, can I see you a minute alone? Sure, Mike.
Excuse me, stranger. I'll be back before you can shake a stick.
Well, that's all right. I'll enjoy my drink while you're gone.
Stranger, Mike and I've taken a fancy to you. We don't want no harm to come to you. Look, why don't you stay here all night? Mike's got an extra bed upstairs he'd be glad to let you have. Then tomorrow you can go home and nobody'll bother you.
Well, if you let me pay for the use of the room and bed, I believe I will.
Good, you're a smart man, but we couldn't take no money for doing you a favor. Here, Mike, show the gentleman his room.
Yeah, sure. Will you follow me, mister?
Sure. Go ahead. I want to get to bed. I'm tired all of a sudden.
Give me your arm, mister.
No. I'm all right. I don't need any help.
Well, I'll come along just to be sociable.
I don't want to be sociable. I just want to go to sleep for this one.
Well, here's your room, mister. I'll leave a candle on the table for you.
Okay. Thanks very much. Good night, sir.
There you are, stranger. Sleep tight.
Yeah.
We'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Good night. I gotta go to sleep. I'm awful tired. Well, got myself into this easy enough. Hope I'll find it as easy to get out again when the time comes. No light, but a candle. One it'll do to give me a look around. Instead of this bed. It doesn't look too comfortable. But Oh. Blood. Let's see. If the man were lying on this bed, that blood is just about where a dagger would go through his heart. If the man were drunk enough or had been drugged, you'd never know what hit him. Well, let's look a little around here. I wonder what's in this closet. Uh-huh. Locked. Well, that won't keep me out long. Not as long as I still have my keys with me. Try this one. Nope. This one does it. Well, this is interesting. Old clothes. Here's a vest with blood on it. And here's a shirt and a jacket. Both of them bloody. Unquestionably, these came from some of the victims. Well, nothing to do now but wait for that one-legged scoundrel and his pal to make the next move. Well, I guess I'll be safe if I merely sit on the edge of the bed now. Oh, yes, I won't need this candle anymore either. Now to wait for them. Oh, there they come.
He's asleep, all right. I can hear him snoring.
Well, with the slug I put in his big, it'd have to be either sleeping or dead.
All right. Easy does it.
Is he still asleep?
Yeah. You hold this light while I...
Get your hands up, both of you.
Well, I'll be...
And drop that knife you got in your hand, Bill.
How can you be awake when we...
Really very simple, Bill. Keep those hands up. I just poured that drink you gave me on the floor instead of down my throat.
What are you going to do with us?
I'm going to turn you over to the police. With the evidence of the bloody clothes in the closet and what other evidence they'll undoubtedly find when they search this place, you both should have an interesting time of it.
Why don't you kill us now and be done with it?
Because I want some information first.
Why should we tell you anything?
Because if you do, I shall probably be able to get your sentence reduced somewhat. If you don't...
I got you. What do you want to know?
Last night, a young man won all your money. He hasn't been seen since.
You mean that fellow with the little mustache?
I do. Did you murder him the way you tried to murder me?
I didn't do nothing with him. Maybe I wanted to, but I didn't.
Isn't it a fact that this chap's friend tried to get him to leave you and go home?
Yeah.
And when he wouldn't go, the friend finally went off without him?
No, that's a lie. They left here together.
What? You trying to tell me one of them didn't leave before the other?
No, they went out together.
You know where they went?
How should I know? There was a taxi waiting right outside the door here. Seemed to be waiting for them to come out. Then the guy with the money gets inside, and his friend sits in front with the driver.
Oh, his friend sat in front with the driver, huh? But you know that cab if you saw it again?
Sure, it had a big dent in the back of the body. Painted with red lead. I've seen them around this part of the city before.
I see. Well, Bill, as soon as I can turn you and your pal over to the law, I'll have Penny find that taxi with the dent in the back. Trail seems to lead direct to him.
Nick Carter's office.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Is Penny there yet?
Penny? Who's Penny?
Oh, I forgot, Patsy. You were away yesterday when all this happened. Scubby got a rush assignment to cover the Balkan campaign for his paper and had to leave in a boat till it sailed last night.
Scubby gone without saying goodbye to me?
Well, he couldn't, Patsy. You weren't here. He asked me to do it for him.
Oh, Nick, I'm going to miss Scubby.
Of course, Patsy, we'll both miss him. But while he's away, I'm having Penny Eagles work on my cases with me in Scubby's place.
Who's this Penny Eagles? I never heard of him.
Oh, he's an old friend of mine. Very clever fellow. When he was younger, he was an expert forger.
How did you happen to get mixed up with him?
Well, he was accused of a murder he had nothing to do with, and he had me get him clear. Then he got interested in law enforcement, turned over a new leaf, and has gone straight ever since. You'll like him, Patsy.
I hope so.
Well, she'll be in a minute now. As soon as he shows up, have him call me at Shermore 3-1222.
Shermore 3-1222.
Right. I'll wait here for his call.
You're right, Penny. That's the taxi we're looking for. And I know that driver.
You do?
Yes. He's John Hagan, ex-convict and confidence man.
Friend of yours?
Hardly. Seen him in court several times, but he's never seen me. What's he been doing since you've been watching him?
Well, all afternoon and the early part of this evening, he's acted like any other cabbie. Taking whatever fares he could get. But the latter part of the evening, he's been fussy about who rides in his cab.
How do you mean?
Well, I've seen several parties try to take his cab. But all he's picked up in the last 2 hours were 2 drunks, and oh, were they pie-eyed.
I see. I think I know what he's looking for, Penny. And I'm going to give him just the kind of a passenger I think he wants.
Wish me luck. But, Nick, what are you going to do?
Well, so long, old fella. I gotta be getting home now. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe, huh?
Okay. So long, but don't take any wooden nickels.
Okay, pal, that's right. Don't take a wooden nickel. I had too much.
Hey, taxi, mister? Huh? Taxi? Taxi,
Hey,
mister?
what do I want a taxi for? I got a car of my own.
A friend of yours
I-
told me to come for you and take you home.
Oh, a friend of mine, huh? Oh, well, that's all right. It's okay. Where's the door? I can't find
Hey, what's
it.
the address, mister?
The address, it's the corner of 2nd and 5th. And don't bother me anymore, bud. I gotta get me some sleep. Okay, drive on, McDuff. And now where? I'll wager it won't be towards 2nd and 5th. Wait a minute. What's that smell? Perfume? No. That's ether. So that's the stunt. Picks up drunks who are too far gone to know what's happening, then doses them with just enough ether to put them soundly asleep. Well, it won't happen to me. If I open one of these windows a little bit, that'll keep the air clear. There. Now, Mr. Hagen, the next move is up to you. Certainly plenty deserted, way out here. Wonder how much further we're going. I better get this window shut again so he won't suspect anything. So we're near the end of our journey, huh? Very well, Mr. Hagen. I'm ready for you.
Sleeping like a babe, ain't you? Well, let's see what you got in your pockets. Then I'll dump
Make
you out.
a move, Hagen, and I'll
Hey.
blow your brains out.
Who the deuce are you?
I'm a detective. See this?
Oh. Well, what you want with me?
I wanted to find out what your scheme was, and I found out. Now I want you to tell me about the man you picked up at Peg Leg Bill's Tavern down on West Street last night about 3 o'clock.
And I don't know nothing about it.
Oh, no? Look, you waited for him outside of Bill's place. He rode in back, and his companion rode up front with you. During the ride, you gave him ether through that devilish device you rigged up in this taxi of yours and made him unconscious.
Yeah, if you know all that, why do you ask me, huh?
Because there are 2 things I don't know. And if you want to avoid further trouble, my friend, you'll tell me. Now, first, who was the man who rode up front with you?
I don't know.
No?
No. Well, I've done a few odd jobs for him in the past, but... Yeah, I don't know his name. They call him the captain. He made a deal with me early last night to be outside of Bill's place about 2:30 this morning.
Can you describe him?
He's sort of an ordinary guy. About my size, maybe. Well, he's kind of good looking if he didn't have a hunk out of one ear.
Burnett. Now, what did you do with the man who was in the back?
Well, after I quieted him, we took him to a friend of the captain's, other side of town.
What was the address to which you took the body?
Hey, there wasn't no body. He was just as alive as you or me. Well, we took him to 14 Wanton Place. Left him there.
All right. Get back in your cab and drive me to 2nd and 5th. Then I'm through with you, unless you've lied to me. If you have, keep out of my way, or you'll go to jail for life. This is where Mrs. Wallace lives, Patsy. Well, I hope she's home.
But, Nick, what do you expect to find out here?
I don't know, Patsy. The thing that puzzles me about this case is why Burnett wanted to do away with Wallace. The bell, will you?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the money that Wallace won that tempted Burnett, as he could have taken that while Wallace was unconscious. No, there's a stronger reason.
And you hope Mrs. Wallace can throw some light on it.
I hope so, Patsy. If she can only help me that way.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carter. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Mrs. Wallace. May I present my assistant, Patsy Bowen?
How do you do, Miss
Hello,
Wallace?
Mrs. Wallace.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell me, Mr. Carter, have you found out anything about my husband?
Well, nothing definite, I'm sorry to say. We have learned, though, that he fell into bad hands, but we don't know what happened to him after that.
Arthur assured me you'd find out the truth if anyone could.
Arthur? Oh, you mean Mr. Burnett?
Yes. Yes, he's been so kind to me. He's done so much to cheer me up. Well, except for his kindness, I'd have gone crazy.
You've known him long, Mrs. Wallace?
All my life. We were brought up together. And then, too, he and my husband have been business partners for, the best of friends for years.
You think a great deal of him, then?
Yes, indeed. Mr. Carter, at one time before I met Vernon, I would have married him if he'd asked me. Then I met Vernon and really fell in love with him. But even after I married Vernon, Arthur continued to be my best friend. I think very highly of him.
You're lucky to have such a friend, Mrs. Wallace.
But he could never take my husband's place. You must find Vernon, Mr. Carter.
If it's possible to find him, Nick will do it.
Yes, Mrs. Wallace. You may rely on me for that. Well, shall we be running along now, Patsy? Where did you say you're calling from, Penny?
I'm at a pay station near the house where Hagen left Wallace that night. It's owned by a queer old character they call the Weasel. He works in a crematory about a mile down the road.
I see.
Well, Hagen's story seems to be straight enough. A couple of guys in a saloon near here says they saw the Weasel and another guy carrying a man-sized bundle into the Weasel's place about daybreak a couple of mornings ago. And it hasn't come out again, as far as I can find out.
Well, did you learn anything about the firm of Wallace and Burnett?
Yeah, I picked up a lot of rumors, Nick, but not many facts. Here's how it goes. Burnett ruins the firm and throws the blame on Wallace. And those who know don't think that Burnett lost much money when the firm failed, but Wallace did.
So I was right. What else?
Well, Burnett was the one who started Wallace gambling and drinking. Wallace is the nice guy, but he seems to be the weak sister. But nobody seems to know what Burnett's got against him.
Well, by putting together what Mrs. Wallace told us and what you've learned, Penny, I think I begin to see the answer. I think that...
Hold it, Nick. The guy who looks like Burnett is going into the Weasel's place.
Good. Don't let him get away from you, Penny. I'll meet you there as soon as I can.
Yep. You're right. You're right, Nick. They did bring that casket here to the crematory.
I thought they would. But I wish I could get closer and see what they did with it after they carried it inside.
Look, Nick. That window over there is open a little. Huh? Maybe we could hear something from there.
Good idea, Penny. Come on.
But quiet. Yeah.
But, Weasel, are you sure they won't be suspicious?
Not a chance, Captain. That's why we're doing this tonight. The owners of the crematory are going to make a test of a new heating fixture tomorrow morning. And they told me to have the ovens hot by 10 o'clock. I'm just getting them hot a little ahead of time.
What do you use when you make a test like that?
Well, they sent me the body of a dead calf. It's over there in the closet. Yeah, but the test we're going to make tonight will be even better, eh, Captain?
Yes. How does this thing work?
Oh, simple. The body's laid here on this slab and strapped down the way you saw me fix this fella. In the next room, there's a lever attached to the slab. When the lever's pulled, the slab slides into the oven. The door closes behind it, and the destruction of the body begins.
Do we have to watch it burn?
You can't see the slab nor the ovens from the room where the lever is.
How long does it take to reduce the body to ashes?
6 or 8 hours. It'll be all over by daylight.
Even if the body isn't...
You mean even if the body ain't dead yet?
Yes, that's what I mean.
And Wallace is still alive.
Well, it's a little unusual to cremate a live body, but it works just the same. You'll never know what happened. It'll be all over in an instant. Well, we got nothing more to do here. Might as well go in the next room and wait for the ovens to get hot enough. Then you can pull the lever and slide the body.
You mean I have to pull the lever that sends him into...
Sure. He's your friend, ain't he?
Come on, Penny. There's no time to waste. We have to work fast.
Mr. Burnett to see you, Nick.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Burnett.
I just want to take enough of your time to tell you that Vernon Wallace's body was found last night.
Really? Where was it?
Floating in the river. Mrs. Wallace has identified it by a ring and certain other articles found on the body.
Must have been a terrible blow to her.
She's badly broken up, naturally. But I hope to be able to console her, in part at least, for her great loss.
I'm sure you will.
Will this repay you for your trouble?
Oh, amply, Mr. Burnett. And thank you.
Good. Good day, Mr. Carter.
Good day, Mr. Burnett. But if you think I'm going to drop this case now, Mr. Burnett, you're crazy. Nick, here I am. Over here. I got here as soon as I could after I got your call, Penny. Brought my new helper, too, as you see.
Yeah, so I see. Hi there, helper. Hello, Penny. I hope I'm going to be able to help you and Nick.
You'll do all right. Now, in this case. Now, what's the dope, Penny?
Well, a couple of hours ago, a taxi pulls up in front of Mrs. Wallace's house.
Mm-hmm.
The driver goes into the house. About 15 minutes later, he comes out again with Mrs. Wallace and her maid. They get in the cab, drive away.
With you after him, of course.
That's right. Well, they drive around and finally end up way out here. There must have been a couple of guys in the cab when the women got in. Because when they got out there, they were both gagged and their hands were tied behind them. Well, they took them in the old house. I found a phone to call you.
Did they hurt them?
Well, not so far as I could tell.
Gee, I wish I could see what they're doing now. I hope they're all right.
Oh, Millie, this is terrible. My mouth is still sore from that dirty old cloth they used for a gag. Where do you suppose we are?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Wallace. I've never been this far from town before.
Could you see anything out of the window?
Oh, nothing I recognize.
Oh, I should have known better than to be fooled by such a simple trick. I might have known that old Mrs. Parker couldn't be so sick she had to see us at once. Why, I saw her only the day before yesterday.
No, fooled me all right. I thought...
I hope you're comfortable, ladies.
We are not.
We certainly are not. What's the idea of bringing us here?
Well, I'll tell you. The Cap says as how he's going to collect some big dough from you two.
You mean we're being held for ransom?
Yep.
Well, how much money do you want?
Well, the Cap says he won't take less than $50,000.
Oh, Mrs. Wallace, we'll never get out of here.
Nonsense. He must be insane to expect me to pay him that amount of money.
Well, he says he won't take a cent less.
Well, he won't get it. Never.
And he's a dangerous man. You better not get him mad at you. I'll be back at 8 o'clock tonight for your answer.
Oh, he'll kill us. I know he will.
Be quiet, Millie. He won't kill us as long as he thinks there's any chance of getting the money out of us.
But what if we get... A man at the window.
It's Mr. Burnett. Oh, Arthur. Arthur, I hoped you'd come.
Are you safe, Louise? Have they hurt you?
No, Arthur. We're both safe. But how did you ever find us?
I just climbed up the porch to the roof, then over to your window. Have they told you why they brought you here?
Yes, they want ransom. $50,000.
And they'll kill us if you don't save us.
Not while I'm here. I'll see that no harm comes to you.
But what can you do? You're only one against the two of them, and they're both vicious criminals, I know. Do be careful, Arthur.
Louise, if I save you from these rats, do you think that you...
Ask me later, Arthur. Not now, please.
Very well, if you say so. Now tell me, what time are the men coming back again? Do you know?
The man we talked to said they'd be here at 8 o'clock.
That gives us just over an hour. Now, here's my plan. When they come, I'll be here...
Now, you each know what you're supposed to do, don't you?
Sure, Nicky, sure. You know, this ought to be fun. I haven't played cops and robbers since I was a kid.
Same here. This should be good.
Well, I hope you two aren't disappointed. But you can't tell about these things. So watch your step, both of you.
Here they are. Leave everything to me.
Well, you made up your mind to pay the ransom the Cap wants?
We'll pay you nothing. Not a cent.
You know what that means, don't you?
It means that you better get your hands up, all three of you, if you want to live.
Who are you?
I'm here to save these two ladies from you and your gang.
Oh, yeah? Let him have it, fella.
Oh, I warned you.
Arthur, you've killed them all.
It's their own fault. I warned them.
Oh, you were wonderful, Arthur. Arthur, are you hurt?
No, Louise, dear. Fortune was with me. I'm not even scratched.
Oh, Mr. Burnett, I never in my whole life saw anyone so brave as you.
Any man would be brave when defending the woman he loves.
Please, Arthur, you promised.
I'm sorry. I'll take you home now. Just let me drag these bodies out of the way, and I'll...
Not yet, you won't.
Hey, you can't. What's the matter with you men? What's the idea?
Shut up, you.
Arthur, are you hurt?
Mrs. Wallace, the time has come to explain a great many things. First, let me remove this beard. There. You recognize me now, don't you?
Mr. Carter. Nick Carter. Mr. Carter, what are you doing to Arthur? Mr. Burnett.
I'll answer that later. First, I want you to meet my assistant, Penny Eagles.
Your assistant?
Sure. How are you? The other man is an old friend of yours, Mrs. Wallace.
An old friend of mine?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure I don't
Well, perhaps
know.
if you took off his makeup, you might recognize him.
You know me now?
Vernon. Oh, Vernon.
Louise, my darling.
But, Vernon, Arthur told me that you...
That I was dead? Oh, yes. Arthur Burnett told you a great many things that were not true.
But, Vernon, he showed me your ring, your lodge pin. He said he took them off of your dead body that the police found in the river.
Burnett took those articles from your husband's body, right enough, Mrs. Wallace. But it was while your husband was still alive.
And it's no fault of his that I'm not dead now.
You don't mean that Arthur...
That's exactly what I do mean. He's been lying to you for years, Mrs. Wallace. It was he who ruined your husband's business and caused him to lose so much of his money. It was he who first induced your husband to drink and gamble. And it was he who was responsible for your husband's disappearance a few days ago.
But that's a lie. Oh, no, it isn't. As a matter of fact, Louise, dear, if Mr. Carter hadn't fooled him by putting a dead calf in my place on that crematory slab, Arthur Burnett would have been my murderer.
Oh, no. No, that can't be true.
Furthermore, it was Burnett who arranged for your kidnapping this afternoon.
Oh, but...
He did it so that he could suddenly appear and rescue you from the members of the kidnap gang, who were in reality men in his employ.
But why should he do all these horrible things?
Because he's been in love with you ever since he first met you. And ever since your marriage to Wallace, he's been insanely jealous of him. Everything Burnett's done has been to make you despise your husband and turn instead to him.
That's a lie, Carter.
Oh, no, it isn't, Burnett. I can easily prove it. Penny, let me have the gun with which Burnett shot us during the battle a few minutes ago.
Sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, look here, Mrs. Wallace. This pistol has 8 shells in it. Burnett fired 5 shots at us, but there are still 3 shells left. And here they are.
Why, those are blanks. They couldn't hurt anybody.
Exactly, Mrs. Wallace. And the shells in the pistols that his men were to use in the fights were blanks also. And if I were a beautiful woman in distress and a man came to my rescue with his pistol loaded with blanks, I think I should find it extremely difficult to believe that he was being on the level with me.
That was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Body on the Slab, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Husband. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, how about a few hints on next week's story?
It's a story of a body which was washed up on the beach, tied up in a sack.
And the only identifying mark on the body was one of Nick's cards.
I had to solve that murder to prove I didn't do it myself. And I found that the real culprit was the killer who used a clue that pointed directly to him to prove that he couldn't have done it.
And the killer tried to drown both Nick and myself when the chase got too warm for comfort.
But as you can easily see, he didn't succeed. So long until next week.
So long, folks.
And so long to you and Nick for now, Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious adventure of Nick Carter entitled
The Drug Ring Murdered. For Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Wednesday evening at 8:30 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
The Drug Ring Murdered. or Nick Carter and the mystery of the left-handed killer.
Well, Mr. Nicholas Carter, are you going to answer your telephone, or are you going to take me out to lunch as you promised?
There's no reason why I can't do both, Patsy. Nick Carter speaking.
Dick, this is Riley at headquarters.
Oh, how are you, Lieutenant?
There goes my
What's on your
luncheon
mind?
date.
Murder. And you're right in the middle of it, Nick. Meet me at the city morgue as quick as you can. I'm waiting here.
What's the matter, Riley? Can't headquarters solve this case without me?
Who said anything about your solving the case? You get yourself down to the morgue right away, and that's an order.
An order, Riley? What are you talking about?
The body of a man was washed up on the beach this morning, only he didn't die from drowning. It was murder.
Yes?
There was no identification on the body. None at all. Except one of your business cards. Nick Carter, private detective.
What?
I hid the card in my pocket as soon as I laid eyes on it. But there's a chance one of the reporters saw it before I did. Now, do I have to draw you a diagram?
You've already done it. I'll be there in the double, Riley. Bye.
What's up, Nick?
Plenty. Look, Patsy, hold on the office until you hear from me. I'll call you within an hour.
I knew you shouldn't have answered that phone.
Business before pleasure, Patsy, and right now I've got business at the city morgue. Where have you got him, Riley? On a slab out here? or you-
He's on ice, in the box at the end of the room there. And I'm telling you one thing, Nick Carter. It's lucky for you that I was here when he was brought in.
Now, look, Riley, surely you aren't trying to pull me into this thing just because the fellow was carrying one of my cards. Why, there are probably hundreds of people I never heard of who are carrying my name in their vest pockets.
Well, if you'd rather be explaining to the captain how your card got on a corpse...
Oh, now take it easy, Riley.
You know what it means for an officer of the law to conceal evidence, Nick. How do I know one of those reporters or photographers isn't telling the captain right now that...
Well, let's worry about one thing at a time. You said the body was washed up on the beach on the north shore of Long Island?
Yes, it was. Stuffed in a gunny sack with every bit of identification removed. Everything was ripped out except a concealed pocket.
Yes, I know, with my card in it.
Yes. Here we are. Last box here. Now, take a good look, Nick. Yeah, did you ever see him before?
Oh, yes. That's Stanley Phillips.
Huh?
Dr. Stanley Phillips. He's a research chemist. Sort of an eccentric.
Oh, balmy, huh?
No, just strange. He's assisted me in a few investigations. But for the most part, he was pretty much of a hermit. Didn't like to mix with people.
Yeah, that don't make sense. People who mind their own business don't go around getting themselves murdered. Where did he live?
There's a big house on a Long Island Sound, but his laboratory was in his yacht. It was anchored about half a mile or so up from the house, if I remember correctly.
Laboratory on a yacht?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was balmy.
Hey, Riley, look. Here in his neck.
Oh, what did you expect? I told you he was strangled. The autopsy showed he was dead before he was put into the gunny sack and thrown into the water.
I know, but that isn't what I mean. Here, look at the prints in his neck. Closely, look at them.
Yeah, well...
Unless I miss my guess, Riley, he was murdered by a left-handed killer.
Say, maybe you've got something there, Nick. I'll phone the fingerprint expert.
Now, wait a minute, Riley. Let me hit the phone first. I gotta be on my way.
Hey, now, don't be forgetting you can't take long on this, Nick. The captain will be wanting to question you about your card being found on the body. I can't hold off more than a few hours.
Give me those few hours, Riley, and I'll wrap the murderer up in wax paper.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Oh, hello, Patsy. We got work to do.
Yes, Nick?
I want you to go through the files and dig out all the stuff we have on Dr. Stanley Phillips.
That queer duck who did some work for you once?
Yeah, that's the one. Research chemist. Get all the dope on him and meet me down in front of the office in 10 minutes. I'll pick you up.
All right, Nick.
That's all.
Yeah, where you headed for, Nick?
The Phillips estate on Long Island Sound. Meet me there as soon as you get the report on the fingerprints in Stanley Phillips' neck.
And apparently neither he nor his sister ever married. After the parents died, they continued to live in the big manor house.
What did you say the sister's name was?
Rose Phillips.
Rose. Go on.
You know all about his laboratory being on his yacht.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be one of the best private laboratories in the country. Used to do a lot of research work for big companies. As a laboratory assistant, Tom Marks, young man. And let's see what else. His hobby was writing. Scientific articles they were. Usually about the effects of habit-forming drugs. He had an article in Popular Research last month entitled Morphine Exposed.
So he wrote about habit-forming drugs, huh? You know, Patsy, this case might turn out to be more than just an ordinary murder.
guess nobody's home, Nick.
You're wrong about that, Betsy. Saw the curtains at the window move. Pounding on the door isn't going to do any good either. Whoever's in there evidently doesn't want callers today. However...
What are you going to do?
Open the door with this little lock picker of mine. There it is. All right, come on, Patsy. We're going in.
I don't see anybody.
Stay behind me.
Put your hands up. Over your head.
She's got a gun, Nick.
You're Rose Phillips, I take it, miss?
Keep your hands up. I'm asking the questions. Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter, and this
Nick Carter?
Yes. And this is my assistant, Patsy Boone.
Nick Carter, the great detective. Well, my brother often speaks of you. He thinks you're wonderful.
Nick, she doesn't know yet.
Miss Phillips, I'm sorry to have to tell you like this, but your brother is dead.
He's dead?
Yes. I'm afraid he was murdered.
Murdered. Stanley murdered.
Now, if you'll just put that gun away, Miss Phillips, we'll talk things over.
Of course, Mr. Carter, I'm sorry. This is all such a shock.
It was a fiendish killing, and I'm going to do all I can to bring the criminal to justice. You may be sure of that.
Oh, Rose. Rose.
I'm in here, Richard.
Oh. Well, who are these people? I thought Stanley told you never to let strangers in the house.
It's all right, Richard. This is Nick Carter, the detective, and his assistant.
Oh. Well, that's different. How do you do, Mr. Carter? I'm Richard Coles.
I take it you've already heard about Dr. Phillips.
Yes. Ghastly, isn't it? I can hardly believe it. The police say it was murder. For the life of me, I can't imagine who would want to murder Stanley. He was a strange man, Mr. Carter, very strange. He had a phobia about not letting anyone in the house when he was away.
You seem to manage an entrance all right, Mr. Coles.
Well,
Mr. Cole is a very old friend of the family and has always had a key to the house. He's our lawyer.
Look out, Nick! There's someone at the window. He's got a gun! I can't get over it, Nick. You don't seem to be surprised that you were shot at back there in the house.
I'm not, Patsy. That's why I was standing beside that suit of armor. That protected me by deflecting the bullets.
Nick, your presence on the Phillips case is most annoying to someone.
Too bad that window was frosted glass. Couldn't get a look at the gunman. That tiny crack the window was open. Well, now, did you find what I told you to look for in the cottage occupied by Tom Marks, the lab assistant?
Yes, I found a pair of his gloves.
Good.
I had to go through all his desk drawers to find them, too.
Let me see them. All seems to be adding up. Almost too neatly.
Adds up to a pair of gloves, that's all.
Look, Patsy. Coles told me back there something about the terms of Phillips' will. If he lived to be 50, his estate was to go to a foundation. If he died before that, Rose was to inherit all the estate.
But that makes Rose the...
No. I don't suspect Rose. Her grief seemed genuine. But there's something else I learned. Tom Marks, Phillips' lab assistant's in love with Rose. They've been wanting to get married, but Phillips opposed the marriage.
Now the field is clear, with oodles of money to boot. But that still doesn't make Tom Marks...
Patsy, I'm almost certain Phillips was strangled by a left-handed killer. These gloves of Marks you brought me show that he's left-handed.
Oh. And that leads us where?
Right out to the laboratory and the yacht. I've got to find Tom Marks.
Nick, why in the world do you suppose Dr. Phillips had his laboratory way out here in the middle of the Sound?
There's no mystery to that one, Patsy. He told me why once.
Well, why?
So people couldn't bother him. I'd have used his technical knowledge a lot more often on cases myself if he'd been more accessible. Well, here we are. This is the Phillips yacht. I'll tie up here.
I've never climbed up a rope ladder before.
And you're not going up now either. Not until I look around the boat myself.
Oh, Nick, am I helping you on this case or not?
You are, but I don't want you taking unnecessary chances.
Nick, please.
Now, quiet a minute, Patsy. Let's see if we can raise somebody from here.
Hello up there. Hello aboard the Phillips yacht.
It's funny.
Tom Marks is aboard. He's keeping quiet about it.
Well, we'll find out right now. You better stay here in the motorboat.
And let you solve this case alone? Not a chance.
Okay. But stay directly behind me, remember?
Phew. Climbing this rope ladder's no cinch. I'm glad I'm not a sailor.
Can you make it?
I'm coming. what do you think you'll find, Nick?
Tom Marks, I hope. Here, let me give you a hand over the rail. All right. Oopsie daisy.
Oh, thanks. Well, there's nobody to lay out the welcome rug on the deck of this floating laboratory.
Well, that doesn't mean we're alone, Patsy. Come on. We're going down this companionway.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, it leads to Phillips' laboratory. Mm-hmm. This is the laboratory. All right, Patsy, stay behind me. I'm going to open the door. Hey, Marks. Tom Marks, you in there? All right, Patsy. We can go in.
Tom Marks seems to have vanished, but he's certainly left a mess behind him.
Yes. Overturned retorts. Bunsen burner knocked over. Look here on the floor.
Broken bottle.
Sulfuric acid spilled and eating into the floor. Yes, this is where Dr. Stanley Phillips met his death, all right. And when the killer came at him, he was sitting at this desk writing.
Well, how do you figure that?
That bottle of ink tipped over. Wonder if he has any papers here that'll tell us what we want to know. No. Desk's been rifled. Everything of any value has already been taken.
It still all adds up to Tom Marks, doesn't it?
Yep, seems to. We'll know for sure as soon as Riley gets the report from the fingerprint expert.
Nick. Nick, come here. Look what I found in the sink.
What?
This piece of paper.
Let's see. Now, that's in Dr. Phillips' handwriting.
Well, somebody tried to burn it out. Then they threw it on the drain board of the sink here. Part of it didn't burn.
Let's see if I can figure it out. Like you to know, the man whom I have trusted and worked with these many years is, I have discovered, the head of a giant dope peddling ring. Been using my premises to carry on his business. This man is...
Nick, the lights have gone off! Oh.
Patsy. Patsy, where are you? Patsy.
Nick.
You all right, Patsy?
My head. Somebody hit me.
Stay where you are till I find the switch.
Do you have your flashlight?
Yeah, I'll find the switch in just a second. Oh, the lights won't work. They must have been turned off at the master switch in the engine room. And that means there's more than one person on this boat besides us. One of them turned off the lights, and the other one shot at us in here.
You were right when you said you felt everything wasn't okay on this yacht.
You able to get up, Patsy?
Oh, sure. I'm all right now. Just a big hen's egg on my head, that's all.
Okay. Come on.
Nick, did they take the note?
That's just what I want to find out. Let's see.
Flash a light down in the sink.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, but wait.
What are you going to do?
Clean up the sink a little. Ashes don't look well scattered around in a white sink. Carefully now. There we are. Now we're ready.
Ready for what?
To search this yacht from stem to stern.
What in blazes has been keeping you, Nick? I've been cooling my heels on this dock for the past half hour here.
I hoped you'd be here, Riley.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Patsy. Well, say, you look as if you'd seen a ghost on that yacht.
I did.
Somebody took a shot at us in the dock.
What?
Patsy got knocked down the fracas and got a nasty bump in her head.
Say, who did it, Nick?
Whoever it was made a neat getaway. Patsy and I searched the ship afterwards from end to end, but didn't find a soul.
Did you see anybody coming in from the yacht, Lieutenant?
Nary a soul's come in off that boat since I've been here. In fact, the only two people who've been near here was two fishermen.
Are you sure they were fishermen?
Am I sure? Now, look, Nick, don't be giving me that. It was bona fide fishermen, all right. They pulled their little rowboat to shore a ways down the beach, and I saw them bring in their catch. And a nice string of fish it was.
Okay, Riley. So they were really fishermen.
Well, what about your report, Lieutenant?
That. Well, Nick was right. Our fingerprint expert examined the marks on Dr. Phillips' neck and said he was undoubtedly strangled by a left-handed killer. And now all we've got to do is find a left-handed man who had a reason to murder the doctor.
We found him.
What's that?
Dr. Phillips' laboratory assistant, Tom March, is left-handed.
Say, you sure worked fast, Nick. And it's a good thing, too. The captain found out about your card being found on the body. Hey, what kind of a scoundrel is this Tom Marks?
I don't know. Haven't seen him yet. Wasn't at his cottage, and he wasn't in the lab on the yacht.
Now, let's make tracks, Mr. Private Detective, and search the grounds here.
Wait a minute, Riley, wait a minute. There's one thing more you ought to know.
Huh?
Whoever killed Dr. Stanley Phillips is the head of a giant dope ring. Phillips was killed because he was about to expose the man.
Hey, that would be the laboratory assistant. He'd have access to drugs.
Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter!
Who in tarnation is that?
Richard Coles, close friend of the Phillips and also the lawyer. O'Reilly,
Yeah?
put this envelope in your pocket. Careful of it. It's a piece of evidence I picked up in the boat.
Okay, Nick.
Mr. Carter, I've been hunting everywhere for you.
Oh, Mr. Coles, this is Lieutenant Riley from headquarters.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Lieutenant. We're up against a dangerous criminal.
Don't worry, Mr. Coles. The law always gets its man.
What'd you want to see me about, Mr. Coles?
Rose Phillips. She's gone.
Gone?
How do you know?
Come up to the house with me. I'll show you. Something has happened to her, I'm sure. Hurry. Here. This is Rose's bedroom, Lieutenant.
Well, somebody was making a fast getaway, all right.
Yes. Just look at the room. Clothes strewn all over. One of her suitcases is gone, and this suitcase, half packed, was left behind.
She and the laboratory assistant must have been in on this together. If she wasn't guilty, she wouldn't have run away.
Oh, she must have been out of her mind. Of course, Rose was in love with Tom, and...
Nick,
What's the matter, Patsy? What are you frowning at?
Rose Phillips didn't run away.
What, didn't run away?
What are you saying, Patsy?
No girl would run away voluntarily and leave all her makeup behind. Well, look at that dressing table. Nothing's been touched.
You're right, Patsy.
Say, do you suppose... Oh, no.
What is it, Mr. Coles?
Do you suppose that Tom could have forced her to leave?
You mean kidnap her?
Yes.
Well, he won't get away with it. I'll call headquarters and have a cordon thrown around this entire district. We'll catch Tom Marks before he gets to the next town.
Good idea, Riley. Do that. Well, Mr. Coles?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
I guess Lieutenant Riley has this case all sewed up. His men will have Tom Marks and Rose Phillips within the hour.
Well, Mr. Carter, it was nice of you to take such an interest in my friend's death. Would you care for a cigarette?
Oh, no, thanks.
You, Lieutenant?
Why, sure. I don't mind if I do.
Of course. Light?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, good day, Mr. Coles.
Goodbye.
Carter?
Come along, Patsy.
Hey, where's the telephone, Mr. Cole?
There's one right over here on the table.
Hurry up, Patsy. We got work to do.
I thought you said the case was finished.
Not by a long shot. I said that for their benefit. You and I are going over this estate with a fine-tooth comb. I'm not satisfied yet.
You see anything, Nick?
Come on in. Shut the door.
Do you think anyone saw us headed for this boathouse?
I hope not. Oh, be careful here. Don't step off in the water.
Nick, there's a small speedboat in the water. Wouldn't you think they'd put it in dry dock so late in the season?
Depends, Patsy. Look up there, mounted in the bow.
A machine gun.
Mm-hmm. This boat was used for business.
Gee, who'd ever think a quiet little chemist like Dr. Phillips kept a mounted machine gun on a speedboat?
I believe this setup down here was news to Dr. Phillips, too. Hold on to my arm. We'll look around.
Oh, Nick, don't step on the fish.
String of fish, huh? Oh, dear.
Nick, those fishermen Riley saw must have come in here.
Patsy, this catch isn't fresh.
What?
Those men used this string of dead fish just to fool Riley. And those were the men who made trouble for us on the yacht.
Yeah, they must have been. Well, plenty of life preservers stacked up in here.
Yeah, that's strange. Here, Patsy, take the flashlight and play it on this one.
Okay. Well, what are you doing, taking it to pieces?
No, just examining it. Aha! There we have it.
What?
A small waterproof pocket's been sewn in here. Yes, and it extends all the way around inside this life preserver. Pretty clever. Look, Patsy.
What is it?
These secret compartments are filled with dope. But every one of these life preservers is filled with drugs.
Nobody would ever think of looking in a life preserver for evidence.
I think Dr. Phillips did. And that's why he was murdered.
Nick.
Are you okay, Patsy?
Yes, but I can't stop crying.
Well, that's not surprising. Somebody threw a tear gas bomb through the window.
Oh.
That's right, friends. It was tear gas.
Who's there?
Pretty clever of me using the tools of my trade that way, isn't it, Mr. Carter? But Tom Marks is always clever.
So you're Tom Marks, huh?
I've been waiting to set my eyes on you.
It's too bad your eyes are filled with tear gas. Because now you'll never have that pleasure. Okay, Pete. Come in and get the lady.
Right.
I'll take care of Mr. Carter myself.
Sister, come on. Come on, sister. Come on.
Let her go alone. Here, let her go alone.
You got those iron weights in the bag, Pete?
Sure, both of them. This guy'll never be washed up on a beach like the doc was.
Good. See you tied a bag good and tight.
You know, I think he's passed out. He ain't moving none.
I did a job on him before we put him in the bag.
Listen to that dame, will you? Sounds like a hoot owl with a cold in the head. Shut up. Oh, no.
Oh, tighten her gag, Pete.
Okay.
That'll do it.
Say, Carter ain't dead.
What does it take to kill that guy? I choked him like a rat and he's still talking. All right. Speak your piece, Mr. Carter, because you don't have much longer.
You're not going to get away with this.
You hear what he said?
I'm telling you.
I doubt it, Mr. Carter. You're going straight down to Davy Jones' locker.
You'll pay for this. I'll have you behind bars within 24 hours.
Listen to him.
What do you fellas think you're going to do with Patsy Bowen?
He's worrying about a dame when he's going to lose his own neck.
Go easy with her, I'm warning you.
Come on, let's get rid of him.
Okay.
It's dark enough now. All right. You got him? All right, lift him up. That's it.
I'll get you fellas for this.
2, 3, let her go.
I came as soon as I got your flashlight signal from the shore, Nick. You think the criminals are aboard the yacht here now?
You'll see in a minute. The laboratory's right down this companionway.
Hey, you're dripping wet from head to foot, Nick. What happened?
They tried to pull the same trick on Nick that they pulled on Dr. Phillips. Only it didn't work, because Nick can expand his neck and wrist muscles.
Yes, I had my hands free before I hit the water. There was no trick at all to cut my way out of the sack. And then I clung to the back of their motorboat until it reached the yacht here. I waited for the would-be killers to get aboard, untied Patsy, and here we are.
You're lucky, Nick.
He's smart, that's all.
Quiet. This is the door. Keep your gun ready.
Right.
Good evening, Mr. Coles.
What? Oh, Nick Carter. Well, come in, Mr. Carter. These two friends of mine and myself were just discussing whether you had found the criminals.
I think we have, Mr. Coles.
Good.
There's just one thing more I need to make sure I have the criminals. Riley.
Yeah?
Give me that envelope I asked you to keep for me.
Oh, sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, I'll just take the piece of burned paper out of this envelope.
Are those the pieces you gathered from the drain board?
Yes, Patsy. They were from the note Stanley Phillips wrote just before he was murdered. Now, I'll just use some of these chemicals in the burned paper. You see, gentlemen, even though this piece of paper's been burned, it is possible, by using the correct chemical solution, to bring out the writing that was on the paper before it was burned. In this case, I expect the writing will give the name of the man Phillips designated as head of the giant drug ring. And his killer.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, here it comes. The chemicals are beginning to act. The writing is beginning to show up. Good. The name is...
Nick, look out! Get out! And I got these two thugs, Nick. Knocked them out cold.
Sorry I had to plug in the shoulder, Coles, but I had to put you out of action. Now, Riley, there's your murderer.
So it was Coles who did it.
You're right, Carter. I killed him.
The powers be praised, Nick. I thought Tom Marks was the killer.
Coles had me fooled too, Riley, until this afternoon when he came running down from the house. And then I noticed his feet were wet, as if he'd been in waiting.
Then he was one of the men on the yacht. One of the fishermen Riley saw.
Right, Patsy. And another thing. The man who strangled me in the boathouse claimed to be Tom Marks. But Tom Marks is left-handed. The man who tried to strangle me used his right hand.
And you knew Phillips was murdered by a left-handed man.
That's right. I knew I was after a left-handed murderer. O'Reilly.
Huh?
Did you notice that when Coles lighted your cigarette for you this afternoon in Rose's room, he used his left hand?
By golly, he did. Then he's left-handed, too.
Right. When I saw him do that, I knew he was the killer. But I had to make him prove it.
Oh, you did that all right. That business about making the writing stand out on a piece of paper after it's burned is a new one to me, Nick.
Nick, can you actually do that?
Well, it can be done under ideal conditions, but this time I was just putting on an act for Mr. Coles' benefit.
You mean you didn't actually make any writing appear on the burned paper?
Not a word, Mr. Coles.
And I fell for it like a sap.
Nick. What's that?
Well, I'm not sure, Patsy, but I have a hunch.
It's locked, Nick.
Oh, Patsy, since when did a locked door ever stop Nick Carter?
Quite right, Riley. When did it? This is no time for it to start. So, this one ought to do the trick. There we are.
Nick Carter. Oh, thank heaven. Rose.
This man with you is Tom Marks, Miss Phillips?
Yes, I am.
They were going to kill us, Mr. Carter. They tied us up and threw us in here. We heard them planning to throw us overboard.
Have you been imprisoned in here all this time, Mr. Marks?
No, not quite. I got a telephone call last night summoning me into the city to pick up some chemicals Dr. Phillips and I needed in an experiment. I was slugged as I stepped out of the car. And when I came too late this afternoon, I was in here, and so was Rose.
That Coles was a smart one. Throwing suspicion on you and then trying to get rid of you in order to make it look as if you'd run away.
Smart, but not smart enough for Nick.
Well, Riley, you've got your murderer.
I have that.
And Rose, you and Tom are safe.
Yes, thanks to you.
And I guess that's that.
Oh, no, Nick. You still have to solve my case.
Well, what's that, Patsy?
That luncheon date you promised me.
Oh.
Where are you and I going to have lunch at this hour?
Why, well, say, that's easy, Patsy. I know a swell place in town, right across from the morgue. Come on.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Drug Ring Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at this same time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what can you tell us about next week's story?
When a young man who was a very good friend of mine arrived in town to claim his bride, he suddenly became aware that she was not the girl to whom he'd become engaged.
You mean she wasn't his fiancée?
That was the question that started off the whole case.
Yes, indeed. Because we couldn't be sure whether the girl he loved was really the girl he loved, we prevented 2 murders and saved a gigantic fortune from disappearing.
But you didn't save me from disappearing, Nick.
Oh, quite true, Patsy, but after all, you weren't gone very long before we found you.
But I'm sure glad you found me when you did, or I might not be here now. So long, folks. Get the rest of the story next week.
Right. So long.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Barth Conry. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Substitute Bride, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Night Ferry.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Wednesday evening at 8:30 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
The Substitute Bride, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Night Ferry.
Here, take your hands off me. No, what are you doing? Let me go. Put me down. No, stop it.
Nick, there's a young man here to see you. Says he's no friend of yours.
Well, hello, Nick. Helen Marvin. Well, Helen, it's good to see you again. And what brings you to this part of the country?
I came east to get married, Nick.
Well, congratulations.
Now, wait a minute. I'm afraid your congratulations are a little premature.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I can't find her.
Can't find her? Well, what on earth do you mean by that?
Well, look, it's like this, Nick. Alice Evans and I have been engaged for about 4 years. But for the past 3 years, she's been living in South America with friends of her family. She was due back in this country yesterday on the Gallia, so I came on from Chicago to meet her. Her boat got in ahead of schedule, and my train was late, so we missed connections. I'd already told her I was coming, but in spite of that, she was gone by the time I got to the dock last night.
Didn't she leave any message for you?
No, not a word.
That's odd.
And she has no friends in this part of the country that she could stay with.
Well, didn't anyone at the boat know where she went?
Well, apparently not, Nick. The stewardess says a boy brought her a note, and as soon as she read it, she got dressed and went ashore. There was a taxi waiting for her, and she went off in it. An hour later, an expressman called for her trunks.
Perhaps she went to a hotel.
Hotel? But why should she do that when I told her that I'd meet her at the boat? No, Nick. Something has happened to her, I'm sure of it.
Nick, the morning paper says that there's a Miss Alice Evans registered at the Hamilton Park Hotel.
What's that?
Would that be the same girl?
Here, let me see that, will you? Quick.
Right here.
Well, then she did go to a hotel. Oh, gee, what a fool I was for worrying you, Nick.
I'll think nothing of it, Alan. Glad you found her.
Well, if you don't mind, Nick, I think I'll...
Sure, go right ahead. I know how anxious you are to see her.
Hey, look, Nick, why don't you come with me? I'd like very much to have you meet her.
Well, Alan, this seems hardly the time to...
Oh, come on. No, Nick, come on. I want you to meet her. You'll like her.
Well, all right, if you insist. But I've heard it said that 3 is usually a crowd, especially after 2 of them been separated for 3 years. Taxi! Taxi! 2nd and 5th driver. Well, Ellen, I gather that you feel that our visit to the young lady was not a complete success.
Nick, something's wrong. I don't know what.
So I noticed. That's why I stayed until you left.
I tell you, she's changed. I can't put my finger on it, but she's different somehow.
Well, 3 years is a long time, Alan. Some change would be quite natural.
Oh, but it isn't that kind of change, Nick.
Doesn't she look the same?
She does, and she doesn't.
You mean you don't think she is Alice Evans?
She must be. And yet...
And you're not sure?
I wish her father were here. He'd know immediately whether she's his daughter or not.
Where is he? Chicago?
I don't know. He told me he was meeting the boat, but as far as I know, he hasn't shown up. She said she hadn't seen him.
Well, he probably was delayed in getting away.
Look, you don't suppose anything could have happened to him, do you? You know, like so many rich men, he always carried several $100s with him.
Well, it's possible, of course, Ellen. Was there anything distinctive about his appearance?
Well, he was a shortish man, stout, white hair. Oh, yeah, he wore old-fashioned side whiskers.
Well, those should make him easy to identify. I'll have Lieutenant Riley get in touch with the Chicago police and see if they know anything about him.
Oh, good.
Then I'll have Patsy make the round of the hospitals here in town. I'll send Penny to the terminal and the ferries to see if we can pick up any information about him there.
Mm-hmm. Well, we ought to find out something that way.
And I think my next step will be to visit the Gallia at her dock. See what I can learn there. The main reason I'm taking you to see Miss Evans, Purser, is that I want you to tell me whether or not she's the girl who made the trip up in South America with you.
I understand, sir.
Now, you, the purser of the Gallia, probably had as good a chance to see her as anyone.
Oh, why, yes, sir, but none of us saw her very much. She took ill right after we sailed and stayed in her room almost the entire trip.
But you say you'd be able to identify her positively.
Oh, yes, sir. I have an excellent memory for faces, and she was a real looker, she was.
Here's her hotel. Come on.
Righto, sir.
Here, we can take this elevator. 3, please. This is her floor. Her room's right across the corridor here.
Oh, come in, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Miss Evans. You, of course, know this gentleman, Miss Evans?
Why, well, let me see.
Oh, it's hardly fair to expect her to remember me, Mr. Carter. She was so ill every time I saw her that I doubt if she'd ever really got a good look at me the whole voyage.
Oh, why, of course. Now I know who you are. You're one of the officers off the Gallia. We came up from South America together.
That's right, Mum. See, sir, she knows me right enough.
Oh, I knew I'd seen you somewhere. If I hadn't been so sick, I'd have remembered you at once.
I see. Well, Miss Evans, our call is really in the nature of business. The purser found a valuable lot of jewelry left behind in the ship, and I was called in to help find the owner. As it was near your cabin, we come to you first.
I haven't missed any of my jewels, but I'll let you know if I do.
Thank you. Have you had any word from your father yet?
No, not a word. Do you suppose anything's happened to him?
What did he look like, Miss Evans?
Why, he was... Yes. I'll show you his picture. You can tell better by that. Here you are, Mr. Carter. That's my son. Are you a detective?
Yes, Miss Evans. I am.
Then you must find him for me. I don't care what it costs.
Very well. I'll see what I can do. Shall we go, Purser?
Oh, yes, sir. Good day, miss, and good luck to you.
Goodbye, and thank you.
I'll let you know as soon as I learn anything, Miss Evans. Good day. Well, Purser, was that the Miss Evans who made the trip with you in the Gallia?
Oh, positively, sir. I'd know her anywhere.
You're sure?
Ah, there's no question whatever, sir. I'd swear to it on a stack of Bibles afoot, I would.
I couldn't find a thing, Nick. There's nobody in the hospital who answers to the description of Mr. Evans.
I hardly expected you'd find anything, Patsy. But we had to be sure.
Well, did the Chicago police know anything about him?
Riley said they had no report of anything having happened to him there.
Mm-hmm.
What did Penny find?
Well, Penny hasn't come in yet.
Oh, hey, Nick. I couldn't find any traces of the old boy at the terminal, but I did find something at the ferry.
What'd you find?
Oh, that'll keep, Nick. Right now, I got a taxi waiting outside, and the driver of the taxi's the fellow who took Alice Evans from the boat to the hotel last night, and he knows something.
How'd you find him?
Oh, the stewardess on the Gallia pointed him out to me. I'm afraid if I try to bring him in here, I'll scare him. I already asked him a lot of questions.
I'll go outside and talk to him myself. Oh, driver, I'm Nick Carter.
So what? I ain't interested.
But I am. I'm interested in what you can tell me about a young lady you picked up at the Gallia last night. You took her to the Hamilton Park Hotel, didn't you?
All right. So what if I did?
Look, you'll save yourself time and trouble if you'll answer my questions. You picked her up about 8 o'clock, didn't you?
Yeah, about that.
How long a drive is it to the hotel?
About a half hour. Maybe if the lights was against you, 45 minutes.
And how does it happen that you didn't register in at the hotel till nearly 10 o'clock?
Well, I did.
Where'd you go between the time you left the Gallia and the time you reached the hotel?
I stopped over the house on 22nd Street for a while.
Did Miss Evans leave the cab?
Yeah. She said she wanted to see Winslow's daughter. Said they went to school together.
You mean it was David Winslow's house you stopped at?
Yeah, I said so, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Thanks. Here. This'll pay you for what's on the meter and for the information.
Okay. So long.
Find out anything, Nick?
That depends, Patsy. Now, Penny, what was the dope you got at the ferry?
Well, it's like this, Nick. I found one of the ferry guards who remembered seeing an old guy with big white side whiskers get on the ferry about the time Evans' train must have got in from Chicago, see? Well, this guard got such a kick out of the whiskers that he watched for the old guy to get off the boat at the other side so he could get another gander at him.
And did he?
Nah, the old guy didn't get off.
What?
What?
Was you sure?
Sure. And the old guy wasn't on the boat anywhere.
Well, that would sound as if something might have happened to him during that ferry ride. Oh, Ellen.
Nick, I've got some news. Mr. Evans was alive this morning.
Is that so? How do you know?
I'll tell you. I went to see Mr. Evans' banker this afternoon to see if he had any word from him. He showed me a check that Mr. Evans had made out this morning. A check for $50,000.
Dated this morning?
Mm-hmm. Yes. It was made out to John Smith and endorsed by David Winslow.
David Winslow? You're sure of that, Ellen?
Yes, I'm sure. Why, Nick?
Here's why. Last night, a girl who claims to be Alice Evans, but apparently isn't, stops off at Winslow's house on the way to the hotel.
Yeah?
Mr. Evans disappears last night. And yet a check made out by him this morning turns up endorsed by Winslow himself.
Hey, wait a minute. That does look suspicious.
Certainly does. Patsy, tomorrow morning, you and I are going to call on Mr. Winslow. Very good of you to see me, Mr. Winslow. I'm Nick Carter, the detective.
Yes, I've heard of you, Mr.
And
Carter.
This is Miss Bowen, my assistant.
How do you do,
Good
Miss
morning,
Bowen?
Mr. Winslow.
What can I do for you, Mr. Carter?
Mr. Winslow, do you know James Evans?
Only very slightly.
Are you acquainted with his daughter, Alice?
No, Mr. Carter, I'm not.
I see. Did a check of Mr. Evans recently pass through your hands?
Why, yes, it did. I cashed one of his checks yesterday.
Did you know that Mr. Evans disappeared the day before the date on
No,
that
I
check?
didn't.
Well, he did.
You don't say.
Would you be in a position to know if the signature on the check were a forgery?
Well, the signature was genuine, all right. When Mr. Smith presented for payment a check in the amount of $50,000, I naturally sent the check to Mr. Evans' bank for verification. They said it was good, so I paid Smith the money.
I see. You said a few moments ago that you didn't know Alice Evans.
Yes, I did.
But didn't she call here night before last?
Why, yes, she did. She called to see my daughter. They're classmates at school. My daughter was not at home, so she talked to my wife for a while and left.
I thank you for your trouble, Mr. Winslow.
Not at all.
Come on, Patsy. Time we're running along.
Okay, Nick. Good morning, Mr. Winslow.
Good morning.
Good day, Mr. Winslow.
Good day to you, sir.
Patsy, I'd be tempted to believe what he said, even if I didn't know that he has an excellent reputation in banking circles here in town.
Well, what he told us certainly sounded straightforward enough to
Hold
allay...
it, Patsy. See that man going in the house next door?
Oh, yes. What about it, Nick?
I saw that man in court a few weeks ago, charged with murderous assault.
What?
And now we found him going into the house next door to Winslow's. Patsy, I want you to get back to the office immediately. Tell Penny to see what he can find out about that house. The address is 832 West 22nd Street.
Yes, Nick.
I want to know more about that place.
Talk plainer, Nick. What did you say that address was?
832 West 22nd Street, Riley.
Well, now, Nick, that's a curious thing. One of the boys picked up a bum this morning, and when we searched him, we found a slip of paper in his pocket with that same address on it.
Swell, Riley. Hold him. I'll be right down.
I don't know, I tell you. How many times I got to keep on saying that?
You don't know who pushed the man off the ferry, who kidnapped his daughter, where she is now, or anything about it?
No, I tell you, no.
Who's the girl who's staying at the Hamilton Park Hotel under the name of Evans?
Where's the Hamilton Park Hotel?
All right, Baker, all right. Guess I must have you all wrong.
I'll say you have.
You live at 832 West 22nd Street?
Well, I don't exactly... No.
Who does live there?
Oh, how should I know?
Where does David Winslow live?
Right next... Who's David Winslow?
Riley,
Yeah, Nick?
I'm through with Baker. Not the fellow I thought he was.
All right, Baker. The guard's waiting for you just outside the door. He'll take you back to your cell.
Okay. I hope you're getting what you're looking for, Carter.
Well, Nick, what did you find?
Riley, Baker thought he told me nothing. But his answers weren't as clever as he thought they were.
Yeah?
Actually, he told me that Evans was thrown off the ferry into the river and that he was picked up in a rowboat that was waiting for him.
Well...
I also discovered that he knows David Winslow and that he knows what goes on at 832 West 22nd Street.
Hey.
All of which, while not conclusive evidence, tells me I'm on the right track.
Nice going, Nick. Well, what's next?
Riley, I want you to release this man Baker at once.
What? Release him, Nick. But why?
I want to be sure the rest of the gang knows I'm on their trail. The first thing Baker will do when he gets out of here will be to tell them. They'll undoubtedly make some move to try and stop me. And that may bring him out in the open. Penny, what'd you find out?
Well, I'll tell you, Nick. Whoever's running that gang's keeping it pretty secret. None of my old pals know anything about it. All I could find out is that the address is the hideout of what they call the Secret Six.
Yeah?
An ex-convict, they call the butler, takes care of the place during the day and keeps it cleaned up.
That would be the man Patsy and I saw. What about David Winslow?
Nobody connects his name with it nowhere.
He must be extremely clever, or I'm extremely much of a dope.
You're no dope, Nick. No. Hey, where's Patsy? She asked me to bring her back some peanuts.
Oh, she went to see that girl who's posing as Alice Evans at her hotel. Hey, wait. I didn't realize it was so late. She should have been back by now. Found this note at her desk when I came in about lunchtime.
Yeah. Dear Nick, Girl who calls herself Alice Evans just called to say she had information on her father's disappearance. When I told her you weren't here, she asked me to go over and she'd give it to me and I could get it to you. We'll take a run over to the hotel and see what she wants. See you at the office when I get back, Patsy.
And that was almost 5 hours ago.
Say, look, should we go over there and have a look-see?
Well, first I'll phone Miss Evans. Hamilton Park Hotel. That's, Shermore, 32423.
Gee, if that bunch of crooks has tried anything on Patsy...
Hamilton
What?
Park Hotel. Good afternoon.
Miss Alice Evans, please.
Miss Evans, I'll connect you.
Thank you.
You know, I ain't known Patsy long, but she's a pretty swell kind of dame for...
I'm sorry, Miss Evans does not answer.
Thanks.
Nobody home?
No, Penny. And I don't like it. I think I better get going and... Wait a minute. Nicholas Carter's office.
Nick Carter,
Yeah? Who's this?
if you want to see your girlfriend Patsy again, Carter, keep out of the Evans case.
What do you mean?
If you make another move to try and find out what happened to old man Evans or his daughter, you can kiss your girlfriend goodbye. It'll be curtains for her.
Look, Nick, just because the Secret Six meets here doesn't mean that they'll be keeping Patsy a prisoner here.
I know that, Penny. But we saw a couple of members of the gang go in here a few minutes ago, didn't we?
Yeah, sure we did.
Well, if I can't make them tell me what they've done with Patsy, my name isn't Nick Carter.
Oh, whatever you say, Nick.
You say that man they call the butler is upstairs on the first floor now?
Yeah, he's writing in the back parlor.
Then let's get into the basement, quick.
Oh, but the door's locked, Nick. It's got a special Townsend lock on it.
Well, that won't be the first door with a Townsend lock on it that my little pick lock is opened. There. Quiet now. Wonder where this door goes.
Oh, that leads into the basement of the house next door, Nick.
Then I'm right. That's the basement of the house where that banker Winslow lives. He is in on this.
Hey, Nick, sounds like somebody's coming down here.
You're right, Penny. Here, quick. There's a storage closet. Get in here. I'll leave the door open a crack so we can watch him. It's that butler, Penny.
You're not going to gag me again, are you?
That must be old man Evans.
What's that stuff you have there? Now, if you call that food, you can take it away.
Penny, if one of us stands on each side of that door, we can grab the butler when he comes out. But don't let him call out. Those other guys might hear him.
Well, whatever you say, Nick. Like this?
Go on.
That's
Get
the
out
idea.
of here. Go on, get out.
Here he comes. Now. Hey! Good. All right. Drag him into Evans' room here. Quick. Now, shut the door.
Okay. What's this? What are you doing?
You're Mr. Evans, aren't you?
Oh, yes,
Well,
I
I'm
am.
the detective, Nick Carter.
Well, oh, thank heavens.
You know where the other two men are that we saw come in here a little while ago?
They're probably in the room where the gang meets at the end of this hallway, sir.
Butler! That's Winslow. Quick, Mr. Evans.
Yes?
What does this butler's voice sound like?
Why, very much like yours, except that he had a kind of dialect, no particular country, just foreign.
Butler,
How does the butler address Winslow?
Just Senor Winslow, I think,
see.
sir.
Yes, Senor Winslow. You call me?
I've called you several times. Where have you been?
I've been trying to find something in the back of the storage closet. You wish something, Senor?
Yes. When the boys come in for the meeting tonight, tell them not to leave until I get here, no matter what time it is. You understand?
But of course, they must not leave until you come. I will tell them.
All right, and don't forget.
Why, that was amazing, Mr. Carter. It was almost a perfect imitation.
All right, Penny. You better get this butler chap tied up and gagged before he comes to.
Well, whatever you say, Nick.
Mr. Evans.
Yes?
You know why you were kidnapped and brought here?
Why, yes, Mr. Carter. They want my fortune. I know they've kidnapped my daughter and substituted in her place a girl who looks enough like her to be her double. They plan to have her get possession of everything she can, sir.
Then they forced you to write that check for $50,000, didn't they?
Yes. But, Mr. Carter, do you know where my daughter is?
I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, I don't. But I expect to know very soon.
Oh.
Come on, Penny. Let's get down the hall and let those thugs tell us where Patsy is.
Whatever you say, Nick.
What do I do then? Yeah, all right.
Hold it, Benny. I'll turn the knob on the door very gently. Then when I give the word, we'll rush him, just in case there may be more than two in there.
Whatever you say, Nick.
Easy now.
Yeah, all
right. Get your hands up, all of you. What is it?
Oh, nice shooting, Nick. He should have known better than to pull a gun on you.
All right, you get up. It's only your wrist that's hurt. Come on, get up. Now drop your guns on the floor. Come on, let's have 'em. Now then. What have you crooks done with my assistant, Patsy? You heard what I said? What have you done with her?
We don't know nothing about her.
No? Well, maybe you don't know it, mister, but when I get mad, I can be dirty and mean, and somebody gets hurt. Now, where is she?
I tell you, we don't know anything.
It's Winslow again. Penny, keep a gun on these two. If they open their mouths, let them have it and shoot to kill.
Butler, why don't you answer me? Pardon, senor. We are having a conference. We did not expect you until later. You are coming in here?
I just wanted to tell you that I don't expect to be...
Put him up, Mr. Winslow. I'll do the telling from now on.
Why, what's the meaning of this, Mr. Carter? You can't...
Shut up. Where's Patsy?
Where's who?
You heard me. What have you done with my assistant, Patsy Bone?
I don't know anything.
No?
about...
Where is she?
No, don't.
Where is she?
Don't. You'll break my arm. Stop.
For the last time, where is she?
Oh, stop it. Stop it, I'll tell you. Oh, my arm.
Well?
Oh, she's upstairs. Second floor, back bedroom.
Door locked, I suppose.
Oh, I'll get her, Nick. I took the butler's keys away from him.
Good boy, Penny. Make it snappy. I'll watch these two for a nickel thugs.
Yeah, whatever you say, Nick.
All right, Winslow. Get over against the wall with the rest of your cheap bums. And if you've hurt one single hair on Patsy's head, you'll be lucky if you live long enough for me to turn you over to the police.
She's all right. We did nothing to her at all.
Lucky for you. Tell me, Winslow, why'd you throw Evans off the ferry boat? Wouldn't it have been easier to have kidnapped him someplace else?
I had the ferries watched for several days and found at the time of night, in the bitter cold weather we've been having, the rear deck of the ferry is almost always deserted. So we planned it that way. We had other plans ready in case that didn't work out.
Oh, Nick, am I glad to see you.
Oh, Patsy, are you all right? Anybody hurt you?
No, Nick. They're a little rough, but they got as good as they gave me. Look at that black eye on the guy on the left.
Good for you, Patsy.
Hey, Nick, after I got Patsy loose, I looked in some of the other rooms, and I found this dame in the front room up there. Says she's Marion Blake.
My name is Marion Blake.
You're not Marion Blake. You're Alice Evans.
No, I'm not Alice Evans. I'm Marion Blake.
Aren't you saying that you're Marion Blake because you're afraid the gang will hurt your father if you admit you are really Alice Evans?
What?
Well, you're quite safe now, Miss Evans. Oh, Mr. Evans.
Yes?
Will you come in here, please?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
My father here. And free.
Yes, Miss Evans. Here he is.
Oh, Alice, my dear. Oh, I've been
Penny,
so worried about
you better go get Riley. You'll find him waiting just around the corner. He can take over now.
Tell me where you were. Mr. Carter, I can never thank you enough for what you've done. We owe you our lives, Alice and I.
You don't owe me anything, Mr. Evans. Getting rats like these out of circulation gives me more satisfaction than anything else ever could. This is your room. You two wait here till I call you.
Come in.
Good morning, Miss Evans.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Carter. Have you discovered anything about my father?
I was about to ask you the same question. Have you heard from him?
No, Mr. Carter. Nothing.
Well, let me be the first to bring you the good news.
Good news?
Yes. Your father has been found.
He's been found?
Yes. He was kidnapped and imprisoned by some crooks who were trying to steal his fortune.
Oh, my poor father. Where was he found?
In a basement room where the gang was keeping him prisoner.
Has he told you what happened to him?
Oh, yes. He told us everything.
Everything?
Oh, by the way, Miss Evans, I brought a friend with me this morning. I thought you might like to meet her. May I ask her in?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Alan, will you bring the young lady in?
Okay, Nick.
Do you recognize this young lady, Miss Evans?
All right, Mr. Carter. You can drop that Miss Evans stuff now. I see you know the whole story.
Practically the whole story, yes. Oh, Alice, have you met the real Marion Blake?
No, I haven't. My goodness, she does look like me, doesn't she?
Yes, but you didn't fool me, dear.
No, I suppose I was crazy to believe that I could fool a man who was as much in love with you as he is, Miss Evans. Resemblance is certainly close enough to fool almost anyone else, though. Why, she even sounds like me.
Miss Blake, whose idea was it to substitute you for Alice Evans?
My husband. He was the head of a Chicago gang. Saw a picture in the paper, and the idea came to him. Her coming back from South America seemed to be the ideal setup for carrying out the scheme, so we came east to do it. We knew Winslow from a couple of jobs we did for him in Chicago. Didn't it occur to your husband that when you threw my father off the ferry, he might get pneumonia in the icy water and die? We didn't worry about that. We knew he'd live long enough for what we wanted. Why, you cold-blooded...
Alice, take it easy.
But did you hear what she...
That's all over with, dear. The police will take care of her now.
I'm not usually bloodthirsty, but I hope she gets the electric chair.
Well, the chair is hardly the sentence for attempted extortion, Alice. But by the time she gets out of jail, she'll no longer be young and pretty. And with the marks that prison will leave on her, she'll never again be able to double for you.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Substitute Bride or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Night Ferry. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at this time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what strange adventure are you and Patsy going to tell us about next week?
Next week, I want to tell you about a case that never seemed to be twice the same.
What do you mean by that, Nick?
Well, what Nick means is this. The case started out as a suicide, turned into a murder, and then disappeared entirely.
And I disappeared with it.
Well, all this sounds very screwy to me. Are you sure you're talking about next week's story?
Nothing else but. But I'm afraid that if you want any more details, you'll have to listen to the story itself.
And if you're wise, you won't miss it. It's one of our best.
That it is. But for now, so long, folks.
So long.
And so long to you both until next week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week, at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Disappearing Corpse, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Apartment House Murder.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Wednesday evening at 8:30 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure, a special Christmas story.
Nick Carter's Christmas Adventure, or the Mystery of the Reluctant Contributor.
Well, Nick, we've been pretty lucky so far, haven't we?
Yes, Guppy, we have.
Which is another way of saying that folks are usually willing to contribute to your settlement house Christmas party every year, Nick.
You know, Scubby, I was just thinking about this last name on our list.
Yeah?
Rasper. I don't know him personally. Do you?
No, I don't, but somebody must have thought he was rich enough or interested enough in the work to make a substantial contribution. Oh, here's the... Hey, is this... Hey, Nick, what's that address again?
576 Milton Avenue.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. And there's his name on the door plate. Well, let's take a look, Scubby.
Well, gosh, this doesn't make sense, Nick. A guy with dough doesn't hide away in a place like this.
Well, knock on the door anyhow.
Doesn't seem to be anybody here, Nick.
No, hold it, Scubby. I hear someone coming.
Oh.
Who is it? I'm Nicholas Carter. May I speak to Mr. Rasper, please?
Nick Carter, eh?
Yes, yes. And this is my assistant, Scubby Wilson.
How do you do?
You, Mr. Rasper?
Yes. Well, come in, come in. It's cold out there. You're letting all the heat out.
Oh, beg your pardon. Come on, Scubby.
Yeah, I'm in, Nick. I'm in.
Well, what was it you wanted?
Oh, Mr. Rasper, I've come to see if you would care to make a contribution to my Christmas party fund.
I never make contributions.
Oh, but you didn't let Nick finish, sir. The fund provides food and extra clothing for the needy and deserving
The
children.
charity department's still working, isn't it?
Well, of course, Mr. Rasper, but my object is to provide an inspiration for the young people who are underprivileged.
People who haven't got any money are always trying to get it from those who have.
Then you aren't interested in seeing that the children of the Lincoln Hall district are helped to a little happiness on Christmas Day?
No, I'm not. Christmas is old-fashioned. I don't believe in it. It's a waste of money and time. Good day.
Oh, well, Mr. Rasper, it's always been a lot of fun for me personally, and I must say that I've always felt better for celebrating it.
And I'm inclined to agree with Scubby, Mr. Rasper. Christmas has always been a bright spot in my life, and I feel sure that if you knew the good it has done throughout the world, it'd make you change your mind.
Rubbish.
Well, in any case, a Merry Christmas to you.
Good day to you. Merry Christmas, indeed. It's a lot of nonsense.
Come on, Nick. Let's get back to civilization.
You know, Scubby, that man's wealthy, no doubt about that. And yet he's soured on Christmas and everything it stands for.
You said a mouthful, Nick.
You know, Scubby, there must be a reason why he thinks that way. And I'd like to find out what it is.
Yeah, but you haven't anything to work on, Nick.
Oh, no, Scubby, I haven't, not yet. But look here. I can finish up whatever has to be done this afternoon. Suppose you hop down to the newspaper office and go through the files there. There might just be something we could learn about Rasper that way.
Okay, Nick, I'll be glad to.
Then I'll have Riley check through the files at headquarters. It's a long shot, but something might turn up.
Sure, and maybe Patsy has run into something while she's been working down at the settlement house. She might know somebody who knows something about Rasper.
Yeah, she might at that. I'll ask her about it.
Okay.
And maybe with all of us working together on it, we may learn why Rasper's so dead set against Christmas. I'd certainly like to find out.
Hello, is that you, Nick? Riley talking. I've been through my files here, and I can't find anything charged against a man named Ben Rasper. Oh, he was licensed to do business with a man named Howard Lowe, but Lowe died some years ago. Otherwise, Rasper's just a successful businessman. Yeah, that's right. I'll tell you what, though, Nick. There's an old fella named Fred Anderson who used to be on the force who knows Rasper. Sure, you can find him at Lincoln Hall, where you're giving the party. Oh, he's the watchman there now. Okay, Nick, that's all right. See you tomorrow.
Hello. Oh, yes, Scubby? Oh, you did, huh? Sports remoter, huh? Well. What was that name again? Chris Baum. Why, yes, I recall. Wait. Oh, no, I'll be there in about an hour, so I want to call Patsy first. Right. And thanks, Scubby. Bye. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a horse-open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what... Hey, Patsy. How's everything, huh? Oh, fine. I'm coming down to the hall. Is there anything you want me to bring along? Uh-huh. Why, sure, I can do that. But will that be enough, though? Okay. Yeah, Scubby just called. Oh, he found out something about Rasper. What? You did, too? How old is he? Named Jimmy, huh? And he's coming to our party? Oh, fine, Patsy. Okay, I'll see you in a little while. Bye. Oh, that's fine. We've collected enough to do this year's party up right. Now let's get organized. Riley, your job will be to get the kids and the needy persons rounded up.
Oh, sure, Nick. I'll take care of it. I got your lists and the list from the social worker and from the church down there. And there are plenty of others who'll need a lift this year, believe me.
I know it, Riley, and I'll depend on you. Scubby, it's your job to see that the tree and decorations and gifts are taken care of.
Don't worry, Nick. Decorating is my middle name. I'll make Lincoln Hall look like $1 million in cash.
Good boy. And Patsy, you'll see to it that there's plenty to eat and drink for the party, so I won't have to worry about that. I'll take care of the bills, and you have the letters of credit the stores gave us. You know how to do that.
Sure thing, Nick. I've been through it with you often enough before. I ought to know what you want by this time.
What are you going to be doing, Nick?
Me? Well, Riley, I'm going to do a little detecting. I'm going to look into those tips you, Patsy, and Scubby gave me about those people who know Ben Rasper. And by the time I'm through, I hope to find out why it is that he hates Christmas the way he does. And then, maybe I'll be able to do something about it.
Yes, this is Rasper talking. Yes? I sent you the bill, didn't I? Well, what if it is due on the 27th? No, just because it's a holiday is no reason for bills to be unpaid. Goodbye. Darn fool nonsense, that's what it is. There's a lot of foolish...
Still talking big, ain't you, Rasper?
Who's there? What do you want?
Don't you remember me, Rasper?
No, I don't remember you. Who are you?
They used to call me the Kid. Chris the Kid.
Chris?
Sometimes known as the Human Flash.
Chris, you? Well?
It's been a long time, Rasper, hasn't it?
How'd you find me? Who sent you here?
A fellow named Nick Carter told me I'd find you here in your office, even if it is Christmas Eve.
Nick Carter? Oh, yes. Wanted me to give him some money for some fool party.
Oh, for the party at Lincoln Hall, I guess. Hey, he's never asked me for anything. Just gave me what I needed, when I needed it.
So he hired you to come here and take up my time to get...
No, he didn't send me here. Just said I'd find you here, that's all. I came here on my own accord, just to wish you a Merry Christmas. Thought you'd say that. Well, I don't mind, because it's on account of Nick Carter that I can stand on my own feet again. Not on account of you.
What's that?
You mind if I sit down? It was on Christmas Eve that we won our first fight, wasn't it?
Fight? Oh,
yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I can remember the noise of the crowd, the glare of the lights, and the smoke curling around, and the brightness over the ring, and you leaning over me with that wet towel.
You got him going, Chris. Another one like that last round, and you'll have him in the ropes for the count. How do you feel now, kid?
Come on, Kitty Rasper. Just let me at him. I don't have to wait anymore. It's my meat right now.
You take your orders from me, kid. I'm the brains here. When you get the signal from me, you give it to him.
Okay, Rasper. You're the boss.
Go ahead, kid. Keep that left up. Keep your shoulder high. Keep it up. That's right, kid. That's the ticket. Now you can take him. Get set. Take him, Chris. Now!
There were a lot of those little affairs after that, Rasper. And I always did what I was told, huh?
Yes. You're a good fighter, Chris. Good fighter.
I made a lot of money for us in those fights, Rasper.
Well,
a lot of money.
The old days, Chris. Lots of water's gone under lots of bridges since then.
I know. And the percentage you paid me didn't last long either. It went just like that water. But I didn't care much about things like that. Till the day a friend of mine came and gave me a warning tip. That started me thinking.
Hello, kid. How do you feel?
Oh, hello, Rasper. Where you been? I wanted to talk to you.
I've been around. What's up?
I got a tip today that you're signing up Timmy O'Day. You're going to manage him.
Who told you that?
Never mind. Is it true?
That depends.
Depends on what?
Look, kid, you're getting slow. O'Day's fresh. He'll be the next champ. If he wins this fight with you tonight, I'm taking him over.
If I win tonight?
I'm taking O'Day over anyhow. We've been together a long time, kid, and it don't pay to get into too much of a rut.
So that's all it means to you, is it? Money. The payoff, huh? What about all the years we've known each other? What about the things we've been through? Why, you...
Don't get yourself all in a sweat, kid. It isn't good for you. You'll get your cut anyway. Don't worry. You'll get your cut. I'll see you later.
Rasper, what'll I do? Tell me what to do. I can't see him. My eyes all puffed up. He's cutting me to ribbons. Tell me what to do, Rasper.
Don't bother me, kid. Use your own judgment. You're on your own, as of now.
But, Rasper, you always...
You're on your own, kid.
I can still see it sitting there in the ring corner, laughing at me. But that was the last thing I saw for a long time. O'Day saw to that. You must have coached him pretty thorough about my style. And then you really cashed in. Well, I haven't got much myself, but I'm still able to wish you a Merry Christmas, Rasper. Although I don't think you'll ever have one.
Chris,
I got some things to do, Rasper. Carter asked me to pick up some things for the party at Lincoln Hall tomorrow. We always have a swell time at Carter's Christmas parties. Too bad you can't enjoy anything like that anymore. Well, as I said before, Rasper, Merry Christmas.
How can a man work with his mind whirling like a merry-go-round? Christmas Eve.
God, it's a fine excuse for people to go around yelling at each other in the streets. Disturbing a man when he wants to get some work done. Oh, I might as well close the office and get some rest. Would have been home by now if the kid, if Chris hadn't taken up so much time. What Chris does for a living now. Wonder if... it's none of my concern. Get home and get some sleep. That's what I need. Who's that? I'm closing up. Come back tomorrow morning.
Oh, I'm glad I got here before you left, Ben.
Who is it?
It's Nina, Ben.
Oh, Nina.
I only stopped by to speak to you for a moment. It's getting quite late, and
Well, sit down for a moment, Nina.
Oh, thank you.
Here, let me get your chair.
I suppose it's rather bold of me to come after all this time, but
Why, no, Nina, no. I'm glad you did. Is there something you want?
Oh, no. No, there's nothing you can do for me, Ben. Jimmy and I are doing very nicely. I just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas. I was in the neighborhood doing some shopping for the party that Mr. Carter's giving at Lincoln Hall tomorrow, and
How is he, Nina? Jimmy, I mean.
Oh, he's fine, Ben. He's full of life and interested in everything. He has a good head on his shoulders, and he's very handsome, too.
Oh, that's fine. Just fine.
You're looking a little tired, Ben. Are you feeling well?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working hard, that's all. I don't spend much time at home. Not much reason to.
That's the way you wanted it, Ben. Don't you remember?
Nina, where are you?
Oh, Jimmy, there's Daddy. You wait here for Mommy like a good boy, won't you? I'm coming, Ben. I've been keeping your dinner warm for you. I hope you'll... What's the matter, Ben? You look as if
That's nothing, Nina, nothing. I'm in a hurry, that's all.
Well, you're always in a hurry, aren't you? Never have time for...
Where's my dinner?
Sit down, Ben. I'll have it for you right away. This plate is hot now. Be careful that you don't burn yourself.
I won't. Salt, please.
Here you are, dear. Ben, when you've finished, won't you take time enough out of your business to help me get the tree decorated? I know Jimmy's too young to know much about it, but I'd love to have his Christmas all ready for him in the morning. Look, I'll put him to sleep right away, and then we can start. See, I have some holly and mistletoe for the fireplace, and some ribbon
I won't
and
have
paper
time
on
for that, Nina.
But, Ben, it's Christmas Eve. Surely you
I have to get back to the office. I'm putting on a championship match for O'Day in January, and the things have gone haywire. Something that can't wait till tomorrow. I have to get it organized right away, that's all.
Ben, this is Christmas Eve. Tomorrow will be Jimmy's first Christmas. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
You and Jimmy celebrate Christmas any way you want to, Nina. I've something more important to do. Business is more important than sentiment. You certainly can see that.
Yes, Ben. I can see that. I've been seeing it more and more during the last few years. I thought that when Jimmy came, maybe you were... No, I was wrong, wasn't I, Ben? You'd even let your love for business break up our home.
Break up our... Oh, don't be melodramatic, Nina.
I'm not being melodramatic, Ben. I'm trying to be very calm and quiet about it. I've had a lot of time to think when I've sat alone here night after night. And those days on end when you've been away attending to your business.
And what has come out of all this thinking you've done?
Just this, Ben. I'm not going on any longer. Either you belong to your family, or your family will get along without you.
I have to rush, Nina. Good night.
Not good night, Ben. It's goodbye. Jimmy and I are leaving tonight.
Look, I haven't time to talk about it with you now, Lena. By the way, this will probably take most of the night.
Good night. Goodbye, Ben, and Merry Christmas.
I never had much of a chance to make it up to you, Nina.
You've had all the chance you wanted, Ben.
But, Nina,
I just dropped by to say hello and to give you a wish for happiness during the holidays. It's hard not to share with you the joy I have with Jimmy. I wish you could see his eyes dance at Mr. Carter's Christmas parties. Unfortunately, on what little I make, we can't very well afford to have our Christmas at home, but somehow we don't miss it. Everybody has such a grand time at Mr. Carter's party, and Jimmy does enjoy every minute that he's there. Goodness, I'll have to be on my way. Jimmy's waiting for me, and I have to make one more stop for Mr. Carter. Good night, Ben, and Merry Christmas.
This stuff doesn't taste like anything. Nothing at all. I can't understand what's got into me. It's good food, fixed the same as it always is. It just doesn't taste right, that's all. What's that? Someone at the door this time of the night? I'm coming.
Hello, Ben. It's Fred Anderson. Glad I found you at home.
I'm always at home this time of night.
Yes, I suppose you are, Ben. Can I come in?
Of course.
I brought your package, Ben. Nick Carter sent me around with it. Said you'd probably be here alone tomorrow, and he'd like you to have it.
Carter? What's Carter sending me?
You might open it and see, Ben. I'm no mind reader.
That's any reason why Carter'd want to... Bottle of port wine. Let's see the card. Merry Christmas from Nick Carter. What say I, dear? You know anything about this, Fred?
No, but Nick Carter's a funny duck. Does lots of things people don't expect him to.
Why, I don't even know the man. Only saw him once, and then... You want a glass of this wine, Fred?
Don't mind if I do, Ben. Seeing as it's Christmas Eve, I don't mind at all.
There's some glasses here somewhere. Say, how do you open this thing?
Here, I'll do it for you, Ben. Yeah, that does it. Now, go ahead, you open it.
Eh? Oh, yes, all right.
Well, there, ain't you drinking with me, Ben?
Huh? Oh. Yes, I will.
That's the ticket. Well, here's Merry Christmas for you, Ben.
Yes, Merry Christmas. Well, how have you been keeping yourself, Fred?
Oh, I've been sort of working around Lincoln Hall since I was retired from the force.
I see.
You know, while I was coming here tonight, I was thinking about those old days when I walked a beat. Funny, most folks call them the good old days, but I don't.
You did all right in those times, didn't you?
Oh, sure, I got along. I was just thinking about the different attitudes folks have nowadays toward being given a hand. They appreciate it more, it seems to me.
Charity's still charity, Fred. That hasn't changed.
Guess it's all in the point of view, Ben. I guess you haven't changed with the times. That night I met you near the bridge. I was sure you were going to see that you were headed in the wrong direction and wake up in time. Huh? Remember that night, Ben? It was Christmas Eve. You'd just come from the arena. They'd handed you your walking papers because you'd let them down cold.
Well, Merry Christmas, officer.
Oh, Merry Christmas to you, sir. Well, what you doing out on a night like this, Ben? I thought you'd be up at the arena getting the New Year's fights lined up.
What? Oh, it's you, Anderson. No, I'm not at the arena anymore.
That's so. What happened?
They decided tonight they'd rather have Davis take over my job. Fine Christmas present that is.
Well, that's tough news, Ben. What you going to do now?
I don't know. I can't seem to think straight.
Oh, that's a crazy way for a man like you to talk. On a Christmas Eve, too?
Christmas Eve. That's never been anything but a jinx to me. First I get stuck with that no-good fighter all day. Then Nina leaves me and takes my son with her. And now the arena throws me out.
Well, maybe you better stop and find out what it is you're doing wrong, Ben. Maybe you're the one that's to blame, not Christmas Eve.
They all take advantage of me. I made all the money I could for them, but I'm not going to do it anymore.
Now, take it easy, Ben. Take it easy. You better go home and think it over.
I have thought it over, Fred, and I know what the answer is. I'm going to make money for myself and nobody else. I'll show these people. I'll make so much money they'll come crawling to me on their knees. I won't have to ask for anybody's sympathy.
You don't pay to think like that, Ben. You'll regret it. Now, look. I know that Bill Boynton, who runs the shoe store down on Elm Street, is looking for a man to buy in with him. Why don't
Me
you...
work in a shoe store? Not in your life, Fred. I'm going after the big money. Big money. That's the only thing people understand, and I'm going to get it.
Well, now you got it, Ben. You're one of the richest men in town. And what's it got you?
Why, I don't know.
Ben, it's too bad you don't get around and see what nice people there are in the world. People like this Carter fella, for instance. Does a man good to know people like him. Makes you feel there really is a Santa Claus to see him bring the smiles to the kids' faces at those parties he gives down at Lincoln Hall. Oh, well, I'll be getting back there now, Ben. I've got a big day tomorrow. I'm not as young as I used to be. Well, Merry Christmas to you, Ben. I'll tell Nina I saw you. She'll be at the party tomorrow with young Jimmy. Good night, Ben.
Okay, everybody, quiet now. Come on. That's right. Let's work games later on. Now, if you'll all line up along the wall over there and march around here by the tree, Lieutenant Riley will hand you your gifts. Then you go around to the tables there and get your refreshment. Come on now, line up. That's it. That's the ticket. Now, march around here. Come on. Take your time now.
Well, Patsy, how's it going?
Oh, Nick, it's wonderful. They're having a grand time.
Oh, that's fine, Patsy.
Hey, Patsy, look. Over there by the door. What do you see?
Where, Nick? Oh, well, who's that?
That, Patsy, is Ben Rasper. Oh, I hope he's come to join the party.
For heaven's sake, so that's the man I've heard so much about. Well, he looks scared to death, Nick.
Look, Patsy, will you go over and make him welcome?
Well, of course, Nick.
Good.
Hello there. Merry Christmas. I'm Patsy Bowen.
Oh.
Won't you join us?
How do you do? I hope I'm not... Do you mind if I just watch?
Well, of course not. Come right in.
I wanted to thank Mr. Carter for the gift he sent, and I...
Nick's right over there near the tree. Come along.
Children seem to be enjoying themselves, don't they?
They certainly do. There's Lieutenant Riley handing out the gifts there. And Scotty Wilson with him, standing next to Mr. Carter.
Yes, I met Mr. Wilson.
Just look at Lieutenant Riley. He's having as much fun as the children.
So I see. Oh, there's a nice-looking boy there, Miss... what's his name?
Where?
That one over there.
Oh, that's Jimmy. He's a nice boy. His mother was a big help to me in getting the refreshments ready. There she is over there on the far side of the hall with the table, see?
Oh, yes. Her son.
Yes.
Yes,
Nick?
I see.
Oh, Nick, we have a new guest.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Rasper. Merry Christmas. I'm glad you could join us.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I came to express my appreciation for the gift you sent me. I hardly know how
Think
to...
nothing of it, Mr. Rasper. Your being here is thanks enough for me.
Mr. Carter, that little boy coming along the line there, Jimmy, I think his name is. Do you think I might give him... could I hand him his gift, do you think?
Why, certainly. Riley. Mr. Rasper here wants to lend a hand. Can you use him?
Sure thing, Nick. Come along, Mr. Rasper.
Thank you, Mr.
ahead,
Carter.
Well, you just hand them these packages as they come along, Mr. Rasper, and enjoy yourself, man.
I will. There, little girl. Merry Christmas.
Oh, thank you.
Say, she liked it, didn't she?
Well, they all appreciate a little kindness, Mr. Rasper. Now, here's a gift for that little boy there.
Oh. Hello. Jimmy? Here you are. And a Merry Christmas, son.
Oh, well, that was the day for you. Gosh, I haven't had so much fun since last year.
You played those games harder than any two kids in the bunch, Scubby.
Yeah, and lost practically every time.
You're kidding. Well, you really have to be in condition to keep up with these kids. Boy, they're wonders. Hey, where do they get all that energy?
That will be one of the world's great mysteries forever, Scubby. Nick, what are you thinking so hard about?
Oh, I was just thinking of the way Mr. Rasper took to the party.
Oh?
Hey, don't you mean the way the party took to Mr. Rasper, Nick?
Yeah, I never saw a man open up the way he did. Well, it was wonderful. The children just flocked around him.
And that's one of the greatest jobs that Nick Carter ever did.
What do you mean, Riley?
Well, Patsy, you'll never believe it, but when Nick and I went to see Rasper to get a contribution to the party, he was the hardest case of unadulterated unpleasantness I ever saw. But somehow Nick managed to get under his skin and bring out, well, what you saw tonight.
Well, for heaven's sake. How did you do it, Nick?
Well, it wasn't difficult, Patsy. You see, I could see when we first spoke to Rasper that he was fighting something. But I didn't know what it was. But from what Riley, Scubby, and you told me, I found that 3 different times Christmas Eve had brought him bad luck. First, the Friday O'Day. Then Mrs. Rasper had left Rasper on a Christmas Eve, taking his son Jimmy with her. And third, he'd lost his promoter's connection at the arena, also on Christmas Eve. Well, the whole thing added up. Rasper associated Christmas Eve with a list of unfortunate incidents and fought anything that suggested the holidays to him. He made a lot of money, but it never brought him happiness. The big thing for me was to make him realize that people and Christmas meant good and not evil. And from what I saw this afternoon, the Rasper family and the whole neighborhood, for that matter, is going to benefit by his awakening to that realization.
Oh, Nick, that's wonderful. You deserve a kiss for that.
Oh, thanks, Patsy. I'm glad you feel that way, too. You know, I'm happier this evening because of Mr. Rasper than I would be if I'd solved 20 murders. He's made this a really Merry Christmas for all of us.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this time by WOR Mutual. What's your story going to be about next time, Nick?
It's a little different from the usual story because it started out with Nick himself being the victim of a holdup.
Yes, and the men who held me up turned out to be innocent after all.
Sounds a trifle complicated to me.
It was. Complicated, but interesting. And it gave me plenty of trouble before I found the solution.
Including a sore throat that almost finished Nick Carter.
A sore throat? Why should that be dangerous?
Because it was the kind that you get from a rope around your neck.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean...
All the rest of the story you get 2 weeks from tonight, not now. So long, everybody.
So long.
So long, both of you. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, and Scubby by John Kane. The story was written for Nick Carter by Humphrey Davis. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. 2 weeks from tonight, at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Double Disguise, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Kidnapped Heiress.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations Monday evenings at 9:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another tip.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters. The detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure.
The Double Disguise, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Kidnapped Heiress.
Pardon me, but could you tell me which way to Bond Avenue, please?
Bond Avenue? Why, yes. We'll just walk 3 blocks
Okay,
straight
mister.
ahead.
It's a stick-up.
What?
Yeah. Hand it over and be quick about it.
Hand what over?
Your wallet, of course. Come on.
Oh, come now. Isn't it quite late in the evening for this sort of thing?
There's nothing funny about this. I mean business.
Now, you haven't been in the business very long, have you?
That's enough talk. Just hand it over. Hand it over, I'll shoot.
You really would shoot me, would you?
Yes. This is your last chance. Please, I don't want to have to kill you.
Okay. But you won't find very much. All right, I'll take that toy pistol now. There.
Oh. You knew all the while.
Sure. Would have fooled most people, but you just happened to pick on the wrong man. I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? Gosh, I guess I did. My name is Brown. Chester Brown.
Well, Mr. Brown, let's have it. What's the story? You're no gunman.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Carter. I've never done this sort of thing before.
Now, why'd you try to hold me up, then?
Oh, I was desperate. I'd been out of work for 3 months now.
In times like these?
Yes, I know, but I'm a salesman. There's no need for them now.
How about manual work?
I tried that, but my heart isn't very strong.
Oh, I see. Married?
Yes, I was married 6 months ago.
Where do you live?
We live in a couple of rooms in a boarding house. Only a few blocks from here, Mr. Carter. Why do you ask?
I'd like to go home with you and meet your wife.
Oh, that means you aren't going to turn me over to the police.
No, not yet, at least.
Oh, thanks.
But one never knows, Mr. Brown. Let's go.
Right this way, Mr. Carter. Stella? Oh, Stella! Stella! That's strange. She isn't home.
Maybe she went out for a while.
At this time of night? She'd be back by now. What does it mean?
Well, it probably doesn't mean much. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a note. Perhaps this will explain things.
Here, let me have it. Dear Chet, I'll be gone for a few days. Don't worry about me. All our troubles will soon be over. We're coming into a fortune. I can't explain any more now. You're Stella.
Well, congratulations.
Ah, look what's enclosed.
$100 bill. May I see it, please?
Oh, here you are. Gosh, I can't believe it. It's too good to be true.
Tell me, Mr. Brown, has your wife any rich relatives?
Rich relatives? Never heard her speak of any. Mother and father no longer living. Well, she has an uncle, a man by the name of James Spear. He lives somewhere out in Colorado. Maybe it's he.
Yes, maybe.
What are you doing, Mr. Carter?
Just checking the number on this bill against a list I have here.
But why? What is it?
Mr. Brown, I'm afraid my congratulations were a bit premature.
What do you mean?
Have you read the evening paper?
No, I haven't seen a paper all day. Why?
Michael Stillfield, the banker, was murdered last night. $10,000 was stolen from his private vault in one of the cleverest safe-cracking jobs seen here in years.
Yeah, what's that got to do with this?
The stolen money consisted of $100 bills.
So what?
The bill your wife left for you was one of those stolen by the murderer.
Oh, but Mr. Carter, she had nothing to do with that.
I feel sure of that, Mr. Brown.
Well, then why should you want to...
Suppose you went out tomorrow morning and tried to spend that bill. What would have happened?
Why, Oh, I see. I'd have probably been arrested as a murderer.
Exactly.
But why did she leave that bill for me?
Because she's as much a victim of this frame-up as you are. Brown, if my hunch is correct, someone's trying to make trouble for you and for her.
Oh, but Mr. Carter, why should...
Don't ask questions yet. Just listen to me. Pack up a bag and get out of here tonight. Go to 73 Bleecker Avenue. That's a rooming house run by friends of mine on the other side of town. Sit tight until you hear from me. Don't tell anyone where you are and don't use your right name.
But suppose my wife comes back.
I said to leave it all in my hands.
Oh, but why?
Brown, don't be a fool. If you don't follow my directions, you may be dead before morning.
So you don't think either Brown or his wife had anything to do with the murder, Nick?
No, Patsy, I don't. It's too obvious a frame-up.
A frame-up?
Yes, don't you see? The murderer persuades Mrs. Brown to go somewhere with him on some pretext or other and gives her one of the stolen bills to leave for her husband, who's sure to be arrested if he tries to spend it.
But why should the murderer want to pin the job on Mr. Brown?
That I don't know the answer to, Patsy. Except that for some reason or other, he wants to get Brown out of the way. Hello?
Hello, Nick. I'm glad I found you in.
Oh, Riley, what is it?
You still say you're not interested in the Stillfield killing?
Well, as a matter of fact, Riley, something's happened since you spoke to me about it. I've changed my mind.
Oh, so you've heard already?
Heard? What?
About the big Postal Express robbery down on Front Street. That's where I'm calling from.
I know, that's news to me. What do they get, Riley?
$40,000 in negotiable bonds. Right out of the vault, Nick.
Not bad.
Yes, and this is the interesting part.
Yeah?
You know who those bonds were being shipped to? Michael Stillfield.
Stillfield? Okay, Riley, thanks. I'll be right down. Well, Patsy, this thing gets more interesting by the minute. Let's go.
Here you are, Nick. Yeah, hello, Patsy.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Well, Riley, let's have a look.
Sure thing, Nick. Come on inside. this is Mr. Johnson, Nick. He's in charge of the express office.
How do you do?
So glad you came, Mr. Carter. Nothing like this has happened in the 30 years I've been with the company.
Well, I suppose there's always a first time, Mr. Johnson.
That's the vault over there, Mr. Carter.
No, thanks. Certainly don't come any finer.
That's true, Mr. Carter. Absolutely burglar-proof. Or so we thought.
Was anything else taken?
No, just the bonds. And they're as good as cash, you know.
When did you discover that they were missing?
This morning. They were put in that vault last night. I watched the bookkeeper do it myself.
I see. And you were the one who closed the vaults?
That's right. I closed it and adjusted the time mechanism myself.
Well, seems to be intact.
That's just it, Mr. Carter. I can't understand it. Neither the vault lock nor the time attachment have been tampered with.
Yes, it looks like the devil's own work.
It's absolutely incredible, Mr. Carter. Well, there you have it. The safe was open and the bonds are gone.
Well, what do you make of it, Nick?
There aren't many men who could have pulled off this kind of a job.
Well, you're right there, Nick. As a matter of fact, I don't know anybody but Nick Carter who could have done it. He's that handy with locks of all kinds.
You have some idea, Mr. Carter?
You say the bonds were put in the vault last night?
Yes, that's right.
About what time would you say?
Well, we received them from the west on the 5 o'clock train.
Did you say from the west?
Well, yes, they came from Colorado.
And they were addressed to Michael Stillfield?
That's right. And they were put in the vault a little after 5. And as you already know, that's the last we were seen of them.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I don't think we need bother you any further.
I do hope you'll be able to track down that thief.
It's more than a thief you've put me on the track of. The man we're looking for, Mr. Johnson, is a murderer.
Hey, what was that stuff you were giving Johnson about looking for a murderer, Nick?
That's exactly what I meant, Raleigh.
You mean there's a connection between the murder of Michael Stillfield and this robbery, Nick?
You catch on fast, Patsy.
How do you figure it, Nick?
Well, in both cases, it was Stillfield's property that was stolen. And in both cases, there was a remarkable safe-cracking job, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Looks like it could be the same ones, all right.
And you recall where Johnson said those bonds came from?
Yes, from Colorado, Nick.
Well, sure, I remember his saying that, but what's that got to do with it?
Just a hunch, Raleigh. By judging by the way these two safes were broken into, I think I know who probably did it.
Who?
Clint Bartow.
Clint Bartow?
Oh, you're having me believing the dead come to life again, Nick. Why, don't you remember? He was reported dead 5 years ago up in Canada someplace.
Yes, but where Clint Bartow's concerned, I don't have much faith in that kind of a report. He's the most dangerous and resourceful criminal on the continent. Riley, I wouldn't be surprised that he had that report circulated purposely.
Well, no, I hadn't thought of it that way.
Furthermore, I suggest you make a thorough check on the background of Michael Stillfield, the murdered banker. An idea there may be some interesting facts turned up.
Okay, Nick, it's as good as done.
When you get the information... Well...
What is it, Nick?
We're being followed.
Huh? Well, not for long we won't be. Now just let me...
Wait a minute. I want to handle this my own way, Riley. You continue on the way you're going. Patsy and I'll turn up this side street.
Okay, Nick. I'll be seeing you. So long.
So long, Riley. All right, Patsy, come along this way.
Is he still following, Nick?
Yeah. He's hanging on, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Here. Into this doorway here.
Okay. Now what?
Well, just wait. He'll be along. Yeah, here he comes now. Stay here, Patsy.
Be careful, Nick.
Hey, you. What's the idea of following me?
What? Who? Me?
Yes, you. You've been tailing me ever since... Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, let go of me. I ain't done nothing, mister.
No, not yet you haven't. Now talk, my friend. And let's hear something interesting.
Okay. I was tailing you.
That's what I thought. What's your game?
Oh, not my game. It was some bloke I met near the express office.
Yes? What about this bloke?
Well, he says there's a 10 spot in it for me if I keep an eye on you all day. You know, see where you go and what you do.
Well, then what?
Well, that's all, mister. And I was supposed to report back tonight at 8 with a dope and get paid.
I see. Where were you supposed to report back?
Beach Street, opposite the railway station.
What did this man look like?
Oh, you can't miss him, mister. He's about 6'6", dark hair, and he has a long curved nose.
Well, so he's the one.
Oh, you know him, huh?
Yes, I think I do. You were offered $10, you say? Here's 20.
What for?
For forgetting all about reporting back, see?
Oh, I get it. Sure thing. Thanks.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
I want to get a good look at you.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I shan't forget what you look like in a hurry. Now beat it, and remember, stay out of my way.
Okay, mister.
All right, Patsy, come on.
What now, Nick?
We're going back to the office. I've got a special job to do now that requires a complete change of wardrobe. In fact, Patsy, a complete change of everything. There, that does it. Hand me that mirror, will you, Patsy?
Mm-hmm. Here you are, Nick.
Not bad. Well, Patsy, do you think I look like the man who was following us?
Simply perfect, Nick. Why, I positively couldn't tell the two of you apart now.
Now the voice. Okay, lady, thanks. Well, I guess I better blow it. The mob's waiting for me.
Nick.
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
I'm afraid of what you may be letting yourself in for.
No, don't worry. I'll be watching my step.
You better. Make one false move with Barto.
Yes, Patsy, I know the kind of man I'm up against. Hello? Oh, yes, Riley. Oh, you did, huh? What'd you find? I see. Yeah, that's fine, Riley. Oh, no. I've got a plan of my own. Yeah, I'll do that. All right, Riley, thanks. Bye.
What is it, Nick?
Patsy, my suspicions were right. The report came through on Michael Stillfield. He proves to be none other than James Spear.
Spear? You mean Mrs. Brown's uncle?
Right. Seems he made his money out west many years ago, then got into some difficulties there. Changed his name and came east.
And he never got in touch with his niece?
Apparently not.
Well, then that fortune Mrs. Brown spoke about in her note is true.
Yes. According to his will, she becomes sole heir to the entire estate, being his only surviving relative.
Well, not bad.
If she lives, Patsy.
If she lives? Well, why shouldn't she live, Nick?
Well, the person she left home with last night must be the same person who killed Stillfield. The $100 bill she left her husband proves that.
And you think that...
I think that if that person is Barto, she's in very real danger. Stillfield owned the fortune and was killed. Now Mrs. Brown owns it, and she may very well be next on the list.
Oh, I see what you mean.
What time is it now, Patsy?
7:30.
Okay, I better be off. I'm going to keep my 8 o'clock date.
You will be careful, Nick.
Yes, of course I will. You know what you're to do.
Yes, I'll do just what you tell me.
Good. Well, so long, Patsy. I'll be seeing you.
I hope so, Nick. I hope so.
Now, 8 o'clock. And this is the corner, all right. But nobody seems to be sure. Wait. Uh-oh.
You waiting for someone, Bud?
Yeah. I was supposed to meet a guy here at 8.
Okay, I guess you're the one. Follow me.
Where are we going?
I'm taking you to the boss.
Why's that?
You'll find out. Come on. Here we are. Just a minute. It's me, boss. Is this the guy, boss?
Yeah. Come in. Close the door, Malone.
Yeah.
Well, what'd you find out?
I followed the guy like you said.
Well?
How about that tent spot you promised?
Don't worry, you'll get it. Now, what happened?
Nothing.
What do you mean?
I tailed the guy to a house on Elm Street. They went in. I didn't see him come out all day.
I see. Well, okay, you did a good job. Here's the tent.
Anything else, mister? I could use more dough. And I ain't particular how I make it. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
You see, I figure you must have some kind of a racket, mister.
Mm-hmm. Very clever reasoning on your part.
Yeah. I'd sort of like to get in on it. That is, if you could use a guy like me.
Maybe I could. You don't happen to know the name of that man you were following, do you?
Never seen him before.
Well, it was Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? Mm-hmm. Who's he?
Never heard of him, eh? Well, he's just about the greatest detective this side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, this Carter must be quite a guy.
Quite a guy is right. With quite a bag of tricks. He's the one man that stood between me and a fortune on 3 different occasions.
Put you in the jug, huh?
No, not quite. But on account of him, I've had to lay low the last 5 years. Now I've got another fortune within my grasp, and he's not going to stand in my way again. No, sir. I'll see to that.
Yeah, worked out a scheme, huh?
Yeah. Beautiful one. Beautiful and simple. He's going to be hoist by his own petard.
Come again?
One of his own great tricks is going to be his undoing.
I don't get you.
All right, Nick Carter. You can come out from under that trick voice now. Keep him covered, Malone.
Yeah, mate. Well, congratulations, Bardo. I was sure I had you fooled.
It was a neat job, Carter. Your resemblance to Trigger is absolutely uncanny.
Trigger?
Yeah, one of my own men.
Oh.
It was all a frame, and you fell for it. Knowing you and your tricks, I figured that's exactly what you do.
And now that I'm here, what do you propose to do?
Something I should have done a long time ago. This is the end of the road for you, Carter.
Bardo, I think you're bluffing.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do. Why'd you have to go to all this trouble? You could have had one of your men shoot me in the street.
No, Carter, I had a special reason for wanting to bring you here alive.
Yeah? What's that?
I wanted to see the look on your face when I opened the door to this inner room and you saw this.
What? Chester Brown?
Yeah. And I assure you he wouldn't be sleeping so peacefully if he knew what I was planning for him. And for you. Hey, you, wake up. Wake up. You've got company. You gave him too much of that dope, Malone. You might have killed him.
So what, boss? Ain't that what you want?
Yeah, but I want him to wait until Mr. Carter could keep him company. I want them to go out together. Come on, you. Wake up.
What's all
You may not believe it, Brown, but this tough-looking thug is really our old friend Nick Carter.
Oh, so it's you, Mr. Carter.
I thought I told you to hide away at that address I gave you.
I did. These guys found out where I was.
Did you tell anybody where you were?
No, nobody. I just gave my address to my old landlady so she could forward my mail.
Right boy, isn't he, Carter? Well, now that I've got you both here together, I'm going to hang you both together. Trigger.
Yeah, boss?
Come in here. Help Malone tie this great detective up while I keep him covered.
It'll be a pleasure, boss. Hello there, detective. And thanks again for that 20.
Don't mention it.
You want this other guy too, boss?
Yeah, get him up on his feet. I want to watch them dance together.
Yeah. Come on, you. Come on up, sonny boy. Okay, boss. All set.
Did you frisk him?
Yeah, he's clean. Here's his gun.
All right, then.
Mr. Carter, what are they going to do?
Looks as if they mean to hang us.
No, they can't do that. You can't. I haven't done that.
Squeal like a stuck pig. Be like Carter. He isn't saying a word.
I still don't believe you're going through with this, Bardo.
No. Get Carter's rope over the rafter at this end. Put Brown's rope over the other end.
Come on. There you are, boss.
Good. Now a couple of chairs for him to stand on.
See here, Bardo. You've nothing to gain by murdering us in cold blood this way. You've killed one man already. You've stolen $50,000. What more do you want?
$50,000? That's pin money. Stillfield is worth $5 million.
And what about it?
That fortune's going to be mine, every cent of it. And you're the only man that might stop me, so I'm taking no chances.
I know you're clever, Bardo, but I can't see how you're going to get your hands on Stillfield's money now that he's dead.
On the contrary, Carter, that's what makes it all so simple. Because it makes Mrs. Brown his sole heir. And Mrs. Brown has been led to believe, by something that I said, that I'm a lawyer. And she's already turned over to me all the credentials necessary to claim her uncle's fortune. I'm sure my own wife will have no trouble at all convincing the real lawyers that she is Mrs. Brown. The real Mrs. Brown, poor woman, won't be with us very long, I'm afraid.
Oh, you fiends, you devil, you have to... You...
So that's your devilish scheme, is it?
Yes, and it's a scheme that I'm sure is going to pay off.
I don't think so, Bardo.
What do you mean?
You really don't think I was foolish enough to come up here without taking certain precautions.
Such as what?
The police know exactly where I am. I'm afraid the laugh's on you, Bardo.
Yeah? Look out of the window, Trigger.
Okay. I don't see nothing. Hey, wait. Say, there is a cop across the street.
What's he doing?
Just stand there.
Hey, maybe there's something to it, boss. Let's get this thing over with and beat it.
Okay. Maybe what you said was so, Carter. It isn't going to help you much. Get them up in the chairs, boys.
Right.
Come on. Up you go.
Come on. Up you go.
Yeah, that's it. Are the ropes tied fast, Malone?
Yeah, boss. Both of them are okay.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Brown and Mr. Carter.
No, you can't.
Okay.
In the street.
Kick the chairs away, boys.
Dance, Carter, dance.
All right, boys. Let's get back to the hideaway.
So that was his plan, Patsy.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I see.
And if Nick didn't come out in a half an hour, we were to go in after him.
The time's just about...
Oh, look, Lieutenant.
Huh? What is it, Patsy?
There's 3 men leaving the building. They're getting into that car.
Yeah, and in an awful hurry, too. Come on, Patsy, let's go in.
Nick, where are you?
Nick Carter, are you here?
Try this door.
He's not here. Try that one over there.
He's not here.
It's getting so dark again. Here I am. Hey, Patsy, listen.
Here I am. Oh, Nick, are you all right?
Let me find the light here.
Oh, Nick, what's happened? What are you
They
telling?
tried to hang us.
Hang you?
Who's that with you, Nick?
That's Brown. Nearly passed out.
Oh.
But I think he's going to pull through now.
Oh, Nick, are you all right now? Did they...
Yeah, I'm okay. My throat's pretty sore, but I live long enough to see Bartow and his men behind bars.
Oh, take it easy, Nick. There's time enough for that.
No, there isn't, Riley. Patsy, you stay here with Brown. Look out for him. Riley, where's your car?
It's just on the block. Why?
We haven't a second to lose. We got to follow Bartow.
Huh?
Every minute counts now, and the woman's life's at stake.
There's no sign of him yet, Nick.
Oh, that's all right, Riley. Keep straight ahead on this road. Hey, do you have an extra gun in the car?
Yeah, you'll find one under the seat there.
Good. Oh, yes. Here it is.
Well, how does your head feel, Nick?
Much better now.
How did you ever get loose, Nick? They actually had you strung up, didn't they?
They sure did. I can still feel it.
Well, how did you do it?
Well, after they tied my wrists, I got Bartow to talking and gave me time to work him loose.
Oh, you mean you swelled your wrists when they tied them so that when you relaxed, they'd be so much smaller, huh?
Mm-hmm. Except that having my hands free wouldn't have helped me much if Bartow and his men hadn't left right away. Fortunately, they saw you coming across the street, and they ran as soon as they strung us up.
Well, what did you do then, Nick?
By that time, I'd worked my hands loose. So I grabbed the rope above my head and pulled myself up.
Whew, that was close.
Yes, it was. And I cut the rope with a little trick knife that's built into my tie clasp. They never thought to look for one there. Then I cut Brown down. Poor fellow, he was almost gone.
Well, thank heavens you outsmarted them, Nick. And as for Bartow, that dirty, murdering, no-good scoundrel...
Oh, look,
I
Riley.
could... Huh?
There's a car ahead of us.
Oh, was that the right one, Nick?
Let me see. There's so much dust on that. 3J20 R7... Is that last... Oh, 6. Yes, that's the car. All right, now take it easy, Riley. I don't want him to get suspicious.
Right. Yeah, they're turning up that dirt road there, Nick. Shall I follow them?
Say, I know where that hideout is now.
Oh, you do?
Yes, it must be the old Fairbanks Cave, not far from here. Bartow used it before. You stop the car here. If luck's with us, this is the end of the trail. And the end of Bartow. Yeah, that's it over there, Riley. See it now?
Yeah, we got him cornered like rats, Nick. All we have to do now is sit tight and wait for him to come out.
No, that won't do. They've got Mrs. Brown in there. We got to get in before it's too late.
Hey, Nick, there's someone coming out.
It's Trigger. Come on, Riley. This is our chance. Quiet now. We'll creep up on him.
I'm right with you, Nick.
You'll get behind him. Oh! Ah, that was worth $20. Now for the boss himself.
Well, boss, when are we going to get it over with?
Right now, Malone. Did you take a look at her?
Yeah, she's all tied up the way we left her.
All right. Say, Trigger. Trigger.
Yeah, boss, coming. What's up?
That special little job on the lady inside. We're going to take care of that right now.
Then what, boss?
What do you mean, then what? Then we bury her, of course. That's the end of Mrs. Brown. Then my wife takes over, claims the fortune, and we're all set for life.
Oh, yeah. I was forgetting that you're going to palm the wife off as Mrs. Brown.
You talk too much, Trigger. I prefer action.
And so do I. Get your hands up, Clint Bartow, and you too, Malone.
Hey, what is this?
Boss, that's... Hoist by his own petard, eh, Bartow?
Carter. Nick Carter. It can't be, boss.
But it is. Now back up, both of you, and keep those hands up high. Riley.
Yeah, Nick.
Come on in.
Good work, Nick. Were you in time?
Yes, Mrs. Brown's okay. She's inside there.
Well, I guess we can call it a day, Nick. You saved the lives of the Browns, and we got Bartow and his gang where we can put him away forever.
Yes, Riley, that's true. Huh. Clint Bartow and his tricks. Hoist by his own petard.
Huh? What in the world does that expression mean, Nick?
That? Oh, it's an old Hindu proverb, Riley. It means, man who make noose for other fellow, sometime find it around own neck.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this same time by WOR Mutual. What's on the menu for next week, Nick?
Imagine a murderer sitting in the death cell at State's prison. It's just 8 hours before he's scheduled to die in the electric chair.
And then suddenly he sends for Nick Carter to prove he's innocent.
Why did he wait so long before he sent for Nick?
Well, that's all a part of the story, Joe.
But I want to tell you that the next 8 hours are about the busiest 8 hours that Nick ever spent.
And was he innocent?
That's also a part of next week's story.
In other words, Mr. Ripley, we're just not telling anymore until next week.
So I see.
But I think when you've heard it, you'll agree that it's a story well worth hearing. So long.
So long, folks.
So long to both of you for another week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Ralph Berkey. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
9 Hours to Live, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Death House.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual. For that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
9 Hours to Live, or Nick Carter and the Death House Mystery.
And now, a late news bulletin. 9 hours from now, at the stroke of midnight, Johnny Waldron, the blonde-faced killer convicted of the murder of Mrs. Cornelius Fielding, will go to the chair. Just 30 minutes ago, the condemned man made a last request. But Johnny Waldron did not ask for a sumptuous last meal in the tradition of the condemned. Nor did he ask to see his nearest and dearest relative, his wife, Laura. No, Johnny Waldron's request was for something much more dramatic. He asked to see the great detective, Nick Carter. Now, just what this last-minute conference means is anybody's guess. Perhaps a reprieve for Waldron. Perhaps a clue as to what happened to the Fielding jewels, which up to now have not even been found. At any rate, the master detective, Nick Carter, has consented to talk with Waldron and is probably at this very moment entering Death House Row. Keep tuned to this station for further dramatic developments.
Where have you got him, Guard? He's in number 1. We moved him to number 1 this morning. You see, it's a shorter ways to walk to the chair from number 1. You all ready to go? Yeah, the barber was in and shaved his head and legs about an hour ago. How's you taking it? Oh, there ain't been a peep out of him. Don't want nothing to eat. Don't want a chaplain, nothing at all. The only request he's made is to see you. Funny time to ask to see a detective, huh? Now, if you don't mind my asking, Mr. Carter,
What made a big shot like you decide to see him?
Well, maybe I'm curious to know what's in his mind. Go off to you about a fellow's going to die in a few hours.
I don't believe that you got any sympathy for a criminal. Not you. Not when a man's a killer. Well, here we are. Here's your company, Waldron.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Waldron.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
You got 5 minutes.
All right, guard. Well, Johnny?
Oh, so you did come. Gosh, I was afraid you wouldn't.
Well, I must admit I was surprised when the warden called me and said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, I imagine you were. Gee, it was sure nice of you to come.
Let's skip the formalities, Johnny. Time's too short for chit-chat. Come to the point. What's on your mind?
Mr. Carter, you think I'm guilty, don't you?
Well, didn't follow your case too closely. But you had a fair trial. You were found guilty. What would you have me believe?
I'd like to have you believe that I'm innocent.
Pretty late in the game to convince, Johnny.
Oh, I'm not looking for a last-minute reprieve. That isn't what I asked you to come out here for. When I got word a little while ago that the governor refused my last request for a reprieve, I just made up my mind that I'd only be kidding myself if I hoped any longer.
Why did you want to see me, Johnny?
Mr. Carter, I know I haven't got a chance. I'm going to be gone in just a few hours now. But I could go a lot easier if I thought that maybe someday the world would know the truth. They'd know that Johnny Waldron was innocent.
Johnny, if I thought you were innocent, I'd start the wheels turning right now to get your reprieve.
Oh, wait. Let me finish, Mr. Carter. I know you don't believe me. Nobody does. I guess I couldn't expect you to believe me after the way things went at the trial. But sitting here in death row, waiting, the idea came to me that maybe Nick Carter would show him someday. Of course, I'd be gone, but, well, you see, there's Laura, my wife. She's going to keep on living, and it'll be hard for her.
I suppose she believes you're innocent.
Oh, she stuck by me swell. She's a wonderful woman, and I don't want the world to look on her as the widow of a murderer. Mr. Carter, all I'm asking is that after I'm gone, in your spare time, will you try to prove that they executed the wrong man? Just for my wife's sake.
Johnny, if you're innocent, who do you think did rob the Fielding safe and kill Mrs. Fielding?
I don't know, Mr. Carter.
What? There's nobody you even suspect?
Well, the only one that... No, I'm not going to accuse somebody I'm not sure of. I've only got a few more hours to live, and I don't
If you want me to do anything for you, Johnny, you better tell me everything you can about this.
No. You'll find them for yourself once you start looking.
Well, I've got to have some kind of evidence to go on.
I don't have any. Cards were stacked so well against me, but go see Laura. She's never stopped working for me. Maybe she knows more by now.
Look here. If that's the case, why haven't you had a lawyer working for you right up to the last minute?
Lawyers. I never had that kind of dough. Oh, a couple of shysters came around thinking maybe I had the Fielding jewels tucked away someplace. When they found out they weren't going to get a cut, they faded pretty fast. Even if you decide to do anything for me, Mr. Carter, I wouldn't be able to pay you for your trouble. You'd have to do it just as a favor to a dying man.
You don't know where the jewels are?
Why, no, Mr. Carter. How could I know? I didn't do that job. Look, you go see Laura. She'll tell you whatever she can.
All right. Time's up, Mr. Carter.
All right, Garrett. Well, Johnny, I'll look into your case.
I don't suppose you believe me.
I bet he's been telling you an innocent man is being sent to the chair, huh? He tells that to everybody.
Did it ever occur to you, Guard, that he might be telling the truth?
Why?
So long. Good luck.
Oh, thanks for coming, Mr. Carter. And thanks for whatever you can do for me, sir.
I'd very much like to know what happened to those Fielding jewels.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, maybe they'll turn up while you're investigating.
Think so? I wonder.
Say, Guard, how long is it until
8 hours, Johnny. Just 8 hours more.
Nick Carter's office.
Oh, Patsy, this is Nick.
Oh, Nick, thank heaven you called. This place is a madhouse. The office is filled with reporters. The newspaper and broadcasting companies have been telephoning. The district attorney has been trying to reach you.
Well, what's the trouble?
They want to know if you're going to try to get a reprieve for Johnny Waldron. The DA said he'd stick around his office all evening. And he's contacted the governor, and he'll be on tap ready.
Reprieve? Oh, great heaven. I just talked to the fellow. I don't have any evidence. None whatsoever. What's the matter with the DA?
Well, when Nick Carter goes to work on a case, even at the 0 hour, something usually pops.
I'll tell him to hang on to the hats a while. And you, Patsy, go up to the courthouse and get a transcript from the Walden trial. Dig up what you can out of our files about Waldron. I'm heading back from State's prison right away. Meet you in front of the office.
All right, Nick. But we're going to have to work fast. They throw the switch in exactly 7 hours and 40 minutes. Waldron was really hired as a chauffeur. It was brought out of the trial that he ingratiated himself with the old lady every chance he got.
Oh?
You know, Mrs. Fielding was an invalid. Waldron used to carry her up and down stairs and waited on her and all that sort of thing. He was inside the house a great deal. Then, let's see now. Oh, the gun was traced to Mrs. Fielding's stepson, Tom Fielding. But the prints on the gun were Waldron's.
Her stepson lived there with her?
Yes, just the two of them. Waldron and all the other servants slept out and reported for work in the mornings at 8.
When was the body found?
On a Thursday night at 10 o'clock, in the library of the house. Tom Fielding came home from his club and found her. The safe was open and the jewels and money gone. Of course, any of the servants, as well as Tom Fielding, might have known the combination of the safe. Mrs. Fielding often opened it in front of all of them. The defense harped on that at the trial, but Waldron's prints on the gun and his alibi being so flimsy cooked his goose.
I see.
How did Waldron strike you, Nick? Guilty?
It's the evidence that tells the tale in any case, Patsy. If we could find the party who has the missing Fielding jewels...
It would look pretty grim for that.
Yes, it wouldn't look good, that's sure.
Oh, Nick, look at the time.
5:50.
In 6 hours and 10 minutes, an innocent man may be electrocuted.
Oh, no, Patsy. No innocent man will be electrocuted for a crime he didn't do. Well, my name's Nick Carter. And here's our first stop, Patsy. His old tenement house. Laura Waldron lives here.
You're very nice to come to see me, especially today.
Mrs. Waldron, this is my assistant, Patsy Boone.
How do you do, Miss Boone? Hello, Mrs. Waldron. Won't you two sit down? Here, let me dust the chair. Oh, no, don't. It's perfectly all right. Since Johnny's been away, I haven't been as good a housekeeper as I used to be. I've no heart for it anymore.
Mrs. Waldron, I came to see you because...
I know you went to see my husband. I heard on the radio.
Yes, that's right.
But it's too late to get Johnny off, isn't it? Besides, we don't have any money to pay a famous detective. Mrs. Waldron, the only fee Nick Carter ever asks is that justice be done.
Now, Mrs. Waldron, tell me about Johnny. His habits, what he likes, what he doesn't like.
Johnny's good, Mr. Carter. You see, I know he's innocent.
But have you proof, Mrs. Waldron?
Proof? No. Just my heart tells me he wouldn't kill anybody. But more than that, I know because he was with me at the time the police say she was killed.
The prosecution tore his alibi to shreds.
Yes, a wife's testimony doesn't count for much in court. Oh, yet how thankful I am that he was with me that night, that I know he's innocent. You understand what I mean, don't you, Miss Bourne? You understand when I say the world can stand against your man, but if you know he's right and good and true, you... Mrs. Waldron, isn't there any way at all it can be proved that your husband was hung with you that night? No. You don't think of providing alibis for staying in your own home. It isn't much, I know, but it's ours. Tom Fielding has offered to help me. Now Johnny's going to be...
Tom Fielding? You mean the stepson of the woman your husband's convicted of murdering?
Yes.
In what way has he offered to help you?
Money. He knows Johnny isn't a murderer. His testimony in court didn't follow that line, Mrs. Waldron. Of course not. Mr. Fielding had himself to protect. That's right, Nick. Fielding was under suspicion. Just this afternoon he called me again. And where's the jewels, I said to him. If my Johnny did it, where's the jewels and the money? Would I be begging for work if Johnny had done it? You're working now, Mrs. Waldron? Day work.
scrubbing up places where they don't ask too many questions. Oh, but I'd mop the streets of this town from one end to the other every day. Johnny had left to die.
Oh, don't, Mrs. Waldron. Don't cry, please. Please don't cry.
You have to excuse me. Just, I can't stand to think. I'm counting the minutes and seconds now. Only a few more hours. Johnny will be gone.
Mrs. Waldron, I'd like to ask you another question.
All right.
Maybe Nick can save your husband yet, you know.
Oh, if he only could.
There isn't time left for me to chase down every witness and question them. Tell me, Mrs. Waldron, whom do you suspect of robbing and murdering your husband's late employer?
Who? Oh, Mr. Carter, I have no proof against anyone.
I didn't ask if you knew who murdered Mrs. Fielding. I only said, whom do you suspect?
But I have no right to suspect him.
Right? What do you mean?
But he's been so kind and offered to help.
Tom Fielding. That's who you think did it.
Oh, I never dared think it out loud before. He was her stepson, you know, but she loved... Oh, they had their quarrels. Oh, they were just money spats. I'm not saying he did it, only...
Only what?
You talk to him, Mr. Carter.
All right, I will. We'll go right over to the Fielding house now.
Oh, but you won't find him at home at this hour, Miss Carter. He's always at the club at this time. I know from when Johnny used to drive for him.
That's the old hunt club, isn't it?
Yes.
10th and 5th. Mm-hmm. Come on, Patsy, let's hurry. Time's precious.
Okay.
Goodbye, and thank you. I'll be right here waiting and praying you find the guilty man in time to save Johnny.
Nick, there's something puzzling you. What is it? Didn't you think Mrs. Waldron's story made sense?
Well, it did, and it didn't.
But, Nick, doesn't it seem a bit odd for Tom Fielding to offer her money?
Yes, if that's true.
Well, then her story does make sense.
Patsy, it's not what Mrs. Waldron said that's bothering me. Something else.
Something else? Well, what is it, Nick?
I wish I knew. But there's something about her that puzzles me. Something that doesn't fit into the picture. It's in the back of my mind somewhere, but I can't quite get the key to it.
And if you ask me, Tom Fielding is the one who could straighten out a lot of things.
And he's the man we're going to tackle right now. Well, this hunt club's pretty swanky, isn't it?
Good evening, sir. Can I park your car for you?
Fancy place. Still has doorman and porter.
Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. Ladies are permitted in the old hunt club. I'm sorry.
Well, that lets you out, Patsy.
I guess it does.
You better wait for me here.
Yes, I guess I'll have to. Oh, Nick. It's 8:15. Only 3 hours and 45 minutes to go until midnight. Ring again, Nick. Fielding wasn't at his club, so he's got to be home here.
Your womanly intuition isn't working right tonight, Patsy. Not a light in the whole house. I don't think anybody's home.
Oh, Mr. Fielding, if you only knew how much time we've wasted looking for you.
Well, Patsy, maybe we can uncover enough evidence without seeing Mr. Fielding face to face.
What are you going to do?
Little high-class lockpicking in the interest of Johnny Waldron and his wife, Laura. There we are. All right, come on in. Stay behind me.
Gee, it's dark in here.
Shut the door and I'll use my flash.
Where are we headed for?
The library.
Oh.
That's the room Mrs. Fielding was killed in, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. These old houses, the library is usually back this way, off the center hall. Come on.
All right. You think there's anybody beside us in the house?
I hope not. Here we are. This is the door. This must be it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is the library.
What are we looking for?
Well, right now, I'm looking for Mrs. Fielding's safe.
Safe?
Mm-hmm.
Safe. Oh, it's behind that portrait of her. That was in the testimony.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Betsy. Oh, turn on that small lamp, will you? Take a glance through the papers on the desk while I open this safe.
Say, Mrs. Fielding held her son and heir down while she was living. He's certainly making up for it now. Look at that wine cabinet. It's filled to the hilt with pre-war stuff. Oh, and look at this black market stuff. Have a gold-tipped cigarette, Miss Bowen. Yes, thank you, I will.
Patsy, shame on you. How'd you feel if Tom Fielding walked in here right now and caught you swiping his expensive cigarettes?
Only one, Nick. And for that matter, how would you feel if Mr. Fielding saw you about to open his safe? Oh, Nick!
Patsy. You okay?
Yes, I guess so.
They shot through that window there. And the bullet went right in the side of the desk here.
Well, we better get out of here, Nick.
Now, 1 minute, Patsy. Got to see what's in this safe. It's almost open now.
Well, who do you think shot at us, Mr. Fielding?
Oh, Patsy, will you pick that bullet out of the desk? It'll be a handy piece of evidence.
All right. Say, you're taking this attempt to murder us awful lightly, Nick.
I don't think it was murder, Patsy.
Not murder?
No. You were standing by the wine cabinet, not 4 feet from the window. And I was a perfect target standing here. No, Patsy, I think you'll find somebody was just trying to scare us away.
Oh. Well, I got the bullet out. Looks like a .32.
There we are. Patsy.
Yes?
Look here.
The missing jewels. Oh, Nick.
Yes, right here in the safe.
Oh, Nick, that's wonderful.
Hey, Patsy, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm getting the DA on the phone for you. You've got the evidence for Johnny Walden's reprieve.
Now, wait a minute,
I knew he wasn't guilty, Nick. Mrs. Walden was telling the truth.
Patsy, put down that phone.
Yes, Nick.
Now, get me police headquarters first. I want a general alarm sent out for Tom Fielding.
But Johnny Waldron.
I still have 2 hours, Patsy. If Waldron's innocent, I'll prove it in time to save him from the chair.
Nick, why should you want to talk to Mrs. Waldron again when you haven't asked for the reprieve? Only make her feel worse.
There's something about her that doesn't add up, Patsy. And I've got to know what it is before I go any further. This is her door, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Nick Carter, your thinking on this case is beyond me.
Well, Patsy, it's hard to explain. When I don't know myself what the missing link is, how can I explain it to you?
But you found the jewels. Tom Fielding had them in his safe. Why, it's obvious, Nick. He didn't get along with his stepmother, and he... Nick, what are you doing?
Going to open Mrs. Walden's door?
Oh, no, don't do that, Nick. I'm sure she's here. She's probably been crying and doesn't want to see anybody. Let me call her first. Mrs. Waldron? Mrs. Waldron?
Oh, sorry, Patsy. We haven't any time to waste. Now, let's see. Where's the light switch?
It's here by the door. Oh, she isn't here.
So it seems.
Nick. Look here. There's a gold-tipped cigarette in this ashtray, the same kind we saw at Fielding's house.
Let's have it. No lipstick on it. Kind of pinched in near at the end.
He's been here. I never would have believed it of him.
Believe what?
Well, that a man like Fielding would come to a place like this. Why, a man like that wouldn't get his hands dirty putting them on the doorknob of a hovel like this.
Say that again, Patsy.
What? Well, a man like Fielding wouldn't dirty his hands on the doorknob of a place like...
I got it. Patsy, you just gave me the key I've been looking for. Come on. We've got to get back to Fielding's library or there'll be another murder. You know, Patsy, there are times when having a siren in this car comes in handy. And tonight's one of them. Hope we're in time.
Do you think the police have picked Fielding up yet, or do you think he'll be at his home?
He's at home. I'll bet my bottom dollar on that.
Nick, do you know what time it is?
Stop worrying about the time and come on.
I'm right with you.
The place is still dark.
There's a little light shining in the hallway.
He's here, all right. Watch your step, Patsy.
Don't worry about me.
I slipped the latch on the front door when we left. See if it's been bolted. No, still open. All right, come on.
Where do you think he is?
The library, probably.
Oh, I hear someone, Nick.
Yeah, they're both here.
Oh, that's Mrs. Waldron's voice. Open the door, Nick.
Oh, it's locked. I'll try to pick it.
Oh, Nick, hurry.
I am hurrying.
Stay away from me! Help! Oh, Nick! He's killed her.
There.
Oh, Mrs. Waldron.
Oh, thank heaven you came. He was just going to shoot me. I got the gun away from him and... Oh,
You shot him.
Yes, Mr. Carter. But it was self-defense. Anyone can see that.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you, Mrs. Walton.
It was worth it. It was worth it. Now Johnny will be safe. He won't have to die in the chair.
Nick, you've only got 7 minutes to call it. 7 minutes to 12.
Hurry, Mr. Carter.
Just a minute. Calm yourself, Mrs. Walden. Here, have a cigarette.
A cigarette? All right.
May I light it for you?
Thanks. Wait a minute till I get my cigarette holder out of my bag.
So, you do use a cigarette holder. I thought so.
Nick, the time is getting awfully short for your call to the DA.
I'm not going to make that call.
Why, Nick.
Not going to make it.
No, Mrs. Walden. It was a nice frame-up you and your husband tried against Tom Fielding, but it didn't work.
Frame up?
Yes, frame-up. You and Johnny staged this whole thing to get him a last-minute reprieve. It was pretty clever, but you made a couple of mistakes. For example, this gold-tipped cigarette butt I found in your apartment tonight.
What about it?
When I found this butt in your apartment, all pinched in at the end from having been smoked in a holder, I knew you had lied about not having seen Tom Fielding. These particular cigarettes are made to order for him.
I didn't leave it there.
I couldn't be sure of that until I found that you used a cigarette holder. Then I knew I was right. You did leave it here.
Go on, prove it.
Another thing. Patsy, take a look at Mrs. Walden's hands.
My hands? Why, they're beautiful. Beautifully manicured.
Exactly. Mrs. Walden, with hands like yours, you don't scrubs for a living. That dingy apartment of yours is merely a front.
Look out, Nick!
Gun, huh?
Yes, and I know how to use this gun, too, and I'm going to. Oh!
So sorry to hate you, Mrs. Walden. Patsy.
Yes?
Take a look at Tom Fielding. See if he's still alive.
Right, Nick.
You haven't got anything on me. You can't get
He's
me
still
for
breathing,
anything.
Nick.
Good. Phone for an ambulance, quick.
Okay. Oh, but Nick, can you prove this charge against Mrs. Walden? Can you be positive she and her husband framed Fielding?
Not yet, Patsy, but I'm so sure I'm right that I'll risk my reputation on it.
But, Nick, as long as there's the slightest doubt about it, shouldn't you call the DA and give Johnny Waldron the benefit of the doubt?
No, Patsy. As far as I'm concerned, there's no doubt whatsoever. I'm so sure I'll even risk Johnny's life on it.
Hello, Nick Carter's office. Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Yes? Yes? It was. He is. Oh, I see. Well, thank you, Lieutenant. Yes, I'll tell Nick. Goodbye.
Was that the report from police headquarters, Patsy?
Yes, it was Lieutenant Riley. And you were right, Nick. That gun you took from Mrs. Walden was registered in Johnny's name. And she lied about taking the gun away from Fielding and shooting him in self-defense. Fielding's fingerprints weren't on the gun anywhere, but hers were all over it.
Did they check with the bullet when you picked out of that desk? The one that was fired at us?
Yes, and it came from the same gun.
Fine. And what about Fielding? Did Riley say?
He's going to live. What's more, he regained consciousness long enough to make a statement.
Good.
Oh, Nick, that Mrs. Walden was certainly clever. She was planting the jewels in Fielding's safe when he came in the room and caught her. So
She held him at the point of her gun and knocked him out, bound his wrists and ankles, gagged him, and hid him away in another room.
What? How did you know that?
Very simple, Patsy. The marks where he'd been tied were still on his wrists when I examined him, and also there was a bump on his head.
Nick, you're always holding out on me. And one other thing. What made you think Fielding's life would be in danger way back when we were in Mrs. Walden's apartment the second time?
Sure, huh? Well, Patsy, after your inspired remark about hands, I suddenly realized what it was about Mrs. Walden that puzzled me. It was her hands. I knew that with hands like hers, she couldn't be earning her living scrubbing floors.
Oh, I see.
And if she were lying about that, it was very probable she was lying about everything. And the whole thing was a plot to make Fielding look guilty.
But why should that make you suddenly afraid that something might be going to happen to Fielding?
Patsy, if she and Johnny were so anxious to get Johnny a reprieve that they were willing to give up the jewels to make it look as if Fielding were really the guilty man, it was entirely possible that she might go further and kill Fielding and try to make it look as if he killed himself.
But how would that help Johnny Waldron?
Well, if it was done right, it would look as if he were remorseful at having let Johnny take the blame. And she almost got away with it.
But she didn't, because Nick arrived in the nick of time. You're a wonderful detective, Mr. Carter.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, at midnight last night, Johnny Waldron went to the electric chair to pay for the crime of having murdered Mrs. Cornelius Fielding. His dramatic last-minute attempt to get a reprieve failed, thanks to the quick action of that master detective, Nick Carter. In those few short hours that Carter was actually on the case, he found the missing jewels, uncovered a well-laid plot between Johnny and his wife to pin the murder on Tom Fielding and save Fielding's life. Tom Fielding and the entire community owe a debt of gratitude to Nick Carter.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this time by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, what happens in your next week's story?
I want to tell you the story of the time that I quite accidentally stumbled onto a terrible crime. Or to be more correct, I stumbled onto evidence that a terrible crime had been committed.
That doesn't sound like a very unusual thing for you to do.
Except for one little fact, Mr. Ripley. We didn't know where or when the crime had been committed.
In spite of the fact that we heard the story of the murder from the victim's own lips.
As a matter of fact, we even heard the murder committed.
And we were powerless to do anything about it.
If you're trying to make me curious about it...
We are.
You're certainly succeeding.
Well, it's as unusual a tale as I've had the pleasure of telling in a long while, I assure you. So until next week, so long.
So long, folks.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Barth Conray. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week, at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Records of Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Unclaimed Box.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Wartime. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
Records of Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Unclaimed Box.
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Carter, that I've quite accidentally stumbled on a terrible crime. Or, to be more correct, I've stumbled on evidence that a terrible crime has been committed.
But even so, Mr. Field, why do you come to me with it? That sort of thing should be reported to the police.
Mr. Carter, what police would I report it to?
Where was the murder committed?
I don't know.
Well, how can you know that a murder's been done if you don't know where it was done?
Well, that's what makes this particular crime different from any other. Somewhere, sometime, a murder's been committed. Yet I don't know when or where. As a matter of fact, I doubt if anyone in the world knows of it, except those who did it, and me.
And how do you happen to know all this?
Because the victim, a young and beautiful girl, has told me so in her own words. I have the knowledge from her own lips.
Oh, and you've seen and talked to her?
Well, here's the story, Mr. Carter. About a month ago, I attended one of the sales of unclaimed packages that the Express Company holds twice a year. Among other things, I bought was a box about 1/3 the size of a steamer trunk. It contains some miscellaneous articles of clothing and 10 phonograph records.
Phonograph records, huh? Regular professional records?
No, Mr. Carter. They were small record blanks you buy when you make home recordings for yourself. I immediately played the records, and since then I've played them so often, I almost know them by heart.
And you learned about this crime from those records?
Yes.
Mr. Field, you wanted to arouse my curiosity. You certainly succeeded. When can I hear these records?
Immediately, Mr. Carter. I have them in my room. If you'll go there with me, we can listen to them at once.
Splendid. You mind if I take my assistant, Patsy Bowen, with me?
Of course not.
Then as soon as she's ready, we'll go. Patsy!
Yes, Nick?
Get your hat. We're leaving at once to listen to a murder.
This is the box, Mr. Carter.
Beautiful, isn't it? Now, Mr. Field, before we go further, there are a few things I should like to know. How long ago did you buy this box at the auction?
A little over a month ago.
Mm-hmm. On the Express Company. Must have had it for about a year or so. Now, another thing. Were there any wrappings on the box when you bought it?
Yes, it was well wrapped in heavy burlap.
You have those wrappings now?
I'm sorry to say I don't. By the time I realized that the wrappings might have furnished a clue to the mystery, they'd been burned in the incinerator.
Too bad. Well, do you by any chance, whatever, recall the name and address to which the box was consigned?
Fortunately, I do. It was addressed to an Alex Delanois in New York City. But I've searched every city directory, every telephone book, every place where names are listed, and I can find no such name anywhere. There was no street address, and the rest of the label, as I remember it, was practically obliterated.
I see. All right, Mr. Field, let's listen to the records.
And gladly. I'm very anxious to get your opinion of them.
Are they in any kind of order?
After hearing them over and over as I've done, I believe that I've finally arranged them in their proper order.
I see.
They're so peculiar, I can hardly wait to see if you can tell me the answer. Here's the first one.
I have a terrible story to tell. But even while I try to tell it, I'm afraid that you, who may listen to this, will not believe me. But I beg you, if justice means anything to you, believe me and avenge me. I shall rest easier in my grave if I know that those who hope to profit by my death have been deprived of the fortune they plan to get by killing me. I am very rich, but I am not rich enough to avoid the fate that is in store for me.
She sounds as if she meant it, doesn't she?
I thought he was coming in, but he went away. I've tried several times to escape, but I've failed each time. I wish I could tell you where I am, but I can't, because I was drugged when they brought me here. Oh, I forgot to say, my name is Nancy Deering, and I'm 22 years old. You who listen to this will recognize the name at once, of course. I only hope they don't murder me until I can...
Is that the end of it?
Not quite.
He almost caught me that time. But now he's left me alone again. Maybe I can...
That's all. Apparently he came back before she expected him.
She certainly had plenty of trouble getting a story out of the records, didn't she?
Yes. She was interrupted many times, and generally in the wrong places.
I imagine no trouble is too great if you're really desperate.
What a terrible feeling it must be to expect to be killed any minute.
Here's the second record, if you're ready.
Okay, Peel.
I don't know where I left off with my story last time, and I dare not play it back. If they should ever hear what I'm trying to do, they'd take the machine away from me. Then I'd be completely lost. I feel that my end is coming very soon now. They may carry out their plans to... In the gloaming, oh, my darling, when the lights are soft and low, and the flickering... I think he's gone now. I'm sure Ralph was listening at the door, but the singing apparently convinced him I was listening to the radio. When the time comes, I know it will be Ralph who kills me. Olive will undoubtedly help him, but Ralph is the leader. I found that out the other day when they tried to get me to sign the papers which will give them possession of my fortune. I shall never sign, but that... When the lights
The rest of the record is that song.
They did her best to get a story out of those records.
Too bad she didn't succeed better.
She managed to get most of her story on the records, one way or another. The only thing she really missed out on was telling us more about herself than just her name.
Probably never occurred to her that the records might travel thousands of miles before someone would hear them.
Yeah, here's the third record.
Last night, somebody searched my rooms while I was in bed. Maybe they suspect that I'm making these records. Although I'm very careful. I play the radio all the time, so they'll be used to hearing the noise. Ralph told me yesterday he was sure I was going crazy. Maybe I...
Nancy, Olive asked me to tell you that.
And that ends that.
Whose voice do you suppose that was there at the end?
I suspect it was Ralph's.
It's amazing how much of the scene she recreates this way without really saying anything definite. You can feel the tension and the suspense right along with her.
Yes. On the fourth record, she was able to get part of the visit that Ralph paid her one day. She must have known he was coming and prepared for it by putting the record blank in the machine in advance. Then, when she heard him at the door, she probably turned it on and got this.
Well, put it on quickly, Mr. Field.
Here you are, Miss Bourne.
Well, my beautiful young half-sister. Have decided to sign over your fortune to me?
I told you long ago I'd never do that.
If you sign, we'll set you free, just as we promised.
You don't fool me, Ralph. The minute I sign my name to that paper you have there, you'll kill me. You know that as well as I do. You'll set me free. That's funny.
You don't know when you're well off, Nancy. If you did, you'd sign and go free.
You must think I'm a fool, Ralph.
I do. And I also think it won't be long before you wish you had signed.
Oh, I wish this were all over. I wonder how they'll kill me. Ralph would prefer to strangle me, I'm sure. With those great, hairy hands of his. As for Olive, yes, she'd use poison over the boot.
That's all there is on that one.
It's a pity she couldn't have put more on each record than she did. She really used only a small portion of each blank.
Yes, Patsy, but she had trouble enough to get even that much on them, the way they watched her.
Nick, where could she get the blank records in the first place? They certainly wouldn't have let her have them knowingly.
If I were to make a guess, Patsy, I'd say that when they took her to the place where she was kept prisoner, they probably took along her clothes and some of her furnishings.
Mm-hmm.
And among them probably was this radiophonograph. Perhaps she specially asked for it because she loved music or something, and the record blanks were probably the machine along with the other records.
That could be. How about the fifth record, Mr. Field?
I've never been able to make much out of this one. Maybe you'll have better luck.
You mean it's not like the others?
Quite different. Here, I'll start it near the end. The whole first part is just scratch and nothing else.
What's the idea of locking herself? Nancy.
Where is she?
Nancy, come on out here.
She's hiding. Drag her out.
I'll find her. Trying to get her.
No, bring her off me. Here, look over here. What's there?
Come on there.
Come on, get her.
Now, the sooner you get her, the better.
No.
Give me that.
No.
Nearly got me that time, didn't you? Too bad for you. You didn't succeed.
Little devil, I'll fix you, but good.
Not very clear, is it?
Perfectly clear to me. Nan locked her door and started the record. For some reason, she waited before saying anything. Then Ralph and Olive came, found the door locked, and, being suspicious, broke it down. Nancy hid, and they dragged her out. There was an argument about something that I didn't get. Nancy grabbed Ralph's pistol and took a quick shot at him, but she missed. Before she could pull the trigger again, he took the gun away from her.
Good grief, Mr. Carter. It's clear enough when you tell it. Well, here's the sixth one.
I must hurry. The time is very short. I may be interrupted any minute. I'm seldom left alone anymore. They seem to be afraid of what I'll do if I'm left alone. I wondered that they hadn't killed me before this. I wonder if they...
There's nothing but scratch for quite a bit here, but she starts again.
Olive came in. I had to stop. Now she's gone for a few minutes at least. Yesterday I wrote a letter to my father, and I threw it out the window, hoping someone would find it and mail it. But Ralph found it and brought it back to me and laughed at me. I keep asking him for news of my father, but he'll tell me nothing. If Father only knew where I am, he'd rescue me. Maybe if I can just...
And that's the end of that.
Well, we didn't get much out of it.
I wonder where her father comes into this.
You'll see before we're through. And this seventh record is more interesting because it records a complete conversation between Nancy and Ralph.
Good. Let's hear it.
Well, my dear Nancy, how are you today?
If you had your way, I'd be dead.
Why don't you kill yourself and save us the trouble?
You mean save you from having a murder on your conscience? You have such a thing?
Murder is a very ugly word, Nancy.
You're murdering me inch by inch every day that I stay here.
Well, I don't object to doing it that way if I can.
You
little cat! If you ever throw anything at me like that again, I'll tie you up so you won't be able to move out of your chair.
Ralph, if you really want me to sign those papers for you, just let me go to my father. If you do, I'll sign anything you ask.
That's out of the question, Anne. But if you sign, We'll see that your father finds you soon enough. And it's only because I'm your half-brother that I offer you this.
You sneaking liar!
I'll show you.
No, wait!
Next time I'll kill you. If you weren't my half-sister, I'd do it right now. And I'd enjoy doing it. So don't tempt me too far. I might forget that your mother and mine were the same.
Please. Ralph. Will you get me a glass of water?
Oh.
Please, Aunt. Please.
Well, all right. But no tricks or I'll lose.
Oh, gosh, I wish we could have heard more of that.
Yes. We might have learned something really important.
You will. Nancy knew the record was near the end, and that glass of water was merely an excuse to get Ralph out of the room while she put on a new one.
Good for her. She's a clever girl.
Oh, what a terrible ordeal she went through. Never knowing from one day to the next whether it was her last.
Quiet, Betsy, please.
Thank you. You were gone quite a long time.
I met Olive in the hall. She reminded me to tell you we've decided that unless you do as we want you to, you have just one more day to live. Just one.
Do you think that frightens me? I'll almost welcome death, because I know it's the only way I'll ever get away from you two. And I'm firmly convinced you'll never succeed in getting possession of my fortune.
Of course we'll get it. No doubt about that.
I don't think you will.
No?
No. That is, you won't get it unless you're planning on murdering my father, too. After you forged a new will for him to leave behind him.
Smart, aren't you? Guessed it the first time.
No. No, you wouldn't. You couldn't.
No, why not? He's not my father, and we want his fortune for ourselves.
I can't believe such inhuman creatures as you two really exist.
Our mother bore a strange lot of children, didn't she? On one hand, we have you, my saintly Nancy. And on the other hand, we have the twins, Olivet and me, who are anything but saintly. Yes, life is very strange sometimes.
Get out! Get out! Leave me alone! I gotta die to be with you!
That's an excellent idea, Nan. I'll be gone for about 15 minutes. If you're wise, you won't be alive when I return. Goodbye. I hope forever.
You heard what he said. It was the best evidence I could get. Ralph really made a full confession without knowing that every word he said was being preserved for you to hear. But my father, why was he died? Oh, I beg you, whoever you are, hears his words. If you can do anything to avenge our death, in heaven's name, do it. I go to my death believing that through you I shall have my revenge at last. Oh, please don't fail me. I see the record's coming to an end. Good night. Pray for me. Good God.
If you didn't know she was in deadly earnest, you'd almost think she was putting on an act.
I still feel terribly moved when I hear that record. She never had a chance, really.
Well, let's hear the next one. That's the 9th, isn't it?
Yeah, number 9 is almost a blank. Here it is.
They almost caught me that time. They mustn't do that because they might find the records I've already made and destroy them. They're both coming back in a few minutes, but maybe I can...
Is that all there is on that one?
That's all. That's the end of the record.
There's one more, isn't there?
Yes, number 10. The first 2/3 of it's blank. It starts here.
Stand back, both of you. You see I'm armed. You know I can shoot straight. I'll kill the first one of you to move.
Confound it, that's my gun. Where did you get it?
Olive gave it to me so I could defend myself. That's a lie, you know it. Yes. Yeah. What happened?
The bullet just grazed your temple. Must have stunned you momentarily.
Oh. Is Nancy dead?
Yes. She's dead.
What'll we do with the body? The old man will be here in a couple of hours. We don't want to be caught.
And that's the end of the last record.
Poor Nancy. She certainly got a tough break.
I truly believe that's the most remarkably told tragedy in history.
Oh, Mr. Carter, have you got any ideas?
I have, but I'm not ready to talk about them yet.
Well, what's the next step now, Nick?
Well, first of all, Patsy, I want to examine the other contents of the box thoroughly. I can look them over more intelligently now that I've heard the records. Then I want to play those records over and over until I know them by heart.
And then?
Then I expect to be able to give you the answer to the problem. Got a sandwich in your pocket, Patsy?
Oh, Nick, I thought you'd never finish listening to those records.
Well, I want to be sure I didn't miss anything anywhere. And I believe I've learned everything those records could tell me.
You mean you really found some clues, Nick?
Yes, indeed, Patsy. There are several clues marked out for us very plainly.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But first, I want to go over that list from here of the other things that were in that box addressed to Alex Delannoy.
Of course, Nick. Let me see now. Yes, here it is. Opera cloak with label Felix and Company, Toronto. And a beautiful and expensive thing it was, too. Silk slip with the name Olivette Dupre pinned on it. Wish I could wear silk like that.
Patsy.
A silk slip with the name Nancy Deering pinned to it. A New Testament with the name Evangeline Dupre on the flyleaf. Several rings, all very valuable. A real pearl necklace. And some beautiful and very expensive lace. Also, of course, the blood-stained nightdress, which must have been the one that Nancy was murdered in.
And the 3 snapshots, of course.
Oh, yes. One with the name Olivette on the back, one with the name Ralph, and one with the name Evangeline Dupre Deering.
Whoever packed that box knew exactly what he was doing, Patsy. All ties together beautifully. He or she has given us all the clues he could to the people concerned in the affair.
Evangeline Dupre Deering must have been the mother.
Yes. She had 2 children, twins, Ralph and Olivette by her first marriage. Then she married Nancy's father, a man named Deering.
But that doesn't get us much nearer a solution, Nick.
No, but it does, Patsy. Did you notice that all the voices we heard in the records were American?
Well, yes, I guess they were.
And yet the names are mostly French, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Now, where do we find a combination like that around here?
Why, in Canada, I suppose.
Exactly. And the label on the opera cloak says Toronto, which confirms the Canada idea perfectly.
You mean that the Deerings lived in Toronto?
It's certainly quite logical to assume that the scene of the murder is Canada, and very possibly in the vicinity of Toronto. Well, we start there anyway. Maybe the Toronto police can help us.
But, Nick, even if you're right, it doesn't mean that the police would know anything about the murder. It was all done so secretly.
You're overlooking one thing, Patsy.
I am? Well, what is it?
The family from which these people came was a rich family, very rich indeed, if we may guess from the beautiful laces and from the jewelry and other things packed in the box.
Mm-hmm.
And remember also that Nancy's father was probably killed, too. Now, I can't believe that the head of a rich and probably well-known family could disappear without anyone knowing it.
You mean you think the police will know that something happened to him about a year ago, even if they don't think that there's anything wrong about it?
Exactly. So pack your bag, Patsy, and order a taxi to take us to the airport. We're flying to Toronto immediately.
I'm very happy to welcome you back to Toronto, Mr. Carter. It's been many years since you've been up here to see us.
Well, thanks very much, Chief. Now, you mind if I ask you a few questions?
No, of course not. Go right ahead.
Did you get a letter about a year ago telling that a murder had been done, and that if you wanted proof, you should claim an express box sent to New York City in the name of Alex Delannoy?
Wait a minute. By George Carter, we did get just such a letter. But we thought it was the work of a crank and destroyed it. Do you mean it was true?
I have every reason to believe it was. Now, another question. Would you know anything about a girl named Nancy Deering, or about her father?
For heaven's sake, Carter, what do you know about the Deering family?
You answer my question first, I'll answer yours. What about the Deering?
The father, Charles Deering, was the younger son of an English nobleman.
Mm-hmm.
He was immensely rich, had a house here in town, a country place called Deering Hall. He married a woman with 2 children, twins, I believe, and she died when his daughter Nancy was born. He was always prominent in local affairs up to about a year ago, when he's said to have disappeared. Hasn't been seen since. I understand he started for Deering Hall, but never arrived there, according to his 2 stepchildren.
What about his daughter, Nancy?
Nancy was brought up by relatives in Montreal. Few people here know her at all. But as I remember it, she was supposed to have disappeared just before her father did. Although I now understand that she was at Deering Hall with her half-brother and sister all the time.
You say Nancy didn't disappear after all?
I know. As a matter of fact, she was here in Toronto this past week. She believes her father is dead, so she's applied for letters of administration for the estate.
I thought so.
You did? What do you know about it?
Enough to know that this girl who calls herself Nancy Deering isn't Nancy Deering at all. She's an imposter whom the stepchildren have brought in to impersonate her. Chief, we got to get out to Deering Hall at once.
Road leading into the Deering estate turns off somewhere right in here, Carter. I'm not quite sure.
Well, look, Chief. There's a man standing in the road up ahead.
Oh, so there is.
And he's motioning to us to stop.
He looks almost like a dwarf, doesn't he?
He's certainly a queer-looking individual.
Perhaps you are going to the hall.
Yes, we are. Why?
Could you take me back there? I have walked so far, I am tired out.
Oh, of course. Climb in.
What? You are a policeman, no?
Yes, I am.
Oh, then you can help me. And I need help so very much.
What seems to be the trouble?
My name is Alex Delanois. I am the...
Alex Delanois?
But yes, you know me.
You once had a box packed with records and other things to New York City addressed to yourself?
Oh, but yes, you have seen it.
Yes, that's why we're here. Tell me, how did you ever happen to...
Yes, I will tell you everything. I was the caretaker at the hall. Miss Deering let me stay in one of the old tower rooms because I am, as you see, a cripple. Sometimes I do not get out of bed for days at a time. About a year ago, the two stepchildren, oh, those so very wicked devils, came to the hall. They brought a girl who was kept a prisoner in one of the bedrooms.
Alex, isn't that the road to the hall just ahead there?
No, but yes, the hall is about a half a mile in off this road.
Go on with your story, Alex.
Yeah, the girl was so carefully guarded by those two, I could not get to her room. I could not help her. I am a cripple.
No, you did what you could, Alex. You being there helped her, I know.
How did you manage to get the things packed in the box?
After they killed Nancy, they did not guard their room so carefully. I got in, I took the records and the other things and packed them in the box. A fisherman I know up by the lake sent the box by express for me. I wrote to the police in Toronto and in New York and told them what had happened and asked them to claim this box. But I am afraid they did not do it.
No, we didn't. We thought the letter was just a hoax.
What about Nancy's father?
The day after Nancy was killed, he came here and they tried to kill him too.
Tried to? You mean they didn't succeed?
No, not quite. They hit him on the head with a pistol and threw him into the lake from the high cliff. But I saw them do it and I rescued him. I took him to my room and nursed him myself until he could get a doctor.
Well, how is he now?
Well, he's about well now, I think.
There's the house right ahead, Nick.
Drive right up to the door, Chief. I'll go ahead. You keep in the background in case they know you.
Okay, Carter. But I'll be right behind you.
Alex, you and Patsy stay here in the car.
Oh, but of course.
Sure, Nick.
Yes? What is it, please?
Please tell Miss Deering that we've come to take some affidavits concerning her application as administratrix for the estate.
Yes, sir. Well, come in, please. I'll announce you.
It's your turn now, Chief. I'll stand here one side of the door, just in case.
I can handle them, Carter.
Maybe, but they're going to be quiet. Here they come.
Well, gentlemen, what can we do?
Dr. Gray, I arrest you and your sister Olivette for the murder.
I'll take that gun to fight with me.
Oh, no, you don't, young lady. This pair of handcuffs will take care of you. Need any help, Carter?
No, I can take care of him.
Nice work, Carter. Pair of handcuffs on him. They'll both keep safely till we can put them behind the bars.
And we can now restore Deering Hall to its rightful owner once more. Even though it's almost a year later, the box that Alex Ellenwell packed has fulfilled its destiny.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. What's your story going to be about next week, Nick?
Well, next week I'm going to tell you the tale of the thief and murderer who had to be caught twice before he was really caught at all.
And when Nick caught him the second time, it was because he was able to guess in advance exactly what the criminal was going to do, as well as exactly what he was going to think.
And what did you say the crime was?
Merely a matter of murder and robbery.
There was nothing unusual in the crime itself. The excitement came in the way Nick chased him, outsmarted him, and finally caught him.
It's a very special example of the criminal who was just a little too clever for his own good.
He overrated himself and underrated Nick.
That's always dangerous where Nick Carter is concerned.
Thanks for the compliment. And so long till next week.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. Original music was played by Lou White, and the entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Unwilling Accomplice, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Society Burglar.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. This is Mutual.
Willing Accomplice, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Society Burglar.
Hello, Lieutenant. What's new and interesting?
Well, if it ain't my old friend Nicholas Carter, him that used to be a detective.
Yeah, what do you mean, used to be?
Sure, my boy, tell me, how does it feel to be old and retired?
Oh, come now, Riley, I get it. You're a little peeved because I've turned down those few cases you've offered me lately.
It's not a few separate cases, Nick. It's all been the same gang, I'm sure of it. They're the slickest bunch this department's ever been up against. We need your help, Nick. Look at this. Came over the wire only this morning.
Another society robbery. Quite a haul.
Yes, my boy, quite a haul. $75,000 in gems right out of the vault. What do you say now, Nick?
Riley, I think you're right. Looks like the same hand in every job.
Well?
Well, I suggest that for your criminal, you look for someone who's accepted in the homes of society. And is just about the greatest safecracker in the country as well.
Oh, thank you, Nick. That's a very great help, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, Riley, but really, I'm not interested. You know I don't take a case unless...
Well, what in the name of...
Wow, that was close. That stone missed you by inches.
So, somebody's trying to bean me now, is it? Well, I'll fix that.
Oh, wait a minute, Riley. That isn't it. This seems to be a little matter of communication.
Communication?
Yes, look. There's a note tied to that stone.
Well, now, hand that over here.
Here you are.
Let's see what is... Well, listen to this, Nick. My dear Lieutenant Riley, since the jobs I have pulled off lately have so completely mystified your department, may I suggest that you call upon the services of your very good and able friend, Nicholas Carter.
What's that?
It won't help much, of course, but at least I'll then have an adversary more worthy of my talents. You see, I'm varying the pattern and going on to much bigger things. Today it has been the National Loan and Trust Company. It is not only theft, but murder as well. Well, Nick, what do you make of that?
Very interesting.
Interesting, is it? Why, the cheek of him. The National Loan and Trust Company, he says. And murder, he says. We're dealing with a conceited maniac. Give me that phone. I'm going to check up on this.
Unless it's now 5:30 on Saturday afternoon, Riley. I doubt that you'll find anyone at the bank.
Excuse me, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
There's a lady and gentleman here to see you. They say it's most urgent.
Well, what are you waiting for? Show 'em in.
Yes, sir.
This way, please.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Riley?
Yes?
Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Butler Pierce, and this is Miss Olive Belden, my fiancée.
I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Now, what can I be doing for you?
You can help us find Miss Belden's father. He's missing.
Oh, missing, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant. Dad's been gone for hours, and I'm beginning to fear something dreadful may have happened.
Oh, excuse me. This is Nick Carter, Miss Belden, and Mr. Pierce.
Nick Carter, the detective?
The same, Miss Belden.
Oh, I'm so glad, Mr. Carter. Would you, I mean...
Isn't your alarm somewhat unwarranted? Your father hasn't been missing very long, I take it.
That's true, Mr. Carter. Only 3 hours to be exact, but under the circumstances...
What Miss Belden means, Mr. Carter, is that it seems as if her father had disappeared into thin air.
How do you mean, Mr. Pierce?
Well, the last time she saw him, it was through the living room window. From there, she could look out over the court into his private office at the bank. And when she...
Bank? Did you say bank, Mr. Pierce?
Why, yes. Olive's father is Wayne Belden, president of the National Loan and Trust Company.
Did you hear that, Nick? The National Loan and Trust Company.
Yes, Riley. There's not a minute to be lost. Come on. Now, let me get this straight, Miss Belden. You say your father came into his private office here through that special passageway that leads from the house to the bank.
That's right, Mr. Carter. Father often spent Saturday afternoons here writing letters.
I see. And there was no one else in the bank at that time?
No, this is Saturday, you know, and it was after banking hours, of course.
When was the last time you saw your father?
About 1 o'clock, Mr. Carter. He was sitting at his desk here writing a letter. But when I looked through the window again a few hours later, he wasn't there.
You're sure he hadn't returned to the house?
Positive. I'd have seen him. The passageway opens right into the living room where I was reading.
Well, what happened when you looked for him and he wasn't there?
Well, just about then, Mr. Pierce called on me. I told him about Father's absence, and we both went to look for him.
I see. About what time was that?
Oh, about 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. And so you both went into the bank as soon as you missed your father?
Yes. We found Mr. Belden's office just as you see it now. Then we looked all through the bank. There wasn't a sign of him anywhere.
Now, wait a minute, all of you. What was to prevent Mr. Belden from walking right out the front door of the bank? As easy as that.
Well, that's not very likely, Lieutenant. He was wearing his house slippers at the time, and he had no coat or hat.
Oh. And not only that, Riley. Do you see this letter here on Belden's desk? He was writing it when something interrupted him. You notice anything peculiar about it?
Well, no, except that he broke off in the middle of a sentence.
More important than that, Riley. He stopped in the middle of a word. Belden was interrupted very abruptly.
Oh, that must be the cashier now. Hello, Mr. Cook. Come in.
Hello, Miss Belden. I got here just as soon as I could.
This is Mr. Carter and Lieutenant Riley.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Now, what's all this I hear about Mr. Belden disappearing?
That's right, Mr. Cook. But I've an idea. He'll soon be found.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Carter?
I've asked Mr. Cook to come down here because as the cashier of the bank, he's the only one beside Mr. Belden who knows the combination to the large vault. And I want that vault opened. Immediately.
But that's impossible, Mr. Carter. The large vault operates on a time lock. It can't be opened until 9 o'clock Monday morning.
We can't wait that long. It must be open now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carter. That's impossible.
Then I'll do it myself.
But it's impossible, I tell you.
Give me 1 hour and we'll see how impossible it is.
You don't seem to be having much luck, do you, Mr. Carter?
Don't you worry about that, Mr. Pierce. I never saw the lock yet that could keep its secrets from Nick Carter very long.
But not that kind of lock, Lieutenant. Why, there isn't anybody in the world that could... By heavens, he did it.
There we are, gentlemen.
I told you so, Pierce.
Riley.
Huh?
Look there.
Yeah, what is it, Nick?
There in the corner.
His father!
Yes, Miss Belden. Your father's been murdered. How's Miss Belden, Riley?
Oh, she's all right now, Nick. Mr. Pierce took her back to the house.
Good. Well, Mr. Cook, have you finished examining the contents of the vault?
Yes, Mr. Carter, and you were right. There has been a robbery. $50,000 is missing.
Well, I'll be just as the note said, Nick. Remember? Theft and murder.
Yes, Riley. But the theft, I'm sure, was just an afterthought. Mr. Cook, did Mr. Belden have any enemies?
Why, not that I know of.
What can you tell me about Mr. Pierce?
What do you mean?
Well, was he friendly with Mr. Belden?
Oh, yes, quite. They were very good friends. They'd known each other for years.
And was Mr. Pierce in the habit of visiting Mr. Belden in his office at the bank?
Oh, yes, very often. He had an account here, rather large one, I might add. Mr. Pierce, you know, is a very wealthy man.
Indeed.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's that you've got in your hand there, Nick?
Oh, this. It's part of a cufflink, Riley, with a very interesting stain on it. A fresh blood stain.
Where'd you find it, Nick?
In the dead man's hand.
But there was no blood on the body. He was done in by a crack on the skull. There was no bleeding.
Exactly, Riley. It's undoubtedly the murderer's own blood. Probably tore his hand on the broken edge of the cufflink in the scuffle.
Do you want me for anything else, Mr. Carter?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Cook. That'll be all.
Well, good day.
Good day, sir. Oh, Mr. Cook, one more thing.
Yes?
Tell me, Is Mr. Pierce in the habit of wearing his gloves indoors?
His gloves? Why, no, never. But, wait. Come to think of it, he was wearing them just now, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Well, thank you, Mr. Cook. Thank you very much. Confound it, Patsy. This is the strangest case I've ever worked on.
Well, you've certainly been acting strangely, Nick. Pacing up and down, muttering to yourself.
There just isn't a shred of evidence anywhere, Patsy. As far as I can see, no motive whatsoever. Yet I'm positive that Butler Pierce is our man, that he's not only the murderer of Wayne Belden, but is also the society robber that's been baffling the police for months now.
But, Nick, he's a rich man. And Wayne Belden was one of his best friends.
I know, Patsy, but it still adds up to Butler Pierce. Look, he was thoroughly familiar with the bank, thoroughly familiar with Wayne Belden's habits. He called at the Belden house after the crime had been committed. He wore his gloves indoors, which might have been to conceal a bad scratch from a broken cufflink. He arrived at police headquarters immediately after that stone had been thrown through the window.
But, Nick, Miss Belden was with him when he called to see Riley. Surely you don't think he could have thrown that stone?
No, Patsy. But his chauffeur could have. While they were entering the building.
His chauffeur?
Yes. It was he who set me thinking on this line originally.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Patsy, I got a good look at that chauffeur. And I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before. A long time ago.
Oh?
And he wasn't on the right side of the law either.
Well, it all sounds like a big hunch to me, Nick.
Yes, you're right, Patsy. It's just what it is. A big hunch.
Although I have to admit your hunches are usually pretty good.
Patsy, I feel so sure this hunch is right, I'm going to play it for all it's worth.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to start playing it right now. Get Scubby for me. We're going calling on Mr. Butler Pierce.
You're taking a long time opening that safe, Nick.
Well, it's a tough baby, Scubby. But I've almost got it now.
Well, I sure hope so, Nick. I don't think Mr. Pierce would like to come home and find us here in his library.
Well, at this stage, I grant you, that would be a trifle embarrassing. But when I get through... I did it. Now, let's see what we have here. No, not there. Scubby, look at this.
Why, it's full of jewelry. And it's the real stuff.
Yes. Unless I miss my bet, every piece of it will answer the description of some stolen gem. Well, let's see what else now.
Uh-oh. What's that, Nick?
What does it look like?
It looks like a package of bills, and all big ones, too.
Exactly what it is, Scubby. Let's see how much. 5, 10.
Boy, look at those $1,000 bills.
30, 40, 45, $50,000, Scubby, the exact amount stolen from the bank.
Well, of course, it could be a coincidence. Nick.
Yes, it could be, but I doubt it. This does it. Scubby, we don't have to speculate any further.
No?
This letter I found on the drawer here clears up everything. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Dear Butler, this is a warning to you to permit you to escape if you care to do so. I have definite proof that you're a thief, and on Monday morning I shall place that proof before the proper authorities. You have until that time to escape. Signed, Wayne Belden.
Gosh, Nick.
Yes, Scubby, gosh. And there we have the motive for Wayne Belden's murder.
So your hunch was right after all, Nick. The rich Mr. Pierce is nothing but a thief.
And a murderer, Scubby.
Oh, well, look, Nick, you better get out of here.
Scubby, it just came to me.
What?
Butler Pierce's chauffeur is really Jim Martin. I knew I'd seen him before.
Jim Martin? I never heard of him, Nick.
No, that was before your time.
Oh.
I tangled with him many years ago on the West Coast. One of the cleverest cracksmen in the business. He could open almost any safe I could.
Oh, so that's it. He and Pierce have been working together.
Yes. Pierce was the front and real brains, while Martin supplied the technical skills, so to speak.
Oh, I see. Well, what now, Nick?
Scubby?
Yeah?
I want you to clear out of here quick. Take Wayne Belden's letter with you.
Mm-hmm.
Get it to Lieutenant Riley immediately and tell him to pick up Jim Martin.
Oh, well, what about Butler Pierce?
Don't you worry about him, Scubby. I'm staying right here. I want to tackle Butler Pierce myself. Good evening.
Nick Carter, what are you doing in my house?
Waiting for you, Mr. Pierce.
What do you want?
I want you to be reasonable and not make any fuss. This isn't a water pistol I've got in my hand.
Have you gone mad? What in the world are you talking about?
It's no go, Pierce. You can drop the act. I took the liberty of going through your safe.
Oh, so that's it. You are pretty clever at getting into safes, aren't you?
Yes. As good at it as your pal, Jim Martin.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I underrated you, Carter.
No, Pierce. You overrated yourself.
Perhaps. What's your next move?
My next move is to turn over to the law a thief and a murderer. Turn around. Get your hands behind you. Uh-huh. So there is a scratch on your wrist, just as I expected. There. Guess those handcuffs ought to hold you for a while. Sit down on that chair. And stay there.
Police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley speaking.
Oh, hello, Riley. This is Nick.
Oh, yes, Nick. What is it?
Riley, I got the murderer of Wayne Belden for you.
Oh, you have, eh?
Mhm.
Good work. Who is it, Nick?
Butler Pierce.
Butler Pierce. Nick, are you sure you're not making a mistake?
Quite sure. Scubby should be at my headquarters any minute now with all the proof you want.
Where are you calling from, Nick?
From Pierce's home. He's sitting in a chair right behind me with a pair of handcuffs on him. I'll expect you to...
Nick, what is it? Hello? Hello?
Oh, Nick, are you all right?
He's coming to now, Patsy.
How do you feel, Nick?
Oh, I'm all right, I guess. Oh, brother, my head.
Yeah, that was a nasty bump you got, my boy.
Come on, I'll take it easy, Nick. Here, give me your hand.
I'll
help
up
you.
you go, Nick.
Yeah, easy.
All right, now. Okay, can you stand up all right, boy?
Yeah, I guess I'm okay now.
Well, what happened?
Your guess is as good as mine, Patsy. All I know is that I had Butler Pierce in my hands, and now he's gone.
No, that's too bad, Nick.
Hey, look at the safe. It's empty.
Well, naturally it would be. You couldn't leave all that evidence lying around.
Yeah, it's a good thing we got that letter at least.
Yes, but the important thing is to find Pierce.
He must be pretty clever, Nick, getting away from you like that.
Yes, Patsy. He's all of that and more. He got away this time, but I'll bring him to justice if it's the last thing I ever do.
Well, Nick, we got Jim Martin anyway. Picked him up late last night.
Good work, Riley. Well, that's half the gang anyway.
Yeah, now if we only had Butler Pierce.
Yes, but I think it's going to be a lot easier now with Jim Martin in our hands.
What do you mean?
Got an idea, Riley. If it works, it won't be long before we catch up with Wayne Belden's murderer. Well, Martin, we meet again.
Yeah. Been a long time, ain't it, Carter?
Yes. But I never forget a face, Martin, no matter how much has been changed. I must say, though, the doctor did a pretty good job on you, but it just isn't quite good enough.
Yeah, you're a smart egg, all right. I guess the boss knows that by now.
He's a pretty keen one himself, Martin. I had him, but he got away.
Did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, he sure is a slick one.
Well, I thought when I had the cuffs on him...
Say, you didn't make the mistake of trying to hold him with a pair of handcuffs, did you?
Yes. Why?
There ain't a pair made that could hold Butler Pierce. He's a regular whiz.
Maybe so. Martin, you're in a pretty tough spot. Murder's serious business.
Murder? Oh, no. You're barking up the wrong tree, Carter. I didn't have nothing to do with that.
But you did open the vault at the bank.
Sure. Like I done all the jobs for Pierce after he paved the way. But murder, that ain't my racket.
Maybe not. But it'll go a lot easier with you, Martin, if you play ball.
Meaning?
You know where Pierce's hideout is.
Sure. What about it?
We want you to help us put the finger on him.
Now, you ought to know me better than that, Carter.
That's what I thought you'd say. I have a proposition for you, Martin. You help us track him down, we'll set you free.
The answer is still the same. I'm no stool pigeon.
Well, Martin, we're going to let you walk out of here anyway. What do you say to that?
I say it won't work, Carter.
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm onto your game. You're going to set me loose so you can tail me. Ain't that it?
Exactly.
With a think coming. Because that's the last thing I'd ever do. And I'm telling you that right now.
And yet, Martin, that's exactly what you're going to do. Lead us right to Butler Pierce.
You must be off your nut. I wouldn't even try to go near him. In fact, I'd do everything I could to throw you off.
I know that, Martin. And yet, in spite of yourself, you're going to help us catch Butler Pierce.
Clerk.
Yes, sir?
Any mail for me today? Name's Martin, James Martin.
Just a minute, I'll see. No, nothing, Mr. Martin.
Thanks.
Hello, Martin. You expecting a letter from someone?
Who are you?
I'll give you one guess. That ought to be enough.
Oh, you must be the guy that's following me.
One of the guys, Martin. I'm Scubby Wilson. I work with Nick Carter.
Ah, glad to see you. You know, I've been getting sort of anxious the last few days to know what you guys look like.
Yes, I can understand that. Must have been quite a strain on you, knowing that you were being watched every minute of the day and not knowing who was doing the watching.
Yeah, it was sort of getting me down a little.
Well, that's what Mr. Carter was figuring on, I guess.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good it's going to do him.
You never know, Martin.
Say, I can't figure this thing at all.
Oh, you're not supposed to, Martin. No, you just keep on having a good time, that's all.
You bet I will. And as for Nick Carter, you can tell him from me, whatever his scheme is, it ain't working, see?
How do you know it isn't working?
I haven't led you to Pierce yet, have I, pal?
No, not yet. But you will.
You're nuts, too. You're all nuts. Good night.
Good night. Oh, but Martin, knowing Nick Carter as I do, I don't think we're the ones that are nuts.
It's the one sure way of getting on Pierce's trail.
It sure don't seem very positive to me.
You've got plainclothes men and detectives out looking for him, haven't you?
Well, sure. We set out a general alarm just as soon as Pierce got... No.
See what I mean? My way's slow, Riley, but it's sure.
Well, Nick, all I can say is I wish I was as sure of that as you are. If we don't get Pierce this way, they're going to laugh me right out of the department. Using up valuable men and time, just keeping an eye on a scoundrel that should be behind bars this very second.
He will be, Riley. Just as soon as we get Pierce, too. To keep him company.
Police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley speaking. Yeah, he's here. For you, Nick. Yeah.
Thanks, Riley. Hello? Oh, yes, Scubby. Yeah? Oh, you did it. Okay, that's fine, Scubby. Good work. So long, Scubby. Well, Riley, it looks like this is it.
Yeah? What happened? Did Martin finally get in touch with Pierce?
No, Riley. It happened as I expected. The mountain came to Mohammed.
Huh? Who did what?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, Pierce has finally got in touch with Martin.
Who is it?
It's me, Jim.
Oh.
Don't you recognize my voice? Hello, Jimmy.
Hello. Who are you?
May I come in?
Look, lady, I'm afraid there's some mistake. You got the wrong party.
There's no mistake, Martin.
Holy Mac, it's you, Pierce.
Yes, it's me.
Gosh, boss, I've seen most of your disguises, but this beats them all. You really look like a woman.
Thanks.
Hey, you shouldn't have come here, though, boss. It's dangerous.
Yes, Martin, very dangerous. For you?
What do you mean, boss?
I don't like a squealer, Martin.
A squealer? Me? Hey, you got this all wrong.
Have I?
I never ratted on anyone, boss. I wouldn't start now.
Not even to save your own neck? You were in this thing as deep as I, you know.
Sure, I know that, but whatever gave you the idea I'd rat on you?
What gave me the idea?
Oh, I get it. You mean, why am I out of jail?
Well, honest, boss, this wasn't my idea. Carter let me go. You see, he
That's
had
enough, Martin. Think I'm a fool? Let you go, huh? Just like that. Well, I won't be so generous, stool pigeon.
Hey, what are you doing, boss? No, you ain't gonna use that gat on me.
Guess again, squealer.
You're making a mistake, boss. Please, you gotta listen to me. Let me tell you how it happened.
No, Martin, you listen to me and I'll tell you. Carter didn't have a thing on me. Not a thing, do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Then he spotted your ugly mug and put two and two together. I didn't think anybody'd recognize that pan of yours anymore, but somehow Carter did. So he had you picked up. And what he got out of you must have been plenty.
I swear to you.
Shut up. Why else would Carter have let you go?
I don't know.
I'll tell you why. Because you spilled the works, Martin. Spilled the works and got your freedom for it.
No, that ain't why they let me go. It was all a scheme they had.
What are you talking about?
Sure, boss. They told me they'd let me go if I steered them to the hideout. But I wouldn't do it. Not me.
No, so they let you out anyway.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Squealer, I've heard enough.
No, boss, no.
Great shooting, Nick. You knocked the gun right out of his hand.
Nick Carter.
Yes, Mr. Butler Pierce. We meet again. You all right, Martin?
Yeah, I guess so, but you didn't get here any too soon.
Oh, so I was right, you rat. You were expecting
Relax,
me.
Pierce, relax. Martin wasn't expecting anyone. He played square with you right along.
Yes? Then what was he doing on the loose?
Just a temporary arrangement, Pierce. It was a trap we set for you. And you obliged us by walking right into it.
Very clever of you, Carter.
Not at all. You see, Mr. Pierce, I based my plan on the belief that at bottom you were not so clever.
Really? And how do you mean that?
Because instead of doing the really clever thing, getting as far away from here as you possibly could, I felt sure that your personal vanity would lead you to expose yourself to almost any risk in order to get the man you thought had betrayed you. All gangsters react that way.
You can hardly consider me a gangster, Mr. Carter.
At heart, that's exactly what you are. And that's what I counted on.
So you had it all figured out?
Yes. I also counted on your pal Martin doing exactly as he did. After we let him go, he laid low for a while. He was afraid of what we were going to do. But after a few days of that, he got bored doing nothing, just as I figured he would. Bottoms you two did together, and now he wanted to spend some of it. So he stepped out, visited the high spots, stayed at a fine hotel.
So I heard.
Yes, I knew you would. Matter of fact, I counted on him. You figured we'd let him loose and had paid him well for squealing on you. Well, Pierce, you put two and two together all right, but you got the wrong answer. And the wrong answer you got is going to send you to the electric chair. It's the end of the road for you, Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Carter, I gotta take my hat off to you.
Really, Martin? And to what am I indebted for this great honor?
Well, you said I'd lead you to Pierce, and I said I wouldn't. And you made me do it. And you even knew what I was thinking all the time I did it.
Yes, Carter. You're cleverer than I thought you were.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm very happy I can't say the same for you two.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the case of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The corpse in the cab. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the murder in the park.
Taxi! Taxi!
Mr. Ramsey, you are very kind indeed to take such an interest in this problem.
Well, dear fellow, I consider it my civic duty. Taxi!
Here's a cab now.
Yes.
Okay, gents, make it snappy. We're blocking traffic.
All right. You get in first. My party, you know, my party.
Thank you. Where to, gents?
I guess the quickest way to get there is through the park.
Yes, drive through the park. I'll tell you where to turn.
Okay. I believe it is on West 54th Street. And there's a flag out there.
Excuse me, driver.
Yeah?
Do you mind if I shut this glass partition between us?
Go right ahead, boss. You're paying the fare. Here, let me do it for you.
Well, that's better. Nice winter evening. Stars twinkling. Ought to pick us up for the grim business ahead. Lucky thing I ran into you. Lucky thing.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Ramsey. It seems fate destined me to make your acquaintance this afternoon.
Yes, lucky thing.
Mr. Ramsey.
Just my little way of keeping air out of the windpipe. There you are, my dear fellow. Mighty lucky thing I ran into you tonight.
You gotta help me, Nick. You gotta. They'll slap me and stir.
Now, take it easy, Shorty. Take it easy. And tell me again exactly what happened.
Like I said, two guys hail my cab. One of them says to drive through the park. He'll tell me where to turn out.
And when you get out of the park?
The one guy opens the partition again and says to pull up. He's getting out. He tells me to drive the other guy to the precinct police station. And, Nick, if I hadn't looked around when I came to the intersection and seen what I seen, I'd have driven right up to the bull house with a dead body in my cab. Me, Shorty Bentano.
You don't remember what the man looked like, Shorty?
In the dark? I ain't got cat's eyes, Nick. Gee, what's that?
You are jumpy. That's just Patsy buzzing me in the talkback.
Oh.
Nick, in the inimitable words of Mr. Winchell, my stomach and my backbone are now a twosome. When do we eat?
You'll have to order yourself a sandwich, Patsy. We've got work to do.
Work tonight?
Mm-hmm. And, Patsy, get me police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley.
Okay, Nick.
You're going to turn me in, Nick? I thought you'd help me.
I am going to help you, Shorty. But the sooner the police know about the murdered man outside in your cab, the better it is for you.
You're crazy, Nick. I done time. I ain't got a chance. If the cops find that stiff in my buggy, it's curtains for me. I'm getting out of here.
Shorty, sit down there.
Nick, they'll give me the hot seat for something I never done.
No, they won't, Shorty. Not while my name's Nick Carter.
Stand back. Just a little accident, that's all. Get back on the sidewalk, buddy. Nobody gets through here. Beats all, Nick. Not one bit of identification on this body. No bullet trace, no knife, no nothing.
Well, what did you want the murderer to do, Riley? Leave his calling card?
I'm always getting stuck with one of these dud cases. It takes months to solve them. We don't even know who the stiff is.
Now, Riley, flash your light inside here again.
Oh, sure. Yeah. You see something?
I'm just looking.
You see, his pockets are turned inside out. The motive was robbery, all right.
No, Riley, I don't think so.
Huh?
Doesn't look prosperous enough to rob.
Nick, you're always looking for what's not there.
That might mean something, too. Now, Riley, evidently the murderer didn't care to have his victim's identity uncovered too soon.
Say, what are you looking at his hands for, Nick?
Riley, have your laboratory analyze this white powder under the nail of his right index finger.
Well, say, there is something under his fingernail.
Yes. I have an idea you'll find it's chalk.
Chalk? Well, sure, you're a smart one, Nick. Yeah, with these lily white hands, hey, this guy was a pool player, a professional maybe, huh?
Maybe, but don't bank on it. Now, Riley, about Shorty.
I'm holding him, Nick. Never fear about that.
Now, look, Riley, he's a favor to me. Don't pull him in yet.
Oh, great jumping banshees, Nick. I've got to.
Listen, Riley, he had nothing to do with this murder. If he were a party to it, he'd have dumped the body out somewhere, wouldn't he?
Well...
Certainly he would. Shorty's been on the right side of the fence ever since he got out of the big house. And he's given me a hand on cases from time to time.
Yeah, I know. You owe him a favor, and I owe you a barrel of them.
Well, that's about it.
Well, okay. I'll shut my eyes for 24 hours. No longer, though, mind you.
Thanks, Riley.
Nick, where are you going?
To find a murderer.
Boy, this is some buggy you got here, Nick. 4 speeds ahead, a siren, 2 searchlights. Anytime you need a chauffeur regular, I'll hire on.
Like driving my car, huh?
It's like handling a baby carriage. Uh-oh, we're turning into 54th Street now, Nick.
All right, Shorty. Slow down a little. Now, what was it you heard your passenger say?
One says the quickest way to get there is through the park. I'll tell you where to turn off. And then the other guy says it's on West 54th Street and there's a flag out. And then the other guy shuts the partition and I don't hear no more.
Well, 54th Street doesn't run very far here on this side.
I don't see nothing on this block.
Flags. Usually on public buildings, aren't they?
You think maybe this is going to be a clue, Nick?
Shorty, everything's a clue when you don't have much to go on.
Nick, look. Flagpole.
Yeah, very handsome flagpole.
Yeah, but it's a police station.
A police station? Good.
What's good about it? Let's get out of here.
You're safe until tomorrow night, Riley keeps his word.
You want I should keep going slow?
Nope. I got the first link in our chain. You can put the speed on again.
Where to now?
To pick up Patsy. I sent her to the Bureau of Missing Persons on 30th Street.
Ah, Nick, another cop house. I don't like them places.
George Day, 2345 Elmhurst Drive, occupation truck driver. When last seen was wearing gray coveralls.
No, he's not the one.
Gee, Nick, the guy ain't been missing long enough for anybody to get excited about it. He's only been dead a few hours.
I'm playing a hunch, Shorty.
Oh.
You want me to read the rest of the names on the list, Nick?
Wait a minute, Patsy. Do you have a school teacher on the list?
Yes. How did you know?
Never mind. What did he look like?
Well, let me see. There. Ivan Johnson, number 2, St. Anne's Drive. Occupation, professor of ancient history.
Good.
When last seen was wearing dark blue overcoat, gray hat, white shirt, blue tie, and always
wears pince-nez glasses.
Yes.
So did our corpse. The glasses were missing at the time, but the bridge of his nose bore prints of them.
Boy, I'm glad I'm going straight. Even the dead wake up and talk when Nick Carter gets on the case.
Nick, how in the world did you know it would be a school teacher?
Well, I didn't for sure. But nose glasses plus chalk under the nail of the index finger plus a sensitive face and the general appearance added up to teacher for me when I looked at the corpse. Next, I figured if he were a school teacher, he'd be expected home by 5 o'clock. His wife or family would be unduly worried if he hadn't showed up by 8 or so and would call the Missing Persons Bureau.
But who'd want to murder a poor school teacher?
One step at a time, Bessie. And we know this much already. Our Mr. Johnson intended going to the 54th Street police station when he and his murderer hailed Shorty's cab.
Oh, I see, Nick. Then you think that Professor Johnson was killed because of something he intended to tell the authorities.
Mm-hmm.
Simple the way he tells it, ain't it? 1, 2, 3.
Yes, you're very clever, Mr. Carter. But don't you think maybe his wife could tell us what it was he was going to tell the cops? Perhaps he told her first.
Yes, Patsy, that's just what I do think. What was his address?
Just a minute. Oh, yes, here it is. Number 2, St. Anne's Drive.
Right. Okay, Shorty. Take us to number 2, St. Anne's Drive. And hurry. Mrs. Johnson, I'm Nick Carter. And this is my assistant, Patsy Bowen.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Johnson?
Did the police send you, Mr. Carter? Did they find him? Did they find my husband?
I'm only here to ask you a few questions concerning your husband.
Oh, then they haven't found him.
I really can't say. Now, tell me, did your husband mention whom he was going to see after school hours today?
Ivan always comes right home after his classes.
I thought that he might have had some special appointment today.
Oh, no.
Mrs. Johnson, how was your husband feeling when he left for school this morning?
Oh, he was in such a mood this morning. Talked about right and justice until my head fairly whirled. You know, he doesn't like to see people cheated, Mr. Carter. Ivan's a very honest person.
What do you mean, cheated, Mrs. Johnson?
He said he wasn't going to stand by and see the students in his school tricked out of their dimes and quarters. He was going to see right and justice done.
The kids are being cheated. What school is this?
Central High School. Ivan is the ancient history professor. He's taught there for 12 years.
And where's his office there?
Why,
He's had the same office all that time. Number 12 on the first floor. I've always been happy about that. It's such a sunny little room.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, you've been very helpful.
Do you think they'll find him tonight? Do you think something terrible has happened?
Why, the police will keep you informed. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Johnson. Try to get some sleep.
Thank you, but I couldn't. Not till Ivan's home. Safe.
Nick, I thought you were going to the school where Professor Johnson taught. That's not over here in the West Side Business District.
Glad to see you on your toes, Patsy, and working in all 4 cylinders. Nose to the grindstone, shoulder to the wheel, and all that. I'm proud of you.
All right. But what are we doing over here?
In just a moment, you'll see for yourself.
This is the place, Nick.
Right, Shorty. All right, come on, Patsy.
Want me to go with you, Nick?
No, you stay here and keep your eyes open.
Okay, and good luck.
Come on, Patsy. We still got a lot to do if we want to keep Shorty out of Lieutenant Riley's foul clutches. I'm glad they didn't lock the front door in this office building tonight.
Hey, that's funny. There's no night watchman here. There usually is.
Well, Patsy, never look a gift horse in the teeth. No watchman, no trouble.
Hey, it's spooky in here. There's one little light in this whole foyer. Wish we'd brought Shorty in with us.
He'll do us more good, keeping watch outside.
You really think this is where Ivan Johnson was this afternoon?
Well, we know Shorty picked him up in front of this building. And this is the only office building in this block. All the rest are warehouses.
It's pretty deserted, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. And the elevators, of course, have stopped for the night. And this is a 10-story building.
Well, Nick, maybe if we look at the directory board, we'll be able to figure out what office Professor Johnson might have visited.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. Now, let's see. There doesn't seem to be a name on this directory that helps us out at all.
There isn't, is there? Oh, Nick, what'll we do?
Doesn't take much brain work to figure that one. Maybe we can tell if we have a look at the doors of the offices in this building. So, we'll just have to go from office to office. Now, come on. Let's start climbing.
There's nobody on this floor.
All doctors and dentist offices. Don't think Johnson's business was with any of them today. Come on. Up we go.
See anything on this floor, Nick?
No. Nobody or nothing to interest a school teacher.
Nick, I just don't think I can make another floor.
You've got to, Patsy. We must cover every floor.
Well, this is the top.
Yeah. And we don't know any more than we did before.
Nick, this place is as empty as a number 2 ration book. We might as well... What is it?
Thought I heard something.
Nick, there's someone in that office.
Yeah. And yet the lights are out.
The name on the door says Gerald Ramsey, promotion counselor.
Let's pay him a visit. Stay behind me now, to the left of my flash.
All right.
And who is flashing that pretty light in my office at this time of night?
Mr. Ramsey?
That's my name. And yours?
Nick Carter.
Surely you don't mean that you're Nick Carter, the great detective.
That's who he is, Mr. Ramsey.
Sorry to bother you, Mr. Ramsey, but my assistant and I were just having a look around this building.
Oh, well, too bad the fuse is blown out of my office here. Or you could have a good look. Who are you after?
You don't happen to know of any business in this building that might have dealings with a school teacher, do you?
A school teacher?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. A school teacher. Why, no, if there is, I never heard of it. But then there's such a lot I never heard of.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you knocked over that whole stack of packages.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Ramsey. I dropped my handkerchief, and I was leaning over to pick it up. Anything breakable in them?
Oh, no, it's quite all right.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Yes, just some things a friend of mine left here until he came back. Just leave them there. I'll take care of them.
No, at least let me pick them up.
No. Never mind. Just leave them there. They won't mind staying where they are for a while, I'm sure.
Well, all right, if you say so.
Yes, I do. So you can just run along and continue your search for whatever it was you were looking for. Good evening.
Good evening. Now, Patsy, if you're okay, we better be on our way. Sorry we disturbed your reverie, Mr. Ramsey.
Reverie. That's good.
Really? He was an odd specimen. You think he knows anything, Nick?
Well, if he does, he isn't talking. Come on.
Oh, gosh, Nick, all that climbing up and downstairs just for nothing. I'm worn out.
Maybe it wasn't all for nothing, Patsy.
You mean you found a clue somewhere here?
I don't mean anything, yet.
Oh, but Nick.
I hope you could still walk well enough to get down the 10 flights of stairs ahead of us, Patsy. I don't feel quite like carrying you just now.
I guess I can make it under my own power. Where to now?
Central High School. Time's a-wasting, and we still haven't uncovered a clue to the murder of the man in Shorty's cab.
Gosh, Nick, what do you expect to find in a schoolhouse at this time of night?
Clues to Johnson's murder, I hope.
It's no use, Nick. The janitor's not here.
I'll have one more try.
That racket should wake up the ghost of Hamlet.
No answer.
So Nick Carter's trusty pick lock will do the trick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's black as pitch in there.
Stay right beside me.
Seems to me I heard that one before tonight. And look, Nick. I barked my shins in the dark in that character's office. And so if you don't mind, this time I'd like to see where I'm going.
Okay, Patsy. I'll use my flash and keep it down low. Shin height.
No, that's better.
Now, come on. Better hurry, or our friend Shorty's going to be sitting in the clink with a murder rap pinned on him.
Okay.
And she said his office was on the first floor, didn't she?
Yes, number 12. All bright and sunny. Here we are, Nick, number 12. I wish it were bright and sunny in here now.
This time we'll just dispense with the formalities of announcing ourselves.
Well, the door's open, Nick.
Yes, so it is. Come on. Snap on the light, Betsy. Switch is right behind you.
Okay.
Hey. Well, looks like somebody else has given Mr. Johnson's room a going-over. I'm afraid we got here too late.
Papers all over the floor, window wide open. What do you suppose they were looking for?
Same thing we are, Patsy. Clues. Except for a different reason.
You think it was the murderer?
Could be. Wow.
What are you reading, Nick?
This poster on the wall here.
Oh.
$1 buys a destroyer, high school students. Subscribe just $1 to the High School Victory League and help buy a destroyer. That's the second time tonight I've seen something like that.
Oh, where's my hanky?
Need any help?
No, I've got one right here in my pocket. There.
Hey, wait a minute. Where'd you get this?
What?
The sticker that came out of your pocket with a handkerchief.
Well, I don't know, Nick. Why?
Why? It's got the same legend stamped on it that poster has. Victory League.
Well, so it has.
Did you buy this sticker?
No, I buy my destroyers by buying war bonds.
Well, think, Patsy. Where did you get it? It was in your pocket with your handkerchief.
Well, I don't know, Nick. I never put anything in this little pocket except my handkerchief. I can swear to this sticker.
Look out,
See anybody?
No. No. Nobody here now. Are you okay, Patsy?
Well, I guess so. What happened?
I just happened to look up in time to see a man poking a gun through the open window.
Oh, so that's why you pushed me out of the way so fast.
Yes, there was no time to be polite.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Did you recognize the man at the window?
No. Too bad, but he got away.
Gee, Nick, you certainly shot that light out fast.
Well, if he can't see us, he can't shoot us.
A very logical deduction, Mr. Carter.
Hey, Patsy, give me that sticker you picked up tonight.
You think it means something to this case?
You bet I do. I've just remembered where I've seen one like it.
Where, Nick?
Never mind now. Well, Patsy, this case is beginning to add up. If I'm not mistaken, the sticker splits it wide open. Come on. I've got a job for you to do, on your own, and right now.
That means you've got a job that you're going to do on your own.
Right. Now, this is the plan. And if it works, we'll nail our murderer red-handed.
Boss, you in here?
My dear fellow, you know I'm in here. Did you get the fuse fixed?
Yeah, and while I was fixing it, I got something else, too. Come on in, you. Here, snap on the light and see what I picked up snooping around down the basement of this building. See?
Nick Carter. Well. Mr. Carter, back again. Still looking for the same thing?
No, I found what I was looking for.
Oh, good. Good. It's very fine.
I already lifted his rod, boss. What'll I do with him now? Huh?
You've had your chance, my dear fellow. Now it's mine.
You know, I have the general impression you men don't like me very well.
Oh, sure, Mr. Carter. We love you. But we'll love you a lot better when you don't talk no more.
Put very bluntly, Mr. Carter, but that is the idea.
Now, Mr. Ramsey, just what do you think I could say that would harm you?
Now, don't let him fool you, boss. When I was hiding in the bushes outside the window back there at the schoolhouse, I heard him tell the dame the case was wide open.
Shut up, Lefty.
Oh, so it was you who took those shots at us through the window?
Yeah, and you ain't gonna do nothing about it. You was pretty smart, though, figuring out it was Mr. Ramsey what rubbed out the school teacher.
You are a complete idiot. Stop that fool tongue of yours.
What's a diff, boss? He ain't gonna live to tell it.
True. That's true. Yes, since you know so much already, we have only one recourse, Mr. Carter. Give me the gun, Lefty.
Yeah, here, boss.
This one's on me.
Just a minute, Ramsey. As long as I'm not going to live to tell it, maybe you'll confirm a deduction I made.
Certainly, my dear fellow. A condemned man is always granted one last request. Speak up.
This high school victory league's a phony, isn't it? You're playing on the patriotism of school kids to get them to donate their money to build destroyers and planes, but the money never gets any further than your own pocket. Isn't that it?
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. Since you put it bluntly that way, I am forced to admit that you're entirely correct. But may I ask what it was that led you to believe that I was behind the league?
Yes. When I was at Professor Johnson's office, I saw a poster on the wall advertising your dirty league.
Oh, please, Mr. Carter.
I mean just that. Swindling high school students out of their few dollars in the name of a patriotism that you never knew the meaning of is about the lowest form of stealing that I know of.
Boss, just let me take a poke at him, will you?
No. We can afford to be good-natured. Mr. Carter hasn't much time left, you know. Do go on, Mr. Carter.
As I said, I saw the poster on the wall advertising your dirty racket. And then Patsy found one of your stickers in her handkerchief where she'd picked it up off your floor. I recall then seeing that each of the packages she knocked over in here had a sample sticker pasted on it. It was easy enough then to put two and two together and get the required 4.
It's too bad that your undoubted excellence in mathematics can't save you.
And all because one little school teacher suspected his kids were being cheated.
Poor Professor Johnson. It is too bad for him that I found him wandering around this building, looking for the offices of the high school victory league. He told me he suspected it was a phony outfit, and he was going to see right and justice done. I offered to take him right to the police station, and I did. Although I wasn't with him when he got there.
Very funny.
Yes.
Hurry up, boss. We got work to do.
Yes. Well, Mr. Carter, this is it.
Blast and banshees, Nick, don't do this to me again. I tell you, my nerves won't stand it.
Oh, what's the matter, Riley? You got your men. They're lying on the ground here, howling like stuck pigs.
Yeah, sure, but what if I hadn't hit him when he aimed at you, Nick? What if I'd missed?
Oh, Nick, your plan worked beautifully. The whole thing. Getting yourself found by Ramsey's henchmen and my getting Riley up here to hear the confession and everything.
Yeah, Patsy, but don't run such a split-second chance of life and death again, Nick. My heart won't stand it.
Well, it was worth it. Just to see Ramsey walk into the trap like a bear looking for honey.
Hey, Nick.
Oh, Shorty, come on in. Take a look at our handiwork.
Gee, so that's the bum who tried to frame me to the hot seat.
He'll be getting it himself before long, thanks to Nick Carter.
Riley, I want to tell you something. Of all the criminals I've tracked down, catching Ramsey gave me the most pleasure. A fellow like that, trading on the patriotism of school kids, is about the lowest rat in the world. Why, bad as the Nazis are, a guy like this is worse.
You're right, Nick.
You said it, Nick. Well, Riley, you've got all the evidence you need. Mm-hmm. The package of posters in the next room, the package of stickers here, and the confession.
Right, Nick. We can take over from here. Thanks.
Okay, Riley. So long.
So long, Nick. So long, Patsy.
So long, Lieutenant.
Well, Patsy, come on. Chin up. Carry on and all that sort of thing.
It's not my chin that's worrying me, Nick. It's having to walk down those 10 flights of stairs again. That'll be the 4th trip tonight.
Why, Patsy. And at your age, too.
Look, Nick, can't we just sit here on the top step for the next 6 hours?
You think you'd be rested enough then to walk down the 10 flights?
I think that by then the elevators will be running again. And what a wonderful invention the elevator is.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly each week at this same time by WOR Mutual. Now, tell us a little about next week's story, Nick.
Well, next week's story includes rather more adventure than actual detecting.
But if Nick hadn't been able to make the first few deductions that really started him off on the right track, there would have been no adventure.
And there was adventure, and plenty of it. I came nearer to meeting my match when I met Dr. Donaldson than at any other time in my career.
This Dr. Donaldson was a specialist in secret and dangerous poisons, and he tried one of them out on Nick.
Well, in the end, I managed to get the better of him and solve a mystery that had the police completely stumped.
We call it the empty coffin because it was an empty coffin that gave us the first clue.
And it was 2 different doctors making out 2 separate death certificates for the same death that led to that first clue. Well, that's enough for now. Join us next week for the story of the empty coffin. So long.
So long, folks.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. Until next week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Barth Conray. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Empty Coffin, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Doctor's Poison.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Wartime. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Missing Harold Ascot, or Nick Carter and the Great Kidnapping Mystery.
And here's Nick Carter himself to tell you the story.
As you've probably already noticed, I'm not going to tell you the story that I announced last week. Instead, I want to tell you a rather different kind of tale. One which started as Patsy and I rang the doorbell at the rather magnificent home of Mrs. Philip Ascot, just off the upper end of the park at about 10:30 one morning.
Yes?
I'm Nick Carter. Mrs. Ascot's expecting me.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you.
If you and the young lady will go into the living room, I'll tell Mrs. Ascot you're here.
Certainly.
Gosh, Nick, the Ascots must have more money than they know what to do with. Just look at this place.
Yes, Patsy, the Ascots belong to one of the oldest families in the city. Old and conservative, rich but never ostentatious.
So I see. Gee, I wish I could
quiet.
have...
I think I hear Mrs. Ascot coming.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I want to thank you for coming so very promptly. I know how busy you are, but
I really am in trouble, desperate trouble, and I don't know who else to turn to but you.
Why, Mrs. Ascot, I'll be very happy to help you if I can. This is my assistant, Patsy Bowen.
How do you do? How do you do?
Now, what's wrong?
It's my son, Harold, Mr. Carter. He's been kidnapped. I found this note inside my newspaper this morning. What does it say, Nick?
It says, we've got your son. If you want him back, don't call the cops. We'll tell you what to do later. And there's no signature.
Can you tell anything by that letter, Mr. Carter?
Of course, the handwriting is obviously disguised. Half printing and half writing. Paper is good bond paper. There's a watermark that looks like a dragon's tail. The top of the sheet of paper has been cut off. A pair of scissors, apparently, as the cut isn't quite even.
Why do you suppose they did that?
Well, there was probably a letterhead on it, and the writer didn't want the paper traced, of course. But they didn't cut quite all of the printing off. Can't read what's left, but later on it may help to identify it.
It looks like hotel stationery, doesn't it, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, that's what I was thinking. I'll have Scubby make a round of the hotels and see if he can find the one it came from.
Oh, Mr. Carter, do you think you can find my boy?
Well, I certainly hope so, Mrs. Ascot. And I'll do my best. But in the meantime, just sit tight and wait until you hear from me again. Or until the kidnapped gang makes its next move.
Oh, hiya, Nick. Didn't take you long to get here.
It's no time to waste in a kidnap case, Scubby. You never can be sure when the gang will get frightened or annoyed and kill their victim. Now, you find the same kind of notepaper here, you say?
I sure did, Nick. The same size, same watermark, and as near as I can tell from what's left in the kidnap note, the same printing at the top.
Good.
But what now, Nick? How does knowing the paper came from here help you any?
If the paper came from here, it's quite possible that whoever wrote the kidnap note was staying here in the hotel at the time.
Yeah.
And if he was, the hotel register may give us a further clue.
Oh, but the handwriting on the note was disguised, Nick.
Well, quite so, Scubby. But it's impossible to completely disguise any writing so that it may not be identified. Even when the writing's apparently completely changed, there will always be some peculiar characteristic left that'll give it away.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, clerk.
Yes?
Do you mind if we look at your register a moment?
Not at all, sir. Here you are.
Now, let's see. Young Ascot disappeared on Tuesday afternoon, and it's possible that the signature we want might be under Sunday or Monday's date.
Well, do you know what to look for?
Yes and no, Scubby. I've memorized the looks of the writing in the kidnapped note, and I expect to recognize any similar peculiarities in the signature here. No, nothing here under Sunday's date.
No?
Let's try Monday.
Okay, right over here.
And Baker. And... Here. Look at this one.
James Scannett. I never heard of him.
Of course you haven't. Neither have I. But look at that S.
Yeah?
And the J.
Uh-huh.
Note how oddly they're made? This signature, like the kidnap note, is half written and half printed, too. Evidently the work of a man who learned to write late in life, and a man who never writes easily.
Oh, I see what you mean, Nick.
No question, Scubby. This is our man. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Is this James Scannett in the hotel?
James Scannett? No, sir. He checked out this morning.
I was afraid of that. Do you recall what he looked like?
Oh, medium height, sandy-haired, little mustache. He had a crooked little finger on his right hand. I remember him because he answered a lot of questions last night.
Thanks, Bert.
Well, do you know him, Nick?
Why, yes, Scubby. But I sent that man up the river 3 years ago for a 5-year stretch.
Oh. Well, maybe he's out.
Maybe. I know a man who can tell me. I'll give him a ring and see. Come on.
Well, whom did the description fit, Nick?
Sounds like Jack Vincent, Scubby.
Yeah?
Forger and a con man. An old-timer at the business. I can't see for the world how... Oh, pardon me for a minute.
Oh, sure, Nick. I'll wait here.
Should turn out to be Jack Vincent. This case may prove to be quite interesting for both. Oh, hello, Bill. How are you? This is Nick Carter. Oh, fine, thanks. Say, Bill, is Jack Vincent still up at state prison? Oh, 2 weeks ago, huh? No, nothing special yet. Oh, thanks, Bill. Good luck. Goodbye.
Well, what'd he say, Nick?
Vincent was pardoned 2 weeks ago. He's our man, all right.
You know, it's a funny thing, Nick, but while you were in there phoning, a couple of men went by me, and I heard one of them say to the other, I saw Vincent Grady's bar last night. Now, maybe that's where he hangs out.
You say you just heard that now, Scubby?
Yeah, just now.
That's queer.
Well, how do you mean, Nick?
Scubby, things are going a bit too easily. The notepaper that can be traced, the name in the register, the description, and now the conversation you say you overheard.
You mean you think it's some kind of a frame-up?
Might be, Scubby. Might be.
Well, gee, if it is, Nick, you better
If it is,
take...
I'm going ahead just as I was before. Just be a little bit more careful, that's all. Well, if they want me to go to Grady's bar, that's where I'm going. See you at the office later, Scubby.
And he fell for it, Jack. Hook, line, and sinker, just like you said. I gotta hand it to you.
And you told him where he could find me?
I said it real loud, right beside that stooge of his. I said I'd seen you in Grady's place here.
He's coming here now?
Yeah. I beat it on the head to let you know he was coming.
Good. Well, you take care of him when he gets here.
Gee, you're awful smart, Jack. Ain't no wonder I kind of go for you. But don't forget I owe him one, too. He sent my pop to the chair for bumping off that old rat of a watchman last winter. I ain't forgot that, you betcha.
Okay, Gertie, cut the gab.
Huh?
Looks like Carter's coming in now.
He can't see us where we're sitting.
Yeah, that's him. Hey, do I look okay in this apron I borrowed from Pete?
Sure, you look like a regular waiter, Ben. Hey, got a tray?
Yeah, right here.
You sure he don't know you, Ben?
Nah, he broke up my racket last year, but he never seen me.
Gee, we all got it in for him, ain't we?
You bet we have. And here's where right pays off. Watch me.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Bring me a large ginger ale and Coke, will you?
Coming right up.
Well, Nick, lots of familiar faces here, but nobody I really know. Wonder if Vincent might have moved out of town after he had the snatch. And that conversation Scubby overheard if he did overhear, it sounds to me like...
Yeah, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here, give the change.
Thank you, sir.
Well, at least this ginger ale's cold. Doesn't taste that bad. There's an odd flavor to it, though. Must be a new brand of Cokes they mix with it. Can't say that I enjoy it. Why, that's queer. It isn't hot enough in here to make me dizzy like this. I seem to be... Why, Nick, you fool. You've been doped. You've been...
Yeah, look it. He's out cold. Gee, Ben, you must have made it strong.
You bet I did. I ain't taking no chances. I put 3 of them in.
Now go on, Gertie, and get the car and make it fast. I don't want none of Carter's friends to come looking for him before we can get him out of here.
Okay.
This is the day I've been waiting for 3 years. Well, he don't look much like a great detective, does he? All tied up and gagged like that.
I'll say he don't. He looks more like a trussed-up chicken.
Or a dead duck.
And that's what he's going to be as soon as he wakes up. A dead duck.
You mean you ain't gonna kill him now?
Nah, there's no fun in killing him when he don't know who's doing it. I want him to look me in the eye when I send a bullet into his brain.
Oh, gee, Jack, I thought you'd let me kill him.
Nothing doing. This is my party. Private and exclusive. Did you get his guns?
Yeah, both of them. Hey, should we leave him here in the back room for now, Jack?
Yeah, he won't come to for another couple of hours. He'll be safe here.
Yeah.
Now, you and Gertie stay here and watch him. I got some stuff I want to take care of. I'll be back by the time he wakes up.
Okay. Here you go, Mr. Master Detective. And there you stay till we're ready for you. Have a nice sleep.
And keep your eye on Gertie, Ben. She might forget and bump him off all by herself.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Well, this is Mrs. Ascot speaking. Is Mr. Carter there?
Why, no, he isn't. Has something else come out?
Yes. Yes, I've got another note from the kidnappers. They want $100,000 immediately.
Good heavens, $100,000.
Oh, what shall I do? Mr. Carter said to do nothing until I heard from him.
Oh, I've no idea where he is. He should have been back here long ago. You better just do nothing, as he said, until we hear from him. He's bound to call me pretty soon. Unless something's happened to him.
What a headache that stuff leaves behind it. Well, serves me right for being such an idiot. I knew what I was walking into, and I walked right into it. Gosh, but it's dark in here. Wish I could... Wait a minute. What's that?
Carter. You sent my pop to the chair, did you? And you'll never send nobody else there. 'Cause you ain't gonna live no longer. I'm gonna fix you right now. I'm gonna... What the...
Sorry to have to be so rough with you, lady, but it's my life or yours. You're only stunned. Now, if I can reach that knife she dropped before she gets her senses back, I can cut these ropes and get free. Just a little more. If I could only see behind my back. Oh, where is that knife? I want to be able to reach it now. Just... Now to cut this rope in my wrist. There, a little bit more. There, that's got it. Now for the leg ropes.
Oh.
Quiet, you. You try to call for help, I'll be forced to kill you.
You? How did you...
I heard you coming in, so I sat up, stuck my legs out, and tripped you. You dropped your knife. I knocked your head on the floor, and I stunned you. Then I found the knife, cut my ropes. Now I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you can't. Jack will kill me. He'll murder me.
Should have thought of that before. Now, don't try anything. Your friends overlooked this little pistol I carry in my shoulder holster. It's very small, but effective, I assure you.
What are you going to do?
Why'd you dope and bring me here? To kill me?
Well, Jack and Ben were scared you'd try to break up their plans for the kidnap job.
I knew it. Now, listen carefully. Who else is in this house now?
Only Ben. He's in the next room.
Good. Now, when I tell you to, call Ben. Tell him you're afraid I'm waking up. Ask him to come in here, but don't you warn him.
You want me to ask him to come in here?
Yes, but no funny business. Now call him.
All right. Ben? Ben?
What do you want?
I think Nick Carter's waking up. You better come have a look at him.
Just quick?
Yeah.
Okay, don't touch him. You wait till Jack gets back and then...
Up with your hands! I warned you. Now stand aside. I'm leaving here, and don't try to stop me. I'll be seeing you both later, under different circumstances. How do you do, Miss Boone?
Nick, where in the world have you been? We've been waiting for you for hours.
Sorry, Patsy. Anything special been going on?
Anything special? I should say so. Mrs. Ascot has called 5 times. She got a note from the kidnappers telling her it would cost her $100,000 to get her son back. And she's going crazy, waiting for you to tell her what to do.
Hey, Patsy, have you heard anything from me, Scubby? Well, Nick, what happened to you? Jack Vincent laid a trap for me, and I walked into it. Did you learn anything? No, Scubby, I didn't. Except that it all has to do with the kidnap case we're working on. Well, did you have any trouble, Nick? Well, depends on what you call trouble, Scubby. And more of that later. Now, what about Mrs. Ascot?
Well, she wants you to call her as soon as you come in. I'll get her for you.
All right, Patsy. We got to move fast. Maybe too late even now. My being there and getting away doesn't help any.
Mrs. Ascot, just a minute, please. Here she is, Nick.
All right. Hello, Mrs. Ascot. Sorry I've been held up where you couldn't get hold of me. What's up?
Oh, Mr. Carter, I received a note from my son. It says that I'll have to pay his kidnappers $100,000 if I want to get him back. The note also says that I've got to take you off the case or he will be killed. He says that so far they've not mistreated him, but he begs me to pay the money and get him free.
Is the note in your son's handwriting?
Oh, yes, I'm sure of that. What shall I do, Mr. Carter?
Well, does the note give you any way of getting in touch with him?
Yes, it says to put an ad in the personal column of the Clarion, addressed to safety, and let them know what I decide.
Good. Put the ad in the Clarion. Tell them you're willing to pay the money and ask them how they want it paid.
All right, Mr. Carter, but how about, what they have to say about getting rid of you? You know what
I understand, Mrs. Ascot. Tell them in the ad that you'll guarantee that I'll have nothing further to do with the case.
Oh, but that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
Yes, of course it would. But would you prefer that the kidnappers kill your son?
Oh, no, of course not, Mr. Carter.
All right, then. Put the ad in just as I said. And let me know the minute you get an answer. Then we'll plan our next step.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I'm so glad you've come. An answer to the ad that I put in the paper just came in the morning mail. Here it is.
Thank you. On Route 77B, 5 2/10 miles north of Route 31, is a large single oak tree right beside the road. It's the only tree around. Make up a bundle of $10, $20, and $50 bills, $100,000 in all. Throw the bundle out at the foot of the tree this afternoon at 5 o'clock sharp. Drive by at not less than 25 miles an hour, and do not stop. Your son will be sent back to you tomorrow morning. He'll be alive if you follow directions. He'll be dead if you don't.
Gosh.
Mm-hmm. Patsy,
Hmm?
where's that map I asked you to bring along?
Here it is, Nick. Well, I still don't know how you could tell what section of the state we're going to need a map of.
Well, Patsy, when I went back to the gang's hideout yesterday afternoon, it was deserted. The only things I could find that interested me were a rough draft of the original kidnap note made in the back of an envelope addressed to Jack Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
And also a timetable showing trains running to a certain part of the state.
And what part was that, Nick?
The part I asked you to bring the map of. Very simple.
Very simple. To you.
Well, where is it?
Here.
Now, let's see. Route 77B is here. Route 316 crosses it right here. It's about 45 miles out of the city, in a very thinly settled section.
What shall we do about it, Mr. Carter?
We'll do just exactly as the note says. Have your bankers make up the bundle of $100,000 in 10s, 20s, and 50s.
Yes.
Take Patsy with you, and have your chauffeur drive you up to the spot designated in this note. Throw the bundle out, and then leave the rest to me.
Well, I'm sure glad it's clear today. Otherwise, we'd be out of luck.
See anything, Scubby?
No, not yet. Hey, Nick, do you suppose anything has gone wrong?
No, I doubt it. I have entire faith in Patsy's ability to follow instructions.
Gee, sure is sort of deserted around here, isn't it?
Yes. Only a few scattered houses and very little traffic. Oh, here, Scubby, suppose you take over the controls of the plane for a while I take the glasses and have a look around.
Oh, sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. You got the stick?
Yeah. All set.
These glasses are really high-powered, aren't they? Hey, I think I can... Yes, there they are. And right on time.
Are you sure this is the right road, James?
Yes, Miss Asgore, this is the right road.
Oh, I'd feel so much safer if Mr. Carter were here. Why, if any little thing were to go wrong, it might mean my boy's life.
That's why I'm here, Mrs. Ascort. Just to see that nothing does go wrong.
The place you want is about a half a mile ahead, Mrs. Ascort.
Oh, dear, so soon? Oh, I'm all of a jitter, Miss Bow, and you'll have to throw the package out. I just can't do it.
Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Ascort. I'll take care of everything. Slow down just a little, will you please, James?
Yes, miss.
I wish I knew how Nick is planning to get the money back. The gang could go anywhere from here, and we'd never know where it was.
Oh, I hope Mr. Carter won't do anything to interfere with my getting my boy back. He's worth all the money I have.
You can trust Nick to do the right thing. There's the tree, just ahead.
Oh.
Now, help me up with the package.
All right.
Careful now. I'm going to let it go out the window. Here it goes. Well, that's that.
Oh, you're wonderful, Miss Bowen.
Did you see anybody?
No, nobody. Not a soul around here anywhere.
I still can't see anybody. The bundle is still right by the side of the road where it fell. Oh, heck, this curve cuts off the view entirely.
Well, at least we've done our part.
Yes, we've done our part. The rest is up to Nick.
Yep, those are Nick's orders, Sheriff. Drive as close to the house as you can and then park your car in the bushes just off the road.
Okay. Where's Carter now?
Oh, well, he went on ahead to get the layout of the place. Wants to get his plan set by the time we get there.
I don't understand how you know them fellers are hiding out there. You say neither you nor Carter's ever been near the house.
Well, I'll tell you, Sheriff. It's really very simple. When Mrs. Ascort dropped a bundle of money out of her car this afternoon, Nick and I were overhead in Nick's plane watching everything through his extra high-powered field glasses. Yeah. We saw the crooks come and pick up the money, and then we watched them beat it back to the farmhouse. They took every back road and cow path they could find to keep from being followed, but we could see them, no matter where they went. Yeah, all the time the one man that they were really afraid of was up there over their heads watching it.
Hey, that's quite a stunt. I've heard tell this Nick Carter's quite a feller. Darn if I don't believe it now.
Well, darn, if you don't, had better.
Well, we better stop here, huh? Don't dare go no closer to the house with the car. I'll just run her off into the bushes here.
Well, I wonder where Nick is. He ought to be here any minute.
Yeah. So far, so good. They haven't seen me yet. Yeah, this is the window where the boy should be, if I'm right. Too dark to see what's inside the room. Well, I'll have to take a chance and climb through the window and see for myself. Locked. Well, I ought to be able to slip the latch on a window like this. This knife will do it, I think. There. Hope my luck holds a little while longer. I guess it's safe to use my flashlight here. Yeah, there he is. Oh, Harold. Harold.
Oh.
Quiet. Not a sound. Keep absolutely quiet. You all right?
Yeah. Caught a pretty bad cold yesterday, though. But who are you? You're not one of the kidnappers.
No, I'm not one of the gang. I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes.
Gee, I've heard of you. You're going to save me, huh?
That's just what I'm going to do. Now, I'll get these ropes off your arms and legs first. There we are. Feel better?
Gosh, yes.
Now see if you can stand up.
Well, it's not very easy yet, but I'll be all right.
Good boy. Now, we got to get you out of here pronto before one of the gang comes up to have a look at you.
All right. How do we get out?
Out of the window, same as I came in. All right, come on now. Quiet.
Okay. Whatever you say, Mr. Carter.
Climb out the window onto the roof. Easy now. Easy. That's the boy.
Gee, it's dark out here. Can't see anything, hardly.
Well, just follow me. There's a post in the corner of the porch we can slide down. I came up it. Careful now. There it is. Here we are.
Okay. I'll come right behind you. You go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Not Mr. Carter, Harold. Just call me Nick.
Gosh, Nick. Am I going to have something to tell the fellas when I get back home?
All right. Here we come. There's the boy.
Gee, that was easy, wasn't it?
All right, son?
Sure. Let's get going away from here.
All right. My friend Scubby and the sheriff ought to be over there on the edge of the brush.
Hey, is that you, Nick?
Yes, Scubby. And I have the boy, too.
Sufferer and catfish, Mr. Carter. How in heaven's name do you get him out of there without getting caught?
It was easy. Nick's a good detective. I bet he can do anything.
Well, thanks for the plug, Harold. Now, here's my idea. Are the three of them still in the living room where they were a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I just took a look, and they're still there.
What's your idea, Carter?
Well, this is it. They think Harold is still tied up nice and snug in his attic room. Now, if they should happen to hear him out here in front of the house, they'd probably come rushing out to see what's up, wouldn't they?
Sure. Well, go on, Nick.
Well, I don't want any shooting if I can help it. Somebody might get hurt. So you and I will stand one on each side of the front door, Scubby, while the sheriff goes around to the back door, ready to come up from behind them.
Yeah.
Then Harold will stand out here in front of the house and shout good and loud. They'll come out to see what's what, and we'll poke our guns in their backs. No shooting, no trouble. All nice and simple.
Gee, that's swell. What'll I yell, Nick?
Oh, whatever comes into your head. Anything at all. Okay, Sheriff?
Yep. Sounds nice and simple. If it works, well, here goes the rear guard.
Come on, Scubby, and get your guns ready.
Okay.
And Harold, if anything goes wrong, you run for the woods. They'll never find you out there at a back night like this.
Okay, Nick. When do I yell?
Count 5 slowly. That'll give Scubby and me time to get into position beside the door.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Renfield of the Mounted. Yippee! Wahoo!
What the hell is the kid doing out here?
Get your hands up and fast. Don't try reaching for your guns. We've got you surrounded.
Nick Carter, how did you...
Just keep those hands in the air, Vincent. All right, Scubby, get the guns.
Okay, Nick. Only one on Ben. And 2 on our friend Jack.
All right, just come along here now. Stop it. Why this gal trying to skip out the back way, so I brought her along? She belongs to this outfit?
I'll say she does. She was the one who watched me while the men went out for the money.
Well, looks like we got everything, don't it?
Yeah, certainly does, Sheriff. Everything but the ransom money, which must be here in the house somewhere.
Nick, can I hold a gun on one of them?
Why, sure, son. Here, take Jack's gun and keep it pointed right at him all the time.
Hey, Carter, don't let that kid have that gun. He don't know nothing about guns. It might go off and somebody'd get hurt.
You're quite right, Vincent. But would it interest you to know that I wouldn't care if it did? As far as I'm concerned, kidnappers are pretty filthy things, the lowest of the low.
Oh, Mr. Carter, how can I ever repay you for what you've done for me and my boy?
Well, I'm very happy that we were able to get the boy back for you, Mrs. Ascot. And the money, too.
Oh, please tell me how much I owe you, Mr. Carter. I want to send you a check at once, a big one.
You owe me nothing, Mrs. Ascot.
Oh, but Mr. Carter...
If you really want to repay me, I suggest that you put at least an extra $10,000 into war bonds in this fourth war loan drive and give the bonds to the Associated Boys Clubs of the city. I can think of no better way to spend money right now. Buying the bonds helps the boys who are fighting for us today. And giving the bonds to the boys' clubs helps the boys of tomorrow. It's a wonderful combination.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this same time by WOR Mutual. What can you tell us about next week's story, Nick?
Well, all I'm going to tell you about it is this. There's such a weird and unusual case that for the only time in my life I was almost compelled to believe that vampires really do exist. I call it Death After Dark, or the mystery of the vampire killings. So long.
So long, Nick. See you next week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Death After Dark, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vampire Killings.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The return of Nick Carter is broadcast in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every week. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
Dead Witnesses, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murder Room.
How about having me lunch with me in an hour or so, Pete? I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Oh, swell, Nick. Where can I meet you?
Well, suppose we get...
Nick, that guy across the street, they got him.
Yes, come on. Maybe he's still alive.
Well, maybe, but he doesn't look so to me. The way he's all crumpled up there.
I'm afraid you're right, Pete. Here, help me turn him over on his back.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, he's dead, all right.
Hey, Nick, will you look at who he is?
Oh, our old friend Louis Morelli, the gangster. Well, he'll never muscle in on anybody's rackets again. He certainly took care of that.
Yeah. Well, they can take his name off the blotter at headquarters. But, Nick, did you see who was in the front seat of that death car that went by us?
Yes, Pete, I did. Slug Barron.
Yeah, Nick, Slug Barron in person. Do you realize what this means? We now have something we've been trying to get for the past 3 years. Evidence against Slug that will let us put him away. Well, every detective on the force, including me, has been trying to get something on that thug ever since he pulled his first job here.
Right, Pete. This should be good news to the whole city.
Pardon me, but is he dead?
Yeah, very dead. You know him?
No, I never saw him before. But I did see him shot by someone in that car that went by. And I think it's outrageous that such things can happen in this city.
You say you saw him shot?
Yes. I happened to look up as the car went by. And then I heard the gun shooting, and I saw him fall.
You wouldn't be able to identify the man in the front seat of that car, would you?
I'm sure I would. He was a mean-looking individual, and that big scar across his cheek was very plain. Why?
Nick, this is too good to be true. Another witness. Hey, look, fella, would you be willing to testify against that guy when we catch him?
I certainly would. Such men should be put away where they can't get out. Here's my card. Let me know when you want me.
Okay, thanks. William T. Fletcher, 46 Main Avenue. Oh, boy. We'll call you all right, buddy. We've waited for this for 3 years.
Nick, that's the best news I've had in this department in years.
Have you picked up Slug yet, Riley?
Oh, but the boys will be in with him any minute now. And then with 3 honest-to-goodness witnesses against him, we'll put him in the chair and strap him down tight. And that'll be a happy day in my life.
I know just how you feel, Riley. I've spent it...
Yeah?
Just got a report that a man was knocked down and killed by a truck over on the east side. About 2:30 this afternoon. Apparently an accident, although the body was pretty badly smashed up. I thought you'd like to know.
And why did you think I'd like to know?
Because the guy has been identified as William P. Fletcher of 46 Main Avenue.
William P. Fletcher. Nick, that's the fellow who was going to be a witness for us against Slug Barron.
So Slugger's up to his old tricks again.
You think so, too, do you?
I don't think there's much question about it. Slug finds there's a witness. If witness can't be intimidated, witness disappears. Simple as 2 and 2.
Hey, you'd better look out for a guy named Nick Carter, then.
I've been doing that for years, Riley. This won't be the first time I've come up against Mr. Slug Barron.
Hey, Chief. Yeah? Look, we've combed this whole town from end to end, including up and down and sideways, and there ain't a sign of Slug anywhere.
What do you mean there ain't a sign of him? There's got to be. He ain't left town, has he?
Well, I don't think so, but we can't locate him. Him or the death car, and nobody knows anything about him either. Well, if they do, they won't talk.
Which is nothing new.
Well, if Slug's still in town, Pete, and you guys don't bring him in the next 24 hours, you can turn in your badges.
Okay, Lieutenant, I'll do my best.
Your best ain't good enough. You gotta do better. Can you beat it, Nick? For 3 years, this Slug Barron has been head man in the city. For 3 years, me and him has been at it tooth and nail. He's been the head of every big racket we've had. Why, we've arrested him 20 times, and 20 times we've had to let him go because we couldn't prove nothing on him. And every time we let him out of here, he laughs in my face. Now he kills this Morelli, and 3 witnesses see him do it, and they're willing to testify, and suddenly 1 witness is killed, and we can't find Slug anywhere.
No. Calm down, Riley. Your biggest job right now is to keep your witnesses alive until you do find Slug.
We'll still hang it on him with you and Pete as witnesses, even if he did get rid of Fletcher. Now, look, Nick, wouldn't you like to get after Slug yourself?
Why?
You could call it self-protection, Nick. Don't forget you're a witness now, too.
Okay, Riley, since you put it that way, I'll do what I can to get Slug for you.
But, Nick, Slug Barron is a dangerous killer, and you know it.
Certainly I know it, Patsy. That's why I'd like to see him put where he'd be in the receiving end of a legal killing.
You mean the chair?
I do. And the sooner he gets there, the better off.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Put Nick on, quick.
It's Riley, Nick, and is he excited?
Oh, thanks. What's up, Riley?
Peter's just been found dead in his own garage, killed by the exhaust from his car, the coroner says.
How did it happen, Riley?
His wife says he got back to the house about 7:30 this evening. He drove in the garage and shut the doors, and about a half hour later, she suddenly realized that he hadn't come in the house yet. So she went to look and found the body.
Do you believe it was an accident, Riley?
I do not. It was Slug did it. There's no question about it. He's getting rid of the witnesses, and you're next, Nick.
Okay, Riley. I'll get to work right away. I owe it to Pete as well as to myself now.
Good, Nick. But watch your step, lad.
Right, Riley. Oh, and Riley, I'd like to donate $100 to the fund for Pete's widow. He was my friend. So long.
Did he say that another witness had died?
Yes, Patsy. Pete's just been found dead in his car in his own garage with the motor running.
But that could be an accident, Nick.
It could, Patsy, but it wasn't. No more than that truck's killing Fletcher was an accident. That's Slug's specialty, being clever.
He's dangerous, Nick. Do be careful.
Well, Patsy, there's one thing in my favor. I know that Slug will never shoot me down out in the open. He only does that with his fellow crooks. Fletcher's death looked like an accident. Pete's death looked like an accident. And if he can get me, that'll look like an accident, too, which makes it easier for me to watch out for him.
You mean he'll set a murder trap for you?
Probably.
Nicholas Carter's office.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Carter, please.
Just a minute. Here, Nick. To you.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Nick Carter speaking.
Mr. Carter, would you care to drop in on me and have a little talk?
Who is this?
That's not important now. The important thing is, would you care to come?
Well, why should I be interested in you?
It might be to your advantage.
In what way?
I know something that you'd like to know. I have some information that would help you in your search.
Oh. Where are you?
I'm in the Cascade nightclub. Will you join me?
Yes. How can I find you?
I shall be at the far right-hand table as you enter the main dining room. I shall look forward to seeing you in, shall we say, about half an hour.
Okay. I'll be there.
Oh, Nick, you mustn't go. This is probably the very trap you were telling me Slug would set for you.
It may be, Patsy. Although I doubt that he'd use the Cascade nightclub. That's a little too well known for him.
But, Nick, people who have legitimate business with
Patsy,
you...
I can't afford to overlook any source of information.
But there are other ways of getting information besides sticking your neck out for it.
This man's voice interests me, Patsy. I think I might just see what he looks like. Besides, it isn't often that I get a chance to go to a nightclub like the Cascade. Maybe I can stick him with a check. Good evening, Mr. Carter. You sent for me? Yes. Would you sit down? Thanks. Care for something to drink? No, thank you. Cigarette? No, thanks. Just interested in business, huh? Well, maybe I can help you with some information I happen to have. Yes? Mr. Carter, would you like to put your hands on Slug Barron? I'm afraid I don't understand you. No? I think you do. Let me put it in another way. If you live long enough to get your hands on Slug Barron, it means the electric chair for him. But I happen to know that your chances of living are none too good right now either. He's left you alone until he got rid of the other two witnesses. But now that they're gone, your turn is next. How do you know all this? That's not important just now. What is important is that you may die tonight, tomorrow, or next week. But whenever it is, you are going to die. You won't have a chance to do anything about it. You'll probably be dead before you even know what the bullet that kills you feels like. Well, all this is very interesting. I fail to see where it's leading you, Mr. The name is Morelli. Morelli? Yes. Louis Morelli, the man Slug Barron killed, was my brother. I came to town to kill Slug myself, but I find I can't do it alone. I can't get to him. But I can help the police to get him. You mean you know where he's hiding out? No, I don't. But I do know something just as good. I happen to know that he changes his hiding place every other day to make sure the cops don't trace him. The address of his new hiding place is left with one of his henchmen in an old-fashioned safe. I know the house where the safe is located. And I know that for 2 hours this evening, that house will be deserted. And what do you want me to do? Well, I've had some experience in breaking into houses and opening locked doors as well as locked safes. I'll take you to the house. The safe will be open. You can learn Slug Barron's hiding place, and then the rest you do. If all that you say is true, why don't you get the address and bring it to me? The result would be the same. Look, Carter, I'm a safe cracker and a burglar, but I'm not a stool pigeon. I may help the cops, but I don't hand them evidence they can perfectly well get for themselves. That's a rather fine distinction, isn't it, Morelli? You have your ways of doing things, Carter, and I have mine. You want to work with me or not? Very well. Where'll I meet you, and when? Let me see. 5 after 10 now. I'll meet you at 5 minutes past midnight in a doorway at the corner of Perry and Clinton Streets. I'll be there. Just one thing. Come alone. I can't afford to have anybody know I work with the cops. If you bring anybody with you, the whole thing is off. Remember, don't bring anybody with you. Very well, Morelli. I'll be there at 5 after 12. And alone.
Oh, wait till I get a pencil here. All right. Go ahead, Nick. What's he look like?
Medium height, black hair, blue eyes, little mustache. Weighs about 135 pounds. Parts his hair way over on the left side. Scar on back of her right hand. Nose has been broken and fixed up.
Yeah.
You know him?
Well, not offhand, Nick. But if he's in the gallery, I'll get him for you. Is there anything else?
Not now, Riley. Meet me in a half hour at Daly's lunchroom.
And where is Daly's lunchroom?
Out on Palmer Avenue, near the city line.
But, Nick, that's 3 miles from here.
Right. Daly's is far enough out so that nobody's going to bother us. I'll meet you there in half an hour.
Okay, Nick, okay. I'll be there. I don't know. Sometimes I can't figure that guy Carter out at all.
Come on, I want my...
I think we can talk safely here, Riley.
Well, I should hope so. After getting me way out here on the sticks.
Well, what did you find? Did you dig up his picture?
I found him right enough. His name is Lucky Warren. He's one of the big Chicago mobsters, one of the smoothest articles ever came out of Chicago.
Oh, so that's why he looked rather familiar. He belongs to the E Street gang, if I remember right.
Right, Nick. Hey, what kind of a line did he hand you?
Oh, told me he was the brother of Louis Morelli, the guy Slug Barron killed.
He's no more Morelli's brother than I am.
And he gave me a song and dance about wanting to get Slug, but not being able to get near him.
And what was his proposition? He had one, of course.
Of course. He offered to open up a safe in a secret apartment and lead me to it if I went alone.
And what did he say was in the safe?
The address at which we could find Barron for the next 2 days.
That's a hot one. What a phony setup that is. Why, that's nothing but a murder trap, Nick. Why, when you walked into that room, you'd be riddled with bullets like a sieve.
You may be right, Riley. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'd never get any further than the door of the room. But on the other hand, we've been chasing Barron for 3 years now. If we should have him cornered...
Cornered me, aye. He's setting a trap to corner you.
You can't be sure, Riley. It might work out.
Work out? Nick, I've fought with you many a time in the past, and if the Lord spares me, we'll fight together many a time in years to come. But I think too much of you to see you walk into a house where you can't live 5 minutes.
5 minutes. If I could only be sure that I could live for 5 minutes after I walked in.
Nick, is there anything the matter with you? Are you nuts or something?
No, Riley, I think not. I think I have an idea. It might work. And it might not.
And you might live and you might not.
Don't you see, Riley? That's true even if I don't walk into this trap of his. If it doesn't get me one way, it'll get me another. My only chance to stay alive is to get him first. And this plan of mine may be the answer.
But Nick, you know you can't...
Hold your tongue, Riley, and listen while I tell you my idea, because I'm going to need your cooperation as I never needed it before. Now, here it is.
Right on time, I see, Carter.
Yes, Riley. Let's get going.
Certainly. The house is not far from here, just around the corner, as a matter of fact. I just come from there. The door to the basement is open, and the safe is in one of the upstairs rooms.
And you think there'll be nobody there for at least 2 hours?
For between 2 and 3 hours, the house will be deserted.
And you're going to show me the room where the safe is?
I've done all I'm going to do. The door is open and the safe is open. The rest is up to you.
I hope your information's correct. I shouldn't like to be caught in a strange house rifling the safe.
That's the least of your worries. That is, catching Slug Barron is much more important, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course.
Here. This is the house. It's all red brick. Number 42.
Doesn't look very inviting, does it? Gone already, huh? Didn't take you long to leave, did it? Well, Nick, you're on your own now. Nothing here in the basement to interest me. Yeah, glad I thought to put new batteries in this flashlight tonight. Seems to be nobody here on the first floor. Must be all up on the second floor where he said the safe is. It probably won't bother me until I get up there, which is just as it should be. Must be in the living room. Still furnished. Been a long time since anyone lived here. Yeah, this'll do well enough for what I want. Have a cigarette, Nick? Oh, yes, thanks. Have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks. Won't you have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks, I will. Now. Sounds as if they're getting nervous upstairs. Oh, don't worry, friend. I'll be up in just a minute.
Say, Lucky, I thought you said you told him the safe was up here.
I did.
Yeah? And what the deuce is he doing down there?
How do I know? I still think you should have brought some of the boys to help you.
What's the matter? You afraid of him?
He's no pushover, I know that.
Hey, you guys, quiet. Here he comes now. Get set.
These are the creakiest stairs I ever heard. see the safe. Oh, this is some room. No windows in it. And look at this door. Solid steel, built like an icebox. It's so heavy. And still no one here to meet me. Well, at least I can look into the safe while I wait. Yeah, the door's open a crack, just as advertised. Wonder why... So that's it. Very interesting. Well, if that's the setup, I think I'll leave the examination of the safe till later. Now, the chair looks comfortable. I'll wait for my host there with my gun in hand, just in case. Now, let's see. It's been just 4 minutes since I came up from downstairs. If I can hold out here another 2 minutes at least before they... No. So you've come to welcome me at last, have you?
Well, Nick Carter, it's been some little time since we saw each other. Formally.
It's hardly my fault, Slug. I've done my best to find you any number of times in the past year or more.
Slug, let me take a shot.
Oh, yes, of course. You're here, too. Have you managed to avenge your brother yet, Mr. Lucky Warren?
How the devil are you...
Quiet, Lucky. Come in and close the door. Don't forget you're only a guest at this party.
Look, Slug, let's get this over with. Fooling around with Nick Carter is dynamite.
I don't really see why you should feel that way, Lucky. Nobody knows where I am, so nobody's going to interfere with you.
You ain't telling us nothing, Carter. We made sure of that ourselves. We had 2 men shadow you from the nightclub to the lunchroom where you talked to Lieutenant Riley. We had 2 men shadow Riley back to headquarters, and 2 more follow you when you came here to meet Lucky. Now, Carter, we're sure there ain't no cops following you this time.
You've been to a great deal of trouble, Slug, seems to me, just to get me to walk into a death trap that was corny and as obvious as this one. Well, now that I'm here, what's going to happen?
Carter, I've been waiting 3 years to take care of you, and I'm going to see that you get...
I see that you've cut the current off from the safe. If I hadn't heard the hum of the transformer a few minutes ago, I should probably have touched it and been knocked unconscious. Was that what you wanted?
If you'd have touched that safe, you would have been dead.
Oh. That's what happened to that headquarters cop they found on the 3rd rail of the elevator last winter. I thought it didn't look right at the time. You got him to touch this safe, and that electrocuted him. Then you dumped him in the 3rd rail where they found him. Very clever, Slug.
You're learning that a little late, ain't you, Carter?
Too bad it didn't work with me. Now you've got to find some other way to get rid of me. Some less clever way.
Are we going to stand around here all night chewing the rag, or are we going to take care of this guy and now?
Take it easy, Lucky. Now that we're all here together, there ain't no hurry. Carter ain't going nowhere.
And with the door closed the way it is, this room is soundproof, isn't it? Lovely room for a murder. And it probably won't be the first time it's been used for that either.
Let me take him, Slug. My finger's getting anxious.
All right, Lucky. But make it good.
I'll make it good, all right.
Sure, Lucky'll make it good. If he doesn't... Hold still, Lucky. Hold still, Lucky.
What are you doing?
He's got me, Slug. Get moved.
Get out of the way, Lucky. I can't hear him you standing in front of him.
That's the idea, Slug. And he's going to stay there for now.
Yeah, so you think you're safe as long as you got him held in front of you, do you, Carter? Well, you're free.
No, Slug, you can't shoot me. You can't do that.
Now, watch me. I waited too long to get this gun. So long, Lucky.
No, Slug, no.
Slug, you killed me.
Yes. You killed him. And missed me. What now?
Lucky's body is pretty heavy for you, ain't it, Carter? Now that he's dead.
Not too heavy, Slug. He's better protection than nothing.
Yeah, but you got no gun. So how long you expect to last?
No, I have no gun, but I do have a weapon. You ever think of that?
Yeah, what is it?
It's Lucky's body. Here.
Better than you expected, isn't it?
I'll shoot it.
All right, that's enough of that. Get your hands up. All right, you men, don't you want it? All right, now put the cuffs on that mug and guard him with your lives. Take him down to the wagon.
Thanks, Riley. I'm about all in. Don't know why I feel so weak.
Are you hurt bad, Nick?
No. Just a scratch on the head. It's nothing.
Oh, nothing, is it? Sure, it's bleeding enough for 2 men. Hey, get the doc up here on the double.
Okay, sir.
How about that hole in your shoulder, Nick? I suppose that's nothing, too.
You almost did for me, Riley. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold him for you.
Hold him, did you say? Sure, Nick, you done noble. Nobody could have done better, or even half as good. I'm proud of you. I brought this old hurry-up wagon because I thought we might need to use it as an ambulance or as a hearse. Are you feeling better, Nick?
Oh, yes, Riley, thanks. Very much better.
Sure, Nick, you scared me out of 10 years' growth this night.
Oh, you got your killer, didn't you?
Oh, sure, I got him after he almost got you. Oh, what a fool you were to walk into a trap like that, Nick.
Perhaps you're right, Riley. Somebody had to get slugged. I hoped I'd be able to take care of myself once I got in the trap, but as it turned out, I was getting pretty weak from loss of blood. I'm darn glad that you didn't arrive any later than you did.
You're a lucky guy, Carter. I'd have killed you if those guys hadn't butted in.
Well, you didn't. So that's that.
That's that, he says. Just like that. What a man.
Look, Carter, these guys didn't follow you up to this house. I know that. How did they know where you was?
Curious, huh? All right, I'll tell you. When I was talking to Riley last evening, some fire engines went by. They gave me an idea. We knew that this house of yours had to be in this district somewhere. And we knew that around here, everybody's so afraid of fire, they'd report even a suspicion of one. So I had Riley wait with the fire chief at the nearest fire station for the alarm. When they got the alarm, they knew where I was. And they came a-running.
When they got what alarm?
The alarm one of your neighbors sent in when he saw the fire.
What fire? I don't know nothing about no fire.
It was a good fire, Slug, while it lasted. But the boys from the firehouse put it out as soon as they got there.
Where was this fire?
Well, Slug, it was like this. When I stopped in the living room on the first floor of your house tonight, I lighted 3 cigarettes. I put a pack of matches under the curtains in each of the 2 windows and laid a cigarette across each pack of matches so that it would burn for a couple of minutes before it set off the matches. Then I did the same with a 3rd cigarette and a 3rd pack of matches, putting them under some dry stuff I piled up under the desk.
And when the matches went off, they set fire to the curtains and the other stuff and started a nice little conflagration. And within 2 minutes, somebody phoned in an alarm just as we figured they would. It was a grand scheme, and Nick here thought it up all by himself.
Look, Mr. Brains, why'd you just set fire to the house and not bother with all that trick stuff with the cigarettes and matches?
Oh, if I'd done that, Slug, you and your pals would have smelled the smoke and beat it before we could stop you. But I figured that by having the fire start after you and I got together, you'd be too busy to notice it until it was too late.
Of course, I wasn't there till it was all over, but judging by the results, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah? It's too bad the house didn't burn down with you in it, Carter.
That was one of the chances I had to take. But it was worth anything to get you out of circulation.
Which will be just as soon as we can get the electric chair dusted off for you, Slug, me boy.
Exactly. The murder trap you set for me turned out to be a death trap for you, which is certainly poetic justice.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. How about a little preview of next week's story, Nick?
Well, next week I want to tell you about an adventure that we had in which Scubby was much more concerned than I was.
Well, that isn't quite true, Mr. Scott. What Nick really means is that while he was doing the detective work that finally solved the case, Scubby was having the real adventure.
You mean that in this case, the solution and the excitement were 2 different things?
Well, yes. We were up against a hijacking gang that stopped at nothing. Scubby set out to help me by getting some information from the inside. But all he succeeded in doing was to get himself in a real man-sized jam.
With Nick getting him out of it, of course.
Oh, of course. Well, if it's exciting, I'll be around listening.
You'll find it plenty exciting, I promise you. So until next week, so long.
So long.
So long to you both. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Lieutenant Riley by Humphrey Davis. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Death in the Pines, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Driver.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Death in the Pines. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the murdered driver.
Well, let's see. There's a truck coming up the grade now. It ought to be them.
Yeah. Just 1:30. That's a tape truck, all right. Now, you guys know what to do. We've done it often enough before.
Sure.
All right. Get going. When the truck gets close enough, I'll put the searchlight in the driver's face like before. He'll stop fast enough. Keep those guys.
Hey! What the blazes goes on here? What's the big idea?
Get those hands up, wise guy, and get down out of that cab.
You guys can't get away with this.
You want to stay alive, get down out of that cab and keep quiet. And bring your helper down with you.
You're a bunch of crooks. Don't.
They got us. There ain't nothing we can do.
Okay, boys, get busy. Get up on that truck and get that stuff dumped out in the road. Okay, sir. Shake it up, boys. We want to get out of here.
Hey, keep your boys moving, Jake. We got another one to take care of yet.
Hey, I know that voice. So you're the guy who's in back of all this hijacking. Now I know you.
Yeah? Well, I hope you try it.
Oh!
What's the idea? What'd you have to kill him for?
Shut up, punk. You don't want to get bumped off, too.
But you didn't have to kill him.
Shut up.
Hey, that changes our plans a little, Jake. Get your men down off the truck. Pick these two stiffs up and put them back in the cab of the truck. Then put a hole in the gas tank and touch a match to it.
Okay, boys, come on down.
There won't be much left for the cops to work on when they get here, which is all right with me. I don't like to see them get killed, but when they know too much, it's the only way.
I see, Coroner. Yes, thanks very much. Yes, thanks. So long.
Might as well let me know the worst, Mr. Carter. After what I've been through, a little more or less doesn't matter.
Mr. Tate, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but your driver wasn't burned to death. He was shot. Murdered before the truck was set on fire.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Regan was my oldest and best driver. Been with me for 10 years.
You're having trouble with racketeers?
Yes, have been for the past year.
How do they work?
Well, I operate about 40 trucks, hauling vegetables and green stuff from South Jersey to the New York markets. It has to be done at night, so we get to the New York market before morning. About a year ago, somebody called me on the phone and said he represented a protective agency. And he'd like to sell me protection at $25 a truck.
$25 a truck? Well, that's pretty steep, isn't it?
It's exorbitant. I told him I wouldn't pay it.
So what happened?
2 days later, one of my trucks was stopped and the drivers were beaten. The produce was dumped and destroyed. The next day, the guy called again. I told him I wouldn't pay.
Did you try getting protection from the state troopers?
Sure I did. And they did what they could. Whenever a trooper followed one of the trucks, or when one of their men rode on the truck as a helper, these trucks were never bothered. But the other trucks, it was the same old story.
I see. Well, how do you account for the fact that the trucks with the troopers on them were never touched?
I don't know. Unless the hijackers had spies at the loading points to watch if the trucks had their regular crews.
And what was the outcome this time?
In the end, I had to agree to pay the $25. And then, for 6 months, there was no more trouble. But a week ago, this same guy called and said the ante had been raised from $25 to $40 a truck.
$40?
I told him I couldn't pay that because I didn't make that much. And you know what happened last night.
Yes, I know. Well, are you going to try to keep writing the stuff through?
If you can help me, I will.
I'll do it. And to begin with, I'd like to put my assistant, Patsy Bowen, in your office as a typist.
Sure.
Maybe she could learn something that will start us off in the right direction. Patsy. Did you have a nice eventful day in Tate's office?
I learned a few things, Nick, if that's what you mean.
Good. Let's have them.
Mr. Tate makes up the daily schedule of operations based on the orders he receives. Then he turns the completed schedule over to Al Leparo, who's the fleet foreman.
Mm-hmm.
Only Mr. Tate, Leparo, and Dave Morgan, who's Tate's assistant, know what the orders are, as far as I can find out.
I see. Any suspicions?
Not yet. Leparo's been with Tate 9 years and Morgan for about 4 years. When the trouble started about a year ago, both of them rode the trucks. Morgan was one of the drivers who got beaten up, got knocked out cold before he could see anything.
Doesn't leave us much in the way of anything to go on, does it?
Oh, sorry, Nick, but that's all I could get today.
I don't feel bad, Patsy. You did what you could.
And what's the next step?
I want to talk to the state trooper who found the truck in which Regan was killed. He may be able to tell me something that's been overlooked.
You say you read my report, Mr. Carter. I don't know that I can tell you anything else.
Were you on the state police force when Tate started having his trouble about a year ago?
Yes, I was.
Well, that business of the hijackers never picking in a truck guarded by state troopers needs explaining. Could there have been any leak from this end?
Absolutely not. I rode several of the trucks myself. None of us ever knew where we were going until Tate's office gave us our orders. Then we went out on the road just as soon as we got those orders.
Good. Then the leak must be on Tate's end. Now, the next thing. Your report gives the impression that the thug simply stopped Tate's truck, killed the driver in cold blood, and then burned the truck for good measure. Was that your personal impression?
Well, no.
Ah.
When I first got there, I was suspicious because the truck hadn't gone off the road or collided with anything that would cause a fire or a wreck. Then I remembered that Tate's trucks had been having trouble a while back, so I took another look around.
And the result of that second examination?
The truck was surrounded by crates which had been thrown off the truck. Crates that were smashed and broken, but not burned. Now, if the hijackers were going to burn the truck, why bother to throw all those crates off the truck first? It just didn't make sense.
That's what I wanted to know. I'd say the gang started out to do the usual job, smashing the cargo and manhandling the crew. But then something happened. Something that made them switch their tactics. And they did something they'd never done before. They killed the driver.
Yeah, that explanation would fit the facts as I saw them. But what do you suppose caused the change in plan?
Well, I could make a guess, maybe. Tate told me that Regan was his oldest driver.
Yeah?
Now, somebody in Tate's outfit must be in league with the hijackers. That's the only way they could know as much as they do. I believe that Regan recognized one of Tate's men in the hijack gang.
Sure. And that fits right in with the idea that somebody in Tate's outfit was crossing him. Yes, Mr. Carter, I believe you've hit something.
Have you arranged with Mr. Tate for me to go to work for him?
Oh, no, Scubby. I haven't said anything to him. I don't want him to know.
Well, then how do you know I can get the job?
Tate's lost so many men since Regan was killed a couple of nights ago that he'll be glad to hire anybody. Patsy will fix you up with the necessary papers, licenses, references, and so forth. Wear your old clothes and don't wash your neck, and you'll have no trouble getting hired.
And what do you want me to look for especially, Nick?
Well, according to what Patsy says, the leak either goes through Tate, which hardly seems likely, through Leparo or Morgan, or through somebody else we haven't found out about yet. So get a line on things in general, on anyone who may look suspicious. Oh, and if you're riding a truck that gets held up, don't try to shoot it out, Scubby. Just let things ride.
We'll see about that when the time comes.
It's a 40-to-1 shot against your getting stopped, but just the same, watch your step. These men, whoever they are, have 2 murders on their head, and they won't balk at a couple more.
Men looking for jobs, line up over here. New men over here.
Hey, buddy, who's the guy over there at the desk?
Oh, that's Al Leparo, the fleet foreman.
Oh, that's the guy. Looks like a tough egg.
Don't worry, fella. He ain't turning nobody down these days. This outfit's got the finger on it. They had 40 men walk out on him yesterday. And I got a hunch this new gang ain't gonna last long either.
Oh, you mean on account of the killings the other day?
Yeah, that and the beating up of a couple of other drivers.
Recently?
Yeah, night before last.
Hey, that ain't so good, is it?
Ah, what's the difference? A job, ain't it?
Hey, who's the other guy?
Huh? Oh, that's Dave Morgan, old man Tate's assistant.
All right. Report to the garage at once. Next?
Mike Clausen's the name, Mr. Leparo. Here are me papers.
Mm-hmm. You worked here before, ain't you?
Sure, I drove for you
Yeah, never mind that. You ain't working here no more. Right, Morgan?
Right, Leparo. Nothing doing on that guy. Oh, but what's the matter? I got a good record. I ain't never had no trouble.
Maybe not, but you ain't wanted here. Get out. Next.
Ah, the big bum.
Who's next?
Oh, me. The name's Wilson.
Where's your papers?
Oh, yeah. Here.
Mm-hmm. Wilson, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, you're hired. Report to Matt Steiger on truck number 11. You start as helper at $23 a week. Satisfied?
Sure, boss. Okay by me.
Tell Steiger he picks up his load tonight at Freeman's Farm down South Jersey. He knows where it is. Get going.
Right. Thanks.
So they took you on, did they, Scubby? I thought they would.
Yes. I'm phoning from a lunchroom where I just ate.
Anything happened yet?
Well, just before they gave me a job, an old-timer named Mike Clausen was turned down. He used to work for Tate years ago. But Leparo wouldn't take him back.
I see. Maybe they don't want to take on anyone who ever worked there before, or who has been there for long.
Well, maybe it doesn't mean anything, Nick, but it looks as if the...
What's the trouble, Scubby?
I'm not sure, Nick. But I just realized the guy in the booth next to me here isn't saying a word. He went into his booth as I came into this one. But he hasn't dialed a number or said anything yet.
Looks as if somebody's onto you already. Any idea of who it could be?
No idea at all. Oh, but how could anybody know about me so soon?
There's always the chance that somebody's recognized you. Well, keep your eyes open, Scubby. Don't start anything.
Any orders?
No. Let me know at once if anything worthwhile happens. And good luck to you.
Thanks. Hey, what are you going to be doing?
I have several lines of investigation that I want to follow up here in the city. There are certain angles of this case that I want to clear up here before I do anything else. So long, Scubby. See you soon. I hope.
Gosh, Matt, driving one of these trucks is no cinch, is it?
How do you mean, kid?
Well, I've been driving the truck around in the city, and it ain't been like this at all. We spent the afternoon loading the stuff on the truck. Now we got to spend all night riding it back to town.
You don't like it, huh?
I'm beginning to think it wasn't such a bright idea, hiring on with this paid outfit. Especially with a chance of getting beat up throwing in free.
Ah, cheer up. You might ride for weeks and never...
Hey, what's the matter? What you stopping for?
Somebody is signaling us with a flashlight to stop. I wonder
what...
what...
No, don't stop, Matt. It may be a holdup. Remember old man Tate's orders? No truck stop for nothing.
Oh, it's the state troopers. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see the uniform now. Okay. I'll get out and see what he wants. Hey, what's the matter, officer? What... Hey, that's a phony uniform. You're no regular cop.
This is the guy, all right. One of you fellas take care of the driver.
Look out, Matt!
Come down out of that cab, fella. You know what's good for you.
Matt, it's a trap!
Shut up, Dick, and don't move. I got you covered. Now, don't try to pull it out.
No! Hey, like that. Cut it out. There, that takes care of you, you rat. Now for the other.
Here you are, copper.
Oh, Matt! Matt!
Not yet. Here. Oh. You won't do no more fighting for a while. Okay, boys, come on.
Gosh, I'm tired, Patsy. I've done more of my own leg work today than I've done in years. I almost wish I'd kept Scubby here to do the walking around. Going out on the truck myself.
Did you find out anything, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, I think so. But I can't be sure for a little while yet. Not until I get some more answers to some of the thousands of questions I've asked today.
There have been several messages for you. I think this is probably the only one that's really important. Here.
Oh, thanks. I thought so. He's trying to borrow money. At least all that much of it. Makes me positive I'm on the right track. Any report from the state troopers, Patsy?
Yes, they think they've located the place. They're going to call you later this evening when they get the details.
Good. That'll give me time to join them before they make the raid. I don't want to miss being in at the kill.
Wilson?
Yeah. Oh, who are you?
Matt Steiger, your driver.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. They stopped us. I tried to fight, and they knocked me out. How about you?
Yeah, they conked me, too.
Yeah?
I wonder why they didn't shoot us and be done with it.
Yeah, I wonder. Hey, where are we now? Any idea?
No, but I seem to remember taking a long ride last night after we left the truck. I wonder what time it is.
I don't know. It's still dark, though.
Yeah. Hey, Wilson, I've been wondering. I heard one of them thugs call you Dick and Copper when they were scrapping with you. Are you Copper?
Well, kind of one, yeah. Just trying to get a line on what's going on in this Tate outfit.
Yeah?
But how in heck did that guy know it was me?
Did Tate know what you are?
No. Nobody knew about me working for Tate but me and my boss. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Right after I got the job, I phoned my boss, and somebody in the next phone booth overheard what I told him. Boy, they trapped me neat as you please.
They probably was afraid of you.
Looks like it. Well, the first thing to do is to get out of here.
Well, I've been working at the ropes that they got my hands tied together with, and I can't budge them at all. They're too tight for me.
Well, I think maybe I can get mine loose if I have time. I think my boss taught me several tricks to get out of ropes like this.
Yeah? Guess you'll have to get us out of this one, then. I can't.
Hold it, Matt.
Yeah.
Somebody's coming.
Time we got that red-headed punk waked up. Boss is due any minute now.
With pleasure. Come on, you. Leave me assist you to a chair. Sorry you can't walk by yourself tied up like that, but that wouldn't be etiquette.
Come on. Cut the comedy.
Wake up, you. Come on, Copper. Get them eyes open.
Ooh, hey. Hey, what's the matter? Hey, what you trying to do?
There you are, Mike. You want me to soften him up for you?
Let's see if he talks first. Maybe he'll talk without any persuading.
Well, okay, but I hope he needs some waking over. I enjoy that.
All right, punk. You gonna talk?
Talk about what?
There's no use stalling. We know you're Nick Carter's man.
Well, if you know that, what you want me to say?
We know you called Carter yesterday before you left New York. What'd you say to him? What'd you tell him?
Hey, I know you.
Huh?
You're the guy who wore the phony state trooper's uniform when you held us up last night.
Yeah? Well, knowing that ain't gonna help you none. Come on, spill it. How much do you know?
Okay, he ain't gonna talk, Mike. It's gotta be a real job. I gotta go to work on him.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Jake. Go ahead, make it good.
Sure. Oh, let me take my coat off first so I don't feel cramped.
Let me have it. I'll put it on the back of the chair.
Thanks, Mike. Oh, you better put my gun in the pocket of my coat so it won't get in my way when I really get going.
Okay. Now, let's see some action.
All right, you red-headed stool pigeon. Now spill it. Spill it all around. What the...
Come on, Jake. There's trouble out there.
Well, that's a funny one.
Matt, do you see what I see?
What do you mean?
Jake left his coat hanging on the back of that chair there. And there's a gun in the pocket of that coat.
Oh, boy, what a break if we can only get loose.
Just a minute. My hands are almost free.
Good.
Wait a minute. There. Now, get the feet loose. There. Yeah, that does it. Now the gun. Now let him come back.
Hey, what's...
Drop that gun. You're covered.
Oh, yeah? Well, this'll show. Yeah.
Oh, you would you? Here.
Oh, you killed me. You killed me.
You got him, Wilson. Get me loose and I'll give you a hand. They'll be back in here.
Right. The gun is empty. Gee, we're in a spot.
He killed the boss. Come on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the boss is dead. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, let's get going.
Listen. They're leaving.
Yeah. Wait a minute. There you are, Matt.
Oh, gee. Thanks, Wilson. Gosh, am I glad to get out of them ropes.
Hey, Matt, this is the screwiest thing I ever heard of.
Yeah. Why do you suppose they beat it off like that?
You got me. But come on, let's get out of this place. They might come back as fast as they went out.
Yeah. Okay, give me a chair. I'll break this door down for you.
Okay. Gosh, Matt. There he is on the floor, the boss. And 2 holes through his forehead.
You sure hit him square in the bullseye.
Wait till I take off his mask and see if I know. Matt.
What? It's Mr. Tate.
Who?
The owner of the trucking company.
Mr. Tate?
Yeah.
Tate racketeering his own business? Attacking his own trucks?
But that doesn't make sense, Matt.
Boy, I'll say it doesn't. Why should he want to destroy his own business?
And why would he ask Nick to investigate? Hey, we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Or we're going to get out.
Maybe some more of them in there.
Can you see him?
Yeah. Oh, they're state troopers.
Oh,
it's
boy.
okay, man.
Open up in there. Come on with your hands up. Come on, you're surrounded and outnumbered.
Don't shoot. We're coming out.
Get that door open before they shoot.
We surrender.
Get your hands up. I got two here, men. Watch the back of the house. Right, Sergeant.
Oh, gosh, are we glad to see you.
Yeah, keep your hands up.
Oh, yeah, sure. Look, I'm Scubby Wilson, and this is Matt Steiger. I'm Nick Carter's assistant.
You look it. Who's the dead man lying there?
Oh, that's Mr. Tate. I just shot him.
No, you did. Well, that'll send you to the chair, all right.
Oh, no. No, you don't understand. He's the chief of the hijackers. Well, he was holding us prisoners here.
That's a good one. Where's the gun you killed him with?
Well, it's in the other room.
Keep your hands up.
But, officer, you don't understand.
I suppose you're going to tell me you shot him in self-defense, huh?
Yeah. That's just what I did. Well, look, you can ask Matt here.
That's right, officer. He was going to kill us both.
Yeah.
Sure. Where's the gun he was going to kill you with?
Well, it was in his hand when I saw it last.
Well, it ain't here now. You're a bum liar, feller. I suppose that after you shot him between the eyes, killing him instantly, he walked over to the window, threw his gun away, and then came back here, lay down, and died.
Oh, but gosh, officer, I saw him.
Put your hands out.
Huh? What?
Put your hands out.
Oh, but you can't put handcuffs on me.
No? Watch me.
Be sure they're on good and tight, son.
I will, that.
Nick!
Oh, hello, Scubby. Having a good time?
You know this guy, Mr. Carter?
Does he know me? Oh, tell him who I am, Nick.
Yes, Sergeant, I'm afraid I have to confess that I do know him. He's my assistant, although he hasn't been much of assistance in this case.
Shall I let him go, then?
Yes, I'll take charge of him.
Okay, if you say so.
Oh, gosh, Nick, am I glad to see you. Oh, this is Matt Steiger, the guy who was driving the truck I was on.
Hello, Mr. Carter.
I don't know you.
Hey, look, I heard some shooting a few minutes ago. Did you get some of the gang?
Yes, Scubby. Morgan and 4 men. We ran that car off the road and caught them all. Morgan's pretty badly wounded, but he'll pull through.
So Morgan was in on it after all.
Morgan was the head of the gang.
Oh, no. No, Morgan wasn't the head of the gang, Nick. The head of the gang is lying there, dead. And I shot him. Put 2 bullets in him in self-defense.
Who is he? You know him?
Know him. It's Mr. Tate.
Mr. Tate? Why, he had nothing to do with this.
He sure did, Nick. Why, he was holding us prisoners here. Sure, Matt can tell you.
That's true, Mr. Carter. He tried to kill Wilson, and Wilson shot him.
I tell you, Tate had nothing to do with this gang, Scubby.
Oh, what makes you so sure, Nick?
I did a lot of investigating in town today, and I found that Morgan has been trying to borrow money anywhere and everywhere he could to take advantage of what he called a chance to get going a good business, dirt cheap. Well, that obviously meant Tate's business, especially since the $40 a truck the racketeers asked was unquestionably intended to drive Tate out of business rather than to get the money out of him.
But Morgan was one of the drivers who got beaten up, Nick.
Who said so? Morgan. Nobody else knew anything about it, and it gave him a swell alibi. I think that Regan, the driver who was killed the other day, probably was shot because he recognized Morgan.
But, Nick, everything you say about Morgan could have been true of Tate just as well.
Not quite, Scubby. I found out several other things during my investigation today that proved definitely that Morgan's the one.
But, Nick, I shot Tate not 5 minutes ago while he was trying to kill me.
I wonder. You shot him 5 minutes ago. How does it happen that he's been dead for at least 3 hours?
Dead for 3 hours?
No question about it. Rigor mortis has already begun to set in. Scubby, somebody's put one over on you.
Well, what do you mean, Nick?
Where's the gun you shot him with?
Oh, the trooper took it.
Yeah, that's right. Here it is, Mr. Carter.
Thanks. Look here. How does it happen that you shot him with blank cartridges?
Oh, Nick, now don't tell me.
Here are the shells I just took out of that gun you used. 4 of them have been fired previously. And you can see that the other 2, the 2 left for you to fire, have had the bullets pried out of them. Now, you see the mark on the edge of the shell?
Yeah.
So you couldn't have shot him.
But, Mr. Carter, I saw Wilson plug him. I saw him falling dead as the door closed behind him. There's no question about it.
There's no question but what you thought you saw that. But it was all planned, just that way.
Planned?
Certainly. How come you were able to get out of the ropes you were tied up with so fast? How come there was nobody in the room when you got hold of the gun? Why do you suppose that gun was left where you could get your hands on it? That is what happened, isn't it?
Yes, Nick. As right as if you'd been here to see it.
It couldn't have been any other way. Tate probably had a hunch Morgan was guilty and trailed him here. Morgan caught him, shot him with his gun. Then he wiped his prints off it, and he planted it where you could get at it. Then, at the psychological moment, Morgan, with a mask over his face, opened the door so you could see him and shot at you. Then you shot at him, as he knew you would, using the 2 shells he had left in the gun for you. The 2 shells with no bullets in them. Then he pretended to fall dead, carefully shutting the door as he did so that you couldn't see what happened next.
Oh, I see, Nick. And then he put Tate's body there by the door with a mask over his face.
Right.
Gosh.
When you opened the door, there was Tate's body, shot through the head with the very gun you held in your hand. A gun on which the police would find your fingerprints, and yours only. Morgan would have made sure they found it.
Boy, what a setup. It was perfect. Matt would have had to swear he saw me do it. And I was so completely fooled that... Why, I would have confessed to the murder in any court in the country.
Yes, Scubby. You still trust too much to what you hear and see. Before you can be a really first-class detective, you'll have to learn to distrust everything until you've analyzed it in the light of all the evidence.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this time by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, what about next week's story? Can you give us a hint?
Next week, my story concerns a murderer who killed his victims according to the sign of the zodiac under which they were born.
A very unpleasant and dangerous man, I might add.
Yes, definitely. Patsy and I got so close on his trail that he tried 2 different times to get rid of us.
But in his attempts to be very clever, he made a bad mistake, and Nick caught him.
And caught the murderer, too, I imagine.
Quite right. After a chase. I call the story The Horoscope Murders. So long. See you next week.
So long.
So long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Horoscope Murders. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Avenging Astrologer.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick Carter's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The Drums of Death. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the White Witch Doctor.
And so, gentlemen, you will find enclosed a complete dossier on the criminal in question, plus all the evidence needed for a conviction. Yours very truly, et cetera, et cetera.
Wait a minute, Nick. Not so fast. Yours very truly. Okay, what now?
Well, what else do we have to take care of, Patsy?
The only unfinished business I know of right now is this bunch of letters from that Mrs. Galley.
Oh, yes. What was it this Mrs. Galley wanted me to do?
She's worried about her doctor, Nick, and she wants to consult you.
No, let her consult another doctor if she doesn't like the one she's got now. Throw her letters out, Patsy. Let's go celebrate having our old business all cleaned up.
Well, I would, Nick, except that the letter we got from her today throws a new light on her problem.
Oh, what did she have to say today that was so vital?
She says she's afraid of her doctor.
Afraid of him? Oh, Mrs. Galley's that old, wealthy dowager I met at somebody's tea a few weeks ago, isn't she?
That's who she is, and she...
She's probably a crotchety old hypochondriac whose hobby is doctors.
That isn't it.
And now that she's seen every physician in town, she wants to start in collecting detectives. Does she say why she's afraid of whatever doctor she's going to now?
Yes, she does, Nick. She says he's a witch doctor.
It was very kind of you to come, Mr. Carter. I hoped you would.
I confess I wasn't too eager, Mrs. Galley, until Miss Bowen told me about your last letter.
Well, perhaps it's silly to believe in such things as voodoo and black magic nowadays, but I don't know what to say.
Suppose you tell your story and let me be the judge.
Well, there isn't much to tell, Mr. Carter. I was... What's that?
Only the wind, Mrs. Galley. It's nothing.
Oh, I'm so unnerved. Well, here's my story. Last week, my nephew, Walter Galley, told me about a wonderful new doctor he discovered, a Dr. Congo. I wasn't feeling well, and the name interested me, so I went to see him. Good morning. Is Dr. Congo in?
Good morning, madam. Yes, the doctor is in.
Can't say I remember a doctor's office in Vanderbilt Square before. You're new here, aren't you?
Have you come to see Dr. Congo, madam?
Naturally. Do I look like an insurance salesman?
Have you an appointment, Mrs.
Galley is the name. Mrs. Galley. My nephew made an appointment for me.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Galley. Will you step this way, please? Dr. Congo's expecting you.
Thank you. Wait a moment. What's that noise?
Drums, madam.
Drums? What drums?
If you'll step inside, Mrs. Galley, you'll find out for yourself.
Very well. Drums, indeed. What nonsense is this?
Good morning. Mrs. Galley, I presume. I'm Dr. Congo.
Good morning, Dr. Congo. I want... Golly, what a story.
Go on, Mrs. Galley. Why did you scream?
Because I saw...
Yes, what did you see?
A white savage.
What?
From his neck to his toes, Dr. Congo was an ordinary man. He was wearing striped trousers, formal cutaway jacket, wing collar ascot tie. He was beautifully dressed. But his face...
Yes?
His face was hideous. Shaven skull, a horrid, grinning mouth, showing his teeth, which had all been filed to a point. And he had a bone through his nose.
Like a cannibal.
Yes. At first I was stunned. And then I thought it might be a joke my nephew Walter was playing on me. I sat down while the drums throbbed. I'm sorry I screamed, Dr. Congo, but you gave me quite a start.
I usually do that to my clients, Mrs. Galley.
What kind of a doctor are you?
A witch doctor.
You're fooling, aren't you?
On the contrary.
But it's unbelievable. We only joke about things like witchcraft nowadays.
I am not joking, Mrs. Galley. I've spent 15 years in the heart of Africa studying voodoo. My face, the drums, the African witchcraft apparatus in this room, all are a necessary part of my profession.
Profession?
Yes. I am a professional witch doctor, and as such can guarantee miracles that modern medicine would never dream of.
Ridiculous. I don't believe you.
Really? Oye, Kahada. Oye, Kahada, Pardon me, Mrs. Galley. I was just ordering my men to begin the voodoo drum incantation. None of my clients believed me at first, Mrs. Galley, but I convinced them. Now, if you'll allow me...
What are you doing with those scissors?
I merely removed a lock of your hair. Now, in spite of yourself, you are officially one of my patients. And I warn you, my fee is high.
Well, you're wasting your time, sir. I don't want to be a patient of yours, and I won't pay any fee. I'm leaving. Good day, sir.
One moment, Mrs. Galley.
Dr. Congo, let go of my arm.
You don't understand me, Mrs. Galley, and I'm afraid you don't understand voodoo. This lock of your hair places your health in my hands. Your life or death are mine to do with as I desire. And my fee for this visit is $10,000.
Phosphorus, get out of my way.
$10,000, Mrs. Galley. Now listen closely. 3 times you will hear my Congo drums roll, no matter where you are. If you have not paid when you hear them for the 3rd time, you will die. Good morning, Mrs. Galley.
Then, Mr. Carter, I ran out of that office. I'm 65 and not as strong as I was, but I was frightened. I realized he was threatening to kill me with voodoo. And we don't believe in that nowadays, do we?
Not as a rule.
3 drum rolls, he told me. And if I don't pay by the 3rd one, I die. Stuff and nonsense, I said. And then, that very night, when I was alone in this room, I heard the distant roll of Congo drums.
Golly. Now, Mrs. Galley, you must calm yourself. I'm sure it's only your nerves. We don't believe in witchcraft today.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Carter. I've already heard Dr. Congo's drums beat once.
Perhaps you only think you did, Mrs. Galley. This Dr. Congo is playing on your nerves. Hysteria can make us think we hear anything.
Oh, no. I'm sure I heard them. Wait. Mrs. Galley. You heard?
Nick, that wasn't Mrs. Galley's imagination. I heard it, too.
And so did I, Patsy.
That's the 2nd time. It's not just my nerves. You must save me from Dr. Congo, Mr. Carter. If you can't, I'm lost. His voodoo will kill me. Help me. Help me.
Mrs. Galley, you mustn't let this get you.
I never believed in witchcraft before, but I do now. What a joke on me.
Mrs. Galley, please. Please, I beg you.
Mrs. Galley.
What a joke on me, voodoo. Witchcraft.
Slap her face, Patsy.
What?
Quick, snap her out of this.
Okay, you say so.
Mrs. Galley, listen to me. I'll take over this case, so don't worry. Now, where can I find your nephew?
Walter. He's usually in the Bubble Bar Cafe at this hour. Oh, Mr. Carter, if that Dr. Congo gets me,
Nick, she's fainted.
Call her maid and tell her to put her to bed. We've got to get out of here. You go back to the office. I'm going to look for Mrs. Galley's nephew.
But, Nick, what about Dr. Congo? Isn't he the one you want to see?
No. I have a hunch this case hinges on Walter Galley. This Bubble Bar Cafe is a pretty tough-looking dive for a place with such a fancy name. Nobody here but the bartender and that piano player. Well, it must be too early in the evening. Good evening.
Hiya, pal. What'll it be?
Information.
Huh?
I'm looking for someone.
Who?
Walter Galley.
Oh, him. Walter ain't come in yet. Hang around. He's due any minute.
You live around here?
Yeah, across the street. River Apartment.
I see.
He owes you money, too, huh?
How's that?
Don't play dumb, pal. Galley's clipped us all. Somebody's always coming around looking for him. Pal, I'd give plenty to get back what he owes me. He's no good.
How's chances of collecting?
0, pal. 0. Galley claims he's got a rich old aunt who's going to leave him plenty when she kicks off, but I don't... For the lover.
What is it? What's the matter, man?
Turn around and look.
Oh.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
Ah, Dr. Congo, I presume?
Quite right.
What's that thing he's got for a face?
Don't you find it inconvenient walking around wearing a bone through your nose, Dr. Congo?
No, Mr. Carter, I don't. It's my business.
And what's your business with me?
You see this African spear I'm carrying?
Yes?
I'm going to present it to you.
And why?
Merely as a warning, my impulsive friend.
A warning?
Yes, a warning. Keep away from Walter Galley and his aunt. or the next time my drums roll, they'll beat for your death.
My dear witch doctor.
And just to punctuate my warning, here's the present I promised you. Take it! Look out!
He just missed you with that spear, mister.
Keep it for a souvenir, bartender. I'm going after that man. Hey, Dr. Congo. Dr. Congo. Look down that side street. If Congo thinks he can scare me off with that voodoo nonsense. Congo! Congo! He's cutting across the street. Well, let's see if he can outrun me. Hey, look out! Watch where you're driving! Look out!
Nick, are you all right?
Oh.
Nick.
Oh, what happened, huh? Oh, yes, I remember now. Oh, is that you, Patsy?
It's me, all right.
Oh, that was close.
What happened? I got here just as that car almost ran you down.
Well, whoever it was, he tried his best to get rid of me.
But why?
Probably because I was chasing Dr. Congo.
Dr. Congo?
Yes. He paid me a visit when I was looking for Walter Galley.
At the Bubble Bar Cafe?
Yes. Congo threw an African spear at me. I chased him out into the street.
Good heavens.
Probably had an accomplice waiting with a car for just such an emergency.
Oh, Nick, they might have killed you.
Well, they certainly tried hard enough. Must have jumped a mile trying to dodge that car.
Nick, listen. I came down here looking for you.
What's happened?
Mrs. Galley's maid phoned the office just as I got there. She was hysterical. She could hardly talk.
What happened, Patsy?
Mrs. Galley has vanished.
Carter, I'm so glad you came. Mrs. Galley has disappeared.
How do you mean, Mrs. Galley disappeared?
She was spirited away, monsieur, by witchcraft. It's horrible. She simply vanished.
When did you see Mrs. Galley last?
After you leave, I put her to bed. She has the hysteria, you remember?
Yes, I remember.
She does not rest. She cannot sleep. She screams and laughs, so I tell her I will get her the off-meal.
And?
I'm in the kitchen. When I hear her scream upstairs and... Then of a sudden, she does not scream. She is, how you say, cut off. I enter the bedroom and...
And what?
You must look for yourself, monsieur. I do not go into this room again.
All right. Where is it?
I know. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, Nick, do you really think Dr. Congo made Mrs. Galley vanish?
I don't know what to think yet.
But those voodoo drums. We heard them when we were here before.
Yes, we heard them. Is this the bedroom?
Yes.
Room looks all right. Nothing upset. No sign of a struggle.
Nick.
What?
Look, on the bed.
The bed? Oh.
What is it, Nick?
Looks like dust. Dust forming the outline of a human figure.
Oh.
If there's any truth in voodoo, Patsy, that's what's left of Mrs. Galley.
Oh, Nick, this is awful.
Now, steady, Patsy, steady.
But this must be real witchcraft, Nick. No human agency could do this to Mrs. Galley. The drum. The Congo drum. Oh, let's get out of here. If I hear those drums again, I'll scream. They're horrible.
You better get ready to hear plenty more, Patsy. Right now, we're going to pay a visit to Dr. Congo. And this is Vanderbilt Square, Patsy. Look for Dr. Congo's sign.
Do we have to come here, Nick?
We do, Patsy. I want to have a look at Dr. Congo's office. Nice old residential section.
It's awfully dark.
Yeah. No lights in the houses anywhere.
Nick, there it is.
The doctor's sign?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Congo, W-D. Oh, probably stands for witch doctor. All right, Patsy, come on.
Oh, Nick, I'm scared.
Oh, certainly you don't believe in voodoo, Patsy.
Oh, I never did before, but Dr. Congo seems to have changed my mind. Maybe.
Would you rather wait in the car?
What? Desert you? I may be scared, but I'm no coward.
Ah, that's the girl, Patsy. Chin up.
Oh, I'm trying, but it makes my teeth chatter too loud.
Well, here we are. A nice side window.
Going to have a peek inside?
No, going to break in.
What's that?
Just a gadget, Patsy, for unlocking locked windows.
Oh.
Now we turn the catch, and... there we are. I'll go first, Patsy.
Okay.
All right. Let me give you a hand, Patsy. All right. Up, Patsy. There. And here we are, in the den of the witch doctor.
What are you looking for?
Any clues that'll help us. Rather do it by daylight, but this flashlight will have to serve.
Hurry up, Nick. I want to get out of here.
Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Carter again, I believe.
Just paying a friendly call, Dr. Congo.
Interested in Mrs. Galley's unfortunate disappearance, eh?
You know about that, huh?
Naturally. My voodoo did it. Mrs. Galley was too stubborn to pay the fee she owed me. I would advise you to raise your hands, Mr. Carter. You see, the young lady understands. My native archer is eager to shoot. He'll not miss next time.
What do you want, Congo?
I thought it was obvious. Money. And I'm going to get it in spite of you. Because unfortunately, you're helpless, Carter. You cannot fight my voodoo, and no law court will convict me of murder by witchcraft. The police will laugh at your evidence.
At my evidence? I wonder.
You can wonder on your way home, Mr. Carter. This way out. And let me warn you never to return, or you'll not go out alive.
Come on, Nick.
One last word. I've already spoken to Walter Galley on the phone. He refuses to pay the money his aunt owed me.
Walter has no money.
But he can raise plenty at a moment's notice on the inheritance he'll receive, now that his aunt is dead.
That's true, if his aunt is dead.
You had better use your influence on him, if you have any, and persuade him to pay before it's too late.
Another threat, Dr. Congo?
Listen, Mr. Carter. I do not make empty threats. You've already seen the power of my voodoo in the case of Mrs. Galley. And I'm not joking now. My black magic is already cutting away Walter Galley's life. Unless he agrees to pay what I ask in a very short time, he too will rot to dust. Good night, Mr. Carter.
Nick, I can't believe it. He let us go alive.
Yes, Patsy. This time, Congo overplayed his hand, and I believe a visit to Walter Galley's apartment will prove it. Mr. Galley. Mr. Galley. Mr. Galley.
No one home.
Then we'll just go in and wait. This looks like an easy lock to open.
I'm almost afraid to go in, Nick.
Too late, Patsy. We're in already. Come on.
Radio's playing. All the lights are on. We must have just stepped out for a moment.
Yes, looks that way.
What do you think about Dr. Congo's threat, I mean?
Let's look around.
Wait a minute. I want to turn off that radio. There, that's better.
Wonder where Galley is.
Maybe he went to pay that money to Dr. Congo.
Perhaps, but I doubt it.
Nick, look.
What is it, Patsy?
Look at that couch beside the radio. It's covered with...
dust. Yes, I see.
It's shaped like a human figure.
Exactly like the dust on Mrs. Galley's bed.
Then Congo's killed Walter Galley, too.
The evidence seems to point that way.
But how can Congo do this, Nick?
By voodoo. So Congo says. Beat a few drums, melt a wax figure, and your victim rots to dust. And there's the dust on the couch.
Then you believe it, too.
I didn't say that, Patsy. Listen.
The drum again. Oh, Nick, let's drop this case. We can't fight the supernatural. We don't understand it. It's like trying to stop the wind.
Trying to stop the wind? Of course, Patsy. That's the one last explanation I was looking for. I should have thought of that myself.
What?
I mean, this case is solved. Give me a moment to write a note here at Galley's desk.
A note? To whom?
Why, to Dr. Congo. My dear Dr. Congo, you are right. I have no case for the police. I have just discovered that both your victims committed suicide. Signed, Nick Carter.
That's a peculiar note. What does it mean?
Dr. Congo will understand it.
But, Nick, it couldn't be suicide. But Mrs. Galley and Walter vanished. No bodies were found.
Dr. Congo will understand what it means, Patsy.
Oh, Nick, you're just deliberately mystifying me.
No, Patsy, you'll understand, too, later. But right now, I want you to deliver this note to Mrs. Galley's maid.
Her maid? Who did
No
she...
questions now. Deliver it and hurry back to the office. Because
Nick,
very shortly, we're going to hear Dr. Congo's drums beating again. And this time, they'll be beating for us.
Nick.
Over here, Patsy. You deliver the note?
Yes. What in the world are you doing?
Just setting up my motion picture projector.
Oh, Nick, this is no time for movies. The police were at Mrs. Galley's. News about her disappearance is getting around. Why, I understand the whole social set's going crazy.
That's exactly what Congo wants.
If you fail on this case, Nick, everyone will be afraid not to pay Congo.
As I said, that's exactly what Congo wants. Said he was after money, didn't he?
Who do you think Congo will attack next? The drums. Congo's drums.
There's your answer, Patsy.
You mean he's after us?
Exactly. My note got a quicker response than I thought it would. Patsy, put out the lights quick.
Now what?
Now the projector. There. You see? I've got it set on the shade.
Why, that's wonderful. It makes it look as if we were standing in front of the window talking. Those shadows on the curtain look as natural as light.
Right. Now, get over to the side of the room, away from in front of the window.
But...
No buts. Follow instructions. We're playing against the killer, Patsy.
You mean Congo?
Get down on the floor. Lay flat.
I wish you...
Quiet.
What am I supposed to do here?
Wait. And when you hear shots, scream.
Scream?
You heard me.
But who's going to do the shooting?
Our old friend.
Nick, are you all right?
Quiet. Everything's all right. All they shot was the movie projector. In about 10 seconds now, they'll be coming in here to check up on the results.
Nick, did you say they?
Now listen. Just as soon as you hear the door slam, turn on the lights.
But Nick...
Don't argue, Patsy.
Okay.
Now, quiet.
That apparently took care of them.
Yes, I think that we've got to...
Don't move, neither of you. Light, Patsy. Okay. Now, as you see, you're covered with this gun I hold in my hand.
Nick Carter, I told you, Walter, he was...
Shut up. Put up that Tommy gun you have there laid on the table, Dr. Congo.
But, Nick, that's Mrs. Galley. I thought she was dead.
That's what you were supposed to think, Patsy. And the chap with her is her nephew, Walter.
But I don't understand, Nick.
Very simple, Patsy. This clever pair created Dr. Congo, a phony witch doctor played by Walter Galley. Their motive? Blackmail. And they pretended to be their own first two victims.
I see. So they could disappear and then spend their entire time playing Dr. Congo.
And also so that their fates would terrify future victims into paying Dr. Congo's exorbitant fees without any protest.
You are indeed clever, Mr. Carter. Very clever.
Then all that voodoo was make-believe. Phony.
Yes, Patsy. As phony as the shadows on our window shade, which this precious pair attacked. And as phony as the makeup that turned Walter into a witch doctor. That's why I wrote that note, Patsy, about having learned that both disappearances were really suicides. They knew then that I'd seen through their whole scheme.
But those mysterious drum beats we heard, even outside our own window.
Let me show you how that was done. Let's see. Oh, yes, here it is. You see, Patsy? A simple gadget attached to the outer frame. A windmill connected to a small drum.
Mm-hmm.
When the wind blows hard enough, the drum beats. Watch, I'll spin it.
Oh, so that's what scared me.
That plus your imagination. It was imagination you two counted on most, wasn't it, Dr. Congo? You concocted the voodoo tale, planted your own clues, and then vanished. The rest you left to human nature, right?
So why did they call you in, Nick? Why didn't they let well enough alone?
They were playing for high stakes, Patsy. They thought they had a perfect racket, and if I failed to break it, their victims wouldn't fight back. But the phony Dr. Congo was far too eager to let us escape. That was the second important clue.
The second? What was the first?
Mrs. Galley claimed she was in Congo's power because he'd cut off a lock of her hair, remember?
Yes, but isn't that according to voodoo tradition?
Certainly. But it couldn't work with Mrs. Galley.
Well, why not?
No, Patsy, you disappoint me. Look at Mrs. Galley now. You're close enough.
I see. Mrs. Galley wears a wig.
Of course, Patsy. And a lock of hair cut from a wig would hardly put the wearer of the wig under the spell of even the best witch doctor in the world.
Oh, for the love of...
Look here, Carter. We can't stand here all night with our hands in the air like this.
No. What are you going to do with us?
Sorry to treat you two this way. But I don't like visitors who bring Tommy guns to my office.
I was a fool to let you go when I had you in my office, Carter.
You were all kinds of a fool, Galley. Or do you prefer to be called Dr. Congo? If you hadn't been in such a hurry, your plans might not have been quite so apparent. And if you hadn't been so obvious in sending me to see Walter Galley in the middle of the night when he hadn't had time to raise the money to pay you, even if he wanted to, I shouldn't have been quite so sure what your schemes were. Your eagerness to begin collecting from your victims was your downfall, my friend.
All right. But the next time...
That's what they all say, my friend. But there won't be any next time. Nick Carter plays for keeps.
This this has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual.
And now Philip Clark, who played Dr. Congo in our story tonight, has a message from our government that I want you all to hear. Go ahead, Phil.
A friend of mine asked me the other day, why do we need to save waste paper? And how come the supply of paper is limited? Well, the answer to that is obvious. An army needs men, and lumberjacks, among others, join the army. Fewer trees are cut down. Consequently, there's less paper made, because there's less wood pulp available for making it. But that same war that cuts down the available supply of paper demands an ever-increasing quantity of paper for many vital war needs. Paper goes into cartons and containers for food, weapons and equipment needed by the armed forces. Paper is necessary for many of the actual weapons of war, such as incendiary bombs, bomb fins, wingtips, airplane signals, parachute flares, ration containers, and ammunition containers. And the American home is the greatest potential source of waste paper. Every kind is needed. Bags, wrapping paper, newspaper, magazines, old containers, and so on. So if you're not already doing so, start today salvaging all the waste paper you possibly can. Then sell it to your junk dealer, or donate it to some charitable organization. But don't throw away a single scrap of paper. Make it help us win this war.
And now, Nick, what about your story for next week?
Well, it's about a gang of super crooks who had stolen a very valuable invention and kidnapped the old inventor and his beautiful daughter to hold them as hostages. And even though I accidentally knew in advance what was going to happen, I was too late to stop them due to an unfortunate accident.
But Nick more than made up for it the way he went after those crooks. Within 24 hours, he succeeded in capturing the gang and rescuing the professor and his daughter.
Yes, Patsy. But it was fast and furious while it lasted. Scubby and I were in hot water right up until the end of the chase.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I've called it The Professor's Secret.
Or The Mystery of the Z-Rays. And that's all until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
So long to you both, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Alfred Bester. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Professor's Secret, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Z-Rays.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detection fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's strange adventure,
The Professor's Secret, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Z-Rays.
It's working, Dad. Why, that wound in the guinea pig's shoulder is healing. Why, it's only about half the size as it was before.
Yes, Jean. It looks as if my new invention was a success. All that I need to do now is build a full-scale model, and I shall be ready to bring a new era of healing to the entire world.
Don't move either.
Yeah,
what is it?
Just stand where you are and put your hands in the air.
What do you want? We have no money.
We don't want money. We want that Z-ray machine of yours. Shut it off.
But you can't.
Shut it off, I said.
All right.
Now fix that machine so we can take it with us. And no funny business either.
Pack it up good, Pop.
Better do it, Dad. These men mean business.
Very well, Jean. Just as you say.
Hurry up, Pop. We got a long way to go.
How did you know how to find this place?
That's our business, lady. Ready, Pop?
Yes, it's ready. But be careful of it.
Don't worry. We'll take good care of it. All right, Bill, you and Jake take it out to the car. And treat it gentle.
Okay, come on, Jake.
What are you going to do with it?
That machine heals cuts and bruises and things, don't it?
Yes.
If it'll do that, it'll heal holes made by guns, too. Save a lot of wear and tear on the boys.
You mean you're going to use that wonderful machine to help your gangsters?
Sure thing, kid. Now, you two get your hats and coats. You're going with us.
But that's kidnapping. You can't do that.
Get your hat, Pop. I ain't got all day.
Come on, Dad. It's no use arguing.
All right, Jean.
Get your hands up. You're surrounded. They're on the floor. Tony, I got Jake. But I got one of them, Tony.
Any more of them, Bill?
I don't know. Maybe that guy was just bluffing.
We gotta get out of here. We'll leave Jake here. A dead man's no good to us. All right, in the car, you two. Hurry it up.
All right, in there, Mick.
Come on. Get going.
Let's go.
Scubby! Oh, there he is. Not dead, thank heaven. Nasty gash in his head, though. Come on, Scubby. Wake up, will you? Come on, Scubby.
That you, Nick?
Yes, Scubby, it's Nick. What happened?
Oh, well, you said to meet you here. You didn't get here. The gang started off with the machine and the prof and his daughter. I tried to stop them. One of them shot me. Well, I got one of them first, I think.
Yes, you sure did, Scubby. They left his body here. You all right now?
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Come on. Let's see if this dead gangster has any identifications on him. Probably not, but he might have. Let's see. No, doesn't seem to be a thing. Here. Wait a minute. He's wearing a money belt. Specially made. Made by Weaver Manufacturing Company, Brooklyn.
Well, it's a special kind of belt. Maybe they know who they made it for.
Yes, we'll find out anyway.
Oh, another thing, Nick. I got a good look at one of the gang just before I went down.
Good.
His face was all covered with those peculiar dark-colored splotches that you told me about last winter, remember? That Asiatic skin disease.
Oh, yes. That's a real clue, Scubby. Very few doctors can treat that disease, and it requires regular treatment. When we get back to town, you make it your job to find the doctor who treats him and get his name and address.
Right, Nick. But how did you know this robbery was going to take place right here and at this time?
A very peculiar thing, Scubby. As you know, I've been on the trail of this gang for weeks.
Yeah?
Well, I finally found a restaurant where several of the gang eat. Had lunch there this noon. 2 of the gang were there. I couldn't hear what they said, but I could read their lips enough to find out about their plan to rob the professor. So I called you back from your vacation in Connecticut, hoping that we could warn the professor and maybe block their plans and capture them.
But what happened to you? You were late getting here.
Oh, some drunken fool ran into me and locked his car into mine. So it took a wrecking crew to separate us. Just bad luck, that's all.
Yeah, we might have had them if you'd been here, too.
Well, too late for that. Let's get back to town and work on what clues we have.
All right, Pop. Get that machine of yours going. I want to try it out and be sure it's okay.
Shall I untie him, Tony?
Sure. He's got to use his hands to make that thing work. But leave the girl tied up.
Okay. There you are, Pop. I'll get busy.
Jean, you think I'd better...
Better do as they say, Dad. If you don't, they may kill us.
The kid's right, Pop. Better do as we say and make it fast.
Very well. Give me the machine.
Here you are, Pop. Make it work.
Why, I can't make it work.
Huh?
The main adjuster coil is missing.
You mean it won't work without something that ain't there?
As long as that coil is missing, I can't demonstrate it for you. It won't work.
Look here, Pop. Are you trying to kid us?
No, I assure you, I'm quite serious. That machine won't work without the coil.
You still brought that thing down here just the way you gave it to him. You must have left it up there yourself.
Perhaps I did. I was very nervous.
Why, you old son of a dried-up mummy. I believe you did this on purpose. I believe you've tricked us.
What's the diff, Tony? If he's got to have the coil, he's got to have the coil. If it ain't here, we got to get it.
Yeah, you're right, I guess.
What does it look like, you old goat?
It's a small coil of green-covered wire, about 4 inches across. Last time I saw it was lying on the bench near where the machine was.
Take a couple of the boys, Bill, and get it. First thing in the morning. And, Pop, you better pray they find it.
Yes, Nick, Scubby just called me. That special money belt was made for a man named Jake Shackley. Lives at 47 East Pitch Street. Yes, Scubby said he was going to try to...
Here it is. 47 East Pitch Street. Fine old dump. Wager Shackley's not the only crook who lives here. Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir.
What room's Jake Shackley in?
Shackley? Oh, I don't know anybody by that
See
name.
this, do you?
Oh, yes, sir. Shackley lives in number 42, but he's out just now.
Yes, I expect he is. I just want to look over his room. Any objections?
No, sir. Go right ahead. It's on the 4th floor, sir. Stairs over there. You want the key?
No, thank you. I've got one. I'll wait up there for a while. If anybody comes in looking for Shackley, send him up. I might like to talk to them.
Yes, the man you describe is one of my patients. He comes here twice a week for X-ray treatment. If you have the proper authority, I can give you his name and address. Yes. Yes, I see. That is quite satisfactory. Now here you are. James Duane, 47 East Pitch Street. Glad to help you. Good name.
Number 37. Yeah, this is the room. Wonder if anyone is in.
We better be leaving, Jim. It's a long way up there. But, Bill, how come the coil wasn't with the rest of the stuff when you brought it down? That old fathead of a professor left it behind on purpose. Oh, when do we leave? Just as soon as Trapp gets here. Do right now.
Somebody else coming. Maybe I better get out of the...
Looking for somebody, Bud?
Oh, I was just trying to find room 9. I'm nearsighted.
Go on inside. We'll talk about it there. Go on inside.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Hey, Trapp. Hey, where'd you get that guy?
He was listening outside your door. Know him?
Know him. I thought I killed him up at the professor's place.
You mean this is the dick who tried to stop you up there?
Yeah. That pretty bandage on his head covers up the place where I put my slug.
Well, he's here now anyway.
Yeah, and we better get rid of him so we can be on our way.
How about leaving him here and turning on the gas? Simple and efficient.
Not here. This is my room. But there is a small empty room across the hall. Only one window. We can stuff the cracks with newspaper and leave him in there, tied up.
That's a good idea. With the gas turned on, he won't last long. When they find him, we'll be miles from here. We won't be in the picture at all.
Well, Nick, this clue certainly turned out to be a total loss. Not a thing in the room that's of use. Nobody dropped in. Well, Mr. Jake Shackley must have lived a very lonely and uninteresting life. Nick, you better try another lead. Let's start by walking down those 3 flights of stairs. I would pick a clue that leads me to a place without an elevator. Hey, wait. A strong smell of gas on this floor. Better look into this. It must be down this way. Yeah, the smell's stronger here. Yeah, this must be the room. Number 36. Didn't even lock the door when they left. Hope they don't take me for one of the uninvited. Might not like me. Scubby! Scubby, what in the... Hey, where's that gas jet? There. Now for the window. Hey, Scubby. Scubby, come on. Come on, Scubby. Now he's out cold. Come on. he's all tied up. What's been going on here anyway? I'll have to get him out of this. You're heavier than I thought, old boy. There, he's ought to be all right. Now for artificial respiration. 1, 2, 3. Relax. Rest. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, what's going on here? I smell gas. Any trouble, Mr.
Man overcome. Gas. Turns out to be a friend of mine.
Oh, dear.
Don't know what happened. I just got here. I think he's coming around now. Yeah. He's opening his eyes. Scubby, can you hear me? Scubby.
Nick. Nick. Gang going back. Left something. Professor's house. Machine no good without it. Nick, hurry. Hurry, Nick. They can't get away.
Passed out again. Clerk, is our doctor around here?
Yes. Right in the next room.
Get him.
Oh, Doc. Hey, Doc. Come on out if you want it. Doc.
All right, he'll be all right now. You and the doc take care of him. When he's okay, send him to my office at 3rd and 5th. I'll get back there as soon as I can. I've got a job to do that can't wait.
Are we really there, Nick?
Practically, Patsy. The entrance is just around the bend ahead. I'm going to run the car off the road into the bushes here so it can't be seen by anyone going by.
How far is the professor's house from here?
About 100 yards through the woods there.
You going to wait here?
No. I'm cutting across to see if the gang scar's there yet. Where's that kit of mine?
Now put it in the back, Nick. What's in it?
Oh, a little gadget. You wait here for me. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Oh, but, Nick, you're not going to try to catch the gang single-handed, are you?
No, Patsy, I don't expect you, but you never can tell. There. That ought to do it. Now. There, now, if I can get away from here before anybody sees me.
Hey, Tony. Somebody's monkeying with our car.
I gotta get out of here.
What's going on, Jack? What? Oh, here.
Two can play at this game. There, got him.
I can see you. Okay, here.
If I can get behind this bush. Oh, got me. That's all I did.
You get him, Bill?
I think so, but he got trapped first.
Trap's dead. Want me to finish off the dig?
No, we got the coil we come after. Nothing to keep us here any longer. I don't want to waste time hunting for a copper who's probably dead already.
What about Trap?
Leave him there. It's a long way back to town. I ain't particular about making the trip with a corpse.
Nick, where are you?
Oh, Patsy. Patsy.
Yes,
Over
Nick?
here. In the bush.
Oh, Nick. Nick, are you hurt?
No, not seriously, Patsy.
Oh, thank goodness.
They caught me off guard. Creased the back of my head with a shot.
Oh, Nick, I was so scared that you were dead.
Oh.
Heard all the shooting, and then when their car rode off down the road and you didn't come back, I didn't know what to think.
Oh.
So I waited a little and then came over here to find you. Come on. Let me help you up.
All right, thanks. Oh, how my head aches. Oof. You'll have to drive us back to town, Patsy. I don't feel up to it.
Well, a gangster's car got such a head start, we'll never find them now.
Oh, Patsy, you're wrong about that. We can follow them no matter how much of a start they got.
Who do you think you are, Dunninger? You're no mind reader or fortune teller either.
No? We'll see. Come on. Sure we're on the trail of the other car, Patsy?
Don't be funny, Nick. Of course we are. There hasn't been any crossroad or side road yet where they could have turned off.
Well, that's a great weight off my mind.
Nick, how can you be so sure we can follow them no matter what roads they take?
Wait until we get to a place where there's another road they might have taken. Then I'll answer your question.
Oh, you.
I think I better call Scubby on the short wave and give him some instructions. I left word for him to wait till he heard from me. KR calling YN. KR calling YN. Come in.
YN to KR. Ready here. Go ahead.
KR to YN. Pick up reinforcements according to plan previously arranged. Have men and machines ready in 1 hour. Stand by for further orders. We'll call you again 1 hour from now. That's all.
YN to KR. Okay. Await your call in 1 hour. Signing off.
Nick, you never told me. What are the code letters you use for identification?
We use the last letter of our first name and the last letter of our last name. For instance, Nick Carter is KR.
And Scubby Wilson is YN.
Mm-hmm.
And mine would be... Well, mine would be YN, too. Patsy Bowen. Well, Scubby is YN. What would my letters be?
Just add the first letter of your first name.
Oh, the first letter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you mean my letters then would be PYN.
That's right. Simple, isn't it?
Look, Nick, we're coming to a crossroads. Which way, Maestro?
Well, if they're going where I think they're going, they'd take the right fork. So try that one. Now, slow down a little bit, though.
Okay. Now what?
Just a minute. Stop the car.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Look there, Patsy.
Looks like a firefly on the pavement.
That's the answer to your question.
Meaning what?
It's not a firefly. It's a drop of luminous paint.
Nick, you mean the other car is dropping those as they go along without knowing it?
Exactly. All right, you can go ahead now.
Oh, that's what you were doing when they shot you.
Yes, Patsy. I rigged it up before we left the office. Then when I left you to see if they'd arrived yet, I found their car. No one was in it, so I fastened it on the chassis.
Yeah.
They came out and found me just after I'd finished the job.
So that's why you weren't in any great rush. What is it, Nick?
A phosphorus solution in a metal can with an adjustable nipple. Enough to last for 100 miles. They can't lose us this time.
How much longer are you going to keep us here, tied up this way?
Until my men bring back the missing coil, and it works. They should be back here by now if nothing's happened to prevent them. And for your sake, I hope... Here they are now.
Oh, we got it.
Where's Trap?
We left him there.
You had a fight?
Yeah. Dick tried to put our car out of commission while we was in the lab. Trap spotted him. They shot it out. Trap lost.
And the Dick?
He's still up there, too. Dead as a doornail.
You fool! Bunglers! Can't you do anything without having trouble?
We got the coil, Tony. Is that what you wanted?
Of course. But trouble always spells danger. Where is the coil?
Here.
Pop, take a look at this. Is it the right one?
Yes, that is the coil.
Do you have to have anything else to make that machine of yours work?
No, it's all here now.
All right. There's the rest of it on the table there. Get it going. I want to see it work.
Very well. But it'll take time.
It better not take too long. Otherwise, your daughter might find things happening to us she wouldn't like.
Don't worry about me, Father.
I can't help worrying about you, my dear. I'll work as fast as I can.
It's just 9:30 now. I'll give you 15 minutes to get that thing working.
But that won't be...
Better not stop to talk. Time's going.
Do as he says, Father.
Very well, my dear.
1 minute gone. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15.
KR to YN. KR to YN. Come in.
YN to KR. Ready. Go ahead.
KR to YN. I am now parked near Hideout. It's center one of 3 old tenement houses, East Haviland Road. Come at once. Bring men as previously planned. The round house. We'll wait for you to arrive if possible. Come at once. That is all.
YN to KR. Understood. Leaving immediately. Should be there in 20 minutes. Signing off.
55 seconds. 12 minutes. 5 seconds.
Father, can't you hurry?
I'm almost ready. Just a second
25 seconds.
There. I think it'll work now.
Ready, Pop?
Yes. Turn on the current, please.
I'll get it.
Now then, what is it you wish to try?
Try it on me, Tony. That dig got me in the shoulder.
Very well. Try it on Jim's shoulder.
Stand in front of the machine. Now, a little closer. Bring your shoulder a little lower so as to be directly in front of the rays.
This ain't going to hurt, is it?
You want your shoulder fixed up, don't you?
Sure.
Shut up, then.
Now, stay right there. Steady now.
Gee, feels good. Hey, Tony, look. The shoulder looks better already.
Yeah. This will make us the tops of any gang in the whole world. How long will it take to fix him up as good as new, Pop?
Well, this is only a small demonstration machine. It'll take several hours to complete the healing process. With a larger output of the Z-ray, it'll be much quicker.
Hey, Tony, what's that?
What's what?
Them cars outside. Did you hear them?
Cars? Stopping here?
Yeah, there was two of them. Pete, there they are.
You fool! So you left that dick dead in the wood at the Pross lab, did you?
Tony, I was sure he was dead.
So Daddy's tracked us right here to our own hideout.
But Tony,
Hey, boss, the cops, they surrounded the hall.
How many of them are there?
They're all over.
A dozen. We can take care of them. Bill, you and Jim go down and give the boys a hand.
Right.
Five of you ought to be a match for a dozen of them, but work fast. There may be more along in a minute.
Yeah, sure, Tony. Come on, guys. Come on, let's go get them. All right,
Now, you two, I'm going to close this door and lock it. Now let me hear a peep out of either of you, and you'll get a slug in your back. So long as I got you two here with me, I got something to bargain with. And it's going to be a good bargain. One that'll get me out of here free and clear.
They all accounted for, Scubby?
Yeah, Nick. Riley got them all. One dead and 4 wounded.
Oh, what fools they are. So busy defending the front and back doors that they forgot that little side window.
Yeah. Once we got a man in there, it was easy. Were they surprised to be attacked from the rear?
Did you find out where the head of the gang is?
No, Nick. We searched every room in the house except this one. He and the old man and his daughter must be in here.
Well, I know they haven't gotten away. I watched the house from the time I called you until they got here. I'm positive nobody left the house. Now, let's find out. All right, you in there. You might as well come out. You can't get away.
You think so, Mr. Carter?
So you know me, do you?
Yes, I know you.
And you know that you can't get away.
I think you're wrong about that, Carter.
What do you mean?
I have a proposition to make you.
All right, what is it?
If you let me go free and give me a half-hour start without trying to stop me, I won't harm either the old man or his daughter. But if you refuse, if you try to break down the door to get me, they'll both die before you can save them.
Are they all right now?
They are. How long they stay that way depends on you.
Hey, what can we do, Nick? We can't let him kill the old man and the girl.
I have a plan, Scubby.
Yeah?
Miss Pender, are you all right?
I told you she was okay.
I want to hear it from her own lips. Miss Pender, are you all right?
Go ahead, kid. Tell him.
Yes, Mr. Carter. We're all right.
Professor Pender, are you all right?
Oh, what's the idea of all the talk, Nick? Let's do something.
Quiet, Scubby. I'm running it.
Oh, okay, Nick, just as you say.
Professor Pender, are you all right?
Yes, Mr. Carter. Nothing's happened to me.
Your invention, perfectly safe?
Yes, it's quite safe at present.
If you try to do anything except let me go, you'll find the machine wrecked and both of them dead.
Is your father all right, Miss Pender?
Nick, what in heaven's name are you trying to... Quiet.
Miss Pender, is your father all right?
Yes, he's all right.
Well, Carter, now that you're sure everything's all right, are you going to accept my proposition or not?
No, I'm not going to accept it.
Then I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill both of you.
But I can't understand it, Mr. Carter. Why, you couldn't see him through the door, and yet you shot him dead.
Yes, Mr. Carter, it's incredible. You killed him without even knowing where to shoot.
That's where you're wrong, Professor. I did know where to shoot.
Oh, Nick, you're not going to tell me that you have X-ray eyes or something.
No, Scubby, I won't tell you that.
But how in the name of all that's wonderful could you know where to shoot?
Use my ears, Scubby.
Your ears?
Yes. I made the 3 people in that room talk to me until I had a mental picture of just where each one of them was.
Yeah.
Then when I was sure in just what direction the crook's voice was coming from and was sure that neither the professor nor his daughter were near enough to be hurt, it was a simple matter to shoot right through the door at the crook's voice. And I was right. Sorry I had to kill him, but it was the only way I could see to get him without danger to either of them.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. So you shot him by the sound of his voice?
Exactly, Scubby. If he'd kept his mouth shut, I'd have had to agree with his terms. But he talked. He talked himself right into the hereafter. And I wonder if he can talk himself out of whatever he finds waiting for him there.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. And now, let's ask Nick for a hint or two about a story for next week. How about it, Nick?
Okay. Well, next week's strange adventure was strange indeed. Scubby started for Philadelphia to get some information I wanted. But he ended up in another city under another name and occupying a body that wasn't his.
And then we found that somebody else had borrowed Scubby's body to kill a man.
I'm afraid I'm getting confused.
Well, that's nothing to what was happening to poor Scubby. He didn't know who he was or what he was doing. And yet all the time, he was perfectly sane.
And it wasn't until this boss crook, who called himself the Mystic, tried the same thing on Nick that we really got anywhere at all.
Well, it sounds like something out of the ordinary, to say the least. What do you call it?
Murder by magic.
Or the mystery of the missing identity. And that's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy, until next week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Murder by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Identity.
And now, a very special announcement. Beginning next week, the return of Nick Carter will be brought to you at a new time, 10:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime on Saturday evenings. Remember, beginning next Saturday, April 8th, the strange adventures of Nick Carter will come to you at 10:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime, and at that same time each week thereafter. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR. This is Mutual. It's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
Murder by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Identity.
I wonder how Scubby's making out. Do you suppose that he had any trouble, Nick?
I doubt it, Patsy. Scubby knows Philadelphia well enough to get all the information I want without any difficulty.
Yes, but he's been gone 3 days now. He didn't plan to be gone that long, did he?
Well, no, Patsy, but it's not always possible to tell in advance how long it's going to take to find...
Nick Carter's office.
Nick there, Patsy?
Well, Scubby. Yes, he's here. How are you making out?
Oh, please put Nick on. I've got to talk to him and quick.
Well, sure, Scubby. Here he is. Nick, it's Scubby. It sounds as though there was something wrong.
Well, I hope not. Hello, Scubby. What's up?
Nick, can you come to Chicago right away?
Chicago? Thought you went to Philadelphia.
So did I, but I landed in Chicago.
What?
And am I in trouble?
What kind of trouble?
I seem to have killed a man.
Oh, now, don't try to be funny, Scubby. What's this all about?
I'm not being funny, Nick. I'm really in a jam. I apparently killed a man last night.
Oh, look here, Scubby. You certainly know whether you've killed somebody or not.
But I don't, Nick.
What makes you think you have?
It says so in the paper.
What paper?
The Chicago papers. Oh, please, Nick, will you come out here right away? I've got to have help and in a hurry.
All right, Scubby. Patsy and I'll leave at once. Where are you staying?
In a little hotel on the edge of town called Paradise Mansion. I haven't dared to stir out of here since I read about the murder.
Okay, Scubby, sit tight. We'll be there as soon as the plane can get us there.
Gosh, Nick, we were awfully lucky to get seats on this plane.
Yes, Patsy. Well, now that we're safely on our way, let's take a look at these Chicago papers I bought. See what they have to say about our friend Scubby.
Okay. Look, Nick, on the front page. Murderer of nightclub patron sought.
Yeah. And here's a snapshot of the killer taken at the nightclub. Wonder how they happened to get that.
It does look kind of like Scubby, doesn't it?
Yes, could be. Now look at these fingerprints. Certainly Scubby's. I'd know them anywhere.
That's certainly Scubby's cigarette lighter. It's the one I gave him last Christmas.
So I see. It says here, a cold-blooded killing reminiscent of the gang wars of years ago.
Oh, Nick, do you think that Scubby
Oh, I wouldn't believe it if he admitted it. Scubby couldn't kill anybody. But it certainly looks as if he got himself into some real trouble this time. And what's he doing in Chicago?
Oh, Nick.
Hi, Scubby.
Oh, I never was so glad to see anyone in my whole life.
Scubby, are you...
Come in quick. Let me get this door closed.
Jittery, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to see you're still out of jail.
Oh, Nick, don't joke about it. I'm just about crazy. Look, I'm in a jam.
Well, suppose you sit down and tell us just what happened.
And begin at the beginning. Don't leave out anything.
All right. Well, it's quite a story and pretty unbelievable, but I'll try to tell it the best I can. As you know, I started for Philadelphia, and I was sitting in the airport waiting room, waiting for my plane to be announced, when somebody stumbled over my feet. I looked up expecting him to say, excuse me, and then I heard a funny, shrill little voice say,
Stupid! Why don't you keep your feet where they belong?
Huh? Oh, why don't you look where you're going?
You're too stupid to be allowed out in public.
Yeah, well, nobody asked you for your opinion. If you don't like my feet, just keep away from them.
Trying to insult me, are you? You're not even fit to speak to me, you stupid idiot.
Look here, Bud. That's 3 times you've used that word stupid about me. The 4th time might get you a skin nose. Come on your way.
You are attempting to divert my senses from the concentration of inner thought to the grosser contemplations of the external world.
Come again?
But you are as clumsy as a cow at doing it.
Look, fella, if you've got somewhere to go, just go ahead. Your room is better than your company.
You are being sarcastic. That is because you do not know who I am.
All right, I'll bite. Who are you? You tell me and see if I care.
It is useless to tell you. That thing you think is your mind is a rusted, worthless tool. A sponge too dried out to soak up anything.
Oh, dumb, you mean?
Exactly. Do you really want to know who I am?
Quite frankly, I don't give a tinker's damn.
I am Chi-Chi, the omnipotent. In the central council of the farthest inward, I am the most completely self-equipped.
Brother, you don't make sense.
I am the mystic. In the whole council, I am the most honored. There has been, in 20 generations, no other great enough to be the mystic. But I am he.
Okay. Well, now that we've settled that, how's about some peace and quiet?
You have offended me grievously. I do not let such offenses go unpunished. I shall sit here beside you and decide what your punishment is going to be. I shall say no more until I have decided.
Okay. Well, happy thoughts, my mystical little pal. So he sat down beside me and didn't say another word. He was a funny, weaseled-up little man, and he amused me rather than worried me, so I forgot all about him.
Did he take the same plane you did?
Oh, don't get ahead of me, Patsy. I was tired from working all night and then the night before, and I guess I must have dozed off. Mm-hmm. The next thing I knew, somebody was shaking me by the shoulder.
Come on, Palsy, snap out of it. This is as far as this cab goes. Hey, wake up, Palsy. This is where you get off.
Huh? Oh, sure. Sure, I'm awake.
Come on, Palsy. This is your hotel. Must have been some night you had last night, huh, Palsy?
Oh, stop calling me Palsy.
Sure. Whatever you say, Palsy.
What the deuce is the matter with me? Why does my head feel so foggy? What? Hey, where am I? Where's the plane?
Look, Palsy, I don't know who you're kidding, but this is where you live. Are you getting out or you going to stay in a cab?
Well, where's my baggage?
You're a great little kidder, Palsy. Now, come on. Get out. You better get some sleep. There's nothing like it for a hangover.
Oh, all right. Oh, hey, you better give me a hand to get out of here.
Okay, Palsy. Here you go. All right. There you are. There.
Oh, what does the meter say?
Same as always, Palsy. 50 cents.
Yeah? Well, here's 6 bits. Keep the change.
Hey, look, Palsy, you generally give me $5 for hauling you.
I'll give you a knot on the head if you don't stop ribbing me.
Okay, Palsy. Yeah, now you sound more like yourself. See you later.
And he drove off, leaving me standing in front of the crummiest-looking hotel I ever hoped to stop at.
You mean you have no notion of how you got there?
No, not the faintest.
No, but Scubby, you just
Oh, hold everything. Wait till I finish the story. Well, as I was apparently expected to go in the hotel, I did. As I approached the desk, the room clerk, a sad sack with a sourpuss, tossed me a key.
There you are, Mr. Gerson.
I picked up the key and started to ask the clerk a lot of questions. But my head was so dizzy that I couldn't think straight. So I went up to room 714, which was the number on the key.
What was it like, Scubby?
Oh, cheap and flashy. And it reeked of cheap perfume. I found some letter paper on the writing desk, and the letterhead said, Hotel Prince Royal, Chicago. Then I at least knew where I was. My head was aching so that I stumbled into the bathroom to bathe it. I got one look at myself in the mirror, and it almost finished me.
How do you mean, Scubby?
Well, it wasn't me I saw in the mirror.
But that's ridiculous. How could it be anyone else?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. What I saw was a typical cheap, pasty-faced gangster with red hair.
But your hair isn't red.
Well, it was then. And then I discovered that I was wearing a zoot suit.
What a sight you must have been.
Well, it didn't amuse me, Nick. By this time, I was scared sick. My head was so dizzy I couldn't think straight. I thought maybe I was still having some kind of nightmare. So I picked up the house phone, and when the operator answered, I asked her, "What day is this?"
It's Friday, Mr. Gerson.
Friday, March 24th?
Of course, Mr. Gerson.
Then it was yesterday that I left New York.
What's that, Mr. Gerson?
Oh, nothing. That's all, thanks.
Oh, palsy.
Huh?
I just heard from the hospital. You just broke Betty's arm, that's all.
What? Oh, when was that?
Well, last night, you remember. But don't worry, Betty's a good kid. She won't say nothing to the cops.
Oh. Oh, yeah, thanks. Bye. And then I hung up the phone. Oh, it was getting worse and worse. I went back into the bathroom for another look at my new face. And then the room door opened, and I heard someone come in.
You hear, Palsy?
Huh? Oh, hello.
Hi, Palsy. What's cooking, Snuggins? Give me a match. Thanks, Tank.
Would you mind telling me who you are?
That's a new one on Dolly, Palsy. What's the rib?
Oh, I just want to find out who you are.
I'm Dolly, the spare rib, the girlfriend.
You're my girlfriend?
Say, Palsy, you're talking awful funny. What goes? Is this some new kind of a brush-off?
Oh, no, you misunderstand me.
Say, if you're trying to give me the air...
No. No, it's still love. Dove.
Well, that's more like it. For a minute, you had me guessing. See, by the way, Palsy, where was you last night? We had a date, Gate. Why'd you stand me up?
Huh? Did I?
I don't like that, Rat. You better explain and make it good.
Well, I had business.
Oh, I get it. You did a job you want me to cover for you. Okay, where do I say we went last night, you and me?
Oh, well, I think that we'd better say that...
I'll get that. There's something going on around here I ain't in on. Hello. Okay, thanks.
What was it?
She says there's 4 guys named Spike, Steve, Brainy, and Lucky coming up to see you. I got a blow. Them guys give me the chills, honey. They're real killers, and they ain't fussy who they kill. Be seeing you. I fly. Goodbye.
Gosh, Scubby, what happened then?
Were these 4 gentlemen up to expectations?
Oh, they were gangsters, all right. They came sliding into the room as if they were afraid of me. Well, I had already discovered I was supposed to be a guy named Palsy Gerson, a mug who broke girls' arms when I wanted to, and I was a no-good who gave $5 tips to taxi drivers, and I was a crook who had his girlfriend cover up for him when he did a job, and now I seem to be buddies with this gang of hoodlums.
Gee whiz.
Well, one of them, a guy with a squint eye, did all the talking.
Hi, Palsy.
Look, you guys, look me over carefully. Am I Palsy Gerson?
What's the matter, Palsy? Bad hangover?
Oh, let it go. What's cooking?
Look, Palsy, we're clean. There's not a rod on any of us. We come here for a peace talk.
Yeah?
Yeah. We've been pals working together for a long time now. We've been like that, right?
So what?
So everybody knows we're tied up with you. Even the cops know it. Now, if you get pulled in, we all get pulled in. Because the cops will figure we're all in it together.
Oh, what are you getting at?
It's about this rub-out last night. We didn't know nothing about that, Palsy. You didn't tell us. So we want you to give us the lowdown so we'll know what to say if one of us gets picked up.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Now, look, Palsy, everybody knows about last night's killing. We know it was your job, even if you did hire someone else to do it for you. Why, it's in all the newspapers this morning.
Here, let me see that paper. Well, there was the headline, all right. Murder in nightclub. And there was a picture of me. Not a picture of this Palsy Gerson, but of me, Scubby Wilson. Taken on the spot by the nightclub photographer, it said. And there were my fingerprints, Nick.
Those prints that both of us know so well, found on the gun that was used. And a picture of the cigarette lighter Patsy gave me last Christmas. Look, you got me all wrong. I'm not Palsy Gerson. There's been a terrible mistake.
Palsy? You mean you ain't gonna be straight with us?
I tell you, this is all a mistake.
Palsy, you trying to cross us up? We don't like it. We ain't gonna take it.
Oh, listen a minute. You can't pin this.
Can't do it, Palsy? Come on, boys. Take him over. Watch out for his ride. You ain't crossing up and get the whip.
Oh, I was so weak, I couldn't do a thing. And a minute later, they bent a blackjack over my left ear, and I went out cold.
Scubby, you poor guy. You certainly had a tough time.
Well, how did you get out of that Palsy Gerson role you were playing?
I don't know, Nick. When I came to again, I was on the bed in this room. I lay there a few minutes, getting my senses back, and then I jumped off the bed and raced to the mirror. I was myself again. I was Scubby Wilson once more, and in my own clothes, and my hair wasn't red anymore.
Yeah.
And my own luggage was on the rack at the foot of the bed.
But things like that just don't happen, Scubby.
Well, so I've heard, Patsy, but you can't prove it by me.
So you went to sleep in the airport in New York. When you woke up, your mind was in the body of a local crook named Palsy Gerson. And some of Gerson's pals knocked you over the head. And when you woke up again, you were back in your own body in this hotel.
Yeah, that's right.
And while you were using Gerson's body, somebody was using your body to kill that guy in the nightclub, is that it?
Yeah. Yeah, oh, I know it sounds insane, Nick, but that's the way I see it from here. And unless something happens, I'm slated for the electric chair.
Oh, gosh, Nick, we can't let anything happen to Scubby.
Don't worry, Patsy, we won't. Now, first, we'll dye Scubby's hair, make him up so that he won't be too easily recognized in case the police are looking for him. Then I'll have the police pick up this Palsy Gerson, his girlfriend Dolly, and his 4 thugs, if they really exist. And somehow I think they do. I want to see what the body Scubby was using has to say for itself.
Well, Nick, these past 2 days haven't gotten us very far. We located Palsy Gerson, and he satisfied the police that he knows nothing about it. His girlfriend Dolly isn't the same girl who came to see me, and the telephone operator who called me Palsy has disappeared and can't be found. All of which adds up to a large round zero.
You're wrong, Scubby. It all adds up to proof that you were part of a well-laid plan.
But why, Nick? Why?
Look, Scubby, if the police discover that you're the one who apparently killed the man in the nightclub, they'll arrest you. And I, even with my reputation for being on the right side of the law, will be arrested with you as an accessory after the fact. Police couldn't do anything else. All of which would be an excellent way for somebody to commit a murder, and at the same time get someone he didn't like jailed for the said killing. Scubby, I think I'm the one they're after. And they used you to get me.
But how are we going to stop them, Nick? They got proof that I did that murder, and we can't prove that I didn't do it.
That's what I'm trying to do now, Scubby. Get that proof before the police catch up with us. So far, I haven't had... Oh, Patsy, see who that is, will you?
Sure, Nick.
Hold everything. Hold everything.
We have warrants for the arrest of Scubby Wilson and Nick Carter in connection with the murder of John Walters.
But why didn't they keep you in jail, too, Nick?
Because they were extremely decent about it, Patsy. They told me that although they had positive proof that Scubby committed the murder, and that I'd been abetting him in defiance of the law, they were so impressed with my insistence that Scubby didn't murder him that, out of consideration for my past reputation, they were going to give me 10 days to prove his innocence, if I could. If I fail in that time, I give myself up, and they proceed with the charges against Scubby and me.
How did they find out about him, Nick?
Very simple, Patsy. They sent the fingerprints they found on the gun to Washington, to the FBI, and they identified them as Scubby's. You know, he and I are both on file there as law enforcement agents.
Mm-hmm.
Little investigation found Scubby was living here, and the rest was easy.
What's your next move, Nick?
Patsy, if my hunch is right, the man behind this wants to get at me for some reason or other. So he's going to be awful mad when he finds the police have let me go again. And he may try to do something himself about getting me out of the way.
And if he doesn't?
I have a couple of the boys keeping their eyes open for anyone who looks like that mystic Scubby was telling us about. I believe he's at the bottom of all this, Patsy. If I can lay my hands on him, I feel sure he can tell us all the answers.
But he might mystic you, too, Nick, the way he did Scubby.
He might. But I doubt it. Well, I'm going down to pick up a paper at the newsstand. I'll be right back, Patsy. Evening Journal, please. Thanks.
Don't make any sudden moves, Bud.
Looking for me?
You Nick Carter?
Yes.
Then you're the one we want.
What can I do for you?
Keep your hands in plain sight so me and my two boys here don't have to do any sudden shooting. This ain't a water pistol I got here.
I'll take your word for it. What do we do now?
The mystic wants to talk to you. Come on. And come quiet.
Say, friend, any idea why the mystic wants to talk to me?
I don't think he likes the idea of the cops letting you go after they took you to the jug. He thought you was out of the way for keeps.
So now he's going to do something himself about getting rid of me, huh?
No. Me and the boys are going to do it for him.
When?
Now. As soon as we get down to the pier.
Oh. An old abandoned pier, I suppose.
Yeah. One where there ain't nobody to bother us when we take care of you. Just around the corner.
What are you planning to do with me?
A couple of sash weights tied to your legs will do the trick. After putting a couple of bullets through your head. Lucky.
Yeah?
You get out the sash weights and the rope. They're in the back of the car.
Okay.
Barney. Right. You go get the girl. We'll take care of both the girl and Carter at the same time, like the boss suggested. All right, Carter. You and me will walk out on the pier together. But don't forget, I got this little persuader in my hand. It's getting dark, which is what we want, but even if you can't see this 38 of mine, it's still there pointing at you.
I have no doubt you're right, and I shan't forget. You know you can't hope to kill me and not pay for it.
I'll take my chances on that, Carter. You ain't the first guy I bumped off, and you ain't gonna be the last. This'll be far enough.
Well, then, there's not much I can do about it, is there?
No.
Oh, is that the girl coming with your pal there?
Where? Oh, yeah.
Drop that gun. I'll break your arm. Drop it. No noise if you want to stay alive.
I'll drop it.
Thanks. Now, I'll take charge here. I'll do just as I say, and you won't get hurt, but try any funny business. You'll never see daylight again, you understand?
Yeah, I got you. Didn't need to break my arm off, though.
Fine. Here comes the girl and Bernie. Not a sound of you.
Okay.
Here she is, Spike. Got enough weight for the two of them?
Answer him. Answer him right.
Yeah. We got enough.
Tell him to bring her over here.
Bring her over here.
Yeah, we're coming. You didn't want to come, but I...
Drop your gun and get your hands up, Bernie, quick. Quick, I said, get those hands up. I'll take your gun, too. Now, Bernie, come over here. Just a little closer now.
What are you going to do?
It's getting dark now. It's time for bed. So I'm just going to put you to sleep. Like this.
Gee, you're wonderful.
You don't have to kill him, do you, Carter? I didn't kill him.
You Nick Carter?
Why, yes, I am.
Oh, I've been praying something like this would happen, but I didn't think it would.
Quiet. We're not out of the woods yet.
All right.
Hey,
Be quiet. Spike, keep your mouth shut if you want to keep on living. When he gets here, tell him to bring you the weights and stuff.
What'll I do with this stuff?
Now, tell him.
Bring this stuff over here, Lucky.
Okay.
Don't move, Lucky. I've got the gun this time. All right, young lady. Will you get the gun out of his pocket, please?
All right. Here it is.
I'll take it. Thanks. Now, Lucky, I want you to tie up your pal Bernie there.
Huh?
Then you can tie up Spike.
Yeah,
Then I'll tie you up. Give the finishing touches to all three of you and be on my way.
You mean you're going to leave us here?
That's exactly what I mean.
Why, you
All
jerk.
right, Lucky, get busy with those ropes. Time's getting short, and I've got a real score to settle with your boss.
Gee, Mr. Carter, you're wonderful. You sure these lugs ain't going to get out of these ropes?
I'm sure. I've had lots of practice in this sort of thing. There. All right, come on. We can leave them there safely now.
Say, look, I ain't told you who I am yet, have I?
Why, no. Who are you?
I'm Dolly.
Dolly. You're not Gerson's friend.
No, I'm the other one. The one the mystic hired to visit your friend in the hotel.
So that's who you are.
Yes.
How much do you know about this racket?
Well, I didn't know nothing about it then, but since they snatched me and kept me locked up in their hideout, I learned a lot from listening to them talk.
Let's stop here a minute. What's this all about, Dolly? If that's your name.
Now, my real name's Ann. Did your friend really think he was Palsy Gerson?
Yes, he certainly did, for a while. That's absurd, of course.
The mystic done it. He has an anesthetic gas that he gives you when you're asleep or knocked out. He doped your friend in the airport and brought him to Chicago. Then he had somebody make him up like a mobster, and he let him wake up in that taxi cab.
I suppose he paid all those people to put on the act that convinced Scubby he really was Palsy Gerson.
Only the taxi driver, the telephone girl, the hotel clerk, and me. The 4 thugs was already members of the gang.
And they beat him up so this mystic could give him another shot of the gas while he was unconscious and let him wake up as himself?
Yes. And he was so doped all the time we was putting on the act that he never could figure out what was going on.
Very clever. But how did you get in on this?
Oh, I wanted to be an actress. They hired me to put on this act. They told me they were ribbing some friend of theirs. But when I saw all the publicity in the papers and I saw that you got arrested, too, I knew it wasn't no gag. I went to where their headquarters was one day to see if they were still there so I could go to the police. But somebody saw me there and grabbed me. I've been locked up ever since.
You know why they wanted to do all this?
The mystic knew your friend was going to Philadelphia to get some dope on a racket. The mystic was the head of the gang, and he wanted to scare your friend off. He hoped he'd scare you off, too. He's getting ready to work the same racket all over the country. And you was the only one who was getting hot on his trail.
I thought that was it. And when we didn't scare off, he had to take matters into his own hands. I suppose it was one of the Mystic's thugs who did the killing in the nightclub?
Yeah, it was Spike, made up to look like your pal. And he left the evidence at the cop found.
Who was the man he killed?
Some fella wouldn't play ball the way he wanted him to.
Look, you know where the headquarters of this gang is?
Sure. Just about a block from here. Want me to show you?
You bet I do. With your help, I'm going to get that Mystic. If he's there.
Come on. It's over this way. That's the place. That little house beside the warehouse.
Is there another entrance?
Yeah, round on the side. That's all.
How many in the gang?
5 besides the boy. You got 3 of them tied up on the pier.
Good. Can you handle a gun?
I don't know. I'll try it if you want me to.
Good. Take this one. Go around to the other door. When you hear me fire once, you shoot that gun 6 shots fast. Can you do that?
Sure. What are you going to do?
When I pick the lock on this door, go in and try to trap them. If they try to make a getaway through the other door, the shots you fire will make them think they're surrounded. Okay?
Sure. Good luck, Mr. Carter. I'll be listening for you.
Now, Mr. Mystic, let's see how mystical you really are. First, I get this door open. There. That was easy. Guess they're not expecting trouble. Now to find them.
And with Spike taking care of Carter, and the cops taking care of that stooge of his, we'll have nothing to worry about any further. I guess we were too clever for the great Nick Carter.
Think so, do you? Up with your hands, all of you. Make it snappy.
Nick Carter, get him, boy.
No good. You're surrounded. You can't get away.
Got it, boss. We ain't got a chance.
Drop your guns if you want to stay alive.
Very well. We're too many for us this time. Drop your boys. Drop.
Thank you. Now turn and stand up against the wall with your hands in the air. That's it. Oh, Ann. Ann, it's all over now. You can come in. Fight's over.
You got it, Mr. Carter? Gee, you're a real detective, ain't you?
All right, Ann. Go to the nearest telephone and call police headquarters.
Yeah.
Tell them we have the correct answer to the killing that Scubby's charged with. And
Yeah.
tell them to send some cops down here after them right away.
Sure thing, Mr. Carter. Now, who's on top, Mr. Mystic? Why don't you try a little magic now?
All right, Ann. Get going. Scubby will be very anxious to get this good news.
I'm on my way, Mr. Carter.
You mean you didn't have any police here with you?
No, my mystical friend. Just me and the girl. But using my own special brand of magic, you couldn't tell the difference. And that's the kind of magic worth using.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly each week at the same time by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, I'd like to hear a few of the high spots from next week's story.
Okay. Next week's story started with a cat.
But not a common, ordinary cat. This one was a lemon yellow Persian cat with a pedigree.
The chase started when I tried to find the said pedigreed Persian puss, which had been stolen from its rightful and very ultra owner. But before long, I found I was involved in theft, kidnapping, murder, and other varieties of lawbreaking.
Which included being hit over the head and being shot at in the dark. Not exactly an amusing case.
No, Patsy, it was a deadly serious case before it was finished. I call it A Cat Brings Death.
Or The Mystery of the Missing Persian.
And that's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Schultz, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
A Cat Brings Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Persian.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 10:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure.
A Cat Brings Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Persian.
The confounded doggone things to have
Riley,
happen
you
to
don't
a man.
seem very happy to see me this morning.
I ain't.
Something I've done, or just things in general?
Things in particular.
Here's your glass of water, Lieutenant.
All right. What you get it so cold for?
Lieutenant, it ain't...
All right. Get out. Now, where'd I put them pills?
Take a give items regularly, I see. Excellent idea for anyone inclined to be nervous.
Vitamins, nothing. Them's aspirin tablets for headaches.
Lieutenant Riley, do you mind if I sit down this lovely morning?
Get down, but don't bother me. I've got too many troubles of my own to be bothered with yours.
But I have no troubles, Lieutenant. I feel free as a bird.
You would.
Care to tell old Uncle Nick what the trouble is?
In case you're interested, Mr. Nicholas Carter,
I am.
Shut up if you want to hear this.
Oh, sorry. Please forgive
In
me.
case you're interested, I just had to release Cully Greer from his temporary residence in my jail.
Oh.
I couldn't get enough on him to hold him for a jury in spite of the fact that every cop in town knows he's guilty. And we've been trailing his sidekick Sabin for more than a week steady without a sign of results. The same with that blonde, what do you call her, Reba Dawes. We're right back where we started. 3 smooth jobs full this month without a smell of a clue. 3 big jewel robberies, and my little Boy Scouts are still out chasing rainbows.
You know, Riley, I haven't been following this case very closely, but I have a hunch.
Hunch? You can't hold a crook on a hunch. There's been enough high-class sparklers lifted around here in the last 30 days to stock a pawn shop, and we can't put a finger on nobody. Now, you got a hunch. You can't
I
hold
know,
a...
Riley, I know. You can't hold a crook on a hunch. You got to pin something on him and make it stick. I've heard you say that before.
Well, it's true. Why, Nick, I ain't even had...
phone, Lieutenant.
All right. Lieutenant Riley, Police Headquarters.
This is Commissioner Clark, Riley.
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
Now, look, if somebody doesn't turn up something on these jewel robberies pretty quick now, there's going to be some changes around here.
We've been working hard on it, Commissioner, and I ain't hardly been home long enough to eat, sir. That's a fact, sir.
The trouble with you, Riley, is in your head, not in your stomach. Maybe we need some new blood in that department.
Oh, now, Commissioner, we can't find clues when there ain't none to find. We're doing all we can.
You'll have to do better. I expect results within 48 hours. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
I take it that was the commissioner.
You take it. Oh, look, Nick, couldn't you go someplace else for a while?
Why, Riley, your lack of hospitality amazes me. I only came down to...
Yeah.
The buzzer, Lieutenant.
All right. Well, what is it now? More trouble?
There's a woman out here demanding to see you. And I mean demanding.
I ain't receiving visitors today.
You'd better be. It's Mrs. Dudley Banks herself.
Mrs. Dudley Banks?
You know, the commissioner's favorite aunt.
I know who she is. What does she want? Some more contributions for the...
She's been robbed, Lieutenant.
Robbed? Oh, don't tell me we got another case to break. I can't stand much more of it. All right, send her in.
You know, Riley, I remember reading recently that Mrs. Dudley Banks had the finest collection of rubies in the country.
Oh, no, Nick. Not rubies.
Well, you don't suppose that...
Mrs. Dudley Banks, Lieutenant Riley.
Lieutenant Riley, I have come to you personally to report a most distressing thing. I've been robbed in broad daylight and under the most distressing circumstances.
You've been robbed?
I most certainly have, and I shall expect you to take immediate action.
Now, you can depend on us, Mrs. Dudley Banks. You know, just what was the nature of your loss?
My cat.
Your cat? You said your cat?
Precisely, my cat. A lemon-colored Persian of the female sex. She's known as Fluffy. She disappeared from my upstairs living room sometime this morning.
Well, isn't it just possible that the cat just strayed off the premises like...
Fluffy was stolen, of that I am certain. She's not given to wandering away.
Yes, of course, ma'am. What do you expect me to do?
Do? Why do you suppose I came down here for sympathy?
Well,
I expect you to recover the animal, apprehend the criminal, and punish him.
Oh, sure.
I shall be home after 4 o'clock. At that time, you will be at liberty to inspect the premises. You have my address, of course. Good day.
Cat. A Persian cat. Of all the confounded nonsense!
Oh, but Riley, think how lucky you are that it wasn't her rubies.
Lucky, you call it.
Well, Lieutenant, what are you going to do about this, pardon my pun, catastrophe?
Do about it? As if I didn't have enough troubles now. That old cluck may be the commissioner's favorite aunt, but if she thinks I'm going to assign anybody to round up a stray cat, she's a...
You know, Riley, this case interests me.
What?
Yes. Why, a case like this might develop some startling angles before we get through with it.
Oh, Nick, quit your kidding.
No, really, Riley, I'm serious. This, I feel sure, is a case worthy of my talents. It'll be a pleasure for me to turn from the pursuit of murderers and other such small-time criminals to the really important work of discovering who walked off with the lovely feline pet of Mrs. Dudley Banks.
Are you kidding, Nick?
Definitely not, Riley. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, I shall ring Mrs. Dudley Banks' bell, wipe my feet on a doormat, hand my hat to the butler, and see what I can uncover about the mystery of the missing Persian.
Go!
So long, Lieutenant. I'm from police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley sent me to investigate the loss of Mrs. Dudley Banks' cat.
Oh, yes, sir. Mrs. Dudley Banks is expecting you. Come in, please.
Thank you.
This way, please. Mrs. Dudley Banks is in her sitting room.
Thank you.
A police person, madam.
A police person?
Yes, madam. About the cat, madam.
Oh, yes, of course. Come in. That will be all, Carrington.
Very good, madam.
My name is Carter, Mrs. Dudley Banks. Lieutenant Riley sent me here to see if I can find your cat.
To see if you can find her, you must find her.
That's what I mean, madam. Now, will you please tell me what you know about her disappearance?
There's very little to tell. I was obliged to be absent from the house this morning for about 2 hours. I left my poor Fluffy right here in her own little basket. It's that one there with the pink ribbons on it.
Yes. Now, who was here in the house while you were gone?
My butler and my maid were both here, but neither of them paid the slightest attention to poor Fluffy. It was not until I myself returned at noon that she was missing.
She was a lemon-yellow-colored Persian, I believe.
Yes, a beautiful little creature. Here, let me show you her picture.
Oh, I don't think that'll be necessary.
Not necessary. That's absurd. Surely you can find her more easily when you know what she looks like.
Very well, madam. You
Oh, of course I insist. Here. Now, this one was taken about 2 months ago. It's not a very good picture because this stupid photographer sent his assistant instead of coming himself.
I see. Well, a very pretty cat, isn't it? She.
She is. That picture doesn't do her justice.
Now, what happened when you discovered she was missing?
I was broken-hearted.
No, I mean, did you look for her?
What a silly question. Of course we looked for her. We searched the whole house thoroughly, but Fluffy was gone.
Has she ever run away before?
I should say not. She is stolen.
I see. Madam, this is a very baffling case. There are a number of angles. Are you sure nothing else is missing beside the cat?
Nothing. We checked everything.
And there were no visitors this morning while you were out?
No one. No one except the young woman from the ladies' auxiliary, of course.
Ah. What did you come here for?
Every Wednesday afternoon, my friends and I meet here to roll bandages. This young woman comes the day before to bring us the materials.
She's been coming here regularly?
Every week.
Do you know her name?
I believe this young lady's name is Miss Conroy. She took over the job only last week.
Oh. She hasn't been here before last week.
No, another girl did it before that. But why are you asking all these questions about her? Surely you can't think she had anything to do with it.
You never can be sure, madam.
Sweet girl, a blonde with beautiful green eyes, just like my poor dear Fluffy.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Dudley Banks. I'll be getting back to headquarters now.
You mean you solved the mystery of dear Fluffy's disappearance?
Perhaps. Will you have your butler show me out, please?
Yes, of course. Carrington.
Yes, madam.
Show Mr. Carter out.
Yes, madam. This way, sir.
Good day, Mrs. Dudley Banks. Thank you, Carrington.
Not at all, sir. Good day.
Very interesting. This may produce results after all.
This is the headquarters of the Ladies' Auxiliary.
This is the office of Brown, White, and Brown, attorneys.
Yes?
Could you give us the address of a Miss Conroy who works with you? We have a legal communication for her.
Miss Conroy? One moment, please.
Stranger things have happened.
Miss Conroy lives at 76 East Dover Place.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Driver, why are you stopping here?
Well, this is the address you give me, mister.
This is 76 East Dover Place?
Well, it's as near as I can get to it.
But this is an empty lot.
I can't help that, mister. It's 76 East Dover Place just the same.
Oh. Okay. Take me to the Mayflower Restaurant at 56th and 34th.
Right.
You're a little early for dinner tonight, Mr. Carter. Nobody gets in here before 6 generally.
Now, never mind, Katie. Bring me a nice, thick slab of roast beef.
Oh, you're just fooling, Mr. Carter. This is Meatless Tuesday.
Oh, yes, so it is, Katie. I never seem to remember that. Well, what's on the menu?
Here, you can look for yourself. If you had to buy meat for a family the way I do, you'd remember. It's a job getting things these days.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Why, just this afternoon, before I come to work, I went to the butcher shop to get some liver. My husband calls it cat food, but he eats it just the same. Well, I got some, and a nice piece it was, too, but I had to fight for it.
Fight for it?
Yeah, blonde little chick tried to get it away from me. Last piece there was, but I got it. I slapped her face, too, I did. And she didn't want it for herself at all. Wanted it for a cat, imagine.
Her cat? What kind of cat?
What's the difference what kind of a cat it was? The idea of hard-working folks having to go without so some cat can eat the best there is.
This blonde, she wouldn't be young and pretty, would he? Lives in the neighborhood, maybe?
Oh, she's pretty to look at, but the language she used, it'll make your hair curl. Yeah, she lives around here. I seen her going in and out of the Mecca apartments across the park. She's a movie actress, maybe.
Mecca apartments, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wonder if she's home now.
Here,
Don't you want any dinner? I thought you'd come in here to eat.
Oh, sorry, Katie. I'll be back later. Right now, I have to follow a hunch and see a girl about a cat. So long. Reba Dawes. Name on the door as big as life. Hey, that's the young lady Riley's been trying to pin something out for the past few weeks, if I recall correctly. Well, Nick, let's see what happens.
Well?
Very well, thanks.
Here, what's the idea of pushing into my apartment like that?
Well, just dropped in to say hello.
What do you want here?
Kitty was right. You are good looking.
Listen, fella, if you don't clear out of here, I'll...
Pretty cat you got there, too. Persian, isn't it?
Never mind the cat. What's the game? Come on, talk up or get out.
All right, here it is. You call yourself Conroy, get to be a worker for the ladies' auxiliary, get chummy with Mrs. Dudley Banks, and then walk off with her pet Persian under your raincoat. What's the answer?
Oh, a dick, are you?
Could be. I think Lieutenant Riley would like to have a chat with you down at headquarters.
Lieutenant Riley had me down at headquarters and had to let me go. He's got nothing on me.
Then you won't have to worry, will you? We'll go down and confer with him anyway. We'll take Fluffy along with us.
You let that cat alone. I'm not leaving here for you or anyone else.
No? Mrs. Dudley Banks didn't like the idea of you taking her. You better answer that. Get somebody I'd like to see and be yourself. I don't want to have to get rough. Watch yourself. I'll be right behind these curtains watching you.
Oh, Scully, it's you.
Sure, it's me, babe. Who'd you expect?
Oh, I don't know. I just...
What's the matter, babe? You look scared.
No, I'm not scared.
You ready to travel? We're rolling tonight.
Scully,
Say, you did a nice job getting us the layout of the old lady's place. I'm proud of you. You know, that lady's auxiliary racket worked out okay. Me and Sabin turned the trick in no time. The wall safe was a pipe to crack, and we cleaned it. We put the maid and the old lady to sleep and dumped them in the closet. They never got a squint at us at all. We had to get rough for the butler. The old coot tried to make a getaway. Yeah, we had to give him the works.
Scully,
Say, are you sick or something?
I got something to tell you. There's a dick behind the curtain.
Both of you. Turn around and keep your hands in sight. Get him up, Scully. Now, let's see if you're carrying a gun.
What the...
Just keep them up, Scully. And you too, Reba. I'm not pointing this gun of mine at you for exercise. Oh, no gun, huh? What's the matter?
Don't you wish I had one? And you could pull me for carrying a concealed weapon. Nothing doing, copper. I don't carry any hardware outside of business hours, see? Hey, what are you doing here anyhow?
Just been waiting around for you to show up.
Hey, look, babe. How come this dick's parked here in your place?
I tried to tell you, Scully. He just busted in on me just before you came.
Must have had some reason for busting in.
Well, never mind that now, Scully. Let's all go down and see Riley. He should have held you in jail a little longer today. It would have queered the job you just pulled at Mrs. Dudley Banks' residence. Well, that's the answer to my problem, anyhow. Now, just stand there, you two, while I give Riley a ring. Life will be a great deal happier for him when I tell him who's coming down to see him.
Police headquarters, Lieutenant Riley speaking.
Oh, Riley, I have a surprise for you.
I already got one, Nick. You know what was pulled off not half an hour ago?
I do. You found Mrs. Dudley Banks and her maid bundled up in a closet, and the butler shot to death. Probably the wall safe had been cleaned out, and Mrs. Dudley Banks' prized collection of rubies is missing.
Nick, where did you... how
Very
come you...
simple, Riley. Katie had liver for supper tonight, see? And, hey, put on those lights again. Don't try anything.
Hey, Nick.
Okay, Reba. Turn the lights on.
What's going on there?
There's a gun.
Hey,
now,
what's all that
Copper,
noise?
you stay put, right where you are.
Okay, Scully, just as you say.
Good work, babe. You turned these lights on just at the right time. You better pick up the table and put that phone back.
Okay. Light switch was just behind me. I figured we'd have a better chance in the dark. You're awful quick, Scully.
You're too quick for that copper. He didn't get a chance to spill anything to Riley. We ain't in the picture at all, and we won't be either.
I was pretty scared for a minute. Hey, where's Sabin?
We're meeting. I had Jake bring me here to get you.
Oh.
He's waiting for us downstairs. Now, you ready to travel?
Sure, I've been ready for the past hour. Thought it was you at the door when this dick knocked. That's why I opened it so quick.
Yeah, let's get going then.
Hey, ain't you going to take care of that flatfoot before we leave?
Not here. Don't want any dead dicks found with the bulls. Just they might happen to tie you up with it and maybe hook me in, too. Just take him along with us for a while. And keep Riley guessing, too.
How mighty nice of you to take me along to meet Sabe and Scully. Then I'll have all three of you together in one place where it'll be easier to take you in. You know, Riley'd hate to see you leave town now.
Cut the comedy, copper. You're going along, but not far. So pick up your hat, big boy, and march yourself downstairs. And don't forget, I'll be right behind you, all the way.
Okay, Scully. You're the boss, now that you've got my gun. Oh, don't forget your cat, Reba.
Gosh, that's right. I almost did. Come on, Fluffy.
Hey, where'd that thing come from?
It's mine. Isn't she a dear? Picked her up today. Just couldn't resist her.
You gonna drag that along with you?
Sure, I can't leave her behind. She won't be any trouble.
Okay, let's get going. I don't want to keep Jake waiting. Anybody bother you while you was waiting, Jake?
Nah. Say, who's that with you, Scully?
Yeah, one of Riley's bloodhounds. Use that up in front with Jake, Reba.
Okay.
Right. Dick. Hey, what's happened, Scully?
It's
What's he
all
doing
right,
here?
Jake. Get going. Yeah, we're behind schedule now on account of this guy.
Okay, but I don't like it. Got to get rid of him.
We will, when the time comes. Hey, look, Gumshoes. How come you happened to drop in on Reba tonight?
Just a hunch.
Yeah?
Yeah. Funny how things break, isn't it? You see, it all started when Katie had liver for supper.
You said that before. What about it?
So here we are, the three of us. Funny, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't stop laughing.
What's so funny, Scully?
Ask that Dick. He knows the answers.
I'll tell you when the time comes. But first, let's find Sabin.
Yeah, this is the place, Scully. The garage here.
Yeah, pull right inside. Sabin will be waiting there for us.
Right.
That you, Scully?
Yeah.
Hey, where you been? If we don't get upstate before morning, we're going to be... Hey, who's that with you?
Keep your shirt on and close the garage doors before some fool cop shows up and begins asking questions.
Yeah, okay.
Come over here, Sabin.
Yeah?
I want to show you a prize package I picked up tonight. A real live bloodhound straight from Riley's kennels.
Him? How'd he get into the picture?
Walked in on his own 2 feet.
Well, he won't go out that way. They'll have to carry him when we get through with him.
Yeah, that's what I've been telling him. But it don't seem to worry him none.
What's the use of worrying? You can't do anything about it yet.
Not yet or ever, copper. You're a dead duck. Hey, give Jake the gun, Scully. He can stay here and hold it on the gumshoe. You and Reba come into the house with me a minute.
Okay, Sabin. Here, Jake. Keep this pointed at that Dick's heart.
Yeah.
I have to laugh when I think it's his own gun that's keeping him quiet.
He'll keep quiet, all right. Or something's going to happen to him. Hey, how long are you going to be gone?
Just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. Everything's all set to go as soon as we finish what we got to do.
Okay, but don't forget we got a long way to go yet tonight.
We ain't forgot. You just keep your eye on the copper till we get back.
It's a pleasure. Hey, can I knock him off?
Not yet. Wait till we get a ways out of town. Then you can finish him any way you like.
Hear that, copper? You and me is going to have fun. I don't like cops, and I'm going to take it all out on you.
I'm sure that'll be great fun.
Yeah? You won't think so. Hey, Dick, don't start moving. Stay where you're on that back seat now. One more move and I'll plug you.
Scully said not to shoot, Jake. There might be cops around.
You come any closer, I'll let you have it, cops or no cops.
Remember, Jake, cops.
I warn you. I've been...
You must have a gun of your own somewhere on you. Yeah, there it is. Now, my friend, to feel a little better, I'll just put this piece of wire around your wrists. And around your ankles. There. And slip this rag in your mouth. Tie it back here. There. Now, don't think you'll bother me any. And I'm going to have my hands full in a few minutes. I'm going to take you and your 3 pals back to Riley. Now, I'll just go over here and stand behind this door. And when they come back, I'll be a one-man welcoming party. Okay. Come on, you lugs. I'm waiting.
Well, Mr. Copper, you're about to take your last ride. I hope you...
Sabin, look.
What is it?
Jake's out cold.
The dick's broken loose. Look out!
Up with your hands, all of you.
Hey, where'd
Drop
you
those
get
bags and get your hands in the air. Maybe fast, Sabin, but not that fast.
Hey, don't shoot, don't shoot. You know I ain't got no gun.
Just have another look to make sure. Now, you're clean. I'll just take Sabin's gun. I'll make sure he doesn't have another one on him anyway. He's clean, too. I'll keep those hands where I can see them, Reba.
Just want to get a handkerchief out of my handbag.
All right, but no tricks.
Can't a girl use her own handkerchief when she has the ball?
Sorry to have to sock you in the jaw, lady. Suppose I might have known you'd have a gun in your handbag. All right, you two. Pick her up and put her in the back of the car, and then get in yourself. Scully, you drive. Sabin, you sit in back with Reba and me. Just push Jake over, Scully. He won't bother you. All right, get going.
Okay.
Then we'll all drive down and surprise Lieutenant Riley. Won't that be fun?
And after they left you alone with Jake, then what?
Well, Patsy, when the three of them went into the house, I knew the chance I'd been waiting for had come.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the back seat, and Jake was in the front seat, holding my gun on me.
Mm-hmm.
So I got up out of my seat, moved over to Jake, took the gun away from him, and punched him in the jaw. He went out like a light.
Nick, you moved up on a man holding a pistol on you? Why in the world didn't he kill you? Sounds to me like a hairbreadth Harry story.
He tried to kill me, all right, Patsy. But he didn't know what I knew. That's why I had the advantage on him.
Now, stop teasing, Nick. Tell me, why in the world didn't he shoot you?
As I said, Patsy, he tried to. But the gun wasn't loaded.
Wasn't loaded?
No. That's why I felt perfectly safe in just taking it away from him. Patsy, you should have seen the look in his face when he pointed the gun at my heart and pulled the trigger 3 times.
But I thought you said it was your gun.
He did, Patsy.
And it wasn't loaded?
No, Patsy. With shame and remorse, I admit it wasn't loaded. You see, when Scully jumped on me in Reba's apartment, I tried to shoot him with it. But the trigger simply clicked. Then I suddenly remembered that I'd been cleaning it the night before when I got that long-distance phone call. And I just forgot to load it again.
That's a dangerous mistake to make, Nick, even if it did save your life this time.
Quite right, Patsy, quite right. Well, I certainly had a lot of fun watching Scully pointing that empty gun at me all the time we were going to meet Sabin. You know, I really enjoyed it. I wish all my mistakes could turn out as well.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, what's next week's story going to be about?
Before I tell you that, John, there's something else I want to say. Something very special. And this is addressed to you, our audience. We've been with you every week for the past year now, bringing you the strange and exciting adventures of Nick Carter. And now I'm very happy to be able to announce that beginning next Monday, April 17th, we're going to have the pleasure of being with you 5 times a week. 5 quarter hours a week, Mondays through Fridays at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime, over most of these stations. And I assure you that we're looking forward to these meetings with you very eagerly. So remember, we won't be back Saturday nights anymore. But we will be here every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern Wartime, beginning this coming Monday, April 17th. And we hope you'll be with us as regularly in the future as you have been in the past.
Gee, Nick, that's swell, isn't it? 5 times a week. And do we have a lot of exciting stories to tell?
Oh, you bet we do, Patsy. A lot of really exciting cases. And I think we'll start next Monday with a story which I call Kidnapped for Sale.
Or the mystery of the missing babies.
Have you heard of the latest racket? Stealing young babies from their parents, not for ransom, but to sell them to people who want the baby for their own? Well, it's one of the dirtiest and lowest forms of kidnapping found in the underworld today.
And when a young mother who'd lost her baby came to Nick for help, he was glad of the chance to break up the kidnap ring and catch the fiends who stole innocent and helpless children and then sold them to the highest bidders.
So if you want to be in on the beginning of one of the most exciting chases I've ever had, listen next Monday evening at 9:15 Eastern Wartime to the story Kidnapped for Sale. So long, everybody.
So long.
And so long to both of you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Lieutenant Riley by Humphrey Davis. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next month. Monday evening at 9:15 Eastern Wartime, listen to the beginning of another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime. And beginning next Saturday night, the popular series True Detective Mysteries will be broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday night at 10:15 Eastern Wartime, in addition to Wednesday afternoons at 4:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paint. Today's curious adventure:
The Numbers Murders, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Wrong Note.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Numbers Murders. But first, a word about Linex. Just as American homemakers have found that Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, is the modern way to new wall beauty, so will you find the three great Linex home brighteners the modern way to keep your floors, woodwork, and furniture sparkling and new in appearance. For instance, Linex Clear Gloss. This transparent liquid dries to a hard, durable, lustrous finish that resists damage to your floors or linoleum by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, even alcohol. That's why Linex Clear Gloss has been a household favorite for years. If you haven't it on hand, ask tomorrow for Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clear Gloss. Yes, you'll find all three great Linex home brighteners at paint, hardware, and department stores everywhere. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Our story opens in a dingy little saloon on a back street.
So, you finally hit it, eh, Benny?
Yeah, 3 years I've been playing them numbers and doing nothing but lose. But today, oh boy, $50,000.
Which numbers was you playing, Benny? Duke Dawson's or Lucky Combs?
The Duke, he's a square shooter. Always pays off on the nose when you win. He's a great guy, the Duke.
You think it's safe to go around telling everybody you won all that dough? Something might happen to you before you get to spend it.
Well, I ain't no fool, Butch. I ain't told only a couple of my pals, and the Duke would want me to tell him. He likes to have the guys know he pays when he loses. 50 grand. And all mine. Gee, I can't believe it yet.
Yeah, but as long as you got it in your pocket, it's easy to believe it.
Yeah, you're right there. Well, so long, fellas. I gotta be getting on home. I got to tell the old lady we're rich now. Won't she be tickled?
So long, Benny. Hey, don't spend it all on the way home.
Spend it all? Hey, you can't spend that much dough without you do some thinking about it. Slow down. Well, when you got the winning ticket, you know you got the dough.
Hello, Benny.
Oh, it's you. Glad to see you. How's the boy?
I heard about your luck, Benny. Want to congratulate you.
Oh, yeah, thanks. The best luck I've had in years.
Got it with you, I suppose.
Sure, I got it with me. You don't think I... Hey, put down that gun. You can't... Ow!
50 grand. Thanks, pal.
Which, together with the evidence already set forth above, proves conclusively that the man known
Oh,
as...
Nick, not so fast. What makes me up with you?
What's the matter, Patsy? Got cramps in your fingers?
No, Nick, it's not that. But we've been working on this report for over 3 hours without stopping. I can't keep it up all day.
All right, Patsy, let's rest for a few minutes. I wouldn't be too anxious to finish this report.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Hello, Patsy. Is Nick there?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Just a minute.
Thanks. Hello, Riley. What's on the royal mind this evening?
No, Nick, lay off the
kidding a minute. Just because you're called a mastermind and all the yellow journals in the city don't mean the
All right. All right, Riley, I withdraw my remarks. What's wrong with the world now?
Just a murder, Nick. Just a murder.
Nothing new about a murder, Riley. Why drag me in?
Now, Nick, I'm asking you as a personal favor. Will you give me a hand on this? If we don't get this one solved and solved quick, the commissioner's going to be down on us like a ton of bricks.
Well, what's so special about this particular murder?
Meet me in front of 756 Brownlee Avenue as soon as you can, and I'll tell you all about it. What do you say?
But, Riley, it's after 11 now. Can't I wait until tomorrow?
Oh, Nick, it can't. We got to get to it right now. Will you meet me?
All right, meet you then in 5 or 10 minutes.
Thanks, Nick. I'll be seeing you. So long.
So long.
We're going out, Nick?
Yes, Betsy. We're going to have a look at somebody who just suddenly and violently passed out of this world. Get your hat and let's go.
Oh, there you are, Nick. But how are you, Patsy?
Okay, thanks, Lieutenant.
Where's the remains, Riley?
Right over here, Nick. Just the way my man found him.
I see. 2 shots right to the heart.
Uh-huh.
Never knew what hit him. Looks as if they might have come from a 45.
You're right, Nick.
All right, Riley, who is he and why should I care?
His name's Benny Smith. He's one of the characters that hang around the edge of the underworld. No record, but a great guy for playing the numbers. Been playing them since they were started. And I think that's what killed him.
Oh, now, Lieutenant, how could the numbers kill him?
Well, Benny connected today, Patsy. He won himself $50,000. And he had it on him when he started home, they tell me, but he ain't got a cent of it now. He's as clean as a whistle.
Very interesting. Never talked too much about his luck. Now, where do I come in?
Benny played Duke Dawson's numbers, Nick. And Duke had 2 heavy winners this month. Now, both of them were killed in the same way. Before they got home, and both of them lost their rolls. Now, once could be a playing hold-up. But twice, it's like a regular thing, and I want to find out. The killings like this has got to stop. That's where you come in, Nick. I need some of your fancy ideas on how to stop them.
Lucky Coombs runs the other numbers game, doesn't he?
Yeah. Him and the Duke have been at each other's throats for the last 6 months.
Well, maybe Lucky thinks this is a good way to persuade the public that if you win with the Duke, you don't live to spend what you win.
It could be, Nick. And it could be, too, that the Duke needs the coin bad enough to want to get it back.
I'd hate to play any numbers game where I had to lose my life when I won any money.
There's no percentage in the numbers game from any point of view, Betsy. It's a sucker's game. All right, where do you want me to start?
Good for you, Nick. I knew you couldn't stay out of it. But what do you say we go to call on the Duke and see what he's got to say for himself?
Okay, Riley. You drive on ahead. We'll follow you. But don't let the cops catch you speeding.
Never was in a place like this before, Nick.
And you probably won't ever want to be again, Betsy.
Is that piano the only music there is?
Yes. Steve Corey's a good piano player. I'm better. And not only is he a good piano player, he also serves as a lookout for the Duke. See how the piano is right at the foot of the stairs to the second floor? Well, that's where the Duke's offices are. And no one can get up there without Steve seeing it. He signals ahead with the piano. He lets the Duke know whether it's a friend or an enemy who's coming up.
How do you know so much about this place, Nick?
Oh, I get around right now and then.
And I suppose if Steve signals that it's the wrong kind of company coming to call, they get the wrong kind of reception.
That's about it, Betsy. Hi, Steve. The Duke in? Yes. Go on up. Hey, what are you smoking that pipe of yours? Old cabbage leaves? Shoe leather. Tastes better. Smells like a juice, whatever it is.
Come on, Nick. We got to be moving.
Right.
Which is his office here, Nick?
This one here.
That's funny. Try the door.
Maybe he's not in there.
He must be. Steve told us to come up. I can see there's a light inside.
Maybe there's something wrong here. Let's have a look out.
I think we better come on. Come on with me now. Come on, again. Again. Break it in, Riley. Break it in.
That's it.
Are you hurt, Riley?
No, did he get you?
No.
What's going on in here?
Nothing now, Betsy. You can come in.
Hey, look there, Nick.
Dead. Shot right through the forehead.
Is that the Duke?
Yes, Betsy, that was the Duke.
Hey, look, that's where the killer went, Nick. Through that window there.
Yeah. Down the fire escape. Below, there's a dozen ways he could have gone. We'd never see him.
If we'd only gotten in a little sooner, Nick.
That wouldn't have made any difference, Riley.
I suppose not. He was out to get the Duke, and he'd have gotten him anyway. It was just as easy for the killer to get out on the fire escape and wait for us.
It's a good thing it was a poor shot, or you'd both be dead.
I don't think so, Betsy.
What do you mean?
Now, look how high his bullets went. Up above the door there.
Oh, you think he was just trying to scare us, Nick?
Looks that way. He could certainly shoot straighter than that.
Now we've got 2 murders to solve instead of 1.
Yes. I'm beginning to get interested in this now. Let's see what the Duke can tell us about this. The Duke had no weapon, so he apparently wasn't expecting an attack. Must have known the man who killed him.
Hey, Nick, I didn't smoke.
He didn't.
There's an awful lot of burned matches here in this ashtray for a guy who don't smoke.
And they're all burned pretty well down, too. And here's a cigarette butt. It's a humidor.
Huh? A humidor? I never heard of that brand name.
Very few people smoke them. And Lucky Coombs is one of them.
Lucky Coombs? Then that
maybe
means
it does, and maybe it doesn't. Let's not jump too fast. I'll just take this butt and these matches along with me. They may come in handy before we're through.
I better call headquarters and get some of the boys up here.
Right. While you take care of this end of it, Patsy and I'll go and call on Lucky. Maybe he can tell us something about this.
Okay, Nick. But be careful, lad. Lucky's a tough baby.
I will. I know how to handle him. Oh, Steve. Yeah? Did the Duke have many callers tonight?
No.
No? How about Lucky Coombs? He wasn't over here, was he?
Yes. Yeah, he was. What of it?
Nothing. Maybe. By the way, you better get this crowd out of here. The Duke's been murdered. This place is going to be filled with cops, reporters, photographers, fingerprint men, and detectives in about 10 minutes.
Duke? Murdered?
Yeah. So long, Steve. Come on, Patsy. Let's see what Lucky has to say.
Well, we ought to put an end to the numbers racket in this town, Nick. For a while, anyway. With the Duke dead and Lucky in jail for his murder.
Maybe. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Oh, Patsy, stay in the car. Those two monks outside may mean trouble.
Be careful, Nick.
Hey, going someplace, Flatfoot? Why, yes. Just a friendly visit. I want to see Lucky a minute.
Lucky's not receiving tonight. Not cops, anyways.
I'm no cop. Just want a friendly talk with him.
Well, you can't.
No? I think I can.
Yeah? Well, me and my buddy here is going to see that you don't. We sure are. You got a search warrant, have you?
Oh, you want to see my search warrant, do you? Well, here it is.
Yeah, I'm going to drag you to full of horses.
Well, Nick seems to be having difficulty getting in to see Lucky. Does this mean Lucky is the man who killed the Duke? And what's Nick going to do about it? We'll see in just a moment. Ladies, here's a bit of news about homemaking that means a better-looking home and more time for you to enjoy it. To give your floors a lustrous finish without bothersome rubbing, use Linex self-polishing wax, the time-saving, work-saving liquid finish for all floor surfaces, wood, tile, or linoleum. The finish which is glossy yet not slippery. Linex self-polishing wax remains resistant to slip even when water is spilled on it, and provides additional slip resistance with each additional coat of wax. These facts have been proved by the underwriters' laboratories, whose seal appears on every bottle. Linex self-polishing wax gives a tough, elastic finish because it really contains wax, the highest possible content of genuine carnauba wax. And when the most used parts of your floor show wear, they may be re-waxed without going over the whole floor. So remember always, ask for the liquid wax which is easy to apply, which dries easily to a lustrous finish that resists dirt, wear, and water, and is not slippery to walk on. It's Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find it at your nearest paint, hardware, or department store, your headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtones. And now, back to our story. We left Nick fighting it out with one of Lucky Coon's gunmen as he tried to get in to see Lucky to question him about the killing of Duke Dawson.
I've got to drag yourself forward. Oh! Shot my hand off.
You're all right. I just knocked your gun out of your hand, that's all. Here, I'll take it. And just to be sure, I'll take your pal's gun, too. Now, you'll both be good little boys. I won't tell Lucky on you.
Won't tell Lucky what?
Oh, hello, Lucky. I've enjoyed meeting your welcoming committee.
Oh, sometimes their ambition gets the better of their common sense. They told me it was you coming up, Carter. I would have advised them to let you in and save themselves a headache.
Here are your boys' pop guns. Give them back to them after I go.
Thanks.
You can come out now, Patsy.
Well, Nick, that's your daily dozen for this evening. I always enjoy watching you exercise. It does me so much good.
What can I do for you, Carter?
I suppose you know Benny Smith was killed tonight. Right after he collected the $50,000 he won in Duke Dawson's numbers game.
Yeah, I heard about that. You don't think I had anything to do with that, do you?
And did you also hear that Duke Dawson himself was murdered a little while later?
No. Oh, you think you can pin that on me?
We found one of your cigarettes half smoked in the ashtray on the Duke's desk, Lucky.
What?
And the Duke didn't smoke. Not 3 people in the city smoke your brand. How did your cigarette get in the Duke's ashtray?
My cigarette, huh?
You could easily be held for the murder on the evidence we have, Lucky. But I suppose you have an alibi. If so, let's have it.
Well, I hadn't been out of my apartment all evening.
No alibi, huh? Well, that's very interesting. No alibi and ashamed to admit it.
Then he must be the one.
Easy, Betsy.
If you think I did it, why don't you run me in?
No, Lucky, we're not going to run you in. But you will stick around, won't you? Just in case we need you for a witness or something?
Oh, make sure you're not going to let him go.
Why not? You will stick around, Lucky?
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, I'll stick around. Let me know when you need me for something.
Thanks, I will. Well, good night, Lucky. Come on, Patsy, let's be going. Why so quiet, Patsy? You haven't said a word since we left Lucky.
Well, I can't understand it, Nick. You have what looks like good reason to believe Lucky killed the Duke, and you let him go. Doesn't make sense to me.
Why, Patsy, it's all part of my plan. I think I have the answer to both killings now. And leaving Lucky loose is part of my way of proving it.
And I suppose that phone call you made after we left Lucky's was part of your plan, too.
Right, Patsy. All part of my plan.
And did your phone call accomplish what you hoped it would?
Ah, indeed it did, Patsy. Indeed it did.
May I ask what it was?
You may.
Oh, Nick, why don't you tell me what's going on? I don't get it at all.
I phoned a certain party to get a certain address. And I got it, that's all.
The killer is?
I think so.
Well, who?
That, unfortunately, I'm not prepared to divulge at this precise moment.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, here we are.
Here we are where?
At the address I got on the phone. It's the 3rd house up there. The rooming house.
And what do we do there?
Now, Patsy, listen carefully. What I tell you. I'm going inside that house.
Alone?
Yes, alone. And as soon as I do, I want you to go to the phone in the drugstore across the street and phone Riley. He'll be back at headquarters by this time. Tell him to come up here just as fast as he can. I may need him. Tell him to bring some of his men in the hurry-up wagon, but not to use the siren. When he gets here, tell him to wait out here with you until I come out. Or if I don't come out, tell him to rush in after me just as soon as he hears gunshots.
Oh, Nick, hadn't you better wait until he gets here before you go in there?
Can't do it, Patsy. I've got to get inside before the next visitor does. That's the important part of my plan. Now, you have it straight?
I think so.
Good. I'm counting on you, Patsy. Don't fail me. Well, wish me luck. I may need it. Oh, who's there? Nick Carter. Got a few questions I'd like to ask you.
Questions?
Yes. I'm alone. Well, I see you're packing your suitcase, Steve. You weren't getting ready to leave town, were you?
What if I was?
You shouldn't do that. We might need your testimony in clearing up Duke Dawson's murder. Huh? You're the only witness we have to testify that Lucky Coombs called on the Duke just before he was murdered.
Yeah. That's just why I'm getting out. I'm not staying here to be taken for a ride by Lucky's guerrillas. And that's what happened to me. If I said anything against him.
You won't be taken for a ride by Lucky's gunman. I'll guarantee that.
I ain't taking no chances. Yeah. Got a match?
Sure.
Yes, thanks.
Still smoking old cabbage leaves in that pipe of yours, I see. Why don't you try tobacco for a change?
Shut up. I ain't taking no more riding from you. No, from nobody.
Okay, Steve. Oh, do you mind if I keep this match you just used?
What? What do you want it for?
I think I can use it.
Hey, what's going on here, Carter? What can you use a burn match for?
For one thing, I can use it to send you to jail.
To jail, huh?
Yes, for murder.
You won't send me to jail for murder?
Drop that gun, Steve. Give me that gun. I will. Give me that gun.
Didn't have to break my arm, did you?
Lucky for me you shot in a hurry. Otherwise, you might have got me somewhere else than just in the fleshy part of my arm. Now, let's see what's in that suitcase.
And you keep on
Stay where you are, Steve. I've got the gun now. Sit down on that chair. Now be quiet. Aha. Quite a nice roll of bills you have here. At least $50,000, I should say, by the size of the roll.
Yeah? Well, what's the deal?
It was a nice racket you were working, Steve. Whenever the Duke paid off any big money, you knew who got the money, laid for them, and killed them. The Duke knew it was bad business to have his winners killed that way. So somehow he must have gotten wise to you. Probably by having someone trail Benny, someone who saw you kill him. So he called you in to have a talk with you. And you killed him.
Hey, Joe, I didn't. Lucky Coons did it.
That's all? Well, we'll see what Lucky has to say when you tell him that. He'll be here in a few minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I couldn't. He killed me. He killed me.
Stay where you are, Steve. Stay where you are. I'll stand behind the door.
You dirty double-crossing rat.
That's enough, Lucky. Hold it. Drop that gun.
Did you kill him?
No. I just shot him through the shoulder. The shot knocked him out. He'll live to go to the electric chair with you.
Nick, are you hurt? Oh, Nick, are you all right?
It's all right. It's all right. Everything's under control.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right, Riley. There are your two murderers. Steve in the chair and Lucky on the floor.
Two of them. Glory be.
Yes, Riley, two of them. You better get your handcuffs on them before they decide to run out on you.
I'll do just that. Now, my fine friend Steve, hold out your hand. And you, Lucky, you can't help me, so I'll just put them on you while you're asleep. And you'll be all right when you wake up.
Well, then it was Lucky, Nick.
Yes, Betsy. Lucky and Steve together.
Oh, this is a great day for the police department. 2 men killed and the 2 murderers caught.
Lieutenant, are you giving all the credit to the police department? It seems to me...
No, of course not. I just meant that...
All right, Riley, it's all right. My part of it's done. Your precious police department can have all the glory if they want it.
Well, tell me about it, Nick. How did they do it? And who killed who?
Hold it. I'll meet you down at your office in half an hour and give you all the details and the evidence you need. Right now, I want to get my arm fixed.
Well, Nick, you're hurt. Is it bad? Let me get a doctor quick.
That's not serious, Patsy. It's just a flesh wound. And it's rather painful. I'd like to get it taken care of. Come on, Patsy. Guess you better have to drive. I'll see you later, Riley. Well, that feels better. A good doctor's a wonderful thing when you need him. And Dr. Sturgis is as good a man as there is.
And now, Mr. Carter, I want to hear all about it.
Oh, Patsy. Can't you wait until we get to Riley's office? I don't want to go through the story twice.
Nick Carter, if you don't give me all the details right here and now, I'll stop this car and we won't move an inch until you decide to tell me what I want to know.
All right. You're a hard woman, Miss Boone. I guess I'll have to give in. Well, what do you want to know first?
First, where does Steve come into this?
He did the killing.
Then what about Lucky?
Lucky was the man behind the throne, so to speak. Lucky wanted to cut in on the Duke's customers, so he had the Duke's winners killed. Steve, however, did the actual killing and got most of the money for his reward. But when the Duke caught on to Steve killed him and double-crossed Lucky.
How do you mean double-crossing?
Steve planted one of Lucky's cigarettes in the Duke's ashtray. He undoubtedly had some of them from being associated with Lucky. So he just smoked one halfway down and left it where we'd be sure to find it.
Then who shot at you and Lieutenant Riley when you broke into the Duke's room earlier this evening?
That was Steve.
But Nick, Steve was downstairs playing the piano.
He was there when we left him, yes. And he was there when we went back. But in between, he slipped out the back, up the fire escape, fired over our heads as we entered to make us think the killer was just leaving, and then went back to his piano. He thought he had a perfect alibi.
How did you know that it was Steve?
By the matches in the ashtray.
How could they tell you anything?
Patsy, how'd you light a cigarette? Here's a match. Try it.
Okay. Well, I suppose you'd light the match like this, light your cigarette, and put out the match like this.
Exactly. Now look at that match you just used.
Mm-hmm.
It's only slightly burned at the end. Now look at this match, which I took from the ashtray.
Well, that's burned almost all the way down.
Exactly. It was used to light a pipe, not a cigarette. And Steve's a pipe smoker. He probably smoked as he talked to the Duke before he killed him, before we got there. You see, Patsy, I knew the Duke was dead when we got there this evening.
But if you knew Steve did the killing, how did you find out about Lucky?
Well, I felt sure Steve wouldn't dare to do it without strong backing. But there was no evidence against Lucky. So that's why I went to him and told him about one of his cigarettes being left in the Duke's ashtray. And that's also why I didn't want to take him in.
Oh, now I see.
I felt sure he'd go to see Steve and give himself away. And he did.
Hey, look, I just realized what you said a minute ago. You said you knew that the Duke was dead before you went upstairs to his office tonight. Now, how could you possibly know that?
Very simple, Patsy. Steve was the Duke's lookout man. He used the piano as a signal. The top key on the piano was wired to a buzzer that sounded in the Duke's room. That meant someone was coming up. But when we went up tonight, he didn't hit that note. I watched him carefully. And he didn't hit it because he knew there was no one alive to hear it. He hit the wrong note.
I'll say he hit the wrong note, in more ways than one.
How do you mean, Patsy?
Well, considering that tonight you've solved 3 murders, ended the numbers racket, and recovered the stolen money, I'd say that Steve hit the wrong note when he tried to fool you.
In just moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, here's a thought for all of you homemakers. Of course, you take pride in your home. Of course, you want your folks to take pride in it, too. And your husband, your family, will sit up and take notice of the bright, new beauty Linex cream polish gives your treasured furniture. For Linex cream polish is the modern way to protect the things in your home. It quickly restores your furniture's attractiveness in one quick, easy application. And Linex cream polish dries to a hard finish that leaves no oily film to attract additional dust, to make additional work. It does away with fingerprints, helps to hide ugly scratches, and after a few applications, provides a tabletop finish that will actually resist glass marks. Best of all, Linex cream polish saves you one whole step in your cleaning day routine. For Linex cream polish cleans as it polishes without tiresome rubbing. So depend upon this modern, easy shortcut to furniture beauty. Linex cream polish. Get it today and enjoy the extra time you save. In case your dealer hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them and you get them as quickly as possible. And now, Nick, how about next week's adventure?
Well, Ken, the main ingredients of next week's story are a small boy and a slingshot.
Well, I didn't know you went in for cases of juvenile delinquency.
He doesn't, unless you call it juvenile delinquency when an organized gang of thugs holds up an armored car, kills the guards, and gets away with thousands of dollars of the bank's money.
Well, hey, that's really big-time stuff, but where did the small boy and the slingshot come into it?
Well, the means of my being able to catch the killers, get back the money, and break up the gang.
And it gave Nick one of the most unpleasant and dangerous 2 hours he ever spent.
Well, I'll certainly look forward to hearing that. Any further hints, Nick?
No, that's all for now, Ken. I'll tell you the rest next time. I call the story The Slingshot Murders.
Or The Mystery of the Broken Window.
So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next Sunday afternoon. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
The Slingshot Murder. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Broken Window.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers and Acme quality retail stores all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's curious adventure,
The Slingshot Murders. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Broken Window.
In just a moment, we'll find out how Nick Carter solves the mystery of the slingshot murders. But first, here's something worth thinking about. A lovely home adds to the joy of living. And just as thousands of American homemakers have brought new beauty to their walls with Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, so are they learning that Linex self-polishing wax gives their floors a certainly new luster without tiresome rubbing. Easily wiped on, Linex self-polishing wax dries to a tough, elastic finish that resists wear amazingly because it contains so much genuine carnauba wax with no gum, shellac, or resin in it to chip or crumble. It resists water and dirt, too, so that soil is safely removed from the surface with a damp cloth or mild suds. And Linex self-polishing wax is the non-skid floor finish, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. The underwriters' laboratories, whose seals on each bottle, have proved this. Ask for Linex self-polishing wax at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Our story opens in Nick's office, where he and Patsy are having a good-natured argument. Good-natured, that is, until about now.
But, Nick, I don't think that's true. Take me, for example. Since I've been working with you, I've learned to observe things I never saw before.
Perhaps, Patsy. You've undoubtedly improved while you've been my assistant, but I still say that you really see very little that goes on around you, in spite of all my training.
Oh, Nick, anybody would think that I...
All right, Patsy, let's see. How many steps are there from the sidewalk up to the front door of your house?
Why, there are... Let me see, there
How
are...
high up the floor are the windows in your bedroom?
There are about 2. No, 1.5.
What color's the 2-cent stamp?
Red.
Good for you. Thought you were going to say chartreuse.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Is Mr. Carter there?
Oh, is that you, Tilly?
Sure. How are you, Miss Bowen?
I'm fine, thanks. How are things with you?
Pretty good. Can I talk to Nick?
Of course, Penny. Here he is.
Hello, Penny. How's my special assistant this afternoon?
That's what I called you up about, Nick. I think there's going on down here. Could you come over?
Well, what is it, Penny? Trouble?
Gee, Nick, I don't know. But it looks bad to me.
Well, can't you tell me what it is?
Not on the phone, Nick. You know, you always told me to be careful what I said on the phone. Some of the gang might be listening in.
You're quite right, Penny. All right, I'll take a run over there. See what your newsstand?
Yeah. Park your car down the block away so they can't see it. I'll be waiting.
Okay, Penny, be down right away. So long.
What was that all about, Nick? Sounded very important.
Penny thought it was important, too. But he wouldn't say what it was. He's seen something and thinks I ought to know about it.
Oh, that's what you get for being his hero, Nick. He thinks you're just about the greatest guy in the world. His ambition in life is to be a great detective like you.
Yes, I know it. And ever since his old man died in my arms, I've started to have a sort of keep an eye on him. And he's smart, too. He never forgets things I've told him about how to see what goes on around him. Some people I know, not so very far from here, could profit by his example.
Okay, Mr. Carter, okay. Get in your car and be on your way. Leave me to a little peace and quiet here. You and your wise track.
Very well, Patsy. Since I'm not wanted here, I'll go call on Penny. I hope he's got something more exciting up his sleeve than I think he has.
Nick, I thought you were never coming.
It's all right, Penny, but you know how traffic is.
Sure, I know. Come around the back of the stand, Nick, so nobody will see us talking together.
Okay, Penny. Now, what's up?
You see across the street there? You see the bank?
Yes?
And you see the empty stores on each side of the bank?
Yes?
Well, a little while ago, a big black sedan pulled up and 2 guys got out and went into the vacant store on this side of the bank. Then 2 more guys got out and went into the empty store on the other side. Then the sedan drove away and left the 4 guys there.
That's odd. Any idea what might be going on?
Well, Nick, there's several factories around here, and today's the day the bank downtown sends the money to this bank for the payroll. Tomorrow, Friday, you know.
I see what you mean, Penny. You think those men may be planning to hold up the bank when the money gets here, huh?
Yeah, gosh, Nick, don't it look like that to you?
Could be, Penny. Yes, it does look suspicious. But, Penny, robbery's not in my line. This is a job for Lieutenant Riley in the city police. I'll give him a ring and tell him what you saw.
You'll have to hurry, Nick. It's almost 4 o'clock, and that's when the car comes to the minute.
Well, I'll phone Riley now. Maybe he can get one of the squad cars.
Here it comes up.
Yes, and I'm a car, all right. And it's stopping in front of the bank.
They're starting to unload the money, and they don't know they're
Wait
making
here. I'll warn them, Mandy. Go back, Penny. Keep out of the way. I'll see if I can help the guards by picking off some of the thugs with my gun.
Look out, Nick. Don't get yourself killed.
I won't. I'll stay behind this pole.
Look out, Nick.
I think so, but
Nick, how you doing? How you, Nick? You doing? Oh, Nick, something hit my leg, Nick. Nick, get away. Nick, we didn't stop him.
But, Doc, I tell you there's nothing wrong with me. Eh? Nothing except that you've lost about a quart of blood. There's a nasty hole in the side of your neck. But I can't stay here doing nothing. I've got to get up to those thugs. I've got to get out of here.
Just tell me, are you hurt, Daddy?
Oh, it's only a scratch, Patsy. But this Sawbones wants to keep me here cooped up like a pet rabbit.
How is he, Doctor?
He's got a bad hole in the side of his neck.
Oh.
Nothing fatal. He'll get over it, but he's lost a lot of blood, too. He's got to be quiet and good natured. Now, look, Doc, look. Nature's going to have a tough time doing anything for me if you keep me here worrying because I can't get out.
Nick, you're going to stay here and like it.
Good girl.
If you don't behave, I'll call some attendants and have them undress you. Then you'll have to stay here whether you like it or not.
But, Patsy, I tell you, there's nothing... Oh, that's Penny. What's you doing here?
I want to see Nick.
Here I am, Penny. I'm coming, son.
You get right back in that bed, Nick, Carter. If you don't...
Sorry, Patsy, but Penny wants me. Why, Penny, what happened to you?
Oh, nothing much, Nick. A bullet got me in the leg, that's all.
That's all. Well, that's enough. Are you hurt bad, son?
No, Doc says I'll be all right in a few days. But I got something to tell you, Nick.
What is it, son?
You know when I yelled at you just before you got shot?
Yes, I remember.
Well, I saw a guy standing in the window of the house across the street from the bank. Must have been a lookout or something. And just as I looked up, I saw him aim at you. So I yelled, "What was fired?"
Did you get a good look at him, Penny?
No, but I know which window it was.
Good boy. Which one was it?
You'll see. I busted it with my slingshot so you know it. I put a marble right through it. And on the first shot, too. I thought maybe you'd find a clue there, if you looked.
Penny, you're a wonder. I'm proud to have you for an assistant.
It was a window on the fourth floor of a brown house. You can't miss it.
Yes, sir, Penny, I'm proud to have you for an assistant.
Nick, are you going to get back to bed or do I?
I can't go back to bed, Patsy. I gotta go places. Things to do. Can't let Penny down, not after the way you fix things up for me.
Nick.
Yes, Penny?
Take this with you, Nick. It's as good as a gun sometimes. I use it a lot.
Why, well, thanks, Penny. That slingshot of yours may come in handy. I'll keep it right where I can get at it fast if I need it.
Oh, there you are, Nick. Oh, you're all right now.
I certainly am all right. You got any of the gang?
No, Nick, we didn't. We found the car they were in, wrecked 6 blocks away, but there was nobody in it. The car was stolen, too, so that's no help.
Did they get much?
Yes, 3 guys were killed, 1 in the hospital, and $100,000 in small bills is missing. That's all I know. Now you've got a lead in the world right now.
Well, I have, thanks to Penny here.
Penny? Who's Penny?
My assistant, and one of the best assistants a man's ever had. He just gave me some dope that may crack the whole case wide open.
What is it, man? Tell me quick.
Not yet, Riley. This is confidential between Penny and me. If it works out, I'll let you know. Well, Penny, so long. I'll be seeing you.
So long, Nick. Good luck. Nick Carter, where are you going now?
I'm hot on the trail, Patsy, and nothing can stop me.
Well, if I can't stop you, at least I'm going with you. You certainly can't drive a car in your condition.
Okay, then. Come on. Time for wasting.
Look, don't you need some help, Nick? I'll send some of the boys with you.
No, Riley. This is a one-man job, and I'm the man who's going to try to do it. Patsy, I wish you hadn't come. There may be trouble.
You may just as well save your breath, Mr. Carter, because I'm going wherever you're going, and that's that. You can't drive in your condition.
I could if you'd let me.
Well, I'm not going to let you, so that's that.
I don't know what gets into you women. When you make up your minds, a team of horses couldn't change it.
You ready to tell me where you're going? I can't keep on driving blindly all around the city, Nick.
All right. I give up. I'm going back to the scene of the robbery.
What are you going to do there?
That, my nosy young friend, is strictly my business.
Okay. But I'd feel a lot safer if I knew what you were planning to do.
It's dark now. You can pull up just around the corner from the bank. I'll get out there. Then you go back to the office.
How will you get back?
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself.
I hope so. Is this where you want to go?
Yes, drop me here. Now remember, you. Back to the office.
Okay, bully. But I don't like you going anywhere alone, as weak as you are.
It's skill that counts in this business, Patsy, not muscle. I'll get going. I've got work to do. So Nick is going alone to investigate the house where the killers were who shot him. Does he have any idea what dangers lie ahead of him? And will he find any clues to the killers? We'll see in just a moment. Have you been wishing for a furniture polish that will clean your furniture too? Linex Clean Polish, the modern protection for your furniture's beauty, saves one complete step by cleaning as it polishes, without tiresome rubbing. Learn firsthand how much time and effort Linex Clean Polish saves. Linex Clean Polish removes that cloudy dust and polish accumulation in one quick, easy application that also does away with fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches. And Linex Clean Polish dries hard, leaving no oily film to attract additional dust, to make additional work. So try it and see how simple it can be to clean and polish your furniture at the same time. Ask your dealer for Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clean Polish. You'll find it at your paint, hardware, or department store, where all 3 great home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, are featured. And now, back to our story. We left Nick, weak from loss of blood, climbing the stairs to the 4th floor of the old tenement house, trying to find some clue to the killers who shot him and robbed the bank. As we rejoin him, he's nearly reached the top. I wish it wasn't the 4th floor. I don't feel as ambitious as I did. Well, that's a break. Only one apartment on the street side. And there's someone home, judging by the light under the door. Here goes.
Well, what do you want?
I'm investigating the bank holdup across the street this afternoon.
Bank holdup?
Yes. You knew the bank was held up, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard. I was out working at the time. What do you want to get in here for?
I want to look out of your windows. See, it's like this. We have a witness who says he saw the whole thing from the window next door on this level. He's a cranky old guy with a reputation for stretching the truth, so I want to check up on him. I'd like to look from your windows and see if he really could have seen what he said he did.
Sounds nutty to me. Why don't you look out of his windows?
I did, and I still can't be sure. So I want to check all the windows on this floor.
There ain't no use in... Well, okay, come on in.
Thanks. I won't be long. Mind if I put this window shade up?
Suit yourself.
Well, can't see much from here. I'll try the other window. Can't see anything from here either. Well, I guess the old guy was dreaming. Couldn't see the bank at all with an armored car standing in front of it.
You satisfied now?
So far, yes. Okay to look in the other room, too?
Yeah, I guess so. My wife's in there. I'll see if she's dressed.
Certainly no broken windows in this room. And none of them been repaired either.
Somebody coming in, Mary. You dressed? Okay, Topper, you can go in.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you, lady. I won't be but a minute.
Okay, take your time.
No broken windows here either. Penny must have made a mistake in the window.
How about it, Topper?
I guess the old guy must have... Hey, do you have any children in the house?
Sure. No kids? What?
Oh, just saw a marble here on the floor and wondered. I said it's got a marble for the window.
Well, come on. If you've seen all you want, you better...
Just a minute. I want to take another look at this window.
Get your hands up, Flatfoot. Make it snappy.
I don't see
Well, you don't, huh? You come up here looking for a broken window, didn't you? And when you didn't find none, you go around poking your fingers in the putty.
Well, really,
Don't
now...
try to kid me. I've been watching it. So you found a window with a soft putty where we put the new pane of glass in. Well, it won't do you no good now. All right, Slug, I'll take over now.
Like Dick Warner. So you're Slug's wife.
Yeah.
I'd never have known you in that woman's outfit. Pretty clever.
A lot cleverer than you, copper. You come right up here just begging for it, didn't you? I thought we'd give it to you for keeps out in front of the bank this afternoon, but I'm glad now we didn't. This is going to be more fun. We can make it last longer. Burn him down. No, Slug. Shooting's too quick. I got a better plan for this dumb punk than that.
Go right ahead, gentlemen. Don't mind me. But do you mind if I put my arms down?
Get his gun, Slug. Sure, Jake. Quite a surprise to find us here, copper, ain't it? Never figured we'd hide out right here alongside the bank, did you? And dumb cops probably are searching all over the city, looking for where we went to. And all the time, we're right here. Hey, Jake. What? This guy's a regular arsenal. 3 guns he's got. I don't care how many he's got. Take them all away from him. Hey, Jake, look at this. What? He's got 3 guns and a slingshot. Are you kidding? A cop carrying a slingshot around to keep the big bad robbers away. What a dumb mug he is. Oh, look now, Slug, don't take all the Flatfoot's weapons away. Where's your manners? Leave him keep the slingshot. Why, sure. Here, Mr. Dick, I'll put it right back in your pocket where it came from. Maybe you'll save your life with it. Look what Santa Claus brought us to play with, Pete.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Where'd he blow in from?
Walked right up the stairs all by himself. Look, Copper, did you ever have a lighted cigar butt jammed in your eye? That's just for a starter. Then we're going...
Oh, no, you're not. Jake, look out, get him, son. Give me that gun, Jake. Give me that, or I'll twist your arm off.
Get out of the way, Jake.
You're going to give it...
Ah, nice work, Slug. You knocked him cold.
Oh, I'll fix him for this. He nearly broke my wrist. Shall I croak him now, Jake? No. Wait till we get ready to leave. Then we'll play games with him. Tie him up, but good. We'll get the stuff ready to move out when the boys bring the car tonight. Then we'll come back here and take care of him. Over on your face, Flatfoot. So I can get the ropes on you. Wouldn't he like to know that we got all that dough hidden in the empty warehouse right next door here? It's a little hole through the wall of the apartment here, and we got a foolproof hideout. Yeah.
Sure, if he was only smart like Jake, I'd be afraid of him. But nobody
You're smart as Jake. There, copper. That takes care of you. Try and get out of them ropes.
Hey, what you let the Flatfoot in here for anyway, Slug?
Don't be dumb, Pete. If I hadn't, he'd have smelled something funny and come back again with a wagon. Anyways, how'd I know he was wise to the busted glass?
You know, Jake, maybe you ain't so smart at that.
Yeah? What's eating you?
Well, you thought it was so smart to double back here with the cash and hide out right across the street from the bank, and the first thing, a cop smells his way right up here.
So what? Only one cop come to me, and he ain't walking out of here, is he?
Well, no.
Who's running this business anyway?
You are, Jake. Okay.
All right. Now, Pete, you and me are going back into the warehouse and fix up the stuff ready to leave. Slug, you stay here with the copper. Clean up the joint good. Fingerprints and any kind of junk that might leave a tip. Don't leave nothing. We'll be back when we took care of the dough. Okay, Jake. I'll watch him. these ropes knew what he was doing. I'll never get out of these. Hands tied together, elbows tied tight to my body. Oh, my head. Ooh. I wish I felt as happy as slug sounds. Hey, it's blood in my hands. The bullet hole in my neck must have opened up. The blood's made my hands slippery. Yes, I think I can get my hands loose. There. But what good's that? My elbow's tied up tight. Oh, if only I had some way to get word out fast that I'm up here. I can't shout. Slug would hear me and bump me off quick. Oh, if only I had a gun, I could... but Slug took them. Only I had... I do have one weapon left. Penny slingshot. Slingshot. Yes, shoot something into the street through the window. Somebody might find it. Shoot something. What? Shoot what? My badge. My honorary police badge. Oh, only I can get it out of my pocket. Only I can reach it. Never have had much use for that badge, but I certainly need it now. No, I can't get in the pocket. Well, to tear it open. There. Got it. Now for the slingshot. The outside pocket. There we are. Now, if I can stretch my arms far enough apart to shoot this badge through the window, I can... What's that? Hey, Copper, what are you trying to... The guy's still out cold. He couldn't have done nothing. But somebody broke that window. Maybe the dick's only faking. Maybe he ain't really out. Let me take a look. Gosh. Here you go. Oh, what a break. He's out cold. I thought I wasn't coming close enough so I could grab his legs, but he did. Lady Luck must be on my side today. Just luck his head hit in the radiator that way. Now, if I can wriggle over there and get his gun. Just a little more. Oh, Jake will be back any minute. I got to use that gun before. There. Now, if I can roll back under the bed before Jake gets here. So far, so good. Lady Luck, stay with me. Slug, what happened? Slug! Hey, look, Jake, the cap is gone. Hey, Slug's out cold. I thought I told you guys to tie that fat foot up so he couldn't move. We did, Jake. Yeah, it looks like you did. Come on, maybe we can catch him outside before he gets away. Yeah. Hey, Jake, look, the door's still locked here. The Dick couldn't have got out this way. Oh, he didn't get out the way we come in. He must still be here. Look under the... Up with your hands, both of you. What are you? He's got a gun. Get him up, I said. I'm not pulling. That's just a warning. I said I'm not pulling. Now drop your guns to the floor. Both of you. We better do it, Jake. He means business. You better do. Drop those guns fast. Okay, you win. For now. Drop the other one, Jake. I know you have two of them. Here. Thanks. Good. Now, Pete, slowly and easily. Kick the guns over toward me. Okay. Now, stay where you are. I'll kick those guns over. That's better. Now what? Want us to untie you? No, I want you to stay right there. And I'll stay right here.
Wait a minute. It's all right, Jake. He can't last long now. All we got to do is wait here till he falls over. And he's lost so much blood now he can't hardly sit up.
Sure. How long do you think you're going to hold out, Copper?
Long enough to see you three thugs in jail.
I bet that don't nobody know you're up here. So how do you expect to be rescued?
I sent a messenger out the window to tell my friends I'm here waiting for them.
Hey, look, Jake, the window is busted.
Tell us. This flatfoot will be out cold long before anybody comes up here. Unless it's the boys with a car come to take us out of here. You, think you can last that long, Copper?
Yeah, you'll never be able to hold that gun on us for another 2 hours. You might as well give up now, Copper.
Think so? I want to take you three mugs in so bad, I'll wait all night. I have to. Get back? I can see you. Don't you try any funny business with me.
He's almost gone, Jake. Another couple of minutes and he'll be out like a light.
Yeah. As soon as he drops that gun, we'll rush him. I don't know how he lasted this long.
Stay right there. Stay there, both of you. I can wait. Just as long as...
Now, he's gone. Come on. Oh, everything! You get your hands up, you guys!
Oh, hello, Patsy. Riley.
What's going on here, Nick?
These are the thugs that dug up the bank.
Oh.
Money's
warehouse. Next door.
You're no wonder, Nick. Take care of these fellas, Sergeant. Send a couple of men to get the money out of the warehouse, like Nick says.
Oh, Nick, I've been so afraid for you. Did they hurt you?
Oh, I'm all right, Patsy. Just a little tired. That's all.
She's a great girl, that Patsy. When she left you, she phoned me and told me what you were trying to do, Nick. So I got some of the men together and came as quick as I could. And we got a flat tire, or we'd have been here sooner. And looky, here's your bag, Nick. Little bent, but as good as new.
Thanks, Riley. Lucky you found it.
It wasn't me that found it. It was Patsy herself here.
You found it, Patsy.
Yes, Nick. And Riley spotted the broken window and we came out. But don't ever let me hear you say again that I'm not observant. Maybe I don't know how many steps there are in front of my house. But when it comes to things that count, I can see them.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. How often you've had floors or woodwork surfaces ruined when hot grease, alcohol, fruit acid, perfume, or boiling water was spilled. Linex Clear Gloss, the modern protection for linoleum and all wood surfaces, resists all these liquids and at the same time keeps dirt on the surface where it's easily wiped away. And Linex Clear Gloss provides a really lasting protection for your floors and woodwork. A tough yet lustrous surface that wears and wears. Yet Linex Clear Gloss is easy to apply, for it flows on readily and evenly without brush marks, drying to a glossy finish that keeps its beauty a long, long time. That's why thousands of American homemakers depend upon this sparkling, transparent finish to keep their homes bright and shining. Get Linex Clear Gloss now at your nearest paint, hardware, or department store. If your dealer hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. Now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about next week's adventure, Nick? Got something exciting coming up?
I certainly have, Ken. If you take a transcontinental train stalled high in the mountains in a raging blizzard and mix it with the murder of an opera singer and her maid...
And add the theft of $150,000 worth of jewels from the said opera singer. And a snow slide down the mountain right where the train is stalled.
And you have the puzzle and crime that I was up against.
Sounds pretty complicated to me, Nick. How'd you find the solution?
Well, the solution depended on 2 things. A broken bottle of perfume and a chow dog that was lost in the snow.
You certainly make it sound attractive. Did it work out okay?
You should ask that, knowing Nick.
Sorry. What do you call the story?
I call it Murder on Mad Mountain.
Or the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
So long for now.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder on Mad Mountain. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the 3 great home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Murder on Mad Mountain. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the murder on Mad Mountain by the aid of a dog lost in the snow. But first, let me tell you something. You and your family take pride in your home, of course. That's why you keep it bright and sparkling with Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that brings new beauty to your walls. With Linex Clear Gloss, the transparent finish that gives lustrous, durable protection to every wood and linoleum surface in your home. Linex Clear Gloss, a favorite in thousands of American homes, flows on easily without brush marks, drying to an attractive gloss that wears and wears and looks beautiful for a long, long time. What's more, it resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol. And Linex Clear Gloss keeps dirt on the surface so that it's easily wiped away. Keep your home looking lovely with Linex Clear Gloss. Available at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we open our story today, we find Nick and Patsy in a train which is crossing the hump of Mad Mountain in a raging blizzard.
This is a pretty thrilling experience, Nick, riding over the mountain in a blizzard like this. We're just as snug and cozy inside the train here as if we were in our own homes.
It may be thrilling, Patsy, but it's pretty dangerous, too.
Dangerous? What's dangerous about it?
Well, up here on Mad Mountain, there's always the danger of a snowslide sweeping down on us and pushing the whole train down into the canyon. Or we could run into extra heavy drifts and get stalled. In fact, that's where Mad Mountain got its name, from the trouble it's always caused the railroad.
Well, I don't care. I'm enjoying it just the same.
Wonder how much behind schedule we are.
Here comes the conductor. I'll ask him. Oh, conductor? How late are we going to be?
Well, I can't tell you, miss. Depends on how long this storm keeps up.
Say, conductor, didn't you used to be on the New York to Miami run in the Pennsy about 10 years ago?
Why, yes, I did. Left there 11 years ago next March.
I thought so. I used to ride with you often in those days. Is your name Bonner? Robert Bonner?
Gosh, what a memory. Sure, I'm Robert Bonner, but I don't remember you.
Takes a detective's trained mind to remember names and faces, Mr. Bonner. Nick's a great one for that.
Nick? You don't mean you're Nick Carter?
Guilty in the first degree.
Well, don't that beat all? After 11 years. I would say, Mr. Carter, I'm sort of glad you're riding with us this trip.
You want me to help you find the tracks again if the train runs off them?
It ain't the blizzard I was thinking of, bad as it is. That opera star we got hitched on the rear of the train.
You mean that private car we saw at the terminal belongs to a real opera star? Who is she?
Her name's Pauline Hall, and she's a stuck-up, highfalutin queen of them all.
Well, why are you worried about her?
Well, after we hitched her car on, I went back to see if everything was okay. Orders, you know.
Sure, I know.
Well, out she comes wearing more jewels than the Russian royal family. She waves her hand at me and she says, "Conductor, please see that no one is permitted to enter my car at all. I'm not to be disturbed before we get to Sacramento in the morning." That fuzzy little chow dog of hers stands there blinking at me. Collar around his neck studded with diamonds.
Well, a chow is a high-class dog, Mr. Bonner.
And then, as if there ain't enough trouble for me trying to keep everything straight around here with a blizzard blowing down my neck, I get this telegram from the chief. Says I gotta take care of the dame and her sparklers as if they were my own. Says the stuff she's carrying is worth about 100,000 cash.
That's a lot of jewels to be lying around loose.
Yeah, maybe she won't be disturbed in Sacramento in the morning either if that dumb engineer of ours don't use more sand. We was an hour behind crawling up the other side. Now we ain't even crawling.
Why, Nick, we've stopped. We aren't moving at all now.
Sounds as if we're in trouble.
Yes, sir. We are in trouble. Engineer's whistling for a flagman. Got to get him out fast. Won't he like that on a night like this?
What do you need a flagman for up here in the mountains?
Well, the second section of this train's right behind us. In this snow, she could plow right into us before she knew we were here. Hey, Carney, wake up, you.
What's the matter now, Bob?
Get your flag and get going. We're stuck.
Oh, look, on a night like this...
There's no time to argue, Carney. Now, you get ready and start on your way back. And you'll be sure to get back a full half mile, too, before you set up your flares. Be watching, so shake it up.
I suppose I gotta climb out and wade around that opera star's car. She won't let me go through.
You bet she won't. When you go by her car, don't cuss so loud you wake her up either. I don't want to be hauled on the carpet for disturbing her nibs.
Snow must be up to my waist by this time.
Yes, and watch out you don't fall over into the canyon. There ain't much room to spare between the track and the edge of that cliff, you know.
Of all the doggone dirty jobs on a railroad, this being a flashman.
He doesn't look very happy.
No, and I ain't very happy either. That doddering old throttle pusher up there in the cab was a real he-man. We wouldn't be stopping for a little snow. Well, ain't nothing to do now but wait. Hope the second section don't jam into us.
What's the engineer trying to do now, Bob?
Well, sounds like he's signaling to the other section. That dumb flag man of mine set the flares going like I told him to. They ought to stop the rest of this drag. Then there wouldn't be no need for all that tooting and whistling.
Well, why don't you look and see if you can see the flares, Mr. Bonner? They'd certainly show up across the snow, now that it stopped snowing.
Well, that's just what I'm going to do. You want to come, Mr. Carter?
Wait till I get my coat on and I'll be right with you.
You ready, Mr. Carter? Take a look out the platform. They have the car here. Now watch out. We'll open up here. There we are.
Hey, it's mighty cold out here. Must be near zero.
Yeah, very near. Hey, that's the other section, Mr. Carter. They got the signal.
Well, that takes care of that. Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
Good gosh, it sounds like... It is. That's an avalanche.
Look out. Sounds like a big slide.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that was awful close. Too close for comfort.
Yes, sir, indeed. Missed us, though. Went right by us.
And what about the flagman? You suppose that he might have been...
Carney. He must have been right in the path. I better see if he...
I'll go with you. Come on.
Now, once you step along this edge of the canyon, Mr. Carter, 1,000 feet drop to the state highway at the bottom.
Don't worry. I'm watching.
And look at the Queen's car here. Not a light in it. Not a peep out of the old girl. I'd have thought the noise of that slide would have woken the dead.
Didn't you say she had a maid and a porter with her, too? Funny they're not awake.
Yeah. Probably she's got them both so scared. Don't dare make a sound while she's asleep. The dog, too. Didn't hear a peep out of him either.
Hey, Bob, look ahead there.
Yeah?
That slide cleared off a place about a quarter-mile wide.
Yes, sir. Only missed us by about 100 yards.
Wait a minute. I've got my flashlight here. Let me see if we can see anything of Carney anywhere.
Thanks, Mr. Carter. There ain't no use looking for him. Not after that.
Here, listen.
I don't hear nothing.
There it is again. And it's down there over the edge of the canyon.
Here, flash your light down there. See if we...
I can't see a thing. Must have... Hey, Bob, look there. The flagman.
Carney.
Yes. Caught on that little tree down there. Must be 50 feet down the side of the slope.
What's he doing down there?
He must have slipped and fallen over the edge on his way back.
Yeah, but that's not Carney making that noise.
No, it isn't, but I can't see anything else down there that's making it.
No wonder they named this Mad Mountain.
Well, go get a couple of porters and some rope.
All right.
We'll have to get Carney out of there quick if he's still alive.
Just a little more now, boy. Take it easy. Oh, pull, can't you? Pull. Here, let me help you. Now, all together. Yeah. Right. A little more. There. That's it.
Now, give me a hand with the body.
Mr. Carter, is he dead?
Yes, he broke his neck when he fell.
Ah, poor Carney. Many's a long ride we've had together.
You two porters stay here with the body for a bit.
Yes.
Bob, you and I have a job to do. Come on, quick.
A job? What do you mean? Hey, where you going?
If it's what I think it is, we got a real job on our hands. You got a key to the Queen's private car?
The Queen's? Well, no. What do you want that for?
You know what I found down there when I was getting Carney's body?
No, I ain't got any idea.
Well, that chow dog of hers is caught in a clump of bushes just below where Carney was.
Yeah?
The dog was doing that crying we heard before. He stopped now.
Yeah, I'll bet that darn dog got out of the car and chased Carney, and Carney fell over the edge trying to get away from him.
Certainly hope you're right, Bob, but I don't think so.
Well, what do you think did happen then?
I'll tell you in a minute. Here's the end of the Queen's car.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got a key that'll fit this door. Now, they have a special lock on it. I can't wait to pick it now. Watch out.
Hey, we can't go busting into private cars like that.
We can this time. Now I can unlock it from the inside.
Well, what do you think you're going to find in here?
Come on in. Shut the door.
All right. I don't see what...
Look here, Bob. Look.
Hey, what are those stains on the rug there? That ain't... Hey, what's that?
I came from in here.
Oh, that's her porter all tied up.
Yes. And he's been drugged, too.
What? I don't understand.
I thought so. See there?
Oh, look at all that blood.
Yes. And the Queen put up quite a struggle for her life, but she lost.
Oh, I'll say there was a fight here. Look at this room, everything upside down.
Yes. And everything valuable gone. Nothing left but some toilet articles. Where's the maid's compartment?
It's over here. Oh, gosh almighty. She's dead, too. Strangled to death, looks like.
Those purple marks around her neck couldn't mean anything else. Oh, what a smell.
What is it, Mr. Carter? It smells like perfume.
Yeah, see there? Broken perfume bottle. Got smashed in the struggle. Whew. The smell is so strong, it's sickening.
Oh, I'm going to catch it for this.
What's in the other compartment?
I wouldn't know. I just hope it ain't more bodies.
Well, we'll see. Aha, just as I suspected. See those cigarette burns on the dresser and the empty bottles? 2 men hid in here, waited until the time was right, then killed the Queen and her maid and stole the jewels.
How do you know there was 2 men?
2 different brands of cigarettes here.
Oh, yeah. Where do you suppose they got aboard?
Probably hid in here before the car left the junction.
Well, do you suppose they're still on the train?
See if the front door of the car is unlocked.
Oh, sure. Yes, Mr. Carter, it's not locked.
Well, they probably went out that way and are somewhere on the train now. Bob, they must have figured that nobody would enter this car before it reached Sacramento.
Uh-huh.
They were all set to drop off at one of the way stations before that. But undoubtedly, the snowslide interfered with their plans. And in this deep snow, there's no place they could go without being in danger of their lives.
Oh.
Yes, I feel sure they're still on the train.
Well, can you find any clues to tell us who they are?
Well, I hope so.
Well, could you take some fingerprints, maybe?
It would take too long to fingerprint everybody in the train. No, we've got to find some other way to do it.
Yes, but how?
I don't know yet.
Oh.
But I think I've an idea.
Well, what do we do now?
Bring Carney's body in here. Let the passengers think he was killed in the slide, but don't let them know he was murdered.
Murdered? You say Carney was murdered, too? I thought you said his neck was broken.
It was. But the back of his head was crushed in, too. And that was no accident.
Oh, poor
That's
Carney.
what led me to believe that there might have been trouble here in the Queen's car. Bob, as I see it, the Chow made trouble for the killers when they started their work. So they took it outside to get rid of it, but they ran into Carney.
Uh-huh.
They killed him and threw him and the dog into the canyon. And so long as the killers think that Carney and the dog are both dead, we'll let them keep on thinking so. At least until I can rescue that Chow.
Are you crazy, Mr. Carter? That mud ain't worth risking your neck for.
No. I have an idea. Maybe he can tell us who the killers are.
Oh, what the heck? Chows can't talk.
I have an idea. Maybe this one can't. At least I'm going to find out anyway.
So Nick thinks he can make the Chow talk. At least enough to tell him who killed the opera singer and stole her jewels. Will the dog still be alive by the time he can get down to rescue it? And will it tell him what he wants to know? We'll see in just a moment. There is no more attractive background for your furniture than lustrous, well-kept floors. And Linex self-polishing wax keeps all your floors looking their best, whether they're wood, tile, or linoleum. Yet it takes only a jiffy to apply and dries without rubbing to an elastic, satiny finish that wears amazingly. Because Linex self-polishing wax contains the highest possible content of genuine carnauba wax, with no gum, shellac, or resin in it to chip or crumble. When the most used parts of your floor show wear, you needn't re-wax the whole floor either. And Linex self-polishing wax is so resistant to dirt and water that it keeps the soil on the surface, where it's easily wiped away with a damp cloth or mild suds. In addition, Linex self-polishing wax is the non-skid floor finish, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. The underwriters' laboratories, whose seal is on each bottle, have proved this fact. So get it now. Linex, L-I-N-X. Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at paint, hardware, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick planning to rescue the dead opera singer's dog, which is caught on a bush on the side of the canyon. in the hopes that it might some way reveal the identity of the murderers of his mistress.
But where did Nick go, Mr. Bonner?
He wouldn't tell me, Miss Bowen. He just told me to come to the baggage car, get all the extra rope we have, and wait till he got back.
Now, I wish you wouldn't try to rescue that dog tonight. It's too dangerous in the dark on a freezing night like this.
I tried to tell him that, but he wouldn't listen to me. Just said that the dog was going to help him find the killers. Crazy talk.
I'm glad it isn't so crazy, Mr. Bonner. Nick has a way of knowing what he's talking about, but I wish
You
he
got
would...
that rope for me, Bob?
Look, Mr. Carter, now why don't you let me take the baggage and mail crews and search the train for these killers?
Well, that'll be useless, Bob. Those crooks are only 2 out of several hundred people on this train. How could you tell them from the others?
Well,
Furthermore, once you let the passengers know there have been 2 murders on this train, you'll see what happens.
Oh, gosh, Nick, you're right. We might have a panic on our hands.
I guess you're right, but I don't like it just the same, risking your neck for a fool dog.
I like dogs, and this one's hurt and probably freezing by now.
Nick, what were you doing in the train just now? I thought you said you weren't going to try to spot the killers.
I wasn't, Patsy. Not exactly.
Well, then what were you doing?
Looking for something.
Well, did you find it?
Maybe. We'll see later. Now, if you'll have to have that rope...
Sure you don't want me to come with you?
No, you stay here. I don't want any of the train crew or passengers to know what's going on.
Well, okay, whatever you say.
If Mr. Bonner's not going with you, I am.
Well, now that the storm's over, I guess it's safe enough. But you better dress warmly, Patsy. It's mighty cold out.
Look, Nick, there's an extra trainman's outfit here. That's heavy enough. Could I use that, Mr. Bonner?
Sure, if you can get into it.
I can get into it all right with plenty left over.
Patsy, I want to get that dog while he's still alive. Hurry up, will you? Let's get going. I'm glad that wind died down. Not quite so cold now.
That's right. Is this where you found the brakeman? Oh, yes, I can see the marks in the snow. Is the dog here too, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. He was caught in a small bush just below where the brakeman was.
How are you going to get down to him?
I'm going to tie this larger rope to the rail here if I can find it under this snow.
Oh.
Yes, here it is. Just a second. This rail is cold. That should be a knot that'll hold it. Yeah. Now, I'll let myself down the side of the canyon with it.
Mm-hmm.
You keep hold of this smaller rope. When I've tied the dog to it, you pull it up.
Okay.
I can climb back up the other rope myself.
It's a good thing we have the headlight from the locomotive on the second section to help us. Gosh, it's bright.
Yes, even though it's at least a half mile down the track, it's light enough for us to see by. All right, are you ready?
Well, gee, Nick, suppose your hands get so cold you can't pull yourself back up.
Don't worry, they won't, Patsy. I'll be getting enough exercise, so I'll keep warm. It's you I'm worried about. Are you warm enough?
Oh, sure, this outfit I've got on keeps all the cold out. I'm okay.
All right, then, I'm off. I'll let you know as soon as I'm ready to have the dog pulled up.
I'll be waiting. Take care of yourself, Nick.
I'm all right.
Careful, Nick.
Now, here he is, Patsy, and he's still alive.
Oh, good.
Oh, poor little fella. All right, steady, Billy. We'll have you up where it's nice and warm in no time. There we are. Now, just put this little rope around your belly. There we are. Hold still. There. Now, I'll tie it around your forelegs so it won't slip. There. I don't want to lose you now. You're too valuable to me.
You ready, Nick?
Just a minute. Here, take it easy, will you? You'll be all right. There we are. Now we'll have a nice ride. All right, pull him up, Patsy. Careful.
Okay, coming up.
I'll just pull myself up with you so I can keep my eye on you and be sure you won't slip out of the ropes. Don't fight it, boy. Don't fight it. Easy now, easy.
You okay, Nick?
Yes, we're both coming along all right.
Oh, the poor little fellow. He must be frozen.
He probably is. There. I'm not too warm myself.
All right, boy.
You untie him, will you, while I get this rope off the track?
Okay.
Here, take it easy, pup.
Yeah, now, just
I don't blame you for being mad. I'm mad, too.
You're all right now. You're all right. There you are. Can you stand up? Oh, Nick, do you suppose any of his bones are broken?
I hope not. You let me see. No, I think he's just suffering from exposure. He's hardly more than a pup.
Oh, I'll carry him back to the dining car. We'll get the chef to fix him something hot.
Some good hot milk with a little brandy in it ought to make him feel like a new dog. And something hot wouldn't hurt us either. Come on.
Oh, look, Nick. He feels much better than he did. Why, he walks around almost normally now.
Yes, little something warm to eat fixed him.
Here, and that rub down you gave him.
Oh, what are you planning to do now, Nick?
Let me have that small piece of rope, will you? Want to make a leash for him.
You're not going to take that poor pup out for a walk, are you?
Take him out? No. Take him for a walk? Yes.
But why?
Patsy, have you forgotten we're on the trail of two murderers?
Of course not, Nick, but...
There. That's not much of a leash, but I think it'll serve the purpose. All right, Bob, you ready?
I sure am, ready for anything, but... Say, do I smell trouble?
You might. We'll know pretty quick now.
May I come too, Nick?
Not this time, Patsy. Just wait here and cross your fingers for luck.
Okay. Where are you going?
To the smoking compartment of the first car. I want to show the dog something. Easy now, Bob.
Right.
The smoking compartment's just ahead here.
Okay.
Quiet, boy, quiet. You'll get your chance in just a minute.
I remember back some 20 years ago, we were held up for 4 days in a slide on a railroad up in Canada.
Yeah. Somebody's always been where it's worse.
Now,
than it
listen,
is
Bob.
now.
I'm going to let the dog loose when we get to the door of the compartment. I'll follow him in, and you stay back of me.
I don't want to seem to brag. I was just going to say...
Shut up. This is bad enough now without you making it worse.
Hey, Bob, you hear that?
Yeah, but what?
Quiet. I'm letting him loose.
Of course, if you don't want...
Wait down. Button your lip.
Ready, Bob?
Yeah.
All right, here goes. We stay here until I say so.
Guys just can't keep their trap shut when they're... What the devil? Hey, take them off me, will you? You also never much plug them, Mike. Plug them. Get out of the way, Pete. I can't plug them. I'm hitting you. They bit me. Get them off me, will you?
Come on, Bob. All right, you two. Get your hands up, quick.
Get this dog off me, will you?
Drop it. Okay. Get the dog, Bob.
Come on, fella. Steady now. Now, he won't hurt you. What's the idea of letting that...
Get your hands up, now.
You ain't got no right to come in here that way.
Don't try to get your gun or I'll let you have it right.
I got my hands up.
That's better. I don't like shooting. All right, Bob, take their guns away from them.
Yeah.
Be sure you get all of them. And see what else they have on them at the same time.
Sure, Mr. Carter, sure. I'll give them a good going over.
Carter, you ain't Nick Carter.
I certainly am.
Wouldn't you know, Pete? We pull a job way up here in the mountains, and Nick Carter has to be on the train.
Shut up. You ain't got nothing on us, nothing.
No, I think I have plenty.
Prove it. You want to search us?
Find anything interesting, Bob?
Nope, nothing. Just these 3 guns. Nothing else. Yeah, you say we ain't done nothing. I told you got no right.
You and your pal murdered the opera singer and are made in their private car tonight. You slugged the brakeman and threw him over the cliff. You stole all the singer's jewels. You call that nothing?
This guy's nuts, Pete.
Yeah. Go on and prove it, copper. But get me a doctor first, will you? My leg's all bent up. Look, I'm bleeding.
I'll get you a doctor after I get your confession.
We don't know nothing about it, do we, Mike?
No, we don't know a thing. It wasn't even there.
All right, very well. We'll all sit right here and wait until you two decide to give us the information we want.
All right, Flatfoot, sit. You can wait till next year, but you won't learn nothing from us.
Okay. I'll wait.
Oh, look, copper, I gotta get a doctor.
Hey, Bob.
Huh?
You know how quick hydrophobia sets in after a dog bites?
Well, no, I don't. Pretty quick, I think.
Let's see. If I remember correctly, there's no cure for it after it does set in, is there?
No, sir. I don't believe there is. No cure.
Oh. How long would you say it is since the dog bit Pete here?
That must be about 10 minutes now, I'd say.
10 minutes, huh? And it only takes hydrophobia about 5 minutes.
Yeah, all right. I'll tell. Only give me a doctor.
You'll get a doctor when I get your confession.
Okay. We killed him, Mike and me. We hid in the old dame's car before I left the yard.
Where are the jewels?
We made a bundle out of them and threw them clear off the cliff. They're down near the state road at the bottom. Get me a doctor, will you? I'm dying.
You're not dying. Not yet.
Yeah, I am. I got hydrophobia, sure. Get a doc, will you?
You're a fool. You can't get hydrophobia from a dog bite unless the dog has hydrophobia before he bites you. And this dog is as clean and healthy as a dog could be. You're no more danger from those bites than I am.
You mean I ain't gonna get sick from the bites?
Not in the slightest.
He tricked us.
That dirty double-crossing rat out of...
You ought to keep quiet. Bob.
Yeah?
See if you can find a doctor. And take the dog back to Patsy. He's done a good night's work. And bring some rope to tie up these cheap thugs.
Sure, Mr. Carter. Come on, Pooch. Come on, fella. Come on.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Carter, is it?
Why, yes. Hey, where are you?
I'm here under this seat. Is it safe to come out now?
Yes, indeed. Come on out and join the party.
Thank you. It's much more comfortable out here.
Yes.
Mr. Carter, may I ask you a question?
Why, certainly. Go right ahead.
How did you know these were the men who killed somebody?
Very simple. When I walked through the train a while ago, I noticed that the tobacco smoke in this compartment was scented heavily with perfume. Perfume these thugs got spilled on them when a bottle of perfume broke in the opera singer's car during the fight.
Oh, that is wonderful, Mr. Carter. Wonderful.
Well, I couldn't be absolutely positive just from the perfume. And I couldn't know which of the 6 men in the compartment were the ones I wanted. And knowing that the men were armed, I had to be sure.
Yes, of course.
So I brought the dog in here, knowing that a chow would never stop hating the men who killed his mistress. And he supplied me with the additional evidence I needed. Then it was a very simple matter, as you heard, to get their confessions.
And the jewels, will you get those too?
I shall notify the state police as soon as I can contact them. The snowslide and the marks I made going down the side of the cliff after the dog will mark the place closely enough.
That's wonderful. That dog's a smart dog, isn't he?
Well, a lot smarter than these 2 crooks. He'll never go to the electric chair. That's more than I can say for them.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, here's a worthwhile thought. These are busy times for streamlined efficiency in everything we do. And American homemakers everywhere are learning how much time they save when they preserve the natural beauty of their furniture with Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes in one easy process. Linex Cream Polish requires no tiresome rubbing, and in one quick, easy application removes cloudy dust and polish accumulation. It banishes messy fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches. Linex Cream Polish dries hard, too, leaving no oily film to attract more dust and make more work for you. So by all means, keep your treasured furniture lovely the easy way with Linex Cream Polish. Remember to ask for it at your dealers. If he hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them and you get them as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about it, Nick? What thrilling story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, next week, Ken, I'm going to tell you a simple little story which begins when a milkman arrives at a customer's house to find the young wife tied up in the kitchen of her home and her young husband shot to death in his bed.
The local sheriff couldn't seem to make head nor tails out of the case. But when Nick took hold, he picked up a small clue here and another one there and got the right answer.
An answer, I may say, that was somewhat unexpected.
Is it an exciting case?
Well, tracking down a murderer is always exciting to me.
Well, what do you call the story, Nick?
I call it the 2-Pillow Murder.
For the mystery of the milkman's discovery.
And that's all for now. So long, everybody.
So long.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
The 2-Pillow Murder. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Milkman's Discovery.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Ellen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paint. Today's curious adventure,
The Funeral Wreath. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the White Verbenas.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter made a funeral wreath give him the answer to a cold-blooded murder. But first, a word of advice. As a homemaker, you know what a job it is to keep a home attractive. That's why you've appreciated the new beauty which Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, has brought to your walls. And that's why you'll appreciate Linex Cream Polish, which restores your furniture's original handsomeness in one quick, easy application. Yes, Linex Cream Polish saves one whole step in your housekeeping routine, for it cleans as it polishes without tiresome rubbing. And it removes cloudy dust and polish accumulation, banishes fingerprints, helps to conceal ugly scratches, drying to a hard finish that leaves no oil to attract more dust. So ask for Linex Cream Polish now at your hardware, paint, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that covers in one coat. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we look in on Nick's office, we find Lieutenant Riley telling Patsy and Nick about a rather unfortunate experience.
Well, it's like this, you see, Nick. Tonight, after old man Bramwell gave me the devil this morning about there being 4 robberies on his street in 3 weeks, I picked the best man I got on the force. And I sent him up to Pine Street, where all these robberies been taking place, and I told him to watch like his life depended on it. Mm-hmm. And then about 1 o'clock this morning, I got to thinking about it, and I decided to go up there and have a look for myself. Just to be sure, you know.
Sure, I know. The demon of the police force goes on the job himself.
Oh, now, look, Nicky, you're going to let me tell this or not?
Sorry, Riley. Go on with your story.
Well, like I said, I went to Pine Street myself, and I found the cop I'd sent up there was right on the job okay, and everything was quiet as far as I could see. So I asked him how he was making out.
Nothing stirring so far, Lieutenant. No suspicious characters around at all.
You've been right here all the time, eh, Green?
Oh, every minute, Lieutenant.
Good. I just dropped around to be sure.
Lieutenant, have you got a minute to spare?
What do you mean, have I got a minute?
Well, it's like this. My wife's having a baby tonight, I expect.
Oh.
She went to the hospital this afternoon, just before I came on duty. And being as how I'm out here where no one could reach me, well, I just kind of thought I'd
you
like
want
to
call her to see if you're a father yet?
Well, yes, sir. And I thought that if you wouldn't mind watching here a minute, I just phoned from the drugstore just around the corner. Only take me a minute, sir.
Oh,
if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Go ahead and phone. I'll wait until you come back. But don't stand gabbing for a half an hour, man.
Oh, I won't, sir.
So he went off and left you all alone, huh? Oh, too bad.
I'd say it was too bad. If we'd both been there, we might have got that dirty crook.
So what happened then, Lieutenant?
Well, I stood there in the shadow of the corner house, you see, watching.
Uh-huh.
And a moment later, I saw a dark figure come out of old Bramwell's house, which was just 2 doors up the street. Now, I knew Bramwell and his wife lived there alone, with only a maid, so I wondered who it would be coming out there at that time of night. And what made me even more suspicious, there was no light on in the hall, like there would be if somebody was saying goodnight to him. So I says to myself, I'll just go over and find out who he is, because I'm not taking no chances tonight.
And you went over?
I did that. And the guy just stood there at the top of the steps. He seemed to be fumbling with something in a bag there. And as soon as I got up to the house, he turned around and hung something right beside the door. But it was too dark to see what it was at first. But as he started down the steps, I saw it was a funeral wreath with a long streamer of purple ribbon on it.
How was the man dressed, Riley?
Just like an undertaker, Nick. Black gloves and a tall hat and a long black coat.
Could you see his face?
No, not very well in the dark patches. Well, I wasn't looking for nothing like that. So I asked him who was dead.
I regret to inform you that Mr. George Bramwell has just passed away.
Bramwell, you said? Old man Bramwell himself?
Yes. Very suddenly. Almost in his sleep, you might say.
Oh, and he was down to see me just this morning. Looking fine he was.
Yes, very sad. Well, if you'll pardon me, I must be going. Allow me to present you with one of my cards.
Huh?
In case you ever have need of a man in my profession.
A card? Oh, yeah, thanks. This is J. Atherton Osgood, mortician.
Yes. If you should ever need my services, I shall be happy to be of service in any way I can.
Atherton Osgood. Osgood? There ain't no undertaker in this town by that. Hey, you, just a minute. There ain't no one.
So long, Copper.
Lieutenant, what happened? That man, the one with the black bag. What?
There's nobody on the street, Lieutenant.
What happened to you? Undertaker. He knocked me down.
What's that?
Hey, that came from Bramwell's house. Come on.
Are you all right, sir?
Can you walk? Of course I can walk. I can go on here. What's the matter here, lady? What are you screaming at?
Look there.
Bramwell, with his head all smashed in.
Oh, gosh, Lieutenant, no wonder you're worried.
I'm afraid to read what the newspapers will say. I can see him now. Lieutenant Riley of the Metropolitan Police talks to murderer on steps of murder's man's home and then is tricked into letting him go. Oh, it is a sorry day for me.
Well, Riley, feeling sorry for yourself isn't going to hurt you anywhere. This man interests me.
Huh?
He goes to commit a murder and takes a funeral wreath along to hang on the door of his victim's home. That's a new one on me.
Nick, why don't you give Riley a hand? See if you can't find this crook for him.
I think I will, Patsy. That is, if Riley wants me to.
Wants you to? What do you think I've been telling you this for? Just to pass the time of day?
Very well, Riley, very well. Since you begged me so politely, I'll be only too happy to put my talents at your disposal.
Where do we begin, Nick?
Now, you say the murderer wore gloves. So you must have left no fingerprints behind him.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. And I went all through the Rolls Gallery this morning. And there's nothing there that looks like him.
Which leaves us, if I'm not mistaken, with two clues. The funeral wreath and the card he gave you.
Neither one of them is worth a tinker's dam.
No? Why not?
Well, that's the same kind of wreath they tack on anybody's door when there's a death in the family. And you certainly don't think that guy forked over his own card, do you?
You're wrong on both counts, Riley.
Now, how do you figure that, Nick?
Well, take the card first. It may not be, probably isn't his own, but it's somebody's card. Look at it, Patsy. It's not printed, it's engraved.
Mm-hmm, you're right.
If it was a phony, chances are it would just be a printed one.
Good morning, folks. Beautiful morning, lovely morning, isn't it?
Get out of here, you reporter.
Hi, Johnny, come on in.
Oh, morning, Johnny. You're just in time.
Now, look here, Johnny, with this, if you dare to print a word of this in that yellow rag you work for, I'll...
Now, hold on, Lieutenant. It's not a yellow rag, and I don't work for it. I'm a feature writer, and not a reporter. So, just keep your shirt on, huh? Whatever it is, it's getting you all hot and bothered.
Riley's in the spot, Johnny, and the very thought of publicity makes him squirm.
Oh, fear not, lovely policeman. Your secret shall be locked forever within the four walls of my heart.
Lovely policeman.
Hey, Nick, what's this all about?
It's a long story. I'll give you the details later. But right now, I've got a job for you if you have time to do it.
Huh? Always at your service, Nicholas. And the beautiful Patsy. Speak on.
I want you to get hold of someone who can let you into the public library.
At this hour of the day?
I don't care if it is early in the morning, and I don't care how sore they get about letting you in. But dig up somebody who can find you a copy of the Mortician's Annual.
The Mortician's Annual?
Yes, you know. It's the Undertaker's trade publication. See if you can find an undertaker named J. Atherton Osgood.
J. Atherton Osgood, huh? All right, then what?
Come back here and let me know what it says about him. And make it a rush order. This can't wait.
Consider it done, Nicholas. I'm on my way. Toodaloo.
Nick, are you batty? Did you mean to tell me you think that guy's name really was J. Atherton Osgood?
Not at all, Riley. But since it's a genuine business card, he must have picked it up somewhere along his travels. This man Osgood may help us get a line on him.
Too much for me, Nick. You want me for anything more here?
No, not just now, Riley. I'll let you know if I do. Well, what are you going to do?
I'd rather be shot than do what I have to do, Nick.
What's that, Lieutenant?
Go down to headquarters and explain to the reporters how it happened that crook got away from me last night.
Oh, well, good luck to you.
And you better put a shamrock over your left ear for luck.
Okay, Nick, okay. Have your fun. But you're laughing at this sick man.
So long.
So long, Lieutenant. I don't envy Riley when the reporters get after him.
Well, Patsy, we've got something to do ourselves. Get me the latest city directory.
Right here, Nick. I was using it. What do you want to know?
I want a list of all the florists in the city.
What on earth for?
We're going to call on them and see which of them made this funeral wreath and for whom. So get busy. nearly through, Patsy?
Just a couple more, Nick. But what a list.
Maybe we'll be lucky and only have to call on a few of them.
I should hope so. Why, if we have to call on...
Hi, folks. Your messenger is back.
Johnny.
Well?
Oh, yes, very well. I might say okay.
What do you mean?
Well, I routed out the sweetest little redhead sub-third assistant librarian you ever saw. Name was Myrtle O'Toole. And I got her to open one of the branch libraries for me.
Did you get what I wanted?
Yeah, sure. Myrtle was kind of sore at me for making her lose her beauty sleep, but I soothed her. Oh, yes, I soothed her.
Casanova Winters in person.
Johnny, what did you find out?
Here, Nick. Down in black and white.
J. Atherton Osgood, Funeral Chapel, Akron, Ohio.
Yep.
Johnny, Patsy, and I are going out. I want you to go through the files and see what you can find that has to do with Akron.
Right, Nick. About what date?
Say within the last year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite sure of the dates yet.
I finished the list, Nick. You want to go now?
Yes, Patsy, the sooner the better.
Okay.
Get your hat and let's be on our way.
Hey, Nick. Where are you going with that funeral wreath?
I don't know for sure, Johnny, but I hope to hang it around a murderer's neck before long.
So Nick believes the funeral wreath, which the killer hung on his victim's door, will lead him to the killer himself. What can there be about that wreath that makes it such an important clue? We'll see in just a moment. Ever notice how much a shining, clean floor adds to the appearance of any room? All your rooms will look brighter, more attractive, when you protect your wood floors and linoleum with Linex Clear Gloss, the durable coating that flows on easily without brush marks, drying to a hard, tough finish which wears and wears and looks well for a long, long time. Linex Clear Gloss gives a lustrous, transparent finish to all wood or linoleum surfaces in your home, resisting boiling water, hot grease, perfume, fruit acids, even alcohol. And it's so easy to keep clean. For Linex Clear Gloss keeps the dirt on the surface where it's easily wiped away. Its gleaming beauty, its protective durability, make it a standby in thousands of American homes. So get it now. Famous Linex, spelled L-I-N-X. Linex Clear Gloss, the ideal way to protect your floors and woodwork. Remember to ask for it at your paint, hardware, or department store, where you'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy trying to find the florist who made the funeral wreath which the killer hung on the door of the man he had just murdered.
That's it, Patsy. Just ahead. I, Silverman.
I hope this florist can tell you more than the other four we visited. They didn't know from nothing.
I hope this wreath doesn't get worn out before I find out who made it.
Yes, what is it?
Did this funeral wreath come from your shop?
From my shop. Let me see. No, it couldn't be from here. All day yesterday, business was very bad. I sent out not one single order all day. Only 2 customers.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But how about the day before? Did you send it out then, perhaps?
That's not possible, mister. These flowers, they are too fresh. They could not have been picked before yesterday, or so fresh they wouldn't be now.
You mean the wreath was definitely made up yesterday?
Sure, mister. Couldn't be before yesterday. The flowers, they are too fresh.
Any idea who might have made it up?
That I couldn't say, mister. It's a very ordinary piece. Could be anybody made it.
Okay, thanks.
Come sometime when you want to buy something, maybe, yes, mister?
Thanks, I will.
Any luck, Nick?
No. I did find out the wreath was definitely made yesterday, but that's all.
Oh. Well, who's next on the list?
Before we visit the next place, I want to call Johnny and ask him what he found. Maybe that'll give us a lead.
Yeah, I found 3 notices from the Akron police, Nick.
Any of them the man we want, Johnny?
Well, I can't tell. Descriptions are so general, they don't mean much.
What are the dates on them?
Well, one is dated almost a year ago. One is dated about 3 months ago, and the other is 2 months ago.
I see. Well, not much help there, I'm afraid.
And, wait a minute. 2 of the men are wanted for murder and robbery, and the other for robbery alone.
Okay, Johnny, sit tight. I may need you again. So long.
So long, Nick.
I gather he didn't find anything that will help us?
No, not without some additional evidence.
Too bad.
Well, I better call on the next florist on our list. That's the only lead we have that's any good. Mr. Schwartz?
That's right.
Could you tell me if you made this wreath?
Did I make it? No, mister, I did not make it.
Well, could you tell me who might have made it?
Let me look. Yes. I could not say for certain, mister, but I am in this business a long time, and I think this was not made by a professional florist.
Oh? Is that so? Are you sure?
No, I am not sure. But it looks as if it was made by someone who has seen a lot of wreaths like this, but who's not a regular florist.
Someone who's seen a lot of wreaths like it, but not a professional florist. Huh. Funny none of the other florists noticed that.
They probably were not as experienced in the business as I am. Or they did not look closely enough. But I'm sure it is not professional. And, well, another thing. These flowers.
Yes?
Well, like a book I know of the greenhouses around here. And not one of them grows flowers like these. That I'm sure.
Thanks very much. You've told me a lot, Mr. Schwartz. So long.
Goodbye, mister.
Any luck this time, Nick?
Patsy, I think we've got something.
Oh, good. What is it?
Find me a telephone. I want to talk to Mr. J. Arthur Osgood of Akron.
He was a small, thin, sallow-looking man, with thin cheeks. Looked like a cartoon of Old Man Gloom.
I see, Mr. Osgood. And you say he left your employ very suddenly?
Yes, it was about 3 months ago. He went home one night and he never showed up again. No word from him at all.
That's the man, all right. Thanks very much, Mr. Osgood.
Could he help you, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. He says he had a man working for him as undertaker's assistant who left him suddenly about 3 months ago.
Huh?
And his description of the man agrees with Riley's description of the man who killed Bramwell last night.
So what do we do now? Visit some more florists?
No, Patsy. We visit some undertakers.
Why are you so sure the killer works for an undertaker, Nick?
It's logical, Patsy. He apparently came to town about 3 months ago. But he started these robberies, as far as we know, only 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what could be more natural than for him to get a job at the trade he knew, undertaker's assistant? That would give him time to look over the town and decide where he wanted to pull his jobs. And it would also legalize his being in town in case anything came up to question it.
Well, we've tried 7 undertakers, and none of them had any nice, fresh assistants. Hope we have better luck at this next one.
Why, yes, Mr. Carter, we do have a new assistant, a Mr. Carnes, a very fine man, most efficient. Came here about 3 months ago, but I'm sure he can't be the man
What
you
does he
are.
look like?
Why, he's about as tall as you are, not nearly as heavily built. His cheeks are thin, and he looks rather like...
Like Old Man Gloom?
Well, I wouldn't like to say that, but he does. Well, now that you mention it, he does rather resemble that character, yes.
I'd like to see him.
Why, he's not here today, Mr. Carter. He's home packing his bag.
Packing his bag? You mean he's leaving town?
Oh, just overnight, that's all. We're shipping one of our late clients to Cleveland. Mr. Carnes is going with the body to deliver it to relatives there.
I see. Well, do you mind telling me where your Mr. Carnes lives?
Why, I'm not sure, Mr. Carter. I've never become that friendly with Mr.
Great
Carnes.
heavens, man. Surely you know where your own employees live.
Oh, but he's not one of my employees, Mr. Carter. I'm not the head of this establishment. Mr. Grayson is. He could tell you, of course.
Well, where's Mr. Grayson? I'll ask him.
I'm very sorry to say he's not here today.
Not here?
No, he's been called out into the country to supervise a very special...
All right. And you say you don't know Carnes' home address?
No, I don't. But I believe he lives on Oakmont Terrace, if I remember correctly.
Oakmont Terrace?
Yes, Mr. Carter, but I don't know the number.
I'll find it. Oh, by the way, this body that Carnes is taking to Cleveland, who got it ready for shipment?
Why, our Mr. Carnes did. He came to work early this morning in order to get it ready in time, and now he's...
Thanks, that's all I want to know. So long.
You mean you really got a lead on the killer, Nick?
I mean just that, Riley. He lives on Oakmont Terrace, but I don't know the number. Now listen, Riley. Meet me at the corner of Oakmont and Denbrough as soon as you can.
Okay.
I want you to identify the man for me when I find him.
I'll be out there in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, Nick. I want to get my hands on that guy. I'll give him the worst trouble.
Yes, I know, Riley, but wait till we catch him first. See you at Oakmont and Denbrough in 20 minutes.
drive slowly along the street, Patsy. I want to see if I can get any clue to which is Carnes' house.
You don't expect to find him sitting on his doorstep, do you, Nick?
Hardly, Patsy. But one of the florists I visited gave me an idea.
An idea about what?
About the flowers and that wreath. He said that... Ah, there. That's the house. My hunch was right.
You mean the house where Carnes lives?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Why, Nick, how can you tell?
By the garden in front of the house.
Well, what can... Oh, there's Riley pulling around the corner up there. Shall we go meet him?
Yes. I want to get this over with as soon as I can.
Right.
Hey, Nick. What's cooking?
Just this, Riley. I feel sure the killer of old man Bramwell lives in that gray bungalow up the street.
Huh?
I think he's probably in there now. I'm going in and see. You wait outside in case he gets away from me.
Oh, but why not let me go in?
Because you know him when you see him. I don't, so you wait outside. And you, Patsy, stay down here at the corner out of the way.
But suppose he tries to shoot you, Nick. Wouldn't it be safer to take Riley in?
If there's any shooting, Riley can come in and give me a hand.
I'll do that, Nick, and happy to get a shot at that rat.
Okay, let's get going. Leave your car here, so he won't suspect anything if he should happen to look out the window.
Yeah, sure. Hey, but how'd you happen to get on the track of this mug, Nick?
Investigation, Riley.
Huh?
Investigation and deduction, plus common sense.
That don't tell me much.
I'll give you the details later. All right, here's the house. Now remember, stay here unless there's shooting, or unless he gets away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Then you grab him.
Right, Nick. And good luck.
Well?
Mr. Carnes here?
Yes, that second door there. Shall I call him?
No. He's expecting me, thanks.
Oh, all right. You can go right in then.
Thanks.
Hey, what the...
Your name, Carnes?
Yeah, so what?
I want to talk to you.
Is that any reason for busting into a guy? I mean, is that any reason why you should enter my room without knocking?
Why, yes. I was afraid I might not catch you if I lost any time. You seem to be leaving town.
I don't know what you have in your mind, but I'm sure I'm not the one you want to see. I don't believe I know you.
Well, I know you. You work for Grayson the Undertaker, don't you? And you're leaving town to chaperone a dead body to Cleveland.
That's quite correct.
I know a lot more, too. I know you killed George Bramwell last night in cold blood and took $3,000 in cash and $10,000 in jewels from his safe. It was a pretty slick stunt to impersonate a departing Undertaker and leave the wreath in the door.
Go on, you interest me.
But that was where you made your mistake, Carnes. Because a florist told me that wreath wasn't made by a real florist, but by someone who's seen lots of them. So I figured that the killer who might have worked for an Undertaker at some time was you.
So you picked me out as the culprit.
There's another mistake to use that card you picked up in Akron. Gave us a good line on you. Of course, going into the undertaking business here was an excellent idea. From your point of view, gave you a splendid chance to find out where the rich homes were located without attracting attention.
Is that all?
Not quite. I have a hunch that if we were to pry up the lid of that casket you're going to chaperone out of town, we'd find you'd hidden the loot in there.
This is all very entertaining. But so far you haven't shown any proof that connects this wild story up to me. So I must ask you...
How about this, then? That homemade funeral wreath was made of white verbenas. A very uncommon flower around here. And there's a fine bed of verbenas growing in front of this house. The only white verbenas anywhere around here. So put on your hat, Carnes, and we'll go out and let Lieutenant Riley identify you as the man who slugged him last night.
You can go to...
Should take better aims, Carnes. You really hope to shoot your way out.
You got nothing on me. I was just trying to...
Whatever you were trying to do, that shot you fired just now was a signed confession of guilt.
Yeah, you're all right, Dick. Did you get it?
Yes, everything's under control, Riley. There's your killer.
Hey, that's the guy, all right.
Convicted by his own funeral wreath, which is poetic justice if I ever heard it.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. Here's a suggestion. Give your floors a handsome surface in a jiffy with Linex self-polishing wax. The liquid wax you simply wipe on without rubbing or polishing. Linex self-polishing wax keeps all your floors, wood, tile, and linoleum, looking their shining best. Yet it's so quick to use, and it dries to an elastic, satiny finish that wears amazingly and is unusually resistant to dirt and water. It contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax, with no gum, shellac, or resin to chip or crumble. And with Linex self-polishing wax, there's no need of rewaxing the whole floor. When most used parts begin to show wear, you can rewax only those parts that need it. Best of all, Linex self-polishing wax is the non-skid floor finish, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. This fact has been proved by the underwriters' laboratories, whose seal is on each bottle. So get it now, Linex self-polishing wax, to keep your floors beautiful the easy way. If your dealer hasn't yet received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about it, Nick? Have you got something new and exciting for us next week?
I think so, Ken. In the courtyard of a new and expensive apartment building, the body of a man was found floating in the lily pool.
With a large knife in his back.
There was practically nothing to tell us who did it or why. But when I got started on the investigation, I found a very confusing trail that took me all over town in unexpected directions.
And led right to the murderer, thanks to a costly mink coat, which unfortunately did not belong to me.
Patsy, you made a nice little sum of money out of that coat, even if it wasn't yours.
True enough. That was some compensation for what I went through.
Well, it sounds interesting, Nick. What do you call the story?
I call it Death in the Pool.
Or the mystery of the mink coat.
And that's all until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death in the Pool. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mink Coat.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Lieutenant Riley is played by Humphrey Davis. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week.
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linux home brighteners, Linux Clear Gloss, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Death in the Pool, or Nick Carter and the mystery of the mink coat.
In just a moment, we'll hear how an expensive mink coat helped Nick Carter solve the mystery of the dead man found floating in the lily pool. But first, here's something you'll want to remember. A home is a place to enjoy. That's why you keep it as lovely as you can. Thousands of American homemakers have discovered that Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, is the way to new wall beauty. Now, renewing the beauty of your floors, Linux Self-Polishing Wax gives a satiny luster without tiresome rubbing. And it resists wear, water, and dirt amazingly, for it contains real carnauba wax. You can actually clean with a damp cloth or mild suds. What's more, Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the non-skid floor finish, resists slip even when water is spilled on it. Get Linux Self-Polishing Wax at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linux home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As our story opens, Nick and Patsy, his assistant, are driving home a girl who is not feeling well.
Where does she live, Patsy?
In the Gray Bar Apartments, Nick. It's the one with the big lily pool in the court.
Oh, that one. She would live in a place like that. All show, nothing else, just like Sally.
I wish you wouldn't talk that way about her, Nick. She used to be one of my best friends years ago.
Well, she's no friend of mine. I've no use for girls that drink the way she does.
She's had a lot of trouble recently, Nick, and she just drinks to make herself forget. Her husband divorced her about a year ago just because she went out on a few parties he didn't approve of. She's been alone ever since.
Funny, you standing up for her, Patsy. Usually you'd be the first to condemn anyone who plays around the way I understand she does.
All right, Nick, think what you like. Just as long as we get her home to her apartment so I can put her to bed.
Who's going to bed? Aaron's young yet. Let's go somewhere.
The only place you're going, young lady, is home to bed.
Well, who's that? I don't know him.
Oh, yes, you do, Sally. That's Nick Carter, the man I work with.
Never heard of him.
This the place? Just ahead, Patsy?
Yeah, stop at this first entrance. She lives on this side.
Okay.
Come on now, Sally. This is where you live. I'll get out first and give you a hand.
Help myself.
All right.
Don't need a hand. Can take care of myself.
Want me to go up with you?
No, Nick, you wait here. She'll be all right.
All right. But don't let her keep you up there all night.
I won't. I better go after her. She'll fall in the lily pool if she's not careful.
Yeah. She's getting pretty close to the edge of it. You better...
Oh, in heaven's name.
She sounds terrified. Come on.
What's the matter, Sally? What is it? Man in the pool. A man. He's dead. Dead!
That's you, Nick?
Yes, Riley, over here, by the edge of the pool.
Patsy phoned me that you found a man's body in the pool. Drowned, was he?
Flash your light this way, Riley.
Okay. Holy smokes, Nick. Look in his back.
Yes, a knife. Right between the shoulder blades.
Did you find the body, Nick?
Not exactly. It was Patsy's girlfriend who found it, really.
What's her name?
Sally Reeves.
Oh, that one. Where is she now?
Oh, Patsy's putting her to bed. She lives in this house. She's, well, slightly under the weather.
How'd she happen to find him?
Oh, Patsy and I were at a small friendly gathering having a quiet evening, and then she walked in. Got well lit up and wrecked the party. Patsy wanted to bring her home, so we did. As she went by the pool, she started screaming. I came over here and found this.
Let's have a look at him. Nick, that's Arthur Reeves.
What?
That's Sally Reeves' ex-husband. And you say she found him?
That's right.
Very interesting. Maybe she found him because she knew just where to look for him.
They're Lieutenant Riley seems to think Sally did it herself. He's a dope.
Well, you said she's hated her husband ever since he divorced her, Patsy. Maybe she did kill him.
Oh, Nick.
Well, she certainly acted guilty enough when they questioned her.
That doesn't mean anything, and you know it.
Well, maybe and maybe not. Well, Riley will find out.
Oh, Nick, you can't leave it to Riley.
Well, that's certainly what I'm going to do. This is none of my affair.
Nick Carter, you've got to make it your affair.
No, Patsy.
But I'm not going to see Sally put in jail for something she didn't do. You've got to help her, Nick.
And why?
Because I asked you to, that's why.
Oh, Patsy.
Oh, Nick, will you do it?
Well, I suppose I'll have to if you put it that way.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would.
But it's against my better judgment.
I don't care why you do it, just as long as you do it. Now, where do we start?
Well, I guess the best thing is to go down and see Riley in the morning. We'll find out just how the case against her stacks up so far. Then we'll see where we go from there.
Well, good morning, Nick and Patsy.
Hi, Riley.
Well, Lieutenant, have you let Sally out of jail yet?
Let her out. I should say not, Patsy. She's in for good the way it looks now. She did it all right.
Riley, do you mind telling us just what the case is against her so far?
No, I don't mind at all. Which side are you on in this, Nick?
I'm on the side of the law, just as I always am. Should know me well enough for that by now.
Oh, sure, Nick. Well, here it is. Reeves was Sally's ex-husband. He divorced her for seeing too much of other guys, and she hated him for it. In spite of the $500 a month alimony he was paying her, or supposed to be paying her.
She said he hadn't paid her anything for the last 3 months.
Exactly. You're proving my case for me, Patsy. Now, Reeves' partner tells me that Reeves was having a tough time making both ends meet, let alone paying his alimony.
He spent too much on his second wife.
And here's another thing. Reeves just took out a $50,000 insurance policy in this Sally's favor.
Is that so?
He had to. That was part of the divorce settlement. He should have done it before this.
Yeah, I know. But that insurance policy is another swell motive for Sally to want Reeves dead.
She wouldn't kill anybody.
Well, here's another point, then. She says she got to your party about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Well, the medical examiner says the guy was killed at least by 9 o'clock, so she could have killed him and gone to your party for an alibi.
Where does she say she was from, say, 8 o'clock? Up to the time she got to our party.
She says Reeves called her and asked if he could see her about 8:30. So she said yes and sat in her apartment waiting for him, but he never showed up. So she says. It's a fine alibi, I don't think.
It's no alibi at all. Who was the last one to see Reeves alive?
Oh, his partner, Workman. He said Reeves was at the shop, but left to go to see Sally about something.
Amazing how everything points to Sally, isn't it?
Oh, it ain't amazing, Nick. It's natural. She did it.
She didn't do it, and Nick's going to prove it.
Oh, is he now, Patsy? Well, how's he going to get around the facts?
Nick's going to dig up some new facts, Lieutenant. Then you'll see how wrong you are.
Well, maybe, but I doubt it.
Look, Lieutenant, can I see Sally?
Oh, sure. I guess it'll be all right. Would you like to see her now?
If I can.
Okay, I'll fix it.
You go ahead with your investigation, Nick. I'll go back to the office and wait for you when I'm through here.
All right. I'll see you then in a little while. I think I'll go down and have a talk with Reeves' partner first. Now, Mr. Workman, you say Reeves was here in the store last night after dinner?
Yes, Mr. Carter. He was checking stock with me. Then he left to see Sally. That was about 8:30. He said he'd be right back to help me finish checking.
Did he say why he wanted to see her?
He said he was going to ask her to let him out of some of the alimony he owed her.
I see. But he didn't come back.
No. I stayed here by myself until about 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. I should judge by the type of furs you carry here, Mr. Workman, that you must do a pretty good business.
That's right, Mr. Carter.
Then how do you account for Mr. Reeves having such a hard time keeping up his alimony payments?
Well, Mr. Reeves is a heavy spender. He spent money freely himself, and his second wife was extravagant.
Did Reeves have any insurance with the partnership? The kind, I mean, that leaves you any money if he dies.
Oh, no, Mr. Carter. We talked about it, but decided it wasn't necessary.
Have you and he ever had any trouble?
Oh, not the slightest. We've always been the best of friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for your trouble, Mr. Workman. I guess that's all for now.
Anytime I can help you, let me know.
Oh, by the way, mind if I use your phone?
Oh, not at all. It's on the desk over there.
Thanks. Just want to call my office.
I'll be in the back room if you want me.
Thank you.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Oh, Patsy, how'd you find Sally?
Oh, better than I expected, Nick. She's so mad at Riley for thinking she did it that she hasn't had time to be depressed. How'd you make out?
Nothing new. That is, nothing definite. I'm going to see Reeves' wife. Then I have to drop in on the DA, so I may be tied up the rest of the day.
Oh, that's good, Nick. Because while she's away. She has a cat and a canary, and she wants me to take care of them. And I think that's a swell idea.
What's so swell about it?
What, don't you see? It'll give me a chance to go all through her things. I'll bet you I find something to help prove she's innocent.
Or guilty.
Now, Nick, don't be like that. If you'll drop over there around 8 o'clock tonight, I'll show you what I found.
Okay, see you about 8 then. At Sally's apartment. No wonder Sally couldn't afford to let any of the alimony installments be missed. Cost her plenty to live in this place. Patsy! 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 Patsy, where? Patsy! What happened, Patsy? Patsy, can you hear me?
That you, Nick?
Yes, what's the matter?
A man, he tried to...
Patsy.
Well, what started out to be, for Nick at least, a routine investigation has suddenly taken a strange turn. What's happened to Patsy? And what does this have to do with Nick's attempts to find out who really killed Arthur Reeves? We'll see in just a moment. If you have furniture you treasure, you want to keep it handsome. And Linex Cream Polish will protect its beauty effectively. For Linex Cream Polish is designed to restore your furniture's original beauty in one quick, easy application. Yes, Linex Cream Polish actually cleans as it polishes, removing the cloudy accumulation of dust and polish, banishing messy fingerprints, helping conceal ugly scratches. And it dries to a hard, lustrous finish that leaves no oily film to attract more dust. This makes less work for you. Linex Cream Polish, the creamy white preparation that saves you one whole step in your furniture upkeep, is truly the modern way to protect the things in your home. Depend on it to give you added leisure, to give your furniture added loveliness. Ask for it by name. Linex. L-I-N-X. Linex Cream Polish. One of the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Get it now at your nearest paint, department, or hardware store, where you'll find it together with Linex self-polishing wax, Linex clear gloss, and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that covers in one quick coat and dries in 1 hour. And now, back to our story. We left Nick trying to revive an unconscious Patsy so he could find out what had happened to her in Sally Reeves' apartment.
Feeling better now, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, I'm all right. Ooh, except for that crack on the head.
Well, what happened? Can you tell me?
I don't quite know, Nick. I was standing here in front of the bedroom mirror trying on Sally's new fur coat. Oh, Nick, isn't it heavenly?
Yes, it's certainly a valuable piece of fur. But what happened, Patsy?
Well, as I was trying on the coat, a man came through the door. He's wearing a mask. He told me to take off the coat and give it to him or he'd kill me. I told him I wouldn't do it.
Did he have a gun?
Well, I didn't see one.
How'd he talk?
Well, it was sort of funny, as if he were trying to disguise his voice. Sounded as if he might have had something in his mouth.
Probably did. It's an old trick. Without your best friend wouldn't recognize you. Then what?
He tried to jerk the coat off me, so I scratched his face for him.
Good for you.
Not so good, Nick. Look at my fingernails. They're all broken.
Oh, they'll go in again. Then what happened?
Well, he hit me and knocked me down just as you rang the buzzer. Must have gone out the back door as you came in the front. Then I must have gone out cold.
You were certainly completely out when I found you.
What does all this mean, Nick?
Where did Sally get this coat? You know?
Oh, yes, her ex-hubby gave it to her instead of some back alimony that he owed her. He took it out of the stock at the store about 2 weeks ago and brought it to her.
Took it out of the stock at the store, huh?
Well, does that mean something to you?
I don't know, Patsy. But either this coat is tied up with a murder, or it's an extraordinary coincidence.
Well, how can you find out?
Get the history of the coat, first of all.
Well, how do you do that, for heaven's sakes?
I know a man who can tell me. Come on.
Well, I'm glad you phoned him in advance. I'd hate to have made all this trip for nothing.
Hello, Mo.
Nick, how are you? Come in, come in.
This is Patsy Bowen, my assistant, Mo.
How do you do?
Hello, glad to see you. And now, what is this puzzle you say you got for me, eh?
Here's a fur coat, Mo. Have a look at it.
Why, it's beautiful, Nick. Beautiful.
What can you tell me about it?
Well, it's worth at least $4,000.
No, that isn't what I mean. What can you tell me about the coat itself?
Oh, everything I could tell you about it, Nick. But I might have to rip it apart a little here where it's sewed.
Go ahead. I want to know as much as you can tell me.
Sure, Nick, sure. Now, I rip a little of the lining here. Then I cut a few of the stitches here, where the skins are sewed together. Now, look, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You see this little blue mark on the skin here?
Yes.
That means the coat was sold by Fishbone Brothers. Their mark. The skins were sewed together by Herman Schultz, who works for them. Nobody else in the business stitches like Herman.
Anything else?
Well, Fishbone Brothers make up the coat. They sell it to a retailer. That's all I could tell.
Suppose they could tell me anything else about it?
You can ask them. They got a store right down the block from me. I could telephone them that you are coming, and they should take good care of you right away.
Thanks, Mo. Oh, by the way, that knife there on the counter, is that any particular kind of knife?
All for you to make garments used in, Nick. That is a good knife for trimming the skins. Why do you ask?
Oh, just saw one while ago, and I was curious. Come on, Patsy. Let's go see Fishburne Brothers.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter, but I wanted to be sure of the facts. This coat was sold by us to Perilon. And Perilon sold the coat to a Mrs. Jackson Moody, who lives in Boston. But 3 months ago, she reported it stolen and offered $500 reward for its return.
$500? Oh, Nick, we can claim that reward. We found the coat.
You found it, Patsy. The reward's yours if you want it.
Is that what you wanted to know, Mr. Carter?
Yes, thanks. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Oh, Patsy, call Riley and tell him to meet us at Reeves and Workman's place.
What are we going back there for?
I want to see if Workman can add anything to what we already know about this stolen coat.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
Why, Mr. Carter, I didn't expect to see you again tonight.
I just want to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Come in, all of you.
Working pretty late, aren't you?
Yes, I am. You see, without Mr. Reeves, there's so much more for me to do.
Pretty dark in here for you to be working, isn't it?
Oh, no, I can see plenty well in this light.
Well, Lieutenant Riley has to make some notes, so...
Make notes? On what, Nick?
Why, on Mr. Workman's answers to my questions, naturally. Sure you won't mind if I turn on another light, will you, Mr. Workman?
Oh, now, really, Mr. Carter, I don't
Nick,
think...
look. His face is scratched right across the cheek.
Yes, there was a cat sleeping on a pile of furs a little while ago. I didn't see him, and when I tried to move the furs, he jumped at me and scratched me.
What an alibi.
Now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
Well, first, Mr. Workman, I'd like your permission to look around your shop a bit.
Oh, now, see here, Mr. Carter, I don't see what right you have
Riley.
to come in here and...
See that Mr. Workman stays where he is while I take a look around the place.
Now, look here, you can't come in here and do
where
this.
you are, Workman. Nick knows what he's doing.
But I don't understand
Just sit tight. Nick will tell you when he's ready.
Well, this is an interesting package, Workman. Addressed to some firm out in San Francisco. Seems to be full of pieces of fur coats, some odd neck pieces, and other odd pieces of fur. All expensive fur, too, if I'm not mistaken.
That's just some pieces I had left over.
I don't think so, Workman.
What do you think they are, Nick?
I think Workman is a receiver of stolen furs.
Ridiculous.
He cuts them up and ships them to the West Coast. His accomplice out there ships his stuff east. Then they put them together and mix the furs up so they can't be identified.
You're crazy. I wouldn't get mixed up in anything like that.
Riley? Ever see a knife like this one before?
By golly, Nick, that's the same kind of knife that killed Reeves.
You're quite sure?
Of course I am. That same dark-colored handle, the same two metal bands around it, I'd know that anywhere.
That's the same kind of knife we saw at Moe's a little while ago, Nick. Except that the handle is different.
Exactly, Patsy. The knife's a regular furrier's knife. But I imagine at some time in the past year, Mr. Workman had new handles put on all his old knives. Right, Mr. Workman?
Say, now look here. If you're trying to connect me with Reeves' murder, you're all wrong. I didn't kill him.
Ever see this fur coat before?
No.
And I suppose you weren't the man who tried to take it away from Patsy tonight at Sally's apartment.
No, of course not.
What's that about, Nick? You didn't tell me about anybody trying to rob Patsy.
Reeves gave Sally a very expensive fur coat out of the stock here at the store instead of paying her some back alimony. But Reeves didn't know it was stolen. Then when you arrested Sally, Workman knew he had to get that coat back before you found it, recognize it from the description that's been sent out, and trace it back to him. So he tried to steal it from Patsy tonight in Sally's apartment.
Lies, all lies.
Hey, Nick, I'm beginning to see what you're leading up to.
do you, Riley?
I'll say I do. Reeves finds out that workman is dealing in stolen furs. They get into a fight